The world around him shimmered, reality itself bending to some unknown force. The landscape solidified, revealing a quaint town nestled amongst rolling hills. The sound of hammering echoed through the air, a rhythmic beat against the backdrop of the idyllic scene. Holding a hammer, Chef was surprised by the sudden change in scenery, uttering a soft woe. He stood before a charming, two-story building, wondering if this was enough. Tears welled in his eyes as the chef realized his dream had come true. He had his own restaurant. The scene identified him as Ellison, a Class 9 archmage. It had been 15 years since then. 15 years prior. A younger Ellison, still in his school uniform, yawned into his phone as he walked home from Culinary Science High School, remarking how sleepy he was. He had always wanted to become a chef, attending a high school with a culinary arts department. He thought to himself that he would practice handling ingredients, even though it was getting dark, as it was his dream to become a famous chef. After graduation, he planned to open a small restaurant when he got older. However, the chef's thoughts were interrupted as he found himself in a strange place. He muttered, confused. That dream was shattered, replaced by something far more chaotic. The shift was jarring, the transition abrupt. Looking around, the chef muttered, He came to what he could only describe as an unfamiliar world, one commonly referred to as a reader's point space. It was a fantasy world, filled with fire and brimstone. The chef found himself surrounded by chaos, the world around him filled with shadowy figures. The sight of the world around him made him realize that this was far from peaceful. Before he could react, a hand grabbed him from behind. "Hey!" he shouted, startled. A gruff voice snapped at him to get himself together, warning that if he messed up during the evacuation, he'd die on the road. The group of refugees trudges onward, their faces grim as they flee the encroaching danger. Meanwhile, the gruff man in the hood leads the chef through the chaotic streets, his expression unreadable. The gruff man in the hood observes the chef's attire, remarking on how unusual it is for this place. He explains that they are in the city of Grake, located on the outskirts of the Loveran Empire, and that the Red Dragons have unexpectedly attacked even this remote area. The chef reflects on his predicament, realizing he's been summoned to a world filled with monsters, magic, and an empire at war with dragons. He finds the situation ridiculous, but acknowledges that humans are adaptable. He tries to make sense of it all. The chef attempts to accept his new reality as quickly as possible, thinking positively. He considers that he almost died after being hit by a truck, so this is a second chance. He hopes this world isn't too bad, clinging to the idea that he won't have to take the college entrance exam or join the military after graduating. The thought of the military gives him pause. A surge of hope washes over him. If he's in this world, he reasons, he doesn't need to go to the military, right? Elsewhere, a knight rides swiftly on horseback, presumably bringing dire news. The knight, now atop a cliff overlooking the refugees, shouts for everyone to pay attention. The knight announces to the people of the Loveran Empire that the fate of the country is at stake. A woman relays the grim news. The mercenaries have fled, the knights are falling, and there's nowhere left to run from the dragons. The atmosphere was charged with patriotic fervor, as citizens rallied to defend their nation. The chef, still reeling from his sudden arrival, found himself swept up in a wave of nationalistic pride. The call to arms echoed through the city, the emperor's command a rallying cry for the people. The collective will of the people coalesced into a unified battle cry. Let us fight, in the name of the knights. The crowd roared its approval, their voices blending into a single, powerful declaration. For Loveran. The chef, reflecting on the circumstances of his summoning, realized the Loveran Empire faced a dire crisis due to the war against the dragons. The mercenaries weren't enough. To bolster their forces, the Empire implemented an enlistment system, drafting all men between the ages of 17 and 45 into the Templar Knights, regardless of status. At the enlistment office, the chef watched as potential recruits were asked if they had relatives who were high-ranking knights or officials. Next, the officer barked. And so, the chef found himself enlisting as well. The reality of his decision began to sink in as he saw rows of boots lined up, waiting to be worn by new recruits. A knight in silver armor addressed the new cadets. All cadets, for His Majesty the Emperor, shout ahead for 5 seconds. The new recruits, including the chef, unleashed a deafening roar in support of their emperor. Cadet number 32 thought to himself that he should have just let himself get hit by the truck. And that's how his service as a knight began. The knight in red armor informs the chef that his magic potential is quite high, and upon leaving the training center, he will be assigned to the Magic Corps. The chef acknowledges this with a simple, "Ah, I understand." Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, the chef with a mustache ladles a thick, gray stew into a large pot, seemingly pleased with his work. A close-up reveals the stew, containing what appears to be potatoes and herbs. The chef, now in his knight armor, takes a bite of the stew and thinks to himself that being an archmage is better than bumping into one another with swords. Other soldiers are eating the same stew. One thinks it tastes like boiled potatoes with cardboard, while another insists the food is good. The chef, overhearing the soldier's comments, wonders if the people here have no taste buds. He pauses, realizing that if he opened a restaurant here, it would be a big hit. That's right, he thinks he can still achieve his unfulfilled dream here, because a dragon is just a beast after all. The chef, surrounded by two robed figures, is told that he will be discharged in about 2 years. If back then he thinks he'll hang in there for 2 years because they're the great warriors of Loveren. Or 3 years. Their bravery flows along the Burnett River. He reflects that if he knew it would be 15 years, he would have thought twice, but a greedy dragon will be judged by justice. He wondered if he could have endured it. Time passed, and now he finds himself in Drake City. A woman, presumably the owner of the restaurant he's seeking, pauses outside the building, a look of surprise on her face. The woman wonders if there was a store in a place like this. Rain, the chef, is overwhelmed with emotion. The chef's crying fit is observed by the restaurant owner, who notes that he's having a really rough time. The restaurant owner asks if he is okay, and Rain assures her that he is, adding that he's just so happy that he finally managed to open the restaurant. She realizes that he is the owner of the restaurant and introduces herself as Elle. Elle tells him that he can call her Elle, adding that it hasn't been long since he moved here, and it's her first time seeing him. Elle asks Rain if he is here alone, but he says that he is not. Rain explains that he is here with a friend he made in the military. Meanwhile, someone is lying in bed, seemingly exhausted. The restaurant owner, Elle, confirms that she is opening a restaurant. Elle mentions that she was looking for a butcher shop and suggests that the chef visit her husband, who runs Noel's Butcher Shop, located to the left of the alley at the village entrance. She expresses her gratitude and says she'll go right away. By the way, Elle warns that her husband has a fiery personality and suggests that if the chef thinks he is being too harsh, he can mention that she sent him. The chef thinks to himself that Elle is a kind person. He decides that he will go to the butcher shop. The chef wonders just how fiery Elle's husband could be if she is this kind. He reflects on his 15 years in the military, implying he's dealt with all sorts of people. Inside the butcher shop, the butcher's anger flares. The chef shrinks back, intimidated by the butcher's rage. The butcher yells that he is not selling it, referring to the meat. The butcher demands to know if the chef's ears are clogged, reiterating that he is not selling meat. He recognizes the chef as a restaurant owner and claims he's seen a lot of guts like him. The butcher accuses the chef and others of buying meat at a cheap price and selling it back for twice as much right before it goes bad. He claims they have tricked him for 3 years and done their business. The chef, taken aback, denies doing such a thing. He says he doesn't know where they all come from, but he's sure they're the same too. The butcher's face contorts with rage as he shouts, denying any meat to sell. He demands to know what nonsense he's being accused of. Elle's husband is furious. He explains that he came because he was anxious, and his suspicions were confirmed. The chef apologizes to Elle, explaining that once her husband gets upset, it lasts for a long time. He then asks if he had requested Bellerin meat. A flashback reveals Elle's thoughts, expressing disbelief that the chef is doing this to her, knowing how hard she worked. She wonders why her husband is taking it out on her, and admits she wants to go home. The chef tries to interject, but the butcher silences him, ordering him to hurry up and get the meat. The chef apologizes again. He reflects on how he took good care of Elle's restaurant, because she was his colleague when he was a mercenary, and how shocked he was when she was betrayed. Elle assures him it's okay, and reveals that he used to be a mercenary, a soldier. The chef agrees, and now that he thinks about it, he notes that Elle doesn't look that old either, wondering if she was drafted. He admits he's had a lot of troubles. The chef's hand slams down on the counter, presenting the meat. He declares that he went through a lot of bad things over the past 15 years. The butcher demands that the chef show off his great skills, while the chef looks down at the meat with a questioning expression. The butcher laughs, asking if the chef thinks he'll give him precious Bellerin meat. Behind him, a shadowy figure with flames for hair stands ominously. The chef thinks to himself that Bellerin meat is delicious no matter how you eat it, but from now on, the butcher will only supply meat to restaurants that he approves of. He didn't expect that he'd be receiving this meat instead of Bellerin. The butcher orders the chef to try making a proper dish using that meat, or else. The butcher, confident in his skills, declares that his taste is exquisite, so the chef should brace himself and prepare well. The chef, startled by the butcher's words, asks if he is listening. The butcher mocks him, asking if he's feeling scared now. The butcher points accusingly at the chef, who stands beside a cut of meat. Another chef questions if the butcher wasn't a bit too harsh, but Elle, the restaurant owner, assures him that he's a tough nut. The chef assures them that it's fine, and he'll cook for them. Elle, startled, invites both the chef and Mr. Noel to dinner at her restaurant in the evening, promising to have their food ready. Elle tells the chef that she'll just give him some Bellerin meat, confident that he can make something delicious out of it. The chef reaches for a sack of meat. It looks weighty. The chef thinks to himself that it's the belly fat of a wuba. In this world, cows are called wuka, chickens are known as palenkyu, pigs are known as belkin. Archmagellison, preparing for the guests, thinks to himself that they will be arriving soon and he should start preparing. Wuba, our pork belly? Archmagellison understands Mr. Noel's pride as its top-notch meat. In this world, palenkyu, unlike chicken, is considered a pricey ingredient. The most cost-effective meat option is wuba, with a belly cut being especially budget-friendly. Given the quality of this pork belly, the natural way to enjoy it is obviously by grilling it. Mr. Knoll asks why he said that. The butcher asks what he did, reminding Mr. Knoll that he said he would only supply meat to approved restaurants. Following the butcher's accusation, Mr. Knoll's companion questions his sudden change in attitude. She wonders why he can't be nice to the new resident, given his seemingly honest and kind nature. The butcher's face contorts with anger as he listens to the woman's words. He scoffs, incredulous that she could trust someone she just met. He suggests she's being easily deceived. The woman, visibly annoyed by the butcher's accusations, crosses her arms. She accuses him of not meaning what he says, implying that his concern about the chef's cooking skills is just an excuse. The butcher's expression softens slightly, though his skepticism remains. He defends himself, claiming to have a picky palate and expressing concern about the chef's cooking abilities. Meanwhile, in a different location, the chef walks away from Mr. Knoll, who is following him. Mr. Knoll wonders aloud what the chef is going to do, realizing that if he asks for a pound, he'll only get a pound. Back at the butcher's shop, the woman dismisses his concerns with a simple, "Whatever you say." Suddenly, the chef is attacked. A monstrous dog-like creature lunges at him with a ferocious roar. The chef is sent flying backward from the force of the attack, barely able to cry out. Amidst the chaos of a monster attack, a knight cries out in despair as an orc towers over a fallen comrade. The order to fall back is given, as the knights are overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. One knight, trapped, pleads for rescue. The trapped knight, desperate, reaches out, crying for help as the monsters close in. The orc raises its weapon, ready to strike down the helpless knight, who screams in terror. Suddenly, a voice rings out, declaring his presence. It's Archmage Ellison, preparing to unleash a thermal blade. Archmage Ellison focuses his power, gathering energy in his hand, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The thermal blade erupts, a torrent of energy obliterating the monsters in its path. One of the monsters, caught in the blast, lets out a strangled gasp as it disintegrates. The aftermath of the thermal blade leaves a scene of carnage, the ground stained with the remnants of the defeated monsters. The knight who was trapped looks on in shock, witnessing the raw power of the Archmage's attack. The surviving knights recognize their savior, calling out to Archmage Ellison as he stands amidst the destruction. Relief washes over the face of the rescued knight as he sees Archmage Sir Ellison, his savior, standing before him. The masked figure, hailed as the Great Archmage, has arrived to turn the tide. A magical energy crackles in the air. The chef, preparing a meal, considers the thermal blade. He muses that every magic has its own way of being used. He explains that creating cuts in the meat enhances the absorption of the marinade. Moreover, as it bakes, the moisture on the surface of the meat quickly evaporates, allowing for an even crispier texture. The bell above the door rings, announcing a new arrival. Elle, the restaurant owner, greets someone. The customer with the beard remarks that the tavern is neat, but Elle suspects that's all there is to it. Elle suggests that they stop being grumpy and just wait for the food. Someone agrees, thinking that once the griddle is heated, it should be lightly coated with oil. Since pork belly is quite fatty, just enough oil should be applied to prevent it from sticking to the pan. The chef, mindful of even grilling, places the pork belly skin side down. The sound of sizzling pork belly enhances the appetite. He fries the skin, adjusting the heat to give the side some color. Salt is sprinkled, and the meat is grilled thoroughly to ensure even cooking inside. Then, the chef cuts the pork belly into a convenient size for serving. Next, a salad is prepared to accompany the grilled pork belly. The chef considers that eating just the wraps might not be familiar to the locals. He prepares various vegetables and a tangy dressing to balance out the richness of the grilled pork belly. Remembering that Mr. Knoll seems meticulous, the chef decides it's best to avoid unnecessary additions to the salad. Finally, the pork belly is plated nicely for the finishing touch. Salad and grilled pork belly complete. The completed salad and grilled pork belly are presented. The food is served, prompting a delighted response. "Goodness, that looks delicious." The restaurant owner, Elle, watches as a plate of food is served to a customer. He remarks that it is just the appearance. The customer examines a piece of the grilled pork belly with his fork, curious about the taste. The customer, Mr. Knoll, closes his eyes as he savors the first bite of the dish. Suddenly, Elle's eyes widen in shock as she envisions pigs frolicking in a field. She realizes the dish is made of wuba belly fat. The chef, noticing Elle's reaction, wonders if she finds the dish delicious and if she has realized it is made of wuba belly fat. The narration describes the dish as delightfully crispy on the outside and brimming with juiciness inside, with a zesty fragrance of the salad cleansing away its richness. The customer thinks that he never imagined such a combination of flavors. The chef asks Elle if she likes it, a smile playing on his lips as he awaits a reaction. The chef thinks that he will have to supply the meat to ensure he gets a taste of her cooking again. The chef thanks Mr. Knoll for the compliment, asking if the food was to his liking, but is surprised by what he sees. Mr. Knoll stares intensely at his plate, noticing that it is almost completely empty. Mr. Knoll is shocked and cannot believe that the meat is all gone. Mr. Knoll's fist slams onto the table, rattling the silverware. The chef, startled, asks if the dish satisfied him. The customer's face contorts in rage as he demands more meat, his hunger seemingly insatiable. L, the restaurant owner, watches with a concerned expression, telling him to simply ask if he wants more. The chef massages Mr. Knoll's head, a strange ritual that seems to calm the ravenous customer. The chef's expression is unreadable, a hint of something darker lurking beneath his professional facade. Mr. Knoll declares that the wuba dish was the best he's ever had, a high compliment indeed. The chef extends his hand, sealing a contract to supply the finest meat from the lover and empire, whatever that may entail. Elle smiles, pleased that Mr. Knoll is finally admitting his satisfaction, and shakes the chef's hand, agreeing to the deal. Mr. Knoll thinks to himself that he's found a good butcher shop, unaware of the true nature of the meat he's consuming. The restaurant owner assures the other customers that more food is on its way, trying to maintain a sense of normalcy. Unseen, a pair of legs clad in black stockings lie in a bed, hinting at the source of the meat being served. The chef, having just secured a deal with Mr. Knoll, awakens in his bed, the morning light filtering through the window. He sits up, a delicious aroma filling the air. He realizes he smells something delicious. It was early evening in the suburbs of Great City. Meanwhile, Elle's restaurant had been adapting smoothly since its opening a week ago. Inside, a customer requested 2 more servings of the wuba belly. The server confirmed his order. Chef male brown hair carried the requested dishes with a smile. The sound of plates being placed on the table echoed through the restaurant. A satisfied customer declared that he ate well, praising the quality of the meat. The chef wondered if he should slowly start finishing up for the night, noting how quiet it had become. He glanced over at the condiments. The chef knew how important those spices were for cooking. He realized they were out of pepper and running low on other spices. In this world, they were rare and expensive, so he couldn't use them freely, and the quality and variety of the products were no match against the products in the modern world. He examined the gold coin, its value far exceeding that of modern spices. He declares it's time to restock, placing a hand on the summoning circle. With a surge of magical energy, the chef prepares to use the summoning magic. The text explains that the way to solve the problem of scarcity is through this world's summoning magic, which brings object from the modern world. With a flourish, the summoning spell brings forth a collection of modern-day condiments and seasonings. The chef reflects that he accidentally created this spell while searching for a way to return to his original world. He notes that magic depends on the products being processed. The text explains that there's a limit to the object size and weight, but it's still a big help. It wasn't a perfect spell, as it failed to achieve the main purpose of returning to his original world. He wishes he could go over like the red pepper. The chef feels bad about taking the products, so he at least sent the gold coin over his payment. The text explains that groceries, unless they are processed products like fresh meat, eggs, or vegetables, all arrive in a spoiled state. The chef reiterates that magic depends on processed products, which also have expiration dates, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. He also notes another feature of the spell. The archmage finds the process really exhausting, leaning against the counter. He sighs, admitting he's tired and still can't get used to this. Even he, carrying the title of archmage, can only perform the summoning once a day. He thinks this is the perfect time to rest while drinking the beer he summoned last time, but is interrupted by something unexpected. The chef's eyes snapped open, his peaceful slumber shattered by a sudden realization. His precious beer was missing. Rage flared in his eyes as he realized who was responsible for this transgression. He roared Rurin's name, the sound echoing through the restaurant. Meanwhile, Rurin reveled in her mischief, surrounded by empty beer cans. She giggled, finding the situation amusing. Unseen, the chef's hand clenched into a fist, his anger reaching a boiling point. Rurin, oblivious to the impending storm, feigned innocence. "What is this?" she whined. "I didn't do anything wrong." The chef's voice boomed, accusing her of drinking all the beer without asking. He demanded she at least clean up after herself. He continued his tirade, reminding her not to leave any of the delicious food for him next time. Rurin, now at the table, could only smell the food. Rurin declared that her body was a dragon's, as if that excused her behavior. She stubbornly refused to clean up, declaring that cleaning was something lower beings did. The chef's face contorted in fury, his anger barely contained. He grabbed Rurin by the head, his intentions unclear but undoubtedly unpleasant. Rurin, now peeling onions, weakly protested that she was a dragon. The chef, standing behind her, seemed unmoved by her protests. She claims to be a dragon, though currently in her human form. The chef reflects on finding her orphaned after the Dragon War, unable to simply abandon her. He decided to help her, and they've been together ever since. Though she has lived for hundreds of years, he muses that she is still young for a dragon, perhaps explaining her immaturity. As punishment for drinking all his beer, Rurin peels onions, tears streaming down her face. The chef promises to make her hamburger steak for dinner if she finishes peeling and stops whining. Rurin, her eyes sparkling, demands confirmation of the hamburger steak. The chef pauses, hearing a noise from elsewhere in the restaurant. Mr. Knoll, the gruff man in the hood, stands at the doorway. The chef asks Mr. Knoll to bring him alcohol and some snacks, and the hooded man replies that it was him, and to please wait a while. Remembering that Rurin drank all of the beer, the chef opens the refrigerator to find it empty. Instead, he grabs a bottle of soju. The chef carries the bottle of soju back to Mr. Knoll. He tells Mr. Knoll that his food is done, placing a plate of sliced meat and a bottle of soju on the table. The chef offers Mr. Knoll the soju, but the hooded man asks if it's water. The chef encourages him to try it, explaining that it's called soju. Soju is poured into a glass. Mr. Knoll brings the glass to his nose, sniffing cautiously. It smells a bit weird, he thinks. He swirls the soju in the glass, examining it closely. The chef, watching intently, sees Mr. Knoll take a bite of the food. The customer chews thoughtfully, considering the flavors. Mr. Knoll's face brightens. This isn't bad at all, he realizes. He tells the chef, "See, I told you." The chef's cooking is extraordinary, the customer thinks, as the bitter taste at first, but the sweet taste at the end harmonizes well with the meat. The side dish turned into something amazing with the soju alone. It has a different charm than the salad. The chef beams, hearing the praise. "I knew it before, but your cooking is really extraordinary." Mr. Knoll, clearly enjoying the meal, asks, "Can you bring me another bottle?" The chef replies, "Of course." The chef seems different today, Mr. Knoll thinks. Did something happen? 2 empty soju bottles sit on the table. He slams his hand on the table, demanding another bottle. The chef, concerned, reminds Mr. Knoll that he's already had too much, given the drink's high alcohol content. But the customer insists, declaring he needs to get drunk today. The chef's expression shifts to one of confusion, prompting him to ask what he means. Mr. Knoll, lost in his thoughts, seems to not hear the chef, wondering aloud what has just happened. The reason for his distress becomes clear as he mutters the name Rain. He reveals his suspicion. He thinks Rain is cheating on him, the thought hitting him hard. He recalls how, in the beginning, she would say she needed to go out for a bit, but it has happened several times now. Every month, at a certain time, she dresses up nicely. This continued for several months, so he decided to secretly follow her one day, his face contorted with worry. The truth hits him like a physical blow. She was meeting a colleague from her mercenary days. He realizes that this colleague had been his closest friend, and that the reason why he disappeared after he opened the butcher shop must be that he was too ashamed to face him while hanging out with Rain. And today, she went out again, though it's not the usual time of the month, making the chef think that it seems like she doesn't care about him at all. The chef tries to calm him down, saying that getting drunk won't solve the problem. Mr. Knoll's face is etched with worry as he contemplates the implications of Rain's possible infidelity, realizing he can't face the truth sober. The chef, out of view, continues to speak, wondering what's even funnier. Meanwhile, the customer with the beard, his face a mask of anguish, clutches his head, overwhelmed by the situation. The customer laments that he can't live without Rain, wondering what he is supposed to do. The chef asks what he should do now. The customer with the beard, bandaged hands resting on the table, asks someone to leave the case to him. The chef thinks to himself that he hasn't known Rain that long, but he doesn't think she is the kind of person to do something like that. Mr. Knoll, his expression softening, asks someone to wait there. Rurin, overwhelmed, cries while cutting onions. Inside the restaurant, a man's voice calls out, telling someone to stop peeling and come out. A woman with dark hair wonders why. The woman's expression hardens as she realizes she has work to do, though she could just keep peeling. A voice shouts with determination, declaring that they are going. The scene shifts to a bustling town square at night, the buildings adorned with colorful banners. Inside a restaurant, a customer comments on how crowded the restaurants are, unlike anywhere else. 2 figures stand on a rooftop, looking out over the town. They're spying on someone. The scene shifts again, the man from the restaurant thinking to himself that Mr. Knoll said it was somewhere around here. Inside a different restaurant, a woman sits at a table, unaware that she is being watched. The chef, with a worried expression, thinks of Miss Rain. He realizes that a man is sitting across from her, wondering if he is the mercenary colleague Mr. Knoll was talking about. Outside, Mr. Knoll stands in the shadows, his expression unreadable as he watches the restaurant. At a table laden with food and drink, Miss Rain sits across from an unknown man. The man across from her thinks to himself, calling her name. The scene is set. Miss Rain is having a meal with a man. Elsewhere, someone wonders if the man is the mercenary colleague Mr. Knoll mentioned. A man with slick back hair observes the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Rurin's name is called, and she turns, asking who called her. Back at the restaurant, Miss Rain and her companion continue their meal, unaware of the eyes on them. Someone is being asked to listen to their conversation, being promised a hamburger steak if they prepare the ingredients instead. The offer is accepted, with the promise of 2 hamburger steaks as a reward. She is being pressured by a spirit to reveal the truth to her husband. Meanwhile, Mr. Mint is being summoned. The woman he was speaking with earlier continues to express her concerns about her husband's growing suspicion and sadness. The man realizes that if her husband figures out that he helped her, he will be the one avoided. He confirms that the man she was with was called Mint. The husband thinks to himself that it doesn't seem like an affair, no matter how he looks at it. He decides that he doesn't need to know more and tells someone to go and wait back at home. The man understands why he thinks like that, but someone claims that it's not fair that he is being misunderstood and that he did it for the sake of their marriage. Someone asks to join them, stating that Mr. Knoll is greatly misunderstanding them. The husband is surprised by the arrival of Ellison. He thinks to himself, Rain is being held captive. The door creaks open, revealing the scene inside. Mint's face is flushed with anger and betrayal. From the doorway, Mint calls out to Rain, demanding an explanation. Knoll, the man standing beside Rain, acknowledges Mint's presence after a long time. Mint is told that seeing Rain and Knoll together looks quite nice, but Rain insists it's a misunderstanding. Mint's fist clenches as he shouts that it's not like that, expressing his hurt and betrayal that it was Knoll, of all people, who was with his wife. Fueled by rage, Mint charges forward, calling Knoll a bastard. Mint's eyes narrow with fury as he prepares to strike. Mint unleashes a punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. Knoll is protected by a barrier, bracing for the impact of Mint's attack. Rain watches in shock as Mint attacks Knoll. Someone off-panel urges Mint to resolve the misunderstanding, questioning how he could even think of letting Knoll hit him. He knew that the problem between Mint and Knoll wouldn't be resolved so easily. Meanwhile, a voice insisted that Mr. Knoll would calm down if he were told that it was Mr. Mint who had lent him the money to open his butcher's shop. The voice continued, suggesting that everyone sit down at a table and talk it out, but Knoll seemed to only hear one thing, asking Rain what she had said. Elsewhere, Ellison declared that he would prepare the food. He knew that Mr. Knoll had spent the whole day drinking, so he would make a dish with soup to calm his insides. Remembering that Miss Rain had given him Bellerin meat, as always, Ellison decided that a shabu-shabu seemed perfect. He prepared several sauces with soy sauce as a base for the meat and prepared the soup, filtering the anchovies and MSG and putting it all into a pot. The shabu-shabu was completed. Ellison announced that the dish was done. A voice hoped that they resolved the misunderstanding. Back at the table, Knoll pressed Rain to repeat what she had said earlier. She looks down, a shadow of regret crossing her face as Ellison watches her with a concerned expression. The Archmage continues to press the issue, recounting how Mr. Mint had lent them his life savings after they were scammed, and how Rain had been repaying him monthly since the store became profitable. Ellison explains that the money definitely came from a lord's castle, a return of funds after the scammer was caught. The Archmage asks if she is saying that the story about the money was a lie, questioning if she would have taken the money had he told her the truth. Ellison apologizes for not being there to congratulate her when she first opened the store, explaining that he had no choice because it would have looked like he had deceived her if the truth ever came out. The Dragon Slayer admits that he could have never guessed that she was having such a hard time, adding that it seems like he did something unnecessary. Knoll asks if Ellison didn't have plans after retiring from his mercenary life, questioning how he can give the food to him when it is ready. Knoll, visibly upset, points out that the vegetables shouldn't be boiled for too long, which is why he is angry. Steam rises from the pot as a voice suggests it's better to talk while eating. Knoll observes that the meat is very thin, and Ellison explains that it's Bellerin meat from Mr. Knoll's butcher shop, cut thin for cooking directly in the soup. The meat and vegetables simmer in the broth, ready to be eaten. A ladle pours broth into a bowl, preparing the meal. A piece of meat, dripping with sauce, is held aloft on a fork. Across the table, Ellison carefully examines a piece of food before bringing it to his mouth. The Archmage's eyes widen, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he savors the taste. He offers the bowl to Miss Rain, suggesting she try it as well. Ellison's expression suddenly hardens, his eyes narrowing as a memory surfaces. He asks if she remembers the Purim battle. The memory shifts to a battlefield, where Ellison took a sword to protect her. The Archmage remembers that day vividly. The flashback continues, revealing that supplies were scarce during the battle. The only thing to eat was bland, watery soup. The memory flashes to the moment when he caught a wild Bellerin. Though he collapsed right next to her, he was happy to have caught just one. The meat soup made from the caught Bellerin was bland, and the meat itself was tough and pungent. Despite the poor ingredients, the soup was better than anything else he had tasted. The Archmage savored the taste, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, yes, it was. Ellison addressed Miss Rain, recalling her earlier question. She had asked why he helped her despite his retirement plans. The Archmage admitted to himself that he didn't have any plans. He realized that he didn't have a plan more important than helping her. Ellison held the bowl, his expression softening as he apologized. The Archmage thought to himself that he was truly sorry. Ellison took a sip of the soup, his eyes closed as he enjoyed the moment. The scene shifts to a house under a starry sky, a voice commenting that the dish is quite heartwarming. The scene shifts to a blank panel. Suddenly, Miss Rain points an accusing finger, her expression fierce. But the Archmage doesn't seem to take her seriously, scratching the back of his head with a nervous smile. It's already night, and Miss Rain is upset that Ellison is treating her this way when she's only requesting that he fulfill his part of their contract. She demands to know if he's even listening. A line break indicates a change in scene. The innkeeper asks if they enjoyed their meal, as Miss Rain is being restrained by another person. The Archmage confirms that it was amazing, adding that he came to ask something. The innkeeper explains that the mercenary group received a mission to escort a high-priority person and wants to host a dinner before their departure to celebrate. The Archmage asks if it would be possible to hold the dinner of the night before departure in the restaurant. The innkeeper considers the request, a group dinner for the mercenary group. The butcher, bandaged and weary, wonders aloud about the palenque. The chef considers the butcher's words, thinking that they could be swimming in money if they could sell it. The butcher scoffs, noting that the chef doesn't have it. He reminds him that he was promised any meat he wanted, questioning where the confident Mr. Knoll went. He then declares that the palenque is a different case. The butcher reveals that he heard that they recently appeared in the Limon Forest. That's how the chef came to Limon Forest, where he encounters a palenque. A palenque, it's explained, is a monster similar to a chicken. The chef, in pursuit, begs it to stop. However, in this world, they behave completely differently. They change their habitat periodically, so it's hard to find them. The palenque is warned to get caught. The chef continues his pursuit, determined to catch the elusive creature. It's revealed that they are extremely swift, making it difficult to catch them. The high demand for palenque meat stems from its precious nature as an ingredient. The chef, still in pursuit of the palenque, finds himself face-to-face with the elusive bird, though its size is far from ordinary. He regrets putting the palenque on the menu for the mercenary group's dinner, as even the smallest inconvenience causes him frustration. Giving up on catching the palenque, the chef throws his hands up in defeat. Rurin tells him that it's her turn now, and that he will be in charge of washing the dishes for a while. The palenque, now empowered by some unknown force, looms large as Rurin stands before it. The palenque unleashes its dragon fear, a wave of intense, magical energy. The force of the attack transforms the palenque into a more fearsome version of itself. Rurin asks the chef if he is scared, reminding him that if he hadn't eaten a dragon's heart, he would have ended up like the palenque. The chef casually mentions that he already ate a heart, finding the situation quite convenient, and asks Rurin to do this for about 15 palenques. The chef takes a refreshing drink after the ordeal. Later, the chef and Rurin enjoy a beer after finishing work, celebrating the successful acquisition of the palenque. The chef's companion mentions how tiring it is to use her skill, even though her eyes sting. He tells her he understands, and that she shouldn't drink too much. A voice reminds them to leave some of the dish behind for the customers later in the evening, adding that today's dish goes well with beer. Milk is poured over raw meat. The restaurant stands tall against the night sky. The speaker wonders if this is the place they had talked about. Inside the restaurant, a patron wonders if the food will taste good, admitting he doesn't trust Mint's taste buds. Mint overhears, and thinks to himself that they don't have any faith in him. Mint assures his senior that he trusts him, thinking to himself that he's sure it'll taste really delicious. A title card identifies him as Mint's mercenary junior, Miltine. One of the men at the table remarks that Miltine is someone who would happily eat grass if Mint told him to. Miltine protests that it's not to that extent. Someone else tells them to stop for a while, and they'll talk about it once the food comes out. Mr. L apologizes to Mint, saying that it's a bit loud, isn't it? Someone declares that there is no way a celebration dinner can be quiet. Mint tells Miltine that he is a junior he treasures, adding that he has heard a lot about him. He says that Miltine doesn't know how much Senior praised this restaurant, and that he's really looking forward to it. He looks down with a slight smile, anticipating the reactions to his cooking. Then, hopefully meeting their expectations, the chef presents the fried palenques. The chef gestures towards the fried chicken, proudly announcing that it's palenques. The customers are shocked to hear that they are eating a legendary monster. One of them exclaims, "Papalenques? That's a legendary monster." The chef explains that it's not that legendary and urges them to try it before it gets cold, adding that even expert hunters can't catch it. One of the customers takes a large bite of the fried palenques. The other customer is surprised by the taste. The customer with the beard exclaims that it's delicious and unlike Mint. The other customer agrees, saying he told him so. Miltine, thoroughly enjoying the meal, declares that the place is amazing and that the food is the best. The chef tells Miltine not to eat all of it on his own. The chef says he'll get going and serve the other tables too, but Rurin says it won't work because there are too many guests. She asks if she can help with the serving. Rurin overhears them talking about her catching the legendary animal, even though expert hunters failed to catch it, and realizes she's using her dragon senses for this. The chef, faced with an unexpected offer, declares that he has no choice, adding that if they don't want to, it's fine. Rurin, taken aback by the chef's sudden change of heart, stammers, questioning what he's talking about. A silhouette recalls a past promise. They had agreed to open a restaurant together once the war ended and to go through it together. The silhouette remembers how happy he was whenever he thought about it, realizing that it was true. Rurin insists that she can manage on her own, urging the chef to go back now. The chef thinks that serving could be a very new experience for a dragon. The fried palanqueas sizzle in the fryer, ready to be served. Customers cheer as they receive their mugs of beer. Rurin carries a tray laden with fried palanqueas, ready to serve the hungry customers. Later, Rurin collapses, exhausted from the day's work, declaring that she's done. Finally done, a voice exclaims, the day's work at the restaurant complete. The chef, having set aside a portion of food, praises Rurin for her hard work. He offers her the meal, suggesting she enjoy it with a beer. The food is devoured with gusto. Rurin declares the food delicious, savoring every bite. The restaurant's tables and chairs sit empty, the day's customers long gone. The chef teases Rurin, asking if she's finally grown up. She retorts that it's only natural, since it's their restaurant. The pair sit together, silhouetted against the warm light of the restaurant's window. The chef, a sly grin on his face, leans against Rurin, who has fallen asleep. He wonders aloud if he can now cancel the bet from the palanquin hunt, which would require him to wash the dishes for a month. A mysterious figure stands outside the restaurant, their boots planted firmly on the grass. The figure's glowing eyes peer intently at the restaurant. The chef seems startled by something, while Rurin appears concerned. Following the chef's surprise, a question hangs in the air. Why? What's wrong? Someone's hand presses against a wooden door, a sense of urgency in the gesture. The chef's expression hardens, a declaration forming in his mind. This is unpleasant. An ominous feeling permeates the air. The face of Metadana, the black dragon elder, fills the frame, his expression one of grim determination as he thinks, "You are." The chef pulls Rurin close, a protective gesture in the face of unseen danger. Metadana reflects on the passage of time, stating, "It's been a while," before identifying himself as Black Dragon Elder, Metadana. Metadana's thoughts continue, revealing his power. It's not a name a mere human can utter. He then questions, "Why did you come here?" The chef is told, "You're getting by well living in such a small place with a dragon." The speaker then asks Rurin, "Is there anything uncomfortable?" The chef is asked directly, "Did you come because of Rurin?" Metadana's ominous warning is delivered. "As far as I know, there is no one who can stand against me taking care of Rurin. You got burned big time, try, remember?" The chef reveals his motivations, stating he came because of Rurin. The question hangs in the air. Why is he suddenly interfering? Metadana accuses someone of abandoning him before. The chef retorts, claiming he was merely running late, and warns Metadana to stop talking about the crime the dragon's mother committed against the family. The dragon elder recalls that the most important thing is the promise between him and someone else, and that he came to talk about that promise. He acknowledges that they promised to leave Rurin to someone, but insists that the promises should be kept in order. The chef asks what that promise is. The dragon, having no lair of its own, is protected and sent to the family's sacred land until then. It is revealed that Rurin was using her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the last war. Metadana declares that these are the family's rules, and no one can go against them. The chef states that if they violate the rules, then it's war, and declares that they should do it. Someone is shocked by this declaration. The chef stands tall, his expression unreadable as Rurin clutches at his sleeve, her face etched with worry. The man's words hung heavy in the air, a declaration of war if his boundaries were crossed. The thing he mentioned seemed to have struck a nerve, judging by the intensity in his gaze. The figure, wreathed in dark energy, questioned the statement. The woman expressed her worries, wondering if they were capable of doing what was asked of them. Her companion reassured her. The monstrous entity, enraged, cursed its unseen foe. The entity accused someone of having devoured the Lord's heart. The dark figure sneered, accusing the other of looking down on them. The woman, Elle, insisted that she was fine. The man, surprised by the declaration of war, exclaimed that they couldn't start one. The dark figure clarified that he was talking about making a dragon lair, not war. The woman questioned the statement, reminding the other that they had a year to complete the task. The archmage, confident in their resources, declares that they should have enough treasures to begin now. Then, a figure shrouded in darkness states that they will return in a year, stepping through a swirling purple portal. An unseen person agrees, asking them to please do so. The story shifts, with someone explaining that this is how they started to make a dragon lair. The narrator explains that a dragon lair is literally a cave where a dragon lives as a crowd of people enters a building. It's explained that a magnificent interior and dazzling treasures are a dragon's lair's symbol, and that creating one consumes a lot of time and resources. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, the innkeeper looks over to a customer who is waving to get his attention. Another customer calls out, requesting one more beer, as the staff struggles to keep up with the demand. The narrator explains that the guests are flooding in because of the rumor that they sell palanqueas, even though they aren't selling it anymore, since it was a limited menu. The innkeeper, Ellison, is overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouts that table 3 is ready to order and to hurry up. Ellison's eyes narrow, realizing that the current situation cannot continue. He needed a solution, and fast. The restaurant was bursting at the seams. The innkeeper, Ellison, looked up, sweat beading on his brow as he considered the problem. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. "What in the world is this?" the voice exclaimed as the sound of clucking filled the air. Ellison muttered to himself, "Palanquius, of course. What else?" The innkeeper approached a man in a blue robe, gesturing emphatically as he spoke. Ellison declared, "I know that. But why Palanquius?" He continued, his voice rising. "I'll supply you with Palanquius." The man in the blue robe explained that Palanque meat would draw in lots of customers, adding that it would be too much even for Break City's top hunter. He assured Ellison that Mr. Mint's mercenary group had already done it once. Ellison thought to himself that he would have to bribe Rurin with meat. He then stated that the profit distribution would be 50-50 and that he would deliver for free, so he would take half of the sales price. The man in the blue robe questioned why he was doing too much since he was catching them and giving them to him. So why was he only keeping half? The man in the blue robe explained that half was totally fair, as he wouldn't be able to supply it in bulk, so Ellison wouldn't make much anyway. He suggested that he use that as bait to sell more of the other meats and buy Miss Rain another set of clothes and to be nicer to her. The innkeeper thought to himself that the man was something else. He then said that he would sell it for him and that he shouldn't change his mind later on. Ellison declared that he wouldn't. The man in the blue robe said that he had heard that they changed their habitats periodically. The innkeeper and the man in the blue robe were shocked. He wonders if the barrier is strong enough. The man in the blue robe thinks to himself that creating a barrier of this size is no simple feat, and it's a secret that he uses magic. The man in the blue robe gulps, sweat dripping down his face. Elsewhere, Ellison wonders who the man in the blue robe really is. The voice continues, explaining that the man in the blue robe is a restaurant owner who retired after the war, just like Ellison, and asks him to keep it a secret. The voice reveals that the next day, their plan was executed perfectly. The scene shifts to an empty restaurant. A voice declares that everything is perfect, followed by maniacal laughter. The man in the blue robe stands in the empty restaurant, realizing there is not a single guest. The woman with black hair questions if this is really something to be happy about. The man in the blue robe's eyes gleam. The woman with black hair thought there would still be some guests, but now they have time to build the lair. The idea of building a lair excites someone, who wonders if they will live with them once it is built. The woman with black hair refuses to stay there, which angers Ellison. He declares that they should declare war with the Black Dragon family. Ellison tells her to calm down, saying they're going to build it somewhere near. She asks if he is sure it's nearby. He tells her not to worry and to follow him. The woman with black hair asks if the hill directly below the restaurant is the place. Ellison confirms that he told her it was near. He explains that since the restaurant itself is on the outskirts of the city, all of the land nearby is his. The woman with black hair is happy that this much distance is okay, but Ellison says they have to keep stabilizing the inside with a barrier as they continue to dig. Ellison explains that otherwise, the barrier will die as they continue to dig. The woman with black hair suggests they start digging together, and then she'll go back up to the restaurant. She wonders if she can leave the restaurant vacant for too long. How long had it been since he had been so free? The man's stomach growled. Someone knocked on the door, asking to be excused. The man with brown hair asked if this was the famous restaurant. The innkeeper welcomed him, stating that he didn't know if it was famous, but it was certainly a restaurant. He added that he had heard that you could eat the legendary palanque here. The innkeeper apologized, saying that they didn't sell the palanque anymore and that he would have to visit Noel's butcher's shop. The man with brown hair said that he couldn't do that. The innkeeper told him that if he was fine with a different menu, then please sit down and wait for a moment. The man with brown hair thanked him for doing this for him. The innkeeper thought that he seemed like the son of a noble with difficult circumstances. The innkeeper looked at his hand, a blue orb floating above it. The innkeeper thought that they didn't discriminate against their guests, so the only dish he had made to fit a child's taste was a hamburger, since he made it occasionally when Rurin asked him to. The process begins. The meat is minced and shaped, seasoned with a touch of salt, and fried with bread and melted butter. Next, the vegetables are layered, and the patty is topped with a demi-glace sauce infused with garlic. Finally, an egg, acquired while catching the palanquius, is added to the dish. The chef recalls that he said he wouldn't be selling palanquius anymore, but it's a different story for the eggs. With the final touch, the hamburger, capable of bribing even a dragon, is complete and ready to be served. The man with brown hair, figure, is impressed by the dish. He wonders if it's a sandwich. The hamburger sits on the table, awaiting its consumer. It is similar to what he was expecting. The man with brown hair prepares to take a bite of the hamburger. Suddenly, a voice booms out, calling him young master. A man in a suit appears, having searched everywhere for the man with brown hair. He questions what he is doing in a place like this. The man with brown hair stammers, trying to explain himself. The man in the suit warns him about the possibility of food poisoning from eating at such a place, and demands that he follow him out. He admits he was holding back, but the man with brown hair's words were too much. The man in the suit turns to the innkeeper and asks if he is the owner of the restaurant, while the man with brown hair sits at the table. The man in the suit thinks to himself that he doesn't know if the innkeeper prepared the meal knowing who the man with brown hair is, but that he is the Lord's son, Baron of Grak City, Diran Grak. The innkeeper stands between the two men, who are furious that he served food to Diran Grak. One of the men asks what he said, calling him an arrogant guy. The innkeeper begs them to stop, saying he is fine. He apologizes to Diran Grak, saying he doesn't know if the amount is right, but he is sorry. Diran Grak drops a coin on the table, upset that he made the innkeeper prepare the food and didn't get to eat it. The innkeeper watches as Diran Grak exits the restaurant. The innkeeper worries even more about the situation. A woman with black hair is upset, saying it's Elle's turn now. The woman complains to Figure that she has to do all the work and can't do it anymore, adding that her hands hurt. The woman tells Figure not to be like that, saying she'll dig tomorrow. More importantly, she says they need to go somewhere because she needs to teleport. Figure tells her he'll make her something once they return, holding up the coin Diran Grak gave him. A speech bubble states that the person received the money, so they have to do it. A speech bubble states that they have to go to the Lord's castle. He sits alone at a table, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupts behind Baron Grak, startling him. The innkeeper and the black-haired woman approach the Baron, the woman greeting him with a polite, "Good evening, Baron Grak." The Baron is shocked by their sudden appearance, realizing they used magic to arrive. The innkeeper hands him a wrapped object, stating that he forgot something earlier. The wrapped object is revealed to be a large hamburger. The innkeeper asks if Baron Grak has tried it yet, offering it to him. The Baron's stomach rumbles in anticipation. Baron Grak, despite his curiosity about many things, decides to eat the hamburger first. As the Baron prepares to take a bite, the black-haired woman asks if everything is all right, but he is too focused on the food to respond. The innkeeper watches with a concerned expression, thinking to himself that the Baron should be allowed to enjoy his hamburger in peace. The young master, holding a hamburger, mused to himself, "I'm curious about many things, but I'll eat it first." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Young master? I heard some noises inside. Is everything all right?" Startled, the young master turned to see a man and woman standing behind him, concern etched on their faces. The young master was shocked by their sudden appearance, thinking to himself, seriously. The man behind the door clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. A voice echoed in his mind, "Let the boy have his hamburger, you bastards." What now?" The young master's guardians tried to reassure him. "What do you mean? Tell him, it was nothing. You are the Lord's heir and a baron. They cannot refuse your order, so be confident." The young master thought to himself, but they've never listened to me before. Instead, they always ignored me." The door rattled violently as someone on the other side announced, "Young master, I'll open the door and come in." The woman with long dark hair grimaced, thinking, how frustrating. The man with dark hair shouted, "It was nothing, so leave." The noble guard subordinate bursts into the room, his face contorted with rage as he shouts that he was never ordered to enter. Meanwhile, the young noble, still holding his hamburger, grits his teeth, frustrated that his orders are not being followed. The door, now slightly ajar, suggests the force used to open it, as the guard on the other side confirms that he understands his orders and will report anything that happens. The young noble, the chef, and Rurin all look on with varying degrees of surprise and disdain at the outburst. The noble guard reminds the young noble that he needs to establish his superiority himself. A desperate plea echoes, begging to be someone's teacher. A figure kneels before someone, begging to be their teacher. A recollection surfaces. His mother died giving birth to him, and his father remarried soon after, leaving him to spend most of his time with his stepmother. A voice declares that something cannot be done, or that something won't do. The stepmother, a strict person, reprimands someone named Diran for their behavior. Diran recalls being told to be careful how he acts, as he is the Lord's son. Despite the good times, the young noble's life took a turn when his father fell ill and became bedridden. His stepmother never acknowledged him directly during dinners or celebrations. He wanted to. The young noble reflects on his past. Under his stepmother's orders, his movements were controlled and restricted. There was no one to talk to. Everyone ignored him. But today's events changed his perspective. A subordinate asks his teacher to show him more ways to become a good lord. The teacher wonders how this leads to him, a mere restaurant owner. This has never happened before, and he would have responsibility. The teacher still entered even if the young noble had told him to leave. He's lacking a lot of confidence, and it seems like he purposefully suppressed his energetic and active personality. The young noble sighs. He recalls being told to look into the other's eyes when talking to them. Hence, you should be able to take responsibility for every word you say. The Archmage, Ellison, emphasizes the importance of considering advice before making decisions. He continues, stating that a good lord accepts responsibility for their choices, whether the outcome is favorable or not. The young noble, listens intently. The Archmage gestures toward the plate of food, encouraging the young noble to eat before it gets cold. He then invites him to visit the restaurant sometime. The young noble, stands alone in the room, reflecting on the Archmage's words. He feels as though he is dreaming. He picks up the offered food, a burger, and stares at it intently. The young noble thinks to himself that a good lord. He takes a bite, his eyes widening as he declares it delicious. Suddenly, a vision flashes in his mind, a memory of someone declaring, "Don't tell me." He realizes, understanding what a good lord means. The realization dawns on him. A good lord is someone who makes an effort to ensure that everyone can enjoy this kind of food. He understands the actual meaning, hoping that the Archmage knows this as well. The young noble and Ellison stand before a shimmering portal. A voice notes that he shouldn't take the Archmage's words too seriously, while another wonders if the speaker means him. The conversation continues, with someone questioning why so much effort was put into something, remarking that the other seems to care a lot. The response is that they're doing as much as they are getting. A hand presents a gold coin, shimmering with magical energy. The Archmage, Ellison, explains that the coin is worth 100,000 runes. He questions whether the young noble really gave that much in exchange for a hamburger. The restaurant owner, L, interjects, stating that they provided a service appropriate for the price, and that it's not a rip-off restaurant. Someone comments that the young noble has hands as big as a dragon. Another voice hopes he becomes a regular customer, while a third complains about having fewer hamburgers to eat. The scene shifts to a forest located on the outskirts of Great City. Within the forest lies an oddly popular clinic. A line of people waits outside the clinic's entrance, hoping to be seen by the doctor. A close-up reveals a pair of hands with severe burns. The narration explains that the doctor is skilled and has even learned healing magic, but that isn't the reason for the clinic's popularity. The doctor, L, examines the burns, stating that it was a little mistake while cooking. She is glad the patient arrived quickly, as scars may have formed if left untreated. The reason why customers flock to this clinic, far from downtown, is about to be revealed. The secret is that this clinic is run by an elf, not a human. L, the elf counselor, assures herself that everything will be fine. The clinic is named after Elena, and her skills are highly praised. A woman smiles, seemingly pleased with the treatment she received at Elena's clinic. Elle doesn't look so good, however, and someone asks what's the matter. A woman expresses her shock and confusion, wondering why Elle is so troubled, given that she loved healing and helping people. Despite everyone's opposition, Elle came out of town, but the reality was different from what she had imagined. The elf woman laments that no one is interested in treatment, and that people only want to meet her, rather than see her as a doctor. Elle recalls that not long ago, a person came to her, furious, saying that she had seduced her husband. She knows that not all humans are like that, and it's not that she doesn't like healing people, but it's getting difficult for Elle to hold it in and keep going. The question hung in the air. By any chance do you not like? Startled, Elle quickly reassured Mrs. Rain. What? No, I like you, Mrs. Rain. Rather, you always treated me well. That's why I put up with this without prejudice. The auburn-haired woman considered the question. So if there were more things that you liked here, would you still stay? She paused, lost in thought. Elsewhere, the butcher, a man with a thick beard, chuckled to himself. There's so many things I don't like about my husband either. His snoring. He is so naive. He paused, a smile playing on his lips. But there is something I like more. The butcher continued, his gaze softening as he looked at the meat he was preparing. I love the fact that he is dependable, looks out only for me, and does his best in everything he does. Back at the clinic, Elle smiled gently, remembering Mrs. Rain's words. Mrs. Rain nodded, adding, You said that it still feels good to treat people, right? If so, there's a restaurant on the side of the hill, so try eating there tonight. Elle's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of curiosity in her gaze. A restaurant. The auburn-haired woman rested her hand on the table, thinking to herself that the number of reasons for liking this place kept increasing one by one, and that Elle's restaurant could be that kind of place. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, Elle. The butcher stood with another man, asking, What are you doing here? I was going to the restaurant. The butcher's companion explains that the restaurant was under construction for a while, and then wonders about someone. The man offers a simple greeting. He mentions that he wanted to listen while eating some wuba meat, and asks if no one is at the restaurant right now. The man with the beard explains that there's a clinic run by an elf, and Rain recommended the restaurant to the doctor there, adding that he thinks they should be there by now. He then decides to head back. The man thinks that an elf is unique. He continues to muse that elves usually don't come out of their home forest at all, so they must be popular. The man with the shovel, presumably on his way to the restaurant, asks what's the matter. The man with the shovel is revealed to have some cuts on his face. He continues, saying that there are elves who aren't like that, and that people shouldn't be prejudiced. He admits that elves are a proud race, but the man with the shovel is seen with a smile on his face. Elsewhere, a girl with purple energy emanating from her body stands over someone lying on the floor. The person on the floor is seen lying still. A voice booms, declaring someone a great being. The declaration is met with a pained expression from an elf, sweat beading on her brow. The elf begs for forgiveness for her rudeness. The voice responds, noting that she knows she was rude, and offers forgiveness only if she lives the rest of her life as a subordinate. Elsewhere, a man's face contorts in a scream. A woman stands with her arms crossed, a fiery fist hovering near her. She remarks that she has acquired an elf subordinate that she can use. Outside the building, two men stand on the porch. One asks what the hell is happening to their customer, as the other suggests they wait outside. A final scream echoes. A voice echoes through the restaurant. Lying on a table, Rurin stirs, her eyes fluttering open. She wonders if someone is there, or if she's simply imagining things. Meanwhile, Elle speaks, though not to Rurin. She confirms that someone is indeed there, but that he is not present at the moment. The restaurant owner continues, her words directed at the unseen individual. She states that they are more important. The focus shifts to Rurin, her pointed ears now visible. The unseen individual states the obvious. She is an elf. Elle agrees, adding that it's true that elves are pretty. The restaurant owner continues, noting that the elf also seems much younger than her. The comment strikes a nerve. Rurin, clearly offended, questions if she is being called young. She retorts that while she may be young for her species, she should still be older than Elle. The insult is the last straw. Purple energy erupts around Rurin as she angrily demands how anyone dares run their mouth in front of her like that. The purple energy intensifies as Rurin's anger reaches a boiling point. The elf, now radiating power, begins to apologize. A man with a shovel appears, agreeing that elves are a very prideful species, but the man with the shovel watches as Rurin stands over a defeated figure, her power radiating around her. The defeated figure, now Rurin's subordinate, can only manage a strained agreement. The subordinate's face is contorted in pain as he acknowledges his new reality. He begs for forgiveness, his eyes filled with regret. The subordinate is shocked to hear Rurin's terms for forgiveness, a lifetime of servitude. Meanwhile, Elle stands with her arms crossed, a fiery aura surrounding her hand. Elle addresses the man with the shovel, revealing that Rurin has made herself a useful elf subordinate and questioning his actions. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Archmage's restaurant, where a patron expresses his shock at the commotion. Inside, a man apologizes for the disturbance. The apologetic man stands in the doorway, addressing the butcher and another man. Back inside, Elle feels something land on her head, causing her to wince in discomfort. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by the recent events. The restaurant owner wonders if she's dreaming, realizing that Rurin is definitely a dragon. It's common knowledge that everyone, from children to elders, knows about dragons. You should never annoy a dragon. Dragons are walking natural disasters who can burn down whole villages if they feel like it. They're the strongest species, the pinnacle of all living beings. The narrative reflects on growing up hearing legends about dragons to the point of being tired of them. However, the narrative observes that the man with the shovel is treating a dragon like a child and wonders just who he is. Elle is startled as the man with the shovel grabs her wrist. The man with the shovel thinks to himself that he'll apologize in her stead for what happened earlier, not knowing something like this would happen while he was gone. The man with the shovel speaks to Elle, his expression serious. The man with the shovel is surprised by something. The man with the shovel confirms that he is human, though he somewhat expected that Rurin didn't even try to hide her dragon's aura. He had grabbed Elle's wrist, but the restaurant owner already knew that Rurin was a dragon. The man with the shovel confessed that it seemed strange that he was staying with a dragon, but it was complicated to explain. He asked if Elle could keep it a secret from other people. The restaurant owner stammered, assuring him that she had no intentions of disturbing a dragon's activities, as she didn't want to die yet. The man with the shovel reassured her that Rurin wouldn't kill her. Elle realized that Rurin had left a really bad first impression. Now that she thought about it, she wondered if the man with the shovel was the elf doctor Mrs. Rain had recommended. The man with the shovel recalled a review of the elf doctor, which stated that the reviewer went on a friend's recommendation but was told to become a subordinate, adding that the abuse of power was insane. The man with the shovel had messed up the first impression. He had heard that one could taste delicious foods here, even if they were only made out of vegetables. Elle agreed that it was possible to make delicious food from vegetables. She then asked how much meat he could tolerate. The man with the shovel explained that it wasn't because of ethical reasons, but that his body just couldn't digest meat, so anything was fine as long as he didn't eat meat. The man with the shovel thought to himself that anything was fine except meat. Elle smiled, telling him to wait a moment, and that she would prepare something for him. Elle knew that there were a lot of good dishes without meat. The chef believes his tomato pasta is one of the best. Next, he adds chopped onion, garlic, and mushrooms to the frying pan with heated olive oil, allowing the different flavors to harmonize and create a savory smell. He strains the cut tomatoes through a sieve, adding them to the pan. The sauce simmers as he seasons it with salt, sugar, and other spices, lowering the heat to prevent burning. While the sauce reduces, the pasta cooks for 8 minutes, with some of the pasta water reserved. Finally, the chef mixes the pasta with the sauce, adjusting the viscosity with the pasta water. The tomato pasta is complete. The meal is ready, and Rurin exclaims in delight. The chef, Sir Ellison, assures her that he didn't use meat at all, so she doesn't have to worry. Rurin thinks to herself that the color is really pretty. She takes a bite of the pasta. The wooba belly is ready. Mr. Knoll is greeted by a server holding a tray of food. The server notes that the customer has been waiting for a while. The server encourages Nellin to try the dish, assuring him it tastes amazing. However, the server privately wonders if Nellin is enjoying the meal, given his less than enthusiastic expression. The server wonders what happened to Miss Elena. Close up on Rurin's eye, showing her surprise. The flavor of the tomato pasta overwhelms Rurin, who finds it delicious. Rurin realizes that she has only been eating raw vegetables until now. The elf exclaims that she never knew there was something so delicious, noting that flour is a miracle. Rurin continues to eat the tomato pasta. Rurin shouts that the pasta is the best. Rurin continues to eat the tomato pasta. Nellin is surprised by Rurin's reaction to the tomato pasta. The server observes that the pasta suited Rurin's taste, as she wipes away tears of joy. She apologizes profusely, overwhelmed by the flavor. Archmage Ellison assures Rurin that there's no need to worry, offering her a handkerchief. The elf doctor, still wiping her eyes, asks if he doesn't frequent other restaurants. He hands her the handkerchief, explaining that it's not as if she's never considered eating a proper meal at a restaurant. The elf doctor dabs at her eyes with the handkerchief, still visibly moved. Ellison thinks to himself that there aren't many menus with vegetarian options, and even if there were, the dishes wouldn't taste that different from raw vegetables. He wonders if there's a need for cooking. He reflects that it's true that people here don't use that many spices, since they are rare. The elf doctor declares that she changed her mind after coming here. Ellison smiles, pleased that she forgave them after tasting the food. Nellin, who has been quietly observing, expresses his relief. The butcher, overhearing Nellin, demands to know what he just said. Nellin reveals that he found out his mother is not his real mother. The butcher is shocked by Nellin's revelation. The restaurant owner, wonders where Nellin has gone. The restaurant owner approaches a man outside the mine, asking if he has seen Nellin. The man replies that he hasn't seen him, adding that the night shift team already went into the mine. Wonders if that's so, hoping he ate something before he went to work. The restaurant owner worries, wondering if she can bring him something to eat and come back out. Another man tells Elle that she can if she wants to. Footsteps approach. The butcher, Beard, looks shocked and concerned. Beard demands to know who Elle heard that from, but then dismisses the question, stating that it's not the important thing now. Beard clutches his chest, realizing he was fooled for 20 years. The two eavesdroppers at the table overhear that someone couldn't concentrate on work, which is why they left the mine early. The overheard conversation continues, revealing that the speaker feels unable to return home in their current state, lamenting the sacrifices Mrs. May made to raise them, working day and night after their father passed away as a mercenary. The man speaking points a finger, questioning if the other person realizes how much Mrs. May did, despite not being their biological child. The man speaking declares that the other person is smart enough to understand the situation on their own. The man admits that he knows he is at fault. He reflects on how irritated and angry he was that morning, remembering his mother telling him not to forget to take his lunch. The man's mother, Mrs. May, stands in the doorway, holding a lunchbox. Her son, obscured in shadow, refuses it. The man thinks to himself, calling her woman. Mrs. May looks on with a pained expression. The man's thoughts continue, revealing his inner turmoil and the need to be respectful to his parents. The man's anger explodes as he violently throws the lunchbox against the wall. The eavesdroppers, Elle and Archmage Ellison, react to the escalating situation. Elle expresses her concern, stating that she needs to stop this from escalating further. Elle suddenly calls out for Nellin, her expression filled with worry. As Elle called out for Nellin, a sense of urgency filled the air. A messenger bursts in, relaying dire news. Something big has happened, and everyone needs to hurry to the mine. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man asks about Rain, only to be met with devastating news. The mine collapsed, trapping his mother inside. The man, reeling from the shock, demands to know what he'd just heard, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. Nellin's name echoes through the air, a desperate cry against the backdrop of unseen danger. Something has happened, something big. The urgency is palpable as one man urges another to hurry to the mine, unaware that Rain has already gone. The mine has collapsed, trapping Mrs. May inside. The news is delivered with grim finality. The words hang heavy in the air, the implications of the mine's collapse sinking in. The man demands to know what the collapse means and what has happened to Mrs. May, his voice laced with panic. The explanation is delivered with reluctance. Rain went inside to find Nellin, and then Nellin's name is called out again, this time as the butcher bursts through the door, desperate to reach the mine. The urgency to reach the mine is shared, and Rain asks if she can come along, her face etched with worry. The butcher is taken aback by Rain's request, but the implications of the mine's collapse are clear. There would be injured people. The elf's subordinate and another man consider the situation, realizing that there would be injured people in the mine. Rain's face is a mask of worry, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation as she prepares to head to the mine. The elf's subordinate reflects on the recent events, acknowledging that not everyone is the same. The strain of recent events begins to weigh heavily on someone, making it difficult to endure. Understanding dawns on someone as they nod, acknowledging the situation. A determined voice declares their intention to take someone to the mine. Amidst the fiery aftermath of the mine collapse, someone shouts for another to stop. Fueled by desperation, Nellin shoves past those trying to restrain him, shouting for them to get out of his way. Others try to calm Nellin, warning him of the danger of another collapse. Despite the danger, a man pleads for everyone to calm down, assuring them that they will head inside to save Mr. Nellin's mother, Mrs. May. Another man cautions against entering the mine, explaining that they can't predict when it will collapse again and that it's an emergency situation. The urgency of the situation was clear. She's a doctor trained in healing magic, and there are likely many injured people trapped inside the mine who need immediate assistance. Every second mattered, the man thought, his brow furrowed with worry. He grit his teeth, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Footsteps echoed in the darkness. The footsteps belonged to the blonde elf, who expressed her gratitude for the help. But the man insisted that she didn't have to follow him, that it was too dangerous. They reached the first floor of the mine. The recent collapse was evident, with debris scattered everywhere. Suddenly, more rocks began to fall, prompting a shout of alarm. The man assured her that he knew his way around magic and would stop any falling rocks for her. The elf, surprised, realized that he was a mage. He admitted that he was quite successful when he was younger, but that he was retired now. The elf pressed him, wondering why he decided to come here in the first place. An exclamation pierces the air as the former mage and the elf's subordinate venture deeper into the mine. The elf subordinate is told that the reason he was brought along is because the former mage heard he owned a clinic in Great City and that one of his comrades used to be an elf as well. The former mage continues, suggesting that the elf subordinate may have experienced rudeness from humans in the past due to his elven heritage. The former mage pauses, realization dawning on him. Oh no, he mutters, his expression shifting to concern. The path ahead is forked, presenting a dilemma. Which way should they go to find the trapped people? The former mage states that they don't have enough time to search both paths. The former mage extends his hand, channeling his magic. The elf subordinate is shocked, exclaiming that the former mage can even control spirits. The spirits confirm that they will tell him if there are any survivors, answering the former mage's call. An exclamation rings out as the spirits point the way. Over there. Following the spirits' guidance, they find a man trapped in a mine. He must be nearing his end, the trapped man thinks as he begins to hallucinate. Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through the darkness. She asks if he is all right and if he can move, then questions if they're the rescue team. The elf subordinate, using healing magic, recalls how he hurt his leg during the mine collapse, but fortunately, it was not a serious injury. The former mage provides aid treatment to the trapped man. The trapped man, now revealed to be the man in armor, thanks them profusely. The former mage continues to heal the man in armor. The elf subordinate casts a spell, creating a protective barrier around them. Elsewhere in the mine, people are being launched into the air, desperately calling for help. The former mage states that this seems to be the last one, and asks if the elf subordinate can keep going. A close-up of a man's eye reveals his concern as he thinks about what will happen if Mr. Nellin's mother isn't here. Suddenly, the woman who had spoken earlier is thrown to the ground. The elf subordinate observes that she is in a bad state. The woman unknown, Elena, prepares to cast a stronger recovery spell, though she can't guarantee it will work. Concentrating, Elena begins to channel her magic. The green energy intensifies around her, swirling and crackling with power. The spell reaches its apex, bathing the area in a blinding green light. Elsewhere, the temporary evacuation shelter stands ready, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Inside the shelter, one of the men asks if all the mine workers made it out safely, as others carefully carry an injured man on a stretcher. Nearby, another man asks what they should do. Lying in bed, the elf subordinate is being watched over. Elena apparently said the spell worked, so there's no need to worry, and she just has to wake up. A man watches over the elf subordinate, reassuring himself that there is no need to worry. It is said that Elena treated her quickly, using a stronger spell, so she's past a critical state. The elf subordinate received a heavy blow to her head, but the treatment was a success. The injury near her eye isn't serious, so she will be able to see. The elf subordinate remains unconscious, his fate hanging in the balance. Nearby, a basket filled with food sits ready, prepared with care. A disembodied voice echoes, reminding someone, presumably a son, not to forget his lunch. The scene shifts to a woman holding a piece of paper, her expression warm as she speaks to someone off-panel. A voice responds, rejecting the offer. The perspective shifts, revealing a man with a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the woman. He simply states, "Woman." The woman's face is etched with worry, her eyes wide with a dawning realization. A hand reaches out, fingers trembling, as if grasping for something just out of reach. The woman, her eyes covered by a bandage, reaches out, her expression a mix of confusion and desperation. Close up on a man's face, his eye filled with shock as he whispers a name. "Nellin." Elsewhere, a group of people, including Mrs. May, look on with relief. The man from panel 1, now revealed to be Nellen, is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he cries out for his mother. He calls out, desperate to reassure his mother that he's all right. Nearby, a figure lies prone, bandages wrapped around their head. They insist they are fine. Elsewhere, a man is overcome with emotion, confessing how scared he was. He reflects on the possibility that his last words could have been his last. The bandaged figure, revealed to be Mrs. May, smiles through her tears, noting that Nellen is calling her mom again. A voice expresses relief that she wasn't inside the mine, apologizing for the worry. The elf's subordinate looks down, clasping his hands together, his expression troubled. The former mage unknown speaks to the elf subordinate, stating that things are just as he said. A backpack sits on the floor of a dimly lit room. A voice reflects on being disappointed in humans after experiencing terrible things. The elf subordinate recalls when Mrs. Rain told him something. He thinks about increasing the number of things he enjoys. The elf subordinate reflects on the words of the humans around him. One man, still recovering from his injuries, remarks that he hurried to find those things. He continues to ponder the nature of humans, realizing that their lives are much shorter than an elf's, but they express their emotions freely. That, he realizes, is why humans get easily disappointed and heartbroken, as he once was. Ironically, that's also the reason he set up the clinic. He thinks to himself that there are too many things he cherishes there that he can't just leave. The elf subordinate closes his eyes, a small smile gracing his lips as he reflects on his experiences. He admits to himself that he likes the honest emotions of humans, and now he also knows how delicious the food is there. Today, he realizes many things, a tear escaping his eye. The former mage, concerned, tells the woman unknown to be careful. The former mage apologizes, his face flushed with embarrassment. The woman unknown notes that he seems exhausted and asks him to excuse her for a second as she begins to cast a spell. She realizes that this is the elf's mana transfer spell. She recalls that her elf friend mentioned earlier taught her this spell. Beaton's eyes widen in shock, his expression betraying a deep sense of unease. The voice echoes from the darkness, repeating a previous statement with a hint of impatience. Elsewhere, two figures walk down a narrow, moonlit street, unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. A disembodied voice laments a past glory, revealing that he used to be a famous mage. Meanwhile, beneath the restaurant, Ellison's frustration grows as he reflects on how he is always left out. The former mage questions the instructions he received, annoyed that he has to dig without using magic. The woman unknown, covered in dirt, expresses her frustration at having to do the work of others. She spits out water, revealing that she was only trying to find a subordinate to help with the restaurant. The woman unknown pauses, noticing something unexpected in the water. She stares at the water, questioning what she is seeing. The Archmage's companion states the obvious. Suddenly, water began to seep from the ground, prompting the Archmage to investigate the source. The girl with purple hair declares that she has found the source. The Archmage's subordinate expresses his annoyance, reminding himself to be patient. The Archmage admits that he tried digging again, but he couldn't find the source of the water. Reasoning that there must be an underground water source nearby, the Archmage explains that even with magic, seeing it from their current vantage point would be impossible. The girl with purple hair reminds the Archmage of their previous conversation about needing a shield to cover the ceiling, confirming that she remembers. The Archmage begins to channel his magic, preparing to cast a spell. The Archmage warns the girl with purple hair to control her power, lest she fly off the hill. The Archmage confidently states, of course, as he unleashes 8 fourth-class magic. The Archmage, Ellison, unleashes a torrent of inferno magic, the cavern illuminated by its intense green glow. The inferno magic begins to condense, forming a pool of intensely heated water. The girl with purple hair, standing within a magical circle, prepares to test the water. The Archmage observes the pool, satisfied with the result of his spell. He remarks that it is great. Ellison believes the pool should be large enough for their needs. Water splashes violently as something is dropped into the pool. The Archmage and the girl with purple hair stand near the pool of hot spring water. The Archmage confirms that the water is indeed from a hot spring. The girl with purple hair asks Ellison to do it again, wanting to clean herself up a bit. Suddenly, the girl shouts that the water is too hot. The girl with purple hair is shocked by the scalding water, her face red and tearful. The water from the newly created hot spring is scalding, sending up plumes of steam. Rurin cries out, the heat catching her by surprise. Ellison admonishes her for rushing in without thinking. The girl with purple hair retorts, asking how she was supposed to know the water was so hot. Sir Ellison apologizes, admitting he should have warned her. Rurin wonders aloud what the Archmage is doing with the shield. The Archmage explains that he needs to create a safe place to collect clean water. He presses the shield in the ground, clarifying that this will filter the water. The dirt settles, creating a space for clean water to collect beneath the shield. The Archmage states that they will then remove the top of the shield. Ellison declares that the clean water collection is complete. He tells Rurin to get in, but she screams as she falls into the water, seemingly burned again. Water erupts from the ground. Immediately, Rurin cries out, finding the water scalding hot. She fears she'll be cooked alive. Sir Ellison emerges from the cave, assuring her that he had cooled the water down. He finds it only a little warm. The water swirls around a foot as it enters the pool. The pair relax in a hot spring, a kettle heating nearby. Ellison asks where she had gone. He explains that the mine had collapsed, so he went to save the people. Rurin asks if he went with that female elf, noting that he isn't good with healing magic. Ellison confirms that she was needed. She realizes that's why he was so happy and asks what's wrong. Ellison says that he had to dig the holes, and that part of him hates elves and other races. He admits that he despises everyone but her. Steam rises from the kettle as someone prepares to pour. The Archmage pours hot water into his mug, steam rising in the air. Nearby, a hand opens a container labeled cocoa. The cocoa powder is carefully poured into a cup. The girl with purple energy stirs the cocoa into the hot water. She offers it to Ellison, asking if he would like to try it. Taking a sip, the Archmage wonders what it is. The girl with purple energy watches him expectantly. Her eyes widen, awaiting his reaction. Ellison smiles, holding the mug of cocoa. He finds it sweet, but delicious, realizing that cocoa is made by processing a fruit called cacao. The Archmage reflects on the process, realizing it looks like a simple powder, but takes a lot of growing, fermenting, drying, roasting, pressing, and much more to make. He acknowledges that a lot of people worked hard so they could taste it. Ellison thinks about his own limitations, realizing he has the power to blow up a mine, but even then, he couldn't save a single injured person. He laments that he can't even get simple ingredients for the restaurant without Mr. Knoll. He continues to ponder, realizing that even if he uses magic to create a large space here, he'll eventually have to ask the dwarves to build a lair. He takes a sip of the cocoa, steam rising to meet his face. Elsewhere, the girl with purple energy reflects, realizing that even a dragon can't take on the world alone. Back in the hot spring, the Archmage cocoa is held up, steam rising from the dark liquid. The girl with purple energy declares that she will treat him differently from the rest. She continues, telling Ellison that it's because he's special. The girl with purple energy suggests that they take things slow. Meanwhile, a battle rages on a distant cliffside. A grizzled commander barks orders, telling his troops to hold the position. The soldiers brace themselves against the onslaught, swords raised and shields locked. One soldier grunts in pain as he is struck, struggling to maintain his footing. A voice shouts for the soldiers to back up, warning that they're too far out. The soldier watches in horror as the man he was fighting is bisected by an unseen force. His opponent, a grizzled veteran, manages a weak protest before the inevitable. The veteran's last words are cut short as the unseen force continues its deadly work. The unseen force, a blade of pure energy, continues its arc, leaving the veteran in two pieces. The masked man, the one who unleashed the energy blade, howls in pain as the backlash hits him. The force of the backlash causes the masked man's face to contort in agony as blood trickles from his mouth. Archmage Ellison watches the scene unfold, a grim satisfaction on his face. The masked man is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside by an uncaring god. The young man, the one Archmage Ellison is protecting, stares in wide-eyed terror at the carnage. A desperate cry rings out, someone shouting for their senior. The masked man crashes through the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The sound of hammering echoes through the air. The sign reads, "We're closed for today." The former mage recalls, "We were drinking cocoa the other day, but sadly, we had no milk." He then thinks to himself that he uses milk to marinate meat, and there's only so much left. The former mage decides, "So I'm going to build a ranch so I can have a constant supply." The former mage and the girl with purple energy stand in front of a fence. The former mage states that they need to start from zero. He continues, saying that what they need is called Berineric, and it's located downstream of the Verent River. A new target is locked. So then, the former mage requests that she teleport them downstream along the Verent River. The girl with purple energy reminds him that she can't teleport to a specific location. She can only track the scent of the kid and teleport in that direction, relying on feeling to guide them. The air crackles with energy as the teleportation begins. They soar through the sky. Below them, the Verent River snakes through a lush landscape. The scenery blurs as they hurtle through the air. The former mage exclaims in awe at the sight of the Berinerics below. He smiles, seemingly enjoying the journey. The girl with purple energy confirms that there are indeed a bunch of Berinerics over there. The former mage points out that the only problem is that they're currently falling from the sky, and the ground seems low. As they plummet from the sky, the girl with purple energy urges the former mage to hurry and do something, reminding him that as a dragon, he should be able to fly. Below them, the forest rushes up to meet them. The former mage refuses to transform into a dragon, declaring he'd rather die falling. The girl questions why he hates changing into his dragon form so much. The girl with purple energy stares intently at the former mage. Still falling, the former mage and the girl with purple energy are surrounded by a magical circle. The ground rushes up to meet them. More importantly, they land safely on the ground. The girl with purple energy observes that the river is really wide. The former mage corrects her, stating that it's the sea. The girl with purple energy laughs, claiming she knew it was the sea all along, and asks what he takes her for. He suddenly remembers that Rurin has never been to the sea. The former mage suggests they go to the sea after catching some Barinerics. The girl with purple energy agrees to the idea. Someone asks how many Barinerics are needed, and the answer is around 10. The former mage proposes a bet. The slower one has to do the dishes. The girl with purple energy accepts the bet, warning him not to regret it later. Someone thinks that it's not like there are any dishes to do since the restaurant is closed. Meanwhile, the restaurant stands closed against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. The restaurant owner, Elle, is shocked. Nellen is also surprised. The elf subordinate is kneeling, muttering about pasta. The restaurant owner and Nellen sit outside the closed restaurant. Nellen says that he would have never thought that it's closed and that it wasn't easy to get out of the castle. The elf subordinate wonders how the young master knows this place, lamenting that he skipped breakfast for pasta. He realizes that the owner of the restaurant is his teacher, and he wanted to try the food again, but the restaurant is closed. The subordinate wonders where Ellison went. A swirling portal of blue and black energy crackles with power. A voice remarks that their mouth tastes salty, implying they have been transported to the sea. The former mage notes that it is always like this with the sea, but it was fun. The girl with purple energy agrees that it was fascinating. The girl with purple energy explains that the docile Barinerics are under the influence of a dragon's mind manipulation magic. The former mage states that the fence they built should suffice. He thinks that he will have to build a place for the Barinerics to sleep in later, and then he should open the restaurant. The former mage smiles, looking forward to opening the restaurant. The elf subordinate is surprised to see the former mage back at the restaurant. The feeling of starvation was almost unbearable, the thought of pasta barely keeping him going. The restaurant owner, Elle, looked on, knowing they would have all of it soon. The former mage and the girl with purple energy stood together, having just returned. He wondered what they would have done if Elle hadn't come back, waiting at the front door like that. The former mage devoured the food. The group enjoyed a meal together. The former mage joked that they would have had to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant, the cause of death being starvation. The girl with purple energy, who had been out catching Barinerics, was asked where she had been. The former mage asked what the restaurant was for, and the girl with purple energy responded that she wanted to self-supply milk. The former mage wondered how she was going to manage the animals, since she said she was already lacking hands. He thought about it, and decided he was going to hire a few employees. The restaurant owner, Elle, noted that the pasture would need constant management, and the former mage realized he couldn't just hire random people, so he would have to arrange some job interviews. The former mage chuckles, assuring someone that they shouldn't worry. The scene shifts to Elle and the girl with purple energy, who are discussing the importance of elves being able to discern people's intentions, and the need for the young master to tell apart good people from bad. Meanwhile, the elf subordinate is meeting with someone, mentioning that he met a lot of people as a mercenary. He asks for help, reminding the other person that they made him work on his day off, so they should help him in return. The grizzled commander states that they will do the job interviews, but the former mage seems unsure. The grizzled commander reassures him that they will pick excellent employees, so he should leave it to them. The scene transitions to the next day, where a recruitment poster for Elle's restaurant is displayed, seeking people to manage the pasture. The job interviews for pasture management have begun, with several candidates lined up outside a building. The former mage wonders if a job interview is part of the process of getting useful subordinates. The grizzled commander announces that they will start with the first one. One of the candidates nervously greets them with a good morning. The candidate is immediately told that they failed. The former mage is shocked, as the grizzled commander questions what kind of person would have no energy and how they could handle Barinerics. The former mage, Vernt, introduces himself, declaring his intention to do his best as a manager for the pastures. Elle, the restaurant owner, observes Vernt, finding him potentially useful. Vernt's thoughts drift to Elle, finding her incredibly pretty and imagining working at the restaurant. Elle's expression shifts to one of disgust, as she overhears Vernt's thoughts. The restaurant owner deems him full of vulgar thoughts, declaring him a failure. Caught off guard by Elle's reaction, Vernt stammers, claiming he was only thinking she was pretty, but she silences him. Despite the harsh rejection, Vernt remains determined to make Grake City's pasture the best. Meanwhile, the grizzled commander observes the scene, puffing on his pipe. Elle turns to the grizzled commander, asking what he thinks about the welfare of Barinerics. The grizzled commander is taken aback by the question of welfare, but confirms that is the topic at hand. Elle continues, pressing the grizzled commander about his plans regarding the Barinerics night and free time activities, and how he will deal with crimes involving them. The commander considers the requirements for managing the Barinerics, including milk production, illness reports, and ensuring their well-being. Meanwhile, the Baron is incensed at the treatment of the Barinerics, declaring that they are not mere livestock but deserve to be treated as civilians. Back at the restaurant, the former mage scoffs at the Baron's sentimentality, finding it amusing. L, overhearing the conversation, is shocked by the former mage's callousness and demands to know where he is running off to, reminding him of his duty to protect the civilians. The restaurant owner continues to express her outrage, stating that people like him wouldn't care if a Barineric cried from a broken heart. Elsewhere, the commander reflects on the difficulty of finding a suitable subordinate before announcing that the next applicant can enter and should bring someone responsible with them. A new applicant enters, cheerfully greeting the commander and stating the reason for his application. However, the commander immediately rejects him, recognizing him as the one who started a fight in his butcher shop some time ago. The commander then interviews a blonde-haired applicant, who nervously presents a scroll detailing the Barinerics' need for more personal space and measures against overcrowding, while also noting that he's being looked at with weird eyes. The commander rejects the applicant, calling out next, and inviting the next person to come in if they choose him. The commander rejects another applicant, stating that his gaze isn't sharp enough, and that he's also staring at him. The blonde-haired applicant is then confronted by a woman, who questions what he said and accuses him of treating the Barinerics as mere animals. The commander's harsh judgment continues, leaving a trail of bewildered applicants in its wake. Another applicant is summarily dismissed, tears welling in his eyes as the commander shouts, "Next!" The dismissals continue, and the former mage wonders what kind of help this process is providing. The commander's voice booms, declaring another applicant a failure due to their bad vibes. The process is brutal and efficient. Another failure, another next. The seemingly endless line of applicants dwindles. The grizzled commander wonders aloud if there are any more applicants left. L, the restaurant owner, comforts the former mage, suggesting the low salary on the recruitment poster might be to blame for the lack of qualified candidates. The blonde-haired applicant, who is being questioned about his views on the Barinerics, interrupts the commander. The commander asks what he wants, and the applicant expresses his gratitude for the opportunity, but states he will take care of the next matter. He reaches for the door, a sense of unease washing over him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he glances back, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The blonde-haired applicant stands at a doorway, looking inside. He wonders aloud if this is the place of Mr. Miltine, mentioning that he saw the announcement. He asks if he can work here. The question hangs in the air. Why Miltine? The man's expression is etched with concern. He is reminded that he should be on an escorting mission. He begins to explain the situation. The news arrives. Mint was critically injured. The gravity of the situation is emphasized. He explains that they were attacked by bandits during the mission, and Mint fell off a cliff trying to help him. The man curses Mint for not telling him something like that had happened, and asks about his state. He learns that Mint is limping on one leg and will have to retire from his mercenary job, and that Miss Elena may not be able to help if too much time has passed since his injury. He says that he won't be able to do anything in that case, but he can still go and examine him. He is then asked why he is applying for the job when Mint is the one who got injured. The woman stands with her arms crossed, a look of disbelief on her face. An unnamed man cautions another to watch his words, reminding him that the woman they're discussing is already distressed. The conversation shifts to the strangeness of a woman following Mr. Mint and applying for work at the same place, especially since she seems to have quit being a mercenary. Meanwhile, the former mage sits alone at a table, lost in thought. He reflects on his efforts to find jobs that Mr. Mint could handle, given his condition. Elsewhere, the elf subordinate expresses his desire to work together with someone. He is taken aback by something he sees. The elf subordinate blushes, clearly flustered by the idea of working together. The grizzled commander is shocked by what he's hearing. He points accusingly, his expression a mix of disbelief and anger. The scene shifts to a group sitting around a table, where someone asks how old another is turning this year, to which the blonde-haired applicant replies, 29. The former mage reacts with shock, exclaiming that there's a 13-year age difference. He listened as the blonde-haired applicant declared that age was just a number, a sentiment echoed by the restaurant owner, L. She added that among elves, a 13-year age difference was considered negligible. Anyway, the applicant had already decided to quit being a mercenary. The applicant threatened to starve to death in the streets if he wasn't allowed to work there. L, smiling, seemed amused by the applicant's declaration, while the grizzled commander looked on, perplexed. The applicant celebrated, declaring that age wasn't a problem and that he had passed. L expressed her gratitude that the applicant and Mr. Mint wanted to work there, though she admitted she hadn't asked Mr. Mint his opinion yet. She planned to tell him after they filled the first bottle of milk working there. The applicant blushed, remembering that Mr. Mint was the senior who taught him how to wield a sword, from how to hold it all the way to how to... The memory continued, showing Mr. Mint teaching him the way to take care of his weapons. And then, the applicant wanted to show Mr. Mint how things were done there. The elf subordinate was amazed by the firm resolution in the name of love, calling it a beautiful lust. The applicant blushed, seemingly flustered by the elf subordinate's words. The blonde-haired applicant smiles, already planning a dish for Mr. Mint. He looks forward to working at the restaurant. Elle, the restaurant owner, expresses her gratitude. She assures him that she'll be in his care. The next day, the restaurant stands ready for business. The applicant, now wearing a uniform, calls out to someone, referring to them as manager. The elf subordinate is shocked to hear the applicant refer to someone as manager. The grizzled commander stands in the pasture, addressing the applicant. He tells him that he is his employer now and to tell him what to do. The applicant, perched on a ladder, observes the pasture and remarks that it is still small. The grizzled commander responds affirmatively to the applicant's observation. The applicant pats the Berineric, confident that its docile nature will make his task easy. Suddenly, the Berineric kicks out, sending the applicant flying. The creature's moo echoes through the air. The applicant, now sprawled on the ground, remarks that it was too easy. The Berineric, ignoring the applicant's comment, continues forward, eager for the delicious grass ahead. The applicant reaches out, attempting to grab the Berineric's reins. The Berineric bucks him off again. The applicant cries out in pain. Landing hard, the applicant groans in frustration as the Berineric continues its escape. Elsewhere, a sinister figure with a bandage on his face smiles wickedly, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Back in the field, the applicant declares that he won't lose to the Berineric. The Berineric continues to trot away, seemingly ignoring the challenge. The challenges of managing the pasture were far from over. The blonde-haired applicant explains that wild Berinerics don't require hoof trimming, but domesticated ones need regular checks. He reassures the animals that the checkup is for their own good. One of the Berinerics stares back with wide, innocent eyes. The next day, the applicant reminds everyone that they need to prepare the hay for later, emphasizing the importance of turning it regularly to prevent moisture buildup. With a mighty heave, the applicant hoists a massive bundle of hay. He struggles to carry the hay, finding himself surrounded by the curious Berinerics. One of the Berinerics shouts, warning the others to stay away from the fresh grass. Suddenly, the Berineric is sent flying backwards by an unseen force. A few days later, the sun sets on a quaint building, its sign obscured by the angle. Inside, the applicant collapses onto the ground, utterly exhausted from his labors. The blonde-haired applicant laments his performance, realizing nothing went according to plan. He couldn't even milk the Berinerics. He sits dejectedly, reflecting on his initial confidence. His thoughts spiral, and he wonders if he'll be fired before he even gets to work with Mr. Mint. Suddenly, a Berineric's wet nose nudges his face, startling him. The applicant looks up, surprised by the sudden affection. He had been so confident with the Berinerics, but now they surround him. The applicant's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes something is wrong. The Berineric is now positioned at the milking station, ready to be milked. Inside, the manager calls out, surprised by the sudden activity. The applicant triumphantly declares that he got the milk. The manager is shocked, thinking it would take at least a week for the applicant to succeed. The blonde-haired applicant is instructed to change into the set of clothes laid out for him. He seems confused, questioning what exactly he is supposed to prepare. The restaurant owner, L, clarifies that it's a special dish for Mr. Mint. The applicant begins the process, reaching into a large pot. The first step, he realizes, is to pasteurize the milk at a low temperature for 30 minutes. He carefully heats the milk, making sure it doesn't boil. Next, the instructions say to lower the temperature and add vinegar to let the milk set. He pours the vinegar into the milk, a process that would have been easier with rennet. After the milk has coagulated, the next step is to collect the curd, leaving the whey behind. The applicant and L observe the results, confirming that the milk has indeed separated. Now he puts the curd in salt water and stretches it after dipping it in warm water, noting that it gets stretchier. The instructions detail the final steps, removing air and whey, shaping the cheese, and voila, mozzarella. The blonde-haired applicant and L stand proudly behind a tray of perfectly formed mozzarella. He wonders if it looks different for what he's used to. L explains that they'll use this different type of cheese on top of the bread before baking it. She then asks if he needs a special gift while confessing. The word confession hangs in the air. The applicant is flustered by the idea of a confession. He realizes this might be his chance. Elle assures him that when she was younger, all sorts of women used to follow her around. She asks if he has a lot of experience dating. The applicant, surprised, admits he has none. However, there's one thing he knows for sure as he spreads sauce on the pizza dough. Elle states that being honest always works. The applicant thinks to himself that he should pour his honest feelings into this. He continues to spread the sauce, thinking of his honest feelings. He believes that Mr. Mint will surely recognize them. A series of sharp knocks echo against a wooden door. The knocking rouses the former mage, who is surprised by the sudden disturbance. He wonders who could be at the door. Suddenly, the voice of the blonde-haired applicant rings out, calling for Mr. Mint. The door swings open, revealing the applicant L, and a large, bearded man. Mr. Mint, clearly taken aback, demands to know why L and Noel are here and inquires about their recovery. The applicant extends a pizza box towards the former mage, while L expresses her concern, stating that he should have informed them if something had happened. The pizza box is presented to Mr. Mint. The grizzled commander sits across from another man, who mentions that he heard he was badly injured on his last adventure. The commander finds this disrespectful, as he had asked for an eve of congratulations. The conversation is overheard by someone who declares that the commander can't hide something like that from them. The commander admits he was going to wait a little longer to tell them. Elsewhere, the former mage is introduced to Ms. Elena, the one who runs the clinic. He seems impressed. The commander looks off-panel, his expression unreadable. He continues, stating that they wouldn't have known he was injured unless they were in the same mercenary group. The commander reveals that someone in that mercenary group told them. The scene shifts to the former mage, who is being asked how he is feeling. The former mage looks surprised at the question. The grizzled commander's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of concern. A faint green glow emanates from the commander's arm, the magical energy attempting to mend the damage he sustained. The grizzled commander, leaning on a crutch, assures the former mage that he is feeling better, though he admits he still needs rehabilitation. The commander chuckles, admitting he thought the former mage had something else to discuss. The former mage's face flushes red, realizing the gravity of what he's about to do. He thinks to himself that this is even more embarrassing than he initially thought. The commander encourages Miltine to be brave, hinting that what he's about to do is a big deal. The former mage asks if the commander is hungry. The commander exclaims in surprise as the former mage presents a box. The former mage steels himself, remembering that he needs to calm down, just like he was told. He thinks that sincerity always works. The former mage declares that he will show his sincerity with food, revealing a heart-shaped pizza. The former mage presents the pizza, explaining that it's a dish called pizza. He admits that he made it himself, though Mr. L helped him a lot. The commander remarks on the pizza's appearance, wondering if they should taste it. The cheese stretches as a slice is pulled away from the pizza. The commander observes how much the cheese stretches. A young boy exclaims how much he loves it. A vendor advertises fresh cheese, as someone thinks to themselves that they thought cheese was that smelly lump they sell in the corner of the market. A cheese vendor looks thankfully at his wares. The grizzled commander takes a bite of the pizza, thinking that it tastes like just spoiled milk. The commander is overwhelmed by the salty flavors and chewy texture of the pizza. The former mage thinks that everyone should eat this, but laments that communicating with food failed. The commander's companions express their surprise at Miltine's culinary skills, never expecting such delicious food from him. The question hangs in the air. Will he do it? The person being addressed stammers, calling the others senior. The commander inquires if a decision has been made about the future, adding that he intends to have Miltine working with him. Miltine says he's taking his time to think about it. Mr. Els extends an invitation, suggesting that Miltine come and work with him at his ranch. The commander asks if Mr. Els also has a ranch, and Mr. Els confirms that it is a new one and that he would love to have Miltine working with him there. The commander is shocked to learn that Miltine is already working there. Someone asks what about her mercenary job, and Miltine reveals that he quit after she did. Mr. Els is showing his sincerity. The reason for his actions is revealed. He wants to be by her side. Miltine grits his teeth, the sting of recent injuries still fresh. He clenches his fist, a surge of determination hardening his resolve. He really means it. Sir Ellison looks off into the distance, a hint of concern etched on his face. The restaurant owner, Elle, stands close to Miltine, a gentle smile on her face as she looks up at him, while the former mage looks on. Ellison thinks back to their conversation, recalling the ranch. Miltine steels himself, knowing he'll have to work hard on his rehabilitation. He clenches his hands, the frustration evident in his strained expression. Ellison smiles, admitting that he recognized Miltine's feelings and is glad he's working on the ranch. The grizzled commander, along with the young noble, tease Miltine, suggesting that at least now he can have a boyfriend freely. Miltine is taken aback by the comment, while Ellison reflects on how he didn't think he'd be able to have a relationship while working as a mercenary, and that now that he's old enough, he should try to meet some young ladies. The grizzled commander sighs, thinking to himself that Ellison is an old man and he knew it. Miltine realizes he owes Mr. L for this opportunity, wondering when he can start working, but Ellison tells him to take his time after he's finished his rehabilitation. Miltine apologizes, realizing he couldn't do what was asked of him. It seems that sincerity doesn't always work, but the restaurant owner, L, suggests he try to meet some young men in town. The town is quiet at night. Footsteps echo on the cobblestone street. The former mage and the grizzled commander tell Miltine not to be too heartbroken. Miltine insists that he isn't heartbroken, despite the circumstances. He is told that there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and that they are happy to be working with him. Miltine says he'll be on his way now, and bids farewell to the manager. The others wish him well as he departs. His footsteps fade into the night. Tears stream down Miltine's face. Despite his sadness, Miltine vows that he won't give up. He walks away, the sounds of his footsteps echoing through the empty streets, resolving to never give up. Meanwhile, the grizzled commander reflects on Miltine's actions, realizing that he knew the former mage had his head in the clouds. The young noble admits that he felt bad watching from the sidelines. The archmage, Ellison, agrees, wondering how Miltine couldn't understand after all that Ms. Miltine did for him. The restaurant owner, finds the situation incomprehensible. She reiterates that after all Ms. Miltine did for him, it makes no sense that he doesn't understand. The grizzled commander responds, asking if that's so. Elsewhere, the former mage, Miltine, sits alone at a table, illuminated by a single candle. He sighs, lost in thought. He clutches his chest, a visible sign of his inner turmoil. What he is supposed to do next weighs heavily on the former mage's mind. Confetti litters the ground, a sign of the celebration to come. The town is decorated for a festival, banners and streamers adorning every building. Trumpeters announce the arrival of royalty. A knight stands guard, his helmet gleaming in the sunlight. The crowd cheers as the armored knight passes by. The townspeople clamor for a glimpse of the crown prince. Crown Prince Leon Hires of the Empire of Leuven makes his grand entrance on horseback. Leon Hires surveys the scene, thinking how peaceful the town is. But the knight finds the display very unsightly. Two young women gush over the crown prince's handsome appearance. Leon Hires smirks, wondering if that's really the case. The crown prince, Leon Hires, riding a white horse, extends a hand to two women, inviting them to his room later that night. Meanwhile, Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin observes the prince's actions with a critical eye, wondering what he is planning. The chief of the mages, Medrin, relays the prince's intentions, revealing that he wants both women in the castle tonight. Duke Porgo Tamurin finds it presumptuous that the crown prince and a duke are only welcomed once they reach the castle. The imperial duke tells them to enjoy themselves, though his tone suggests otherwise. Medrin declares that now that he is here, the lord's tricks are over. Elsewhere, an unseen figure asks if someone is ready to go. A young noble, looking distressed, asks about his mother. The young noble is told that he will have to go alone. The speaker explains that with the young noble's mother sick, he is the lord's rightful proxy. As the door opens, the young noble is reminded that every word he speaks will represent the city of Grake. He enters the room, the weight of the city's expectations settling heavily on his shoulders. At the table, Crown Prince Leon Hires sits, already enjoying a cup of tea. The Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin stands beside Leon, his stern gaze fixed on the young noble. "You're late," he says, his tone disapproving. Leon chuckles, amused by the situation. "Huh, great boy." The young noble, feeling the pressure, silently prays for wisdom. So, the young noble asks if the other's father is well. The young noble, face slightly flushed, listens intently. The former mage takes a sip from his teacup, remarking that it's a pity. He recalls that the count was close to Marquis Saran. The former mage continues, noting that it has been some time since they last met, so he hasn't seen him in a while. He adds that he heard Marquis Saran isn't in good health either. A new voice enters the conversation, a man with a thick mustache suggesting that it's time the owner changed. The former mage sets down his teacup, the conversation taking a turn. The young noble turns to the mustached man, questioning him. The mustached man proposes that he can provide good protection for their territory, and they wouldn't have to deal with politics. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a town, the man's words hanging in the air. The young noble looks off to the side, asking what the former mage thinks. The young noble finds himself in a bind, unable to provide an immediate response. The mustached man watches the young noble, awaiting his decision. The mustached man changes the subject, sensing the young noble's hesitation. The young noble is reminded of the larger issues at play: flood prevention and civil war, both of which will require increased taxes. The young noble is shocked by the implications of the situation. The mustached man dismisses the official plan from the capital, reminding the young noble that his duty is to his own territory. The mustached man implies that accepting his previous offer would change things for the better. The young noble looks down, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. The mustached man presses the young noble, questioning why even a simple answer is so difficult. The mustached man suggests that it's normal for a baron to be pressured with difficult choices. The mustached man emphasizes that the young noble must make a decision, good or bad. The mustached man looms over the young noble, making it clear that inaction is not an option. The mustached man presses, demanding to know if the young noble is now willing to listen. The young noble, seemingly cornered, lets out a strained gasp. The young noble announces that he has prepared a dinner party. He declares that he will give an answer then, questioning if the mustached man is preparing a dinner party. The mustached man finds this interesting, wondering what kind of food will be served. The young noble states that he was just about to look for things to do until dinner. The young noble smirks, seemingly confident in his plan. He asks if the mustache man thinks he can satisfy someone who has been eating at the royal palace, confidently stating that he can. The young noble explains that it is because Great City has an excellent restaurant. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a quaint restaurant, bathed in sunlight. A man waves from a balcony, calling out to Ms. Miltine. The man invites someone to come in and have something to eat, as a large, friendly creature with antlers nuzzles him. He responds to a call, promising to come right away, as a plate of fried rice topped with a fried egg is prepared. The man on the balcony announces that the day's menu is fried rice. The young noble and the dark-haired woman sit at a table, plates of fried rice before them. The woman seems less than impressed, while the young man is drooling. The woman questions why her portion has gotten smaller, but the man assures her that he made enough for her to eat. Suddenly, the restaurant doors are kicked open with a resounding crash. The young noble and the woman look on in shock as armored knights enter the restaurant. The man on the balcony's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The lead knight, clad in full-plate armor and a red cape, demands to know who he is. The knight demands to know if he is the owner of the restaurant, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The man on the balcony asks what this is all about, requesting that the knight sheath his sword, but the knight rebuffs him, questioning how he dares order him. The knight states that they don't seem to know who they are, but the man on the balcony retorts that he does. They're the Empire's best night order. The woman looks at the man on the balcony with a mixture of surprise and concern, while the young noble seems equally shocked by the revelation. The man on the balcony watches as the situation unfolds below. Unaware of the danger, the young noble continues to eat, as Elle assures him that she will handle the situation. She privately admits she has no idea what the knight leader is saying. Elle calmly asks the armored figure to put down his sword, reminding him that she has customers to consider. The knight leader ignores her plea, his sword still drawn. The knight leader coldly states that she doesn't seem to understand her position. The knight leader's helmeted face looms, an ominous presence. He demands that Elle get on her knees, threatening that today will be the last day she sees the sun if she refuses. Magic crackles around Elle's hand as she orders the knight leader to get out of a restaurant. The knight leader, enraged, calls her a bastard. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Stop!" The man on the balcony is the one who shouted. He demands to know who asked the knight leader to do this, furious at the unfolding events. The knight leader's subordinate calls out to the vice commander, drawing his sword. The vice commander pauses, a blue glow emanating from his hand. The knight leader, helmet removed, begs for forgiveness. Elsewhere, a text box reads Dirian Abara. A speech bubble says, "It's been a while, Mr. Ellison." Another text box appears, stating, "I'll apologize on behalf of my subordinates." The subordinates kneel with their hands raised. A speech bubble says, "So he wasn't an enemy. I told you not to go overboard." The man on the balcony, revealed to be Dirian Abara, stands with Ellison. Dirian says, "I feared that you might disappear again, so I sent my knights first. But I should have known better." Ellison responds, "It's fine. Your subordinates are as loyal as always." He asks how long it has been, and Dirian replies that it's been 5 years. Elsewhere, a young boy and girl are at a table. The girl says, "You don't need to address me like that. I left the army, so there's no need to be so formal." The knight leader, face scarred, looks up, thinking, but he thinks, "I haven't forgotten that day." He recalls a time when their forces were on the brink of defeat due to his miscalculation. Sir Ellison's arrival turned the tide, routing the monsters and securing their victory. It was because they held their position until the very end that they were able to win. They fought with their lives on the line. After the battle, the knight leader refused an award, requesting punishment instead. He remembers thinking it ridiculous that he was going to be awarded, as honor is everything to a knight. Sweat beads on his brow as the knight leader reflects on his past. All that time, he had no idea how difficult his wife's daily life was. After he heard about it, he felt like he had been hit on the head. He had only been thinking about himself. So much so that he hadn't thought about or taken care of the person closest to him. The knight leader remembers the name of the person he failed, Mr. Diriant. The memory stings. The knight leader, reflecting on his past, recalls a specific instance. Sir Ellison secretly sent the award money that he had refused to his wife. Consumed by the need to repay this kindness, he wonders how he can return the favor, especially since Ellison has already left the army. The knight leader remembers hearing that Ellison opened a restaurant, and an idea sparked in his mind. His subordinate looks on, confused. The knight leader's plan is to make all the restaurants in Great City close, except for Ellison's. He believes that this is how Ellison's restaurant can become the best. The subordinate thinks he's gone mad. With newfound determination, the knight leader declares that he will be right back, ordering his knights to follow him. The knight leader and his knights ride off, leaving the subordinate behind. Elsewhere, someone questions if His Majesty is serious. The Crown Prince, Leon Hera Eyes, is asked if he is really going to a restaurant to enjoy the dinner party. Leon confirms that he is, of course, going to the restaurant. He explains that since Great City's Baron personally guarantees that he will be amazed by the food, he has to go. His companion reminds him that he should have an escort, given the current situation. Leon knows how things are right now. A disembodied voice wonders how easily they can change their mind, especially when it involves the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Prince Leon rides through the forest with an escort, seemingly unconcerned. His companion assures him that there's no need to worry about a certain individual. Suddenly, magical circles manifest in the air, a clear sign of impending danger. The source of the magic is revealed, a figure with long blonde hair, their back turned to the prince. The blonde figure turns, a sinister smile on their face as they utter a single word, because more magical circles appear, intensifying the threat. A hooded figure on horseback emerges, a red magical circle glowing in their hand, ready to strike. The mustached man accompanying Prince Leon demands to know who they are, his face a mask of concern. Below, a group of figures lurks in the shadows of the forest, observing the unfolding events with anticipation. The shadowed figures issue their demand, hand over the crown prince. One of the figures draws a sword, promising to let the rest go if their demand is met. The mustached man sighs, observing the situation with a grimace. He mutters that this is a mess. A woman with dark hair gives a chilling order. Listen to them, but don't let a single one live. The woman's red eyes glow with an ominous light as she awaits the results of her command. Elsewhere, a voice acknowledges the woman as their leader. Two masked figures stand ready, blades drawn, prepared to carry out their leader's orders. The plan remains unchanged. The mission is still a go. Dark figures descend from above, diving towards their targets with deadly intent. The figures close in on their target, their forms obscured by the chaos of the attack. A figure, surrounded by magical circles, prepares to unleash a powerful attack, demanding recognition of their power. The ground erupts as the battle intensifies, the landscape torn apart by the force of the attacks. The masked figures fall through the air, weapons ready, as they continue their assault. A voice declares the might of their opposition, a warning to those who stand against them. From atop the ridge, the ambushers celebrate their apparent victory. Nearby, Leon Herais rides on horseback, seemingly unconcerned by the events unfolding. The Crown Prince's pristine white coat remains spotless, untouched by the chaos. Below, the mightiest mage in the Empire stands amidst the carnage. Elsewhere, a dark-haired woman expresses confidence in her power, believing that even dragons would fear her with the mage at her side. Back at the ambush site, one of the attackers expresses his astonishment. The masked man lies among the rubble, seemingly defeated. The woman from before stands beside Leon, noting that one survived the attack. The woman dismisses the survivor, telling someone to forget about it and just clean up the mess, stating that it was their own decision and she can't tell them what to do. A figure responds, confirming that it will be done as ordered. The masked man, buried beneath the debris, cries out in desperation. The blonde-haired man is amazed by what he sees. He realizes the rumors he's heard are true. The hooded figure, revealed to be Medrin, the 7th fourth-class archmage, declares the task finished. It is said that she is the only mage of her class capable of taking on an entire army alone. The imposing figure of Medrin, the 7th fourth-class archmage, stands tall. A disembodied voice tells someone to keep going on their way. A voice reveals that Mr. Dirian Abra has a weakness. Someone wonders what that weakness could be, realizing that Dirian Abra tends to run off without looking back when he gets excited. The restaurant owner wonders why Dirian Abra would do that to someone who knows him so well. Dirian Abra, upside down, is reminded of old times. From the ground, Dirian Abra declares that he will stand by. The mustached man orders Dirian Abra to return to his original position, demanding his attention. The mustached man reprimands Dirian Abra, questioning if he can still call himself a knight after his actions. He asks what he was planning to do. Dirian explains that he was going to visit every restaurant and spread rumors about worms in their food. The mustached man acknowledges the creativity, but firmly states that it's not something he wants him to do. Apologetically, Dirian says he'll find a better way to handle the situation. Sweat trickles down Dirian Abra's face as he expresses his regret. Suddenly, Dirian's eyes widen in alarm as he hears something. A group of armored knights approaches, drawing Dirian's attention. Riding a white horse, Leon Herais approaches. The sound of hooves grows louder as the horse approaches. Dirian recognizes the rider. The horse's hooves strike the ground near Dirian, sending him sprawling. He realizes this is no ordinary restaurant. Leon Herais looks down at the fallen Dirian. Someone exclaims, "Your Royal Highness," and apologizes for thinking Leon was staying at the castle. Leon states that he was planning to stay at the castle, but he heard there was a great restaurant here, so he decided to come himself. He didn't expect to see Dirian. He arrives with an entourage, making it clear that he couldn't have come alone. The Crown Prince's arrival seems to have caught the mustached man off guard, judging by his expression. The restaurant owner, L, approaches, startled by the sudden appearance of royalty. He asks if he is the owner of the restaurant. L introduces himself, revealing that he is indeed the owner. He realizes that the presence of the first knights in Great City is due to Leon Herais being a crown prince. The mustached man narrows his eyes, observing the woman accompanying the prince. Ellison recognizes the prince's outfit as the clothing of the old imperial mages. Elle explains that he served in the Mage Legion for a time and wears the outfit for comfort, despite having retired long ago. Leon seems impressed, remarking that Elle really was a mage. The mustached man assumes that Ellison knows the hooded woman, Medrin, riding horseback. Leon asks Medrin to come over, introducing Elle as her junior. The mustached man finds it cheeky that they are wasting time in such a small restaurant. The mustached man tells Medrin that Leon is calling for her. Tears streamed down Medrin's face as she gripped the fabric of her sleeve, her body trembling. The weight of the situation seemed to crash down on her. She could only manage a choked. The name escaped her lips, a desperate plea. Ellison. The cry for Mr. Ellison echoed in her mind. A single word formed in her thoughts. Medrin. Nearby, the mustached man and Dirient Abra arrived on horseback, the sound of hooves echoing. Elsewhere, Elle stood firm, despite the hooded figure's words. Do you feel overworked? If you are, then go rest now. Leon He Reyes, standing beside Medrin, confirmed. Ah, yes. Did you call? The question hung in the air. He said he was a mage too. Do you know him? Medrin, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and realization, could only manage a shaky, well. He knew that he needed to tread carefully. Any misstep could have dire consequences. Two figures stood silhouetted against a backdrop of ominous red energy, their presence a stark warning of the danger to come. The air crackled with unseen energy, a silent promise that everyone present would soon be in grave danger. Ellison, ever the diplomat, introduced himself with a polite smile, though the tension in the air was palpable. Across town, a meeting of nobles took place. One noble stated it was nice to meet the other, and that they had never met before. Another noble remarked that it was a shame they had never met. Medrin knew that Ellison was pretending not to know him, likely to avoid causing trouble. He thought that they should try to keep things as normal as possible. Someone was sure that Ellison would forgive a little rudeness. The restaurant was preparing to host a dinner party for His Royal Highness, which should be a great honor. The order was given to prepare the meal immediately. Of course, the staff were confident that the guests would be pleased. The mustached man hauls a large sack, wondering aloud who the manager of this establishment truly is, given the clientele it attracts. He pauses, lost in thought. Inside, Leon remarks that the interior is cleaner than he expected. Dirient Abra agrees with the Crown Prince. Elsewhere at the table, Chief of the Mages Medrin thinks that this is not bad for a run-of-the-mill restaurant. A voice explains that they weren't expecting such a distinguished crowd, so they may have left something to be desired, and asks for leniency. Elle, the restaurant owner, adjusts a candelabra, smiling at Leon. She laughs, saying not to mind it, because the only thing that matters in a restaurant is the food. The mustached man speaks, saying by the way. He apologizes for being so abrupt, but asks if he can check again, having heard that this is a restaurant that serves food that would surprise even the Crown Prince. Elle says that the Lord of Grake's representative assured her so confidently. Leon, looking forward to the meal, is excited. The chief of the mages, Medrin, contemplates the situation, a grim understanding settling over him. Meanwhile, Dirient Abra reflects on how his peaceful retirement has been interrupted. With his father, the Earl of Grake, ill, the city of Grake is on shaky ground. Caught in the middle of a power struggle, unable to withstand the pressure, the Earl has turned to Medrin for help. The chief of the mages thinks of the Earl. Elsewhere, the mustached man, aware that Duke Tamurin is in the top 3 in the palace when it comes to lusting for power, hopes this is not the case. The restaurant owner, Elle, and Leon are seen together. Dirient wonders about the Crown Prince. Elle whispers to Leon, asking for a dish fit for a man, stating that she has a lot of work to do tonight, and that she can't let this go. The chief of the mages' eyes narrow, a sense of determination hardening his gaze. Dirient smiles, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He knows what he wants. Dirient tells Leon that they've come all the way to this restaurant out of faith in him, so he should have faith in them, too. Leon is confused. Dirient proposes a bet, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Leon, sitting at the table, is told that he needs to bring something that wows Dirient in this restaurant. Dirient reveals the stakes. If Leon loses, he'll have to take off his clothes and run laps around the city of Grake. Leon is shocked. The voices around the table express their surprise at the unfolding events. Dirient Abra chuckled, confident in his establishment's ability to impress. He declared that he would bring out the food, knowing that the Crown Prince and Duke Tamurin must know everything. A server approached Leon Hirias, presenting a dish that will surprise your majesty. The Crown Prince considered the challenge. With a thoughtful, he confirmed the bet, knowing that no one could touch Grake. If he was truly confident in this, a dish that will amaze the Crown Prince. The server poured the contents of a pitcher into a bowl, the steam rising as the liquid splashed. Is that even possible? The server brought the appetizers, while the others mused that he has probably already tried every dish in the empire. The text described the dish as mutton mushroom soup, prepared for his light appetite. Leon thought to himself, mutton mushrooms. The server presented the soup to Leon, the text stating that it was meant to surprise such a person with a dish. The text declared that it is not an easy task at all, as Leon took a small taste of the soup. The Crown Prince inhaled deeply, a smile forming on his face. It smells good. The flavor of the soup was deep, a testament to the careful temperature control used to maximize the mushroom's essence. However, the mustache man was not yet satisfied. Darian Abra challenged Leon to amaze him, stating he'd had plenty of mushroom soup before. Ellison agreed, sharing the sentiment. Meanwhile, Medrin thought to himself that he needed help from someone. The mustache man needed someone who couldn't refuse any of his requests. He silently pleaded for a hot response. The soup, presented in a wide bowl, seemed to answer his silent plea. Leon's eyes widened as he prepared to taste the soup. The Crown Prince's expression shifted to one of intense emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He carefully brought a spoonful of the soup to his lips. The taste was overwhelmingly delicious, sending the Crown Prince into raptures. The flavor and texture were so delicious that Leon was overcome with joy. The taste of the soup was so overwhelming that he felt as if mushrooms were growing in his stomach, a sensation akin to experiencing seventh-class magic in the culinary world. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the restaurant, the mustache man and Darian Abra were in disbelief, declaring that the soup was not even ninth class. The restaurant owner, L, watched with concern as Leon's body began to tremble from the sheer intensity of the flavor. Chief of the Mages Medrin, his eyes glowing red, stuttered, suggesting that Leon should try the soup again. Archmage Ellison, his face flushed, admitted that the soup was incredibly delicious. A dark, internal voice, filled with murderous intent, declared that someone must be killed. Since it was so highly praised, Archmage Medrin decides to try the soup again, a small smile playing on his lips. The Crown Prince Leon Hirays observes Medrin's reaction, commenting that the Archmage is more expressive than he initially believed. The soup is indeed delicious, as the Crown Prince thinks to himself. If not for the setting, Leon admits to himself, he would have asked for another bowl. But the Crown Prince suspects that Archmage Medrin's overreaction was not due to the flavor of the soup itself. The dark-haired woman urges someone to smell it, to feel it, as she knows there's no way a mage living in the palace hasn't tried this mutton mushroom soup before. The mustache man wonders what caused Medrin's sudden reaction, while the restaurant owner, Darian Abra, thinks the soup is only a little different. The Crown Prince realizes that a 7th fourth-class mage must do something, thinking to himself that there's no way. Leon prepares to cast a spell, his hand glowing with magical energy. Suddenly, a voice calls out to someone, referring to them as Master. With the soup consumed, the mustached man prepares to make another dish. Leon, still at the table, takes notes, remarking that he can't taste the difference between this soup and the one from the palace. The dark-haired woman is surprised that Leon likes the mutton mushroom soup so much and promises to include it in his diet when they return to the estate. Darian Abra insists that the one she's eating is special and different. She declares that it's so good she can already see the bottom of her bowl. A voice instructs her to come out the back of the restaurant when she's done. Darian Abra's eyes widen as she finishes the soup. The mustache man chuckles, wondering if she's always like that. She pauses at the doorway, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she prepares to follow her instructions. Meanwhile, Archmage Ellison stands on a balcony, overlooking the city with a contemplative gaze. Medrin, chief of the mages, visibly swallows hard, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation. A magical barrier shimmers into existence, sealing off the area with potent soundproofing magic. Medrin's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes the implications of the soundproof magic. Ellison turns, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He remarks that it has been a long time since he has seen Medrin. The Archmage compliments Medrin's performance, his words dripping with veiled menace. The chief of the mages stares at Ellison, fear etched on her face as she begins to stammer a response. Suddenly, Leon appears, engulfed in blue flames, his expression one of cold fury. He warns that Medrin shouldn't have done what she did, implying he warned her before. Ellison declares that they should not meet again, his tone leaving no room for argument. Medrin, terrified, swears her innocence, her voice cracking with desperation. The chief of the mages exclaims that she had no idea Ellison was residing there, revealing her surprise at his presence. The chief of the mages' eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He wonders why the Crown Prince would appear here. Meanwhile, a young noble explains that he is present on behalf of Duke Tamurin, who travels to small estates to increase his influence. The dark-haired woman's expression twists in disgust as she clarifies that she is referring to the Crown Prince. The mustached man recalls that the Crown Prince has the worst reputation, known for his lustful behavior and disinterest in power. The dark-haired woman remembers thinking the same until she saw him today. The mustached man reflects on the crown prince's reputation as someone who doesn't care about others if he's enjoying himself. He is, in fact, a man who pretends to be non-authoritarian but knows how to use his position to his advantage. Leon Hera-Eyes sits at a table, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The mustached man realizes that Leon is using his own debauched image as a shield, pressuring Baron Grake as if it were a joke. The dark-haired woman admits she thought that devouring the city of Grake was Duke Tamurin's idea to expand his influence. But it was actually the Crown Prince's true goal all along. Tears welling in her eyes, the dark-haired woman struggles to resist revealing the information her captors seek. She whispers that she cannot say what they want to know. She defiantly declares that she won't reveal anything, even under torture. Her resolve begins to waver, and she gasps softly. The woman questions if she would still refuse to reveal the information, even if tortured. A figure, cloaked in shadow, decides to test her resolve. Tendrils of dark magic begin to envelop the woman, hinting at the torment to come. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The dark-haired woman is now on a balcony, laughing nervously as she speaks to Darian Abra. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a figure expresses a desperate desire to return home. The dark-haired woman reaches out to open a door, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the mustache man and Leon Hera-Eyes are in a room. The mustache man calls out to Medrin, seemingly surprised. The dark-haired woman stands in a doorway, her hand on her chest, as she is asked what is wrong with her complexion. The crown prince, Leon Hera-Eyes, waves off a compliment, claiming he was merely enjoying the soup's afterglow. Meanwhile, Mr. Grake sits at a table, thinking that he didn't expect to find the crown prince in this backwoods restaurant. He suspects that Leon is looking forward to the bet. But Leon's eyes glow with an unnatural purple light. Duke Tamurin asks Leon what the terms of the bet were. The terms, it seems, are to serve a dish that would surprise His Highness. Leon muses to himself, wondering what dish would surprise him. The crown prince laughs, thinking that normally, that soup would have been enough to wow him. He thinks to himself that he needs to win an important bet today. Leon covers his face with his hand, a sinister aura emanating from him. The crown prince thinks that he is not stupid and knows what this means. Leon realizes that he won't be surprised even if his sick father gets up and starts cooking for him. Leon Hera-Eyes' expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed forward. He muses about hearing the answer that was postponed in the Lord's castle. The crown prince's purple eyes are shown in a close-up. A voice demands to know if they can hear the answer now. The imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin clenches his fists, his knuckles white with tension. The scene shifts to an interior view of a building, where someone is about to define what a lord is. Mr. Grake, seated at a table, states that a lord is a position of responsibility. The dark-haired woman declares that she can endure her own personal disgrace, but cannot take hold of the lives of the people of the realm and shake them. Mr. Grake, with a determined look, exclaims that above all, he believes in this restaurant. A voice booms, declaring that they should continue the bet. Leon, his back to the viewer, is told to hop and run around the city of Grake. The dark-haired woman responds that she understands and hopes he is right. A server presents the main dish, apologizing for the wait. The server announces that this is the main dish of the day. The dish is presented to Leon Hera-Eyes, who rests his chin on his hand, waiting to see what is revealed. The crown prince seems confident in whatever is about to be revealed. The server removes the lid, noting that there's a lot at stake with this dish. Of course, the imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin already knows what is under the lid. Under the lid is a baked mass of mud. The mustache man looks at the dish in confusion, wondering what it is. The server confirms that it is a baked mass of mud. The imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin asks if this is what Leon has come to. The restaurant employee, holding a microphone, asks what the guests would like to eat. A hammer strikes the baked mud, shattering it. The imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin watches as the mud cracks open, revealing leaves inside. A bright light shines from within the cracked mud. The leaves are pulled away to reveal a roasted bird, the palenque. The restaurant employee confirms that the imperial duke recognizes the dish, while the duke asks how he obtained it. The employee explains that they don't usually cook the palenque, but prepared it for the imperial duke's visit. The restaurant employee explains that the dish looks like an insignificant lump of mud from the outside. He continues, stating that strangers would ask what kind of dish it is if they saw it. The restaurant employee explains that the dish hides itself for the element of surprise. The employee prepares to carve the palenque. The restaurant employee finishes by saying that people can't discern the dish because they don't know what it really looks like. He listens to the conversation, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he anticipates the reactions to the palenque. Meanwhile, the server prepares the dish, seemingly nonchalant about the political implications of the meal. The server muses to himself about the deep meaning behind the dish, recognizing it as a tool to consolidate royal power by ousting the central nobility. Unseen, Leon Hera-Eyes sits at the table, unaware of the machinations surrounding him. Tension hangs heavy in the air, a silent prelude to the events about to unfold. Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin prepares to cut into the palanquin, his expression unreadable as he anticipates the taste and the message it conveys. Leon looks on with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, while the masked figure beside him remains impassive, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. The server, watching from afar, reminds himself not to reveal the dish's secret by probing at it. The palanquin sits before Leon, a silent challenge and a symbol of the power plays unfolding around him. The question hung in the air, described the current situation of the Luvan Empire. The empire, it was explained, had lost control of its cities due to the war against the dragons. The emperor had consolidated his power in only a few cities. With the emperor's power at an all-time low and in the midst of a rising aristocracy, the crown, the prince had to find a way to survive. And the method he chose was to spread his authority. The prince's face contorts in a grimace. Look at me, I don't want more power. I'm completely harmless. So leave me alone, is what you always say. Just what I think? Are you crazy? He stands with his back turned, listening to the unfolding plot against him. The speaker urges the listener to pay attention, promising the next part is even more amazing, revealing that the crown prince's behavior was all an act. The narration continues, explaining that in order to regain his lost kingship, the crown prince, Leon Hirez, was secretly rallying the troops and preparing a counterattack against the nobles. The listener wonders what will happen if this information spreads. The man slams his fist on the table, enraged by the unfolding events. A soldier announces his arrival in the name of Vice Commander Diriant Abra. The man acknowledges the soldier's arrival, calling the information a very interesting theory. The man grits his teeth, his anger barely contained. The man declares that the listener doesn't understand anything about the situation and that the restaurant won't exist anymore. A group of soldiers stand ready, their swords drawn. The man declares that neither the restaurant nor its owner will exist anymore. He is confronted with the consequences of his actions, a looming sense of dread washing over him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Diriant Abra contemplates the attempt on his life, musing on whether such crude methods will truly work against him. He knows that cutting someone's tongue makes it impossible for them to speak. Back at the restaurant, the dark-haired woman is shocked by the sudden turn of events, her face contorted in disbelief. The mustached man refuses to comply with the order, declaring that he cannot do what is being asked of him. Leon Hirez demands to know what is happening, ordering Medrin to bring the accused to his knees immediately. Amidst the escalating tension, a server wonders aloud what is happening, oblivious to the dark events unfolding around him. Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin, his face a mask of fury, vows that someone will be the last to defy him. The Imperial Duke commands the first knights to bring him the head of the accused immediately. Elsewhere, Diriant Abra continues to dine, seemingly unconcerned by the threats against him. A gloved hand pierces the roasted meat on Diriant Abra's plate, a clear sign of the danger he is in. A glistening roast, seasoned to perfection, sits ready to be devoured. The Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin watches with narrowed eyes as the others prepare to eat, a subtle tension hanging in the air. The room's atmosphere is thick with anticipation, the warm light casting long shadows. Crown Prince Leon Hirez, oblivious to the danger, raises a forkful of meat, declaring how delicious it is. The Imperial Duke, seemingly eager, urges everyone to start eating. Diriant Abra apologizes to the Crown Prince, stating he cannot partake in the meal, as a figure shouts now. The Crown Prince's hand clenches around his fork, the metal bending and twisting as he is poisoned. The Imperial Duke's expression shifts from anticipation to a sinister satisfaction as the poison takes effect. The Imperial Duke cuts into the roast, unaware that it was poisoned. The Imperial Duke chews thoughtfully, savoring the poisoned meat. Crown Prince Leon Hirez asks the Imperial Duke what he thinks of the food, knowing the poison is taking effect. He manages to choke out that the food is delicious. The mustache man's face is contorted with a mix of fear and suspicion as he's asked if he isn't surprised. Sweat beads on the Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin's brow as he chews. He repeats that the food is indeed delicious. Leon Hirez declares that they've come to a conclusion. The Crown Prince dramatically wipes his mouth with a napkin. Diriant Abra, having refused to eat the poisoned food, admits that he has lost. The Crown Prince states that he would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised by such a delicious dish, and congratulates Diriant Abra on the Baron's behalf. Leon's face is alight with manic glee. Diriant Abra thanks Leon for the food, stating that he and his companion will be heading back now. He says he is honored, but reminds the Crown Prince that he wanted an answer. Diriant Abra rises from the table, a sinister aura surrounding him. He had intended to stay longer, perhaps to enjoy the company of some women, but he thought he would have heard the Baron of Grake's answer by now. A smirk played on Diriant Abra's lips as he considered the situation. Below, the Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin and his entourage departed, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the courtyard. Diriant Abra decided he wouldn't bother them any longer. The Imperial Duke's voice boomed, ordering his men to gather the First Order and prepare to return to the capital. Meanwhile, Back at the restaurant, the young master seemed pleased, though still confused by recent events. The Baron of Grake's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable as he considered the implications of the Duke's actions. One of the restaurant employees wiped his brow, relieved that his part in the scheme had gone smoothly and that he had won his bet. The young master admitted that he was pleased, but still didn't understand what was going on. The Baron of Grake smiled, thinking about how he managed to pull everything off. The Baron of Grake thought to himself that he couldn't explain everything yet, but all he could say was that the young master didn't have to worry about external pressure as long as he was there. The employee reassured the young master, telling him not to worry about external pressure as long as the Baron of Grake was there. The young master, reassured, affirmed that he would make sure to eat well, thanking the Baron of Grake for the amazing story about the establishment. He is ashamed, but the Baron of Grake is not the only one who feels this way. The sound of hooves echoes as a group rides away. Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin rides alongside a hooded figure, his expression unreadable. One of the soldiers wonders why they are suddenly turning back. Elsewhere, Leon Hirez rides through a sun-dappled forest, thinking of Medrin. The dark-haired woman asks if the cook is the one Leon had commented about. The Imperial Duke speaks with the hooded figure, their conversation private. Leon smiles, unaware of the machinations surrounding him. The dark-haired woman recalls that Leon was said to be a man who not even nobles and knights could disrespect. But even with Medrin and the first knights in the room, he is too dangerous to let him be. The dark-haired woman thinks that wasn't the only reason to get rid of Leon. The dark-haired woman wonders aloud what they've done to increase their power, listing their actions against the Templars, Medrin, and their competition. Above all, she has faith in the establishment they're building. Elsewhere, Mr. Grake clenches his fist, a surge of determination coursing through him. A voice declares that they should continue with the bet. A close-up reveals Mr. Grake's eyes, a sinister chuckle escaping him. The mustached man wonders if he would have continued with the bet if he were in Mr. Grake's situation. The Imperial Duke Porgo Tamurin wonders if he would be able to trust his life and reputation to some peasant. Another voice declares that they should start from scratch. A close-up shows the reins of a horse being held. The scene shifts to a group of riders beneath flags, the mustached man thinking that this time they will build trust slowly. Finally, a voice declares that it is finished as a building comes into view. The mustached man and his companions observe something in the distance, prompting a question of curiosity. A moment of relief washes over someone, though the reason remains unseen. The structure being built is revealed to be a barn, intended as a comfortable shelter for the Barinerics. One of the Barinerics approaches the newly constructed barn. The Barineric enters the barn. Suddenly, the barn collapses into a pile of splintered wood. The man with the mustache and the dark-haired woman are shocked by the sudden collapse. The man with the mustache admits that the barn was too ambitious to build without architectural knowledge, relieved he didn't go inside. The dark-haired woman questions how he managed to build a restaurant if he didn't build the barn. He confesses that he only put up the sign, and that contractors built the restaurant. The man with the mustache resolves to find another way to contribute. The dark-haired woman asks where they should go next. The group decides to pack up and head to where the greatest architects reside, the dwarves. The journey takes them to the Miliarek Mountains. They arrive at an underground place within the mountain. The range of the location is immense, filled with treasure chests and gold. Piles of gold coins glitter in the dim light, hinting at the riches within. The dark-haired woman pauses, sensing something unusual about the place. She realizes that the location has an unexpected aura to it. A voice echoes, declaring that they have finally found a kindred spirit and were bored. The source of the voice is revealed. A red-haired woman sits upon a throne of gold. The red-haired woman warns that they will realize whose territory they are treading on. Resting on her throne of gold, the red-haired woman muses that she was beginning to get bored. She sits regally, waiting for something to happen. Her eyes narrow, and a predatory smile spreads across her face as she vows to make intruders realize whose territory they are treading on. The woman's hand rests on the arm of her throne, her red nails glinting. Her boredom now completely forgotten, the red-haired woman's eyes widen with excitement. She declares that it is finally time to go out, as there were no lowly humans to offer as tribute, so she was too bored and it is finally time to torment them a little. The red-haired woman rises from her throne, ready for action. For the crime of entering her territory without fear, the red-haired woman prepares to punish those who dare trespass. She stepped off the mountain of gold, scattering coins with each stride. The sudden movement caused her to burp. She knelt down, picking up a small ornate dish. The red-haired woman groaned in discomfort. Elsewhere, a woman complained about the mountains, but the man with her told her to bear with it. The man suggested getting a human architect, but the woman insisted that no one could surpass dwarves when it came to crafting things. The man, revealed to be Leon Hirez, noted that it had been a while since he visited, and that they were somewhere around there. The pair approached a ruined structure. They stood before a large, overgrown archway. Leon Hirez smiled, seemingly pleased to have arrived. An ancient, moss-covered stone golem stands silently, its purpose long forgotten. The entrance to the ruins looms, a dark and foreboding maw in the ancient structure. The air hangs heavy with an unnatural stillness. Leon Hera-Eyes observes the scene, noting that whoever was here before did not simply abandon the place. The young noble, the Lord's proxy, reports that the entrance is deserted. Suddenly, a sense of dread fills the air, a silent alarm. A skeletal figure reclines amidst a scene of carnage, the silhouettes of Leon and his companion visible in the distance. The accompanying woman observes the scene, realizing someone else has already been here. The skeletal figure is surrounded by the remains of other skeletons, their weapons scattered around them. The Lord's proxy stands at the entrance, unaware of the danger that awaits him. The skeletal figure sits on a throne of bones, a macabre ruler in this ruined place. The skeletal figure rises, ready to defend its domain. The skeletal figure's power erupts, shattering the ground around him. The dragon's tail twitches as he wonders what is happening. Nearby, the accompanying woman and the young noble are unaware of the dragon's presence, as she comments that she thought the one from their race would be more powerful, but it's just a little kid. The dragon's face looms closer, his expression one of disappointment. The dragon towers over the group, his massive form casting a shadow over them. The dragon wonders who it was that invaded his territory. The dragon's face is inches away from the group, as he says that it was just a human and a little. Leon Hera-Eyes, looking up, calls out to the dragon. The dragon's expression shifts to one of surprise and confusion. The dragon demands to know if the human is talking to him, and insists that he should show some respect. The young noble kneels, carrying a large bag. Leon retorts that the dragon is not any better than him. The dragon's fiery breath erupts, a devastating inferno unleashed. The dragon's opponent sees the attack coming, realizing the dragon is not in its right mind. The dragon's fiery breath continues its relentless advance. The dragon unleashes its full power, the flames engulfing everything in their path. The force of the dragon's breath intensifies, a searing wave of destruction. Nearby, Elle shouts a warning, knowing a simple barrier won't stop the dragon's breath. Sir Ellison, however, stands firm, preparing a 9 4th-class magic barrier to defend against the oncoming flames. The Archmage focuses his power, the air crackling with magical energy, as he prepares the powerful defense. The dragon's breath continues to surge forward, an unstoppable torrent of fire. The swirling vortex of flames intensifies, a maelstrom of destruction. A deep breath is drawn, a moment of preparation before the inevitable clash. The Archmage's barrier flares to life, a radiant sphere of protection against the dragon's onslaught, as Leon and the accompanying woman watch. The dragon's rage is palpable, fire flickering around its jaws as it prepares another attack. The dragon, struggling against an unseen force, manages to utter a warning about its plasma breath. The plasma attack explodes outward, a burst of raw energy. The dragon roars in pain as the attack backfires, the energy seemingly turned against it. The redirected plasma energy streaks through the air, a concentrated beam of destructive power. The dragon cries out, the plasma attack clearly causing it immense pain. A voice, laced with disbelief, questions how a human could possess such power. The source of the power is revealed to be Archmage Ellison, his expression calm despite the chaos around him. The dragon, now weakened and glowing with blue energy, recognizes the Archmage. The dragon transforms into a woman engulfed in flames, accusing someone of decimating her race in the last war. Ellison, unfazed by the accusation, wonders how she could be defeated by a mere black dragon, reminding her that she still hasn't answered his question. The woman, now fully transformed, prepares to unleash her power, calling out a name, Intra. The dragon woman, Intra, finds herself sprawled on the ground, surrounded by debris. She vehemently denies any responsibility for the destruction, insisting it was already like this when she arrived. A voice, presumably belonging to Leon Hera-Eyes, apologizes for trying to pick a fight, admitting he was wrong. Intra pauses, lost in thought. She recalls entering a place briefly, but finding no dwarves within. She explains that the damage is the reason she hasn't been able to receive any tributes. She then recalls seeing a large, blocked gate, though she didn't get a chance to investigate it herself. Leon and the accompanying woman stand before Intra, listening intently to her explanation. Leon asks where she saw the gate. Intra's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. She wonders how to get there. Leon suggests he can lead her there, seeking her approval. Intra thinks to herself that it would be more fun with her than with that little kid, and that no other dragon knows a human man better than she does. The warrior presses her advantage, driving her knee into her opponent's face. The unseen interrogator demands information, their voice echoing with menace. The dragon woman, Intra, lies defeated on the ground as her captors look on. She's clearly been subdued. Gasping for breath, she reveals the location they seek, a place underground at the lowest depths. Having learned what they needed, the man urges his companion to move on, confirming that they've reached the last floor. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Leon and Duke Tamurin have returned to the capital. Leon agrees to something, his expression unreadable. Back in the capital, Leon sits at a table, a thoughtful expression on his face as he writes. Someone asks if he's all right now, having heard he was ill. Leon looks down at the pastry he's about to eat, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thinks of his mother, the scene shifting to Grake City. Baroness Berna Grake insists that she is fine. A hand reaches for the untouched dessert. The young noble observes the plate. He notes that she didn't finish her dessert again. The Baroness assures him that he doesn't have to worry about that. If she doesn't like the meal menu, he can change it. The young noble's brow furrows with concern. The camera focuses on the Baroness's blue attire. The sound of a camera shutter clicks. The door to the room is slightly ajar. The Baroness sits in her room, looking unwell. She admits to herself that she can't bear this stuffy feeling anymore. She felt trapped. The Baroness, finding the vastness of the room, only amplified her sense of confinement. The overly sweet dessert, she thought, tasted like sand. A wave of nausea washed over her, her stomach churning. Elsewhere, a man lies in bed, overwhelmed. He can't deal with it anymore. The man realizes that every moment he spends with Dyrand feels tormenting. The sound of footsteps echoes through a ruined city. The footsteps continue as a figure wonders if everyone is dead. The pair observes that the marks look like they were left by a dragon, and the man suggests they should go back and deal with the red dragon. The woman urges him to calm down, agreeing that it does seem like it was caused by a dragon. However, the pair continues forward. They come across what looks like the gate she talked about. She and the brown-haired man stand before a massive, ornate gate, its metal surface aged and weathered. The gate's construction appears incredibly durable, though the braces blocking it are covered in marks. The woman attempts to force the gate open with a kick, but remains firmly shut. The man suggests that breaking the gate would be a better option, as a glowing seal appears on the gate. Suddenly, a disembodied voice booms out, warning them to turn back, declaring that trespassers are not welcome. The man, looking concerned, wonders if they are one of the dwarf race. The pair is shocked by the state of the area. The glowing seal on the gate intensifies. The voice continues, revealing that the red dragon has brought destruction to this place. Elsewhere, the Baroness Berna Grake is grabbed by the arm. Someone declares that they were right, and that it was that punk. Another voice tells them to wait a minute, declaring they will go get her, but another voice tells them to wait and listen to the whole story. The Baroness is carried away, her expression a mix of shock and confusion. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice wonders if it really was the red dragon. A voice booms out demanding calm. The demand for peace is met with a suggestion of violence. One man suggests they simply hit their opponents on the head, solving the problem. His companion retorts that it's not as simple as he makes it out to be. The group discusses the door, noting the breath marks upon it. They deduce that several dragons must have created it together, and that they could just find another red dragon and knock them out. A thought bubble reveals someone's desire for a dragon pet. Another voice interjects, stating that they have a plan in mind and need to calm down. The woman looks up at the man beside her, questioning his claim. The man assures her that he prefers to solve things peacefully. Someone wonders how long the door has been locked. The answer comes, approximately a year. The man reflects that it wouldn't be surprising if a lot of problems had occurred during that time. He admits that he's mostly worried about any food issues. He stood before the radiant door, its golden light reflecting in his eyes as he offered his assistance. He wondered if they were sure they didn't want him to open it for them, reiterating that he only wanted to help. Suspicious of his offer, the dark-haired woman questioned how she could even trust him and his companion. The woman demanded proof that they weren't subordinates of a red dragon, ordering them to go back. The man, acknowledging her distrust, stated that they would respect her decision. He thanked her for understanding the position they were in. Turning to his companion, the man instructed her to go get the backpack. The woman, now sitting by a small fire, exclaimed in surprise as the man began to cook. The dark-haired woman questioned what he was doing. He responded that it was nothing important, explaining that they had to go back up, but it was quite a long way, so they wanted to fill their stomachs before going up. The radiant door seemed to react to their presence, emitting a bright light and sparking a sense of alarm. The woman exclaimed, questioning why he was doing that there of all places. He simply responded, "I mean, why not?" As they prepared to eat, the dark-haired woman asked if Rurin could get something from the backpack. She pulled out a string of sausages. Meanwhile, Ellison looked at the sausages with a curious expression. The sausages sizzled in a pan over an open flame. The dark-haired woman commented on how good they smelled. As the sausages cooked, a nearby dwarf complained that the smell wouldn't disappear since they were underground. Ellison gave a thumbs up, stating that they would get to smell the delicious scent longer, prompting the dwarf to accuse him of lacking empathy. Nearby, other dwarves overheard and asked if they could have a bite, but were quickly silenced. The dark-haired woman realized that this was Ellison's plan all along. She admitted that, given the situation, it was impossible now. However, she didn't want to know what happened. From deep within the earth, a voice echoes, wondering if a simple request is too much to ask. A cough breaks the silence, a clear indication that someone is nearby. The man in the blue robe sighs, resigned to the situation. He mutters that there's nothing they can do about it. With a sharp hiss, a can of Cax Fresh is opened, the sound cutting through the underground air. The man in the blue robe, revealed to be Archmage Ellison, stands over a pan of sizzling sausages. He laments that it's a pity, as he salted them to last as long as possible. Ellison and the dark-haired woman raise their cans in a toast, declaring that the beer goes well with the sausages. The pair hold up their sausages on forks, unaware of the danger they are attracting. Below, in their own drool, the dwarves stir, drawn by the scent of the sausages. Ellison, about to take a sip of his drink, pauses, offering an excuse. From below, the dwarves' voices echo, their hunger growing. The golden light from above illuminates the entrance to the dwarves' lair. Back with Ellison and the dark-haired woman, they prepare for the inevitable. They acknowledge that they only have one bite left. The sausages sizzle in the pan, their aroma thick and inviting. The dwarves react with joyous cries, their faces lighting up at the prospect of a feast. Everyone looks as if they haven't had a full meal in a while. The Archmage, observing the scene, realizes they've been dealing with food shortages. He presents the platter of sausages, ready to serve the hungry dwarves. A dwarf eagerly devours a sausage, the juices glistening. The dwarf exclaims that it's so good, savoring the taste of the sausage. Another dwarf chimes in, adding that it's amazing with the beer as well. They never thought they would be able to eat food like this again. The Archmage watches the dwarves feast, thinking to himself that he shouldn't be giving starved people alcohol, but since they weren't completely starving and dwarves have a high alcohol tolerance, they should be fine. One of the dwarves asks the chief how the food is, reminding him that he was talking about it being poisoned before. The chief dwarf laughs, saying it's brilliant and that they all owe him a big one. The Archmage expresses his relief, suggesting that the sausages should be shared with the other dwarves as well. He then asks if there's a dwarf called Gultazar in there. The dwarf recalls meeting someone in the past, someone to whom he wanted to say something. The dwarf understands that they know each other, and that there is more to the story. The dark-haired woman holds up a string of sausages, eliciting a wow from the dwarf. The dwarf offers to personally lead them to the one they seek. The group moves deeper into the dwarven settlement. The dwarf notes that there are about 20 to 30 dwarves here, wondering how they ended up in this state. He tells the others to stay inside. The group approaches a large stone doorway, guarded by 2 dwarves. The dwarf confirms that the sausages were distributed to all the dwarves. A voice from within the doorway calls out, inviting them to come in. The man from within the doorway pulls back the curtain, revealing himself to be the one they seek. It had been some time since Gultazar had last seen the Archmage. The head chief of the dwarves sat in his chair, a somber expression on his face. The dwarf leader apologized to Ellison for the unfortunate circumstances that brought them together again. Gultazar noted that the dark-haired woman accompanying Ellison was of noble bearing, acknowledging her presence. The dwarf chief chuckled, stating he was familiar with Ellison's aura, hinting at the Archmage's power and reputation. The dark-haired woman wondered to herself about the nature of the relationship between Master Gultazar and the 2 visitors, sensing a formality in his tone. Gultazar prompted Ellison to reveal the reason for their visit, cutting to the heart of the matter. The Archmage and the dark-haired woman stood before the dwarf leader, the weight of the impending revelation hanging heavy in the air. Gultazar stated that he believed Ellison already knew what he was about to say, suggesting a premonition or prior knowledge of the situation. Ellison's expression was unreadable, his gaze steady as he listened to the dwarf's words. The camera panned out to show the dwarven city, now in ruins. Sweat beaded on Gultazar's brow, his face etched with worry as he prepared to deliver the grim news. He explained that the dwarven city's destruction was due to an attack by the Red Dragon. The dwarf chief continued, his hand resting on his staff, recounting how they defended themselves desperately, but it wasn't enough. In the end, only a few survivors remained to guard the place. Elsewhere, the dark-haired woman questioned if that red dragon perhaps had red hair and horns growing backwards. Sir Ellison, sitting in a chair, responded that it wasn't just one. The dwarf chief's memory continued, revealing that they were attacked by a group of red dragons. The memory showed the door to the city, scorched by dragon breath. It didn't make sense to the dwarves why the red dragons, with their big egos, would collaborate. The image of the dragons became more vivid, the dwarf chief realizing that unless all of them went insane for some reason, the attack was impossible. The Archmage stood, sensing something nearby. The dwarf chief, remembering the attack, was shocked by the realization that the breath marks on the door were indeed from several dragons. Gultazar, back in the present, stroked his beard, lost in thought. Sir Ellison held up a vial, stating that it should be fine to tell since it's them. He gestures for the others to follow him. The Archmage reveals that he has something important to show them. Gultazar explains that the red dragon attack he described wasn't the first time the dwarves had faced such a threat. The group walks deeper into the dwarven city, the sounds of their footsteps echoing through the stone corridors. Gultazar continues, explaining that there have been several attacks in the past, some for tribute, others seemingly for sport. The dwarf elder reveals that they were always able to protect their home because of a being that protected them. The group continues to walk. Gultazar speaks of a noble and ancient dragon colored. The group arrives at the massive skeleton of a dragon. The dwarf elder states that the dragon is the protector of the dwarves. The archmage realizes that they are standing in a dragon's grave, and judging by its size, the dragon must have lived for at least 5,000 years. Gultazar explains that this dragon doesn't accept sacrifices of any kind. The dwarf elder clarifies that Colored was just helping them, protecting them from external threats, and sharing his wisdom. He was known not only for his strength, but also for his exceptionally kind heart. However, even Colored couldn't stop the passage of time, a fact that weighed heavily on the minds of Ellison and the dark-haired woman. The ancient dwarf chief, Gultazar, holds a glowing orb in his hand, a knowing glint in his eye. He seems to anticipate their questions. The question of why the red dragons attacked them still lingered in the air, unanswered. The reason for their insistence on staying at the ruin mine remained a mystery, a secret they were about to uncover. The dark-haired woman's eyes widen, a realization dawning on her as she understands the significance of what Gultazar is about to reveal. Gultazar refers to the orb as the ancient marble, a source of immense power. It is revealed that the orb contains a mana essence capable of birthing a dragon lord. The dwarf tribe, it seems, is sworn to protect this essence at all costs. The power of the dragon lord is absolute, commanding the obedience of all other dragons. Only the strongest warriors would be able to stand against such a united force. The will of a single being is enough to cause such destruction. The essence of a dragon lord begins to coalesce. That power is enough to destroy the whole world. And this ancient marble can birth the rare dragon lord. Colored was one of the dragons that could create this ancient marble. He hid it in this place and guarded it so that it wouldn't end up in the wrong hands. You need several of these essences to birth a dragon lord. Colored's Rurin. The dragon lord is born. Gasping for air, a young girl clutches at her chest, her expression a mix of fear and desperation. The girl's distress seems to echo in the grand halls of a distant palace. Elsewhere, a group of figures stands before a woman in white, their faces obscured by shadows. A stern-faced man commands, "Lock her up." Ignoring the warnings, Rurin stands with a child before a waterfall, declaring that her grandfather is too foolish to notice her absence. Suddenly, the girl is kneeling in the rain, clutching herself tightly, her face contorted in anguish. A monstrous, shadowy figure looms, its form wreathed in red light. The silhouette of the dragon lord stands menacingly in a pool of blood. Tears stream down the girl's face as she whispers, "Him." Her thoughts echo with a single, desperate word, "Mom." A figure, his face obscured, comforts the girl, stating, "It's 3. The voice continues, speaking of 3 of these essences. The dark-haired woman watches as the dragon lord looms over the girl, Rurin, who is in distress. Elsewhere, the old man holds a glowing blue marble, apologizing for making someone remember painful memories. The ancient marble, he reflects, is surrounded by painful and sad memories. The voice continues, explaining that Colored searched for a way to destroy the marble, but never succeeded. They are planning to build a lair in Great City. The perspective shifts to a young man, his expression unreadable. A voice urges him to come to Great City with them. The old man's face is etched with concern as he listens. The young man wonders if they are building a new dwarf village. He realizes from Rurin's reaction that they don't want to create a new dragon lord with that marble. The voice warns that this place has already become a target and will be attacked by all kinds of dragons. The old man, staff in hand, is told that they are leaving this place. The voice assures him that they are not forcing him. The young man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable as he considers the weight of the decision before him. The words hang in the air. The home of the dwarves is the most important thing, but the decision of what to do next rests solely on his shoulders. The old man with the marble stands before a massive dragon skull, his posture suggesting a deep weariness. The dark-haired woman asks if he is feeling better now, her expression a mix of concern and exhaustion. He offers a simple, weary confirmation. The young man, unknown, wonders if it's okay for them to leave without the marble, but the dark-haired woman assures him that she has already cast protective spells, so he shouldn't worry too much. It won't be easy to leave this place, the dark-haired woman thinks, since they have lived here for a long time and there are many memories connected to it. Master Gultazar sits in silence, his expression unreadable as he contemplates their next move. Someone hesitantly addresses the dwarf, their voice filled with uncertainty. A guard presents a plate of steaming sausages to Archmage Ellison, who eyes the offering with suspicion. From behind the shelves, a voice wonders what the food is. The Archmage examines the sausages closely, noting that a human left them. Another guard peers through a doorway, mentioning that the others are already eating the sausages. The scene widens to show a large hall where dwarves are gathered. The dwarves feast on the sausages, clearly enjoying the unexpected treat. Archmage Ellison's expression shifts to one of concern as he considers the situation. One of the dwarves offers another can of drink to his companions. The camera zooms in on Goltazar, the head chief of the dwarves. Goltazar's name is spoken, drawing attention to him. A guard, Sir Colored, responds to Goltazar, seemingly in agreement with something he said. The Dragon Lord wonders if it is hard to live in this dark and closed-off place. The Dragon Lord stands in the cavern, his massive form dwarfing the surrounding space. Before Colored stands a dwarf, who explains that the cavern feels small only to him, but is vast for the dwarves. The Dragon Lord laughs, claiming he was wondering how they were enduring such conditions. The dwarf questions his meaning, reminding him that they are aware of the importance of their task. Colored warns that there will come a time when he is no longer around, and the dwarves will become targets for all the dragons. The dwarf urges him not to speak of such things, as Colored states that when he dies, they should take the dwarves and leave this place. The dwarf is shocked by this declaration, questioning how they could abandon him and their home. Colored chuckles, explaining to Goltazar that his energy is enough to hide their essence, and that only a pile of bones will be left of him, so there's no need to worry. The dragon commands them to listen. Colored explains that if no one lives to remember him or this place, then all will become meaningless. The dragon commands them to survive, stating that a dead being should not hold back the living. Elsewhere, two dwarves stand together, one offering a mug, stating he wants to give happiness. The Dragon Lord declares that he didn't come to lead the dwarves to their demise. The Dragon Lord seems to be waiting for a response. The head chief of the dwarves, Goltazar, asks what the Dragon Lord means, stating that he is already helping them. The Dragon Lord laughs, saying he never expected them to guard the marble on their own in the first place. The Dragon Lord thinks about how long it has been. He remembers the last time he saw them laughing. The Dragon Lord apologizes. A subordinate calls out to Goltazar. The Dragon Lord kneels, realizing the meaning of their words. The Dragon Lord's lair, once a ruin, now bustles with activity as the dwarves begin their work. The dark-haired woman speaks to the brown-haired man, seemingly discussing the progress. Suddenly, a voice calls out, requesting a moment of their time. The brown-haired man turns, a slight smile gracing his lips. A crowd of dwarves gathers, declaring their intention to follow and assist in building the Dragon Lord's lair. Their plea is simple: acceptance. The dwarves' construction continues at a rapid pace. The dwarves' arrival in Great City is explained, their expertise proving invaluable. The problem of constructing Rurin's lair is now solved, thanks to the dwarves' efforts. The brown-haired man and the dark-haired woman observe the dwarves as they work on the lair's construction. The brown-haired man tells Goltazar that he will leave it in his care, impressed by their speed. The gray-haired dwarf elder requests that they place their trust in him and his people, but a younger dwarf wonders if it's all right to start right away. The elder assures them that his people are physically fit and that they weren't starved during their journey. He admits, however, that everyone was craving something. The brown-haired man and the dark-haired woman stand in the lair as the dwarves whisper to each other. He chuckles, telling them not to worry about food. The brown-haired man asks the dark-haired woman how she likes the lair. The dark-haired woman says that she is looking forward to it, and that the only thing left now is this. The brown-haired man holds a glowing blue orb in his hand, contemplating it. A disembodied voice declares that they trust he will use the orb for a good cause. The gray-haired dwarf elder states that he has already placed the fate of the tribe in his hands. The dark-haired woman asks if he wants to absorb it, her expression serious. He sternly tells her not to joke about this. The dark-haired woman says that she will keep it safe for now, as she lightly punches him on the arm. He places a hand on her shoulder, stating that he feels the same way. There was still another matter to resolve. Elsewhere, someone approached a familiar location, remarking that they had been looking forward to this. The red-haired woman, revealed to be the dragon woman Intra, sat upon her hoard, lamenting that it had been a long time since her last outing. She grumbled, recalling how she had nearly died and been kicked by a youngling, resolving to never go out again. Footsteps echoed through the lair, announcing an arrival. Intra's eyes narrowed, demanding to know who dared approach her, wondering if it was someone named Garrett. The dragon woman Intra told the intruder to get lost, claiming she had nothing left to tell them, before questioning who Garrett was. The intruder stood silhouetted in the entrance to the lair. The brown-haired man revealed himself, stating that he knew she was hiding here. Intra was shocked by his appearance, questioning what he was. The brown-haired man confronted the dragon woman Intra, questioning why her lair was filled to the brim with shiny things if she had never received an offering before. The brown-haired man attacked, striking the dragon woman Intra. Despite the brown-haired man's attack, dragon woman Intra insists she has already told him everything he needs to know. Her voice cracking with desperation, Intra begs him to go away, lamenting that she is always the one targeted. The question hangs in the air. Who is Garrett? The brown-haired man, surrounded by a blue aura, pieces together the puzzle. From the way she spoke of him, Garrett must be a fellow dragon, perhaps even the one who attacked the dwarf's mind. The dragon woman Intra's face contorts as she reveals a shocking truth. Garrett is her ex. Intra's voice booms, echoing even where she cannot be seen. She declares that Garrett is her ex. The dragon woman's anger flares, her expression a mask of fury. The brown-haired man, taken aback, stammers that she had mentioned Garrett visited her often, leading him to believe she was referring to him. Intra scoffs, stating it has only been half a year since she settled down here, and she has never come across a group of dragons. She then questions the gold they receive as offerings. The dragon woman's expression darkens, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. A golden glow emanates from the temple, hinting at the source of the offerings. The brown-haired man, alongside the dark-haired woman, exclaims that he understands, finally grasping the situation. The dragon woman Intra sobs, furious at being questioned about the gold offerings. She sits amidst a pile of gold and jewels, offering it all up in exchange for being left alone. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, the brown-haired man admits to feeling like they made a mistake. Someone observes that they've never seen a dragon that upset. Inside the restaurant, the dark-haired woman and the brown-haired man discuss their fruitless questioning of Intra regarding the dragons that attacked the dwarf's mind. The man laments that there was nothing more they could have asked her. The brown-haired man gazes at a glowing blue orb in his hand. He thinks to himself that the dragons are planning something, especially. The bell above the restaurant door rings, signaling a new arrival. It had been a while since the man with the gray beard had seen Elle, greeting her with a warm hello. Elsewhere, the thought of Miss Elena crossed someone's mind. The man smiled, seemingly pleased by the thought. The gray-bearded man was asked if he was all right, even without his crutches. Elena insisted that she didn't do that much, but it was his will that was more impressive and helped him recover much faster. It was expected, but still, it was because he trusted her, just like the rest of them. The woman asked if there were any problems at the hospital these days, but the man denied it. Things had become much better, though there were still some weird guys. Mr. Nellen and his mother had come by to express their gratitude. A lot of the miners from back then came as well. Someone was asked to explain why they needed flowers for a treatment, and to keep it short, because she was busy. The man wasn't sure, but it felt like the number of patients had decreased ever since Miss Rain pulled a few strings. Someone had heard the rumor that Miss Elena went through so much that day. The woman was also asked about the vegetable dressing she told someone about, causing her to exclaim in shock. The old dwarf, Elle, is startled by someone grabbing his beard. The unseen person asks if there are any of the stewed chestnuts left from last time. The young man, Noel, exclaims in surprise at seeing a dwarf, wondering how far they've built already. The dwarf, Elle, retorts, asking if he looks like a monster. Another voice chimes in, stating that they recognized him as an elf immediately. Elle, the dwarf, scoffs, asking if he looks like a typical elf. Someone asks Elle why he was closed yesterday. Noel is surprised to see someone else, and the dark-haired woman remarks that the place is too sacred for an elf to be there. He retorts that he was there first, and the brown-haired man comments that it feels like a real restaurant now. The dragon woman, Intra, asks if he didn't say he wanted to enjoy a peaceful life. A table laden with food is shown, including pizza, salad, and sausages. Elle expresses how much he missed the pizza. Noel decides he should start learning to make one from Miltine, as the brown-haired man teases him about his face turning red. The server asks if anyone wants more food. A plate of sausages sits on the table. Through the window, the restaurant is bustling with customers. Noel stares out the window, lost in thought. Inside the restaurant, the brown-haired man offers a sausage to a woman. Outside, Noel sits alone on the balcony, the cool night air swirling around him. A close-up reveals the sadness in his eyes. Suddenly, the brown-haired man appears, asking if Noel called for him. Noel screams in terror. The brown-haired man questions why Noel is outside instead of inside. He stammers, unsure of how to respond. The brown-haired man asks if he can make desserts as well. He thinks to himself that he doesn't know how to make desserts. Elsewhere, a man begs someone to enjoy the food with a smile. The man from before apologizes, clarifying that he meant the Lord's wife, Verna. A large cut of meat sizzles in a pan, flames licking its surface. The chef asks if the soup is done, but is told it is not yet, and to keep checking on it so it doesn't get burnt. The text indicates that this is the castle's kitchen, where all kinds of ingredients and tools are prepared, and that if he needs anything, he should ask. The brown-haired man expresses his surprise. The text explains that the kitchen in the castle is on a different level, with many spices and condiments that could never be seen in a normal restaurant's kitchen. The text notes that the chefs seemed skilled, as one chef tells another that the food is overcooked and to do it again, prompting an apology. The brown-haired man observes that the atmosphere is not normally this tense, and finds it strange. The brown-haired man overhears someone saying that being in the kitchen is the reason. The head chef warns a kitchen worker that people in high positions shouldn't wander around too much, threatening to kill him if he makes a mistake that affects the young master. Someone responds to the chef's threat with a simple, "Oh, is that so?" Elsewhere, a man carries a bag while another holds a bottle, both seemingly pleased. A voice assures someone that they can look forward to dinner. Baroness Berna Grake expresses her gratitude for the meal. A server carefully presents a plate of what appears to be dessert. The dessert is displayed on a plate, garnished with white cream and red berries. The dessert sits on the table, ready to be served. A server looks on with a worried expression as the dessert is presented. The young noble, the Lord's proxy, is shocked, saying he never. The Lord's proxy reflects that he imagined she wouldn't even have a single bite, thinking it would have been worse if she had tried it and left the rest. The question hangs in the air. Had the Baroness been keeping her distance from the Lord's proxy? The Lord's proxy, his brow furrowed with concern, seems lost in thought. The question of how long it has been since the Baroness stopped eating dessert lingers, a mystery wrapped in the Lord's proxy's concern. The Lord's proxy recalls a time when the Baroness Berna Grake enjoyed desserts, a stark contrast to her current behavior. The reason the Baroness even opened up to them in the first place, it turns out, was because of a dessert. Elsewhere, the dark-haired woman scolds a child named Dairan for running inside the castle. The woman explains that Dairan's mother was a very strict person and that she hadn't seen her smile in years after she came to Grake City. The Lord's proxy apologizes, his expression filled with regret. The dark-haired woman watches Dairan, the young boy, as he walks away down the hall. The Lord of Grake City, Count Ridden Grake, felt very sorry for her. A close-up reveals the formal attire of Count Ridden Grake, Lord of Grake City. The dark-haired woman observes that Dairan listens to Count Ridden Grake very well. The dark-haired woman listens as Ridden Grake questions the Baroness Berna Grake's strictness with the child. The clinking of silverware punctuates the air as they dine. Berna insists she is merely teaching the child the etiquette of a noble. The meal continues in silence. The Baroness Berna Grake is asked if she is forcing herself not to smile because of the strict etiquette. Ridden notes that he's noticed the burden on Berna's shoulders. He reflects on the fact that, in the 4 years they've known each other, she has never told him what she likes or wants to do. Berna is asked if it's too much to ask for her to be more comfortable around them. Ridden reminds her that this place is their home now. After all, the Lord of Grake City tells Berna to finish her dessert already. Berna suddenly realizes something. Ridden chuckles, stating that he sees she likes desserts. Berna, flustered, denies liking desserts. The announcement was made that desserts, having been absent due to the need to restore their territory, would finally be returning. The young noble, overhearing this, knew it wouldn't be easy to get sugar while still at war, but he vowed to try his best so that his mother could have her dessert. That's how they found out that the Baroness liked to eat desserts. And after that, her husband bombarded her with various kinds of desserts. Lord Ridden Grake presented a cake to his wife, asking if it didn't look amazing, and prompting his son to ask if it was all right, mother. And the next day, and the next, and the next, the young noble and his father made sure that there was an appetizer dessert, a main dessert, and a dessert. The young noble, overwhelmed by the constant stream of sweets, could only utter a quiet, "Father," as he was told that after dessert comes dessert. That's the new norm. The young noble pleaded with his father to stop with the desserts. The Baroness, sitting at the table with her family, quietly groaned that it was too sweet. Lord Ridden Grake, oblivious to his wife's discomfort, thought to himself that today's menu was also. The young noble, seeing his mother's discomfort, thought to himself that his father could stop now. The Baroness, finally reaching her limit, thought to herself that she'd had enough as well. And then one day, Lord Ridden Grake and his son were shocked to hear the Baroness say that she didn't want any more desserts. Berna Grake's laughter filled the room, a sound that momentarily masked the tension of the previous moment. Footsteps echoed through the halls as the young noble made his way down the corridor. The lack of an heir had been a point of contention for some time, and the topic was clearly still a sensitive one. The young noble, Ridden Grake's proxy, paused at a door, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He pressed his ear to the door, worry etched on his face. He hadn't received any news from his father lately. Suddenly, the door swung inward, nearly hitting the young noble. A stern voice warned him not to test their patience. The sudden opening startled him, causing him to cry out. 5 years had passed, and the figure of Baroness Berna Grake could be seen walking away. The young noble, now older, stood with his mother, Baroness Berna Grake, concern evident in his eyes. He asked if something was wrong. Berna Grake dismissed his worries, explaining that his father, Ridden Grake, was simply upset about not receiving news from Count Dedran. She noted that the Count was the Lord of Dedran City. The Baroness smiled knowingly, telling her son, Ridden Grake's proxy, that he didn't have to worry too much about Count Dedran. A dark thought surfaced. He belonged to Grake City. Then, with a change of tone, she suggested they go have some food. After sharing desserts, Baroness Berna Grake seemed to soften, becoming a different person in the eyes of her son. However, the Baroness's strict nature still surfaced as she reprimanded Dairan for his lack of etiquette. She remained strict, but she began to smile more often, a subtle shift in her demeanor. With a gentle smile, Berna offered a handkerchief to wipe Dairan's face. She was happy, a rare and precious moment for the family. The sounds of laughter and playful banter filled the air as the family enjoyed each other's company. It started to show the essence of a true family, a glimpse of what could be. Ridden Grake, the lord of Grake City, beamed with pride as he watched his family. In our family, but that time of happiness didn't last long. Another attempt at the dessert has failed. The chef suggests that the Baroness relax her hands a little when squeezing the cream. The Baroness insists on trying one more time, but the chef suggests she doesn't have to do it herself. The Baroness refuses, determined to make the dessert herself. The young master proudly announces that he is finished. The chef assures the Baroness that it's all right, reminding her that she said hard work is beautiful. The Baroness reflects on her own words, never imagining they would come back to her this way, as she hears someone running inside the castle and wonders who it is. The Baroness is startled by the sudden arrival of a servant. The servant announces that the Baroness and young master are needed. The Baroness is told that there is something urgent she has to see, prompting her to ask what it is. Another servant, this one attending to Ridden Grake, is in distress. The servant reveals that Ridden Grake has collapsed. A pastry falls to the floor with a splat. The cause of Lord Ridden Grake's collapse remains a mystery. The physician explains that there was no trace of poison, and the symptoms are rare, making it difficult to determine the cause of the Lord of Grake City's ailment. The physician continues, stating that the patient is unresponsive and has difficulty eating. Young Ridden Grake Jr. begs his father to wake up. Young Ridden Jr. remembers seeing his mother and father in similar states. He still remembers his mother's expression during that time. The Baroness's face is devoid of emotion, lacking all will, anger, or sadness. From then on, the Baroness never touched any of the desserts offered to her and set a boundary between herself and her son. Young Ridden Jr. could only express his emotions through the butlers around him and couldn't hear any conversations or laughter. Her expression lacked all will and anger or sadness. Every move became controlled. After living such a quiet life, he ended up running away to teachers. He clutched at his shirt, the memory of a certain restaurant weighing heavily on his mind. The young lord, Ridden Grake Jr., longed for the days when he shared meals with teacher. He remembered a time when they would sit together, smiling as they ate. Tears welled in Ridden Jr.'s eyes as he recalled those happier moments. He wondered if wanting those days back was too much to ask. The sound of footsteps echoed through the night as he walked, a sense of unease settling over him. He couldn't explain why Countess Verna, his mother, had distanced herself from Diran just because Count Grake had fallen ill. Ridden Jr. considered if his mother's actions were because he wasn't her biological son, but dismissed the thought, reasoning that she wouldn't have opened her heart to him in the first place if that were the case. It seemed to him that Countess Verna had fallen in love with her husband, even though it was initially an arranged marriage. The reason why she distanced herself from her only family, Diran, remained a mystery as Ridden Jr. continued his journey. His eyes narrowed, a sense of determination hardening his gaze. Elsewhere, a woman sits on a bed, a spilled drink beside her. She insists that she didn't do anything wrong, explaining that she needs help with something. The woman's companion questions what she is doing. He tells her that she would be sad if he suddenly collapsed and couldn't say anything. He then declares that they should leave. A voice questions if they are leaving out too many things. The man asks if she doesn't want to eat the dessert she likes. Another voice asks if she is drunk, questioning what she is talking about. Meanwhile, in another room, Ridden Grake is sitting in bed with Baroness Berna Grake. The Baroness looks down, a somber expression on her face. She takes a spoonful of soup. Ridden Grake eats, seemingly unbothered by the recent events. Meanwhile, someone wipes away tears with a cloth. The camera focuses on Baroness Berna Grake's face, her eyes filled with sorrow. Back in the bedroom, Baroness sits beside the bed, still somber. Count Dedran is seen entering the room, a sinister smile on his face. The announcement is made. Count Dedran has arrived. Berna sits alone, lost in thought, her expression troubled. A bowl of soup is prepared, presumably for the ailing count. Berna rises and heads towards the door, her long dress flowing behind her. A magical portal shimmers into existence, crackling with energy. A young girl and a man stand before the portal, the man musing about Berna's departure. The young girl questions if the man in the bed is the count, as they stand over him. The young girl from the portal states she cannot fix him. The man who accompanied her asks if she can figure out the cause of the count's condition. The man in the blue robe states that too much time has passed and questions why they are here. The man who came with the girl states that he thought there might be some clues. The man in the blue robe stands next to the Bedreddin Count Dedran. The man who came with the girl looks on, a question forming in his mind. Count Dedran's eyes are unfocused, as if he is looking elsewhere. The man who came with the girl looks on with a concerned expression, as the man in the blue robe looks at the count. The scene shifts to a large organ in a dimly lit room. The young girl from the portal exclaims for the man to look at the organ. The man who came with the girl is shocked to discover a secret document hidden within the organ. With a grunt of effort, he manages to break the seal. The man from the portal unrolls the scroll, revealing its contents to the young girl from the portal. He He explains that the document contains the reason for something. The scroll reveals a document proving that Countess Verna embezzled Great City's taxes. It also contains detailed information on how and how much the taxes were embezzled. The camera focuses on the back of Countess Verna. The man from the portal is shocked, realizing who wrote the document. The man from the portal asks Rurin if she would like to visit the imperial capital. He also wants to bring one person back. The camera focuses on Count Dedran. The Baroness Berna Grake arrives, inquiring if she was summoned. Elsewhere, a voice echoes, addressing someone as father. The speaker, revealed to be Count Baltor Dedran, stands with his back to the viewer, gazing out the window. Turning, Count Dedran asks if someone is present. He reflects that it has been a while. The young noble sat alone, the weight of recent events heavy on his mind. A voice called out, breaking the silence. "Who is it? So late at night?" The young noble's teacher, Archmage Ellison, entered the room, his expression unreadable. The young noble was surprised. Teacher, how did you? Didn't you go back to the restaurant?" Ellison offered him a scroll. He urged the young noble to read it. The Archmage gestured toward the scroll. "Read it." As the young noble began to read, shock registered on his face. "What's this?" The scroll revealed a dark secret. His mother had been stealing taxes from Great City and sending them to Dedran City. Ellison cautioned him to silence. "Shoo! The Count of Dedran is here." The young noble, reeling from the revelation, wondered who had gathered this damning information. He considered the implications of the document, noting that the final section held a particular significance. A closer look at the scroll revealed the young noble's growing unease. The confession, penned by Countess Verna herself, lay open on the table. The scroll, bearing the weight of the Countess's admissions, remained still. The young noble realized the confession was not written by someone else, but by his own mother. The text confirmed that Countess Verna had indeed written a confession detailing her crimes. The confession scroll explicitly stated Verna Grake's acknowledgement of her crimes. He struggled to comprehend why his mother would confess to her own crimes. The young noble confronted Sir Ellison, demanding an explanation for his mother's actions. Sir Ellison revealed that they could use magic to uncover the truth, though he only used it in dire situations. As everyone already knows, Count Dedran has arrived. Baroness Berna Grake stands by the window as Count Dedran enters the room. She asks him why he has come. Count Dedran scoffs at the Baroness's question, retorting whether he needs her permission to see his own daughter. Baroness's expression hardens at his words. Ridden Grake, the Lord of Grake City, stands by the window, stroking his mustache. Ridden recalls that the Crown Prince and Duke Tamurin recently visited Grake City, and Dairan welcomed them. He thinks back to when they were children, and Dairan treated them quite well, even that daring little kid. He wonders if that isn't too different from what he was told. A tear streaks down Baroness's face. Ridden vehemently denies any involvement in the current situation. The Lord of Grake City recalls hearing that Dairan was someone who couldn't do anything on his own. Ridden wonders if Dairan has found some confidence on his own, and if that means he has to make Dairan like Ridden as well. Baroness's eyes turn black as she is overcome with emotion. She stands silently as Count Dedran reveals he did something without her knowledge. The Count continues, his face twisted into a sinister grin, implying that what he did wasn't difficult to understand. He confesses that he was the one who poisoned Ridden, and that he plans to do the same to Dairan. Baroness Berna explodes in fury, warning him not to dare touch Dairan, revealing her to be her daughter. The Count dismisses her outburst, stating he didn't ask for her opinion, as he holds a rope behind his back. The Baroness struggles against an unseen force, a muffled cry escaping her lips. A magical circle glows with power, as the Count warns someone to be careful, as she can't get hurt yet. The truth is revealed. Dedran fed Koftal poison to Ridden. The magical circle intensifies, revealing that the reason Countess Berna wrote a confession letter was because of Dedran's actions. The Count orders someone to lock her in the basement so that no one can find her. Count Dedran's face is filled with rage as he is called out. He commands that all the soldiers in the castle be summoned immediately. The magical circle flares to life, its purpose yet unknown. Startled by the sudden surge of magic, the young noble stammers, questioning what is happening. He is told to consider the situation. The young noble is informed that Dedran's people have infiltrated the castle, poisoning the food and kidnapping the countess. He wonders if the soldiers in the castle can be trusted. An agreement is struck. If he helps, they will be able to catch them. The young noble considers the documents in his hand, realizing it's unlikely Count Dedran would carry the poison on him. Even if they catch Dedran's people, it would be difficult to prove the kidnapping. The conversation turns to the countess and the poisoning of the count, and the question of what they are planning. The young noble wonders if they can really use the document as evidence. The speaker asserts that if they use the document, they can definitely convict Count Dedran. The young noble is shocked to realize that Countess Berna could also get punished. He wonders what he can do. The young noble declares that they have to create evidence and a situation to prove it, as magical energy crackles around him and the scroll. The plan is to create a situation where a person of high ranking can provide solid testimony, as the young noble stands with a dark-haired woman. The young noble is asked if this is the person they're looking for. He looks shocked, questioning who it is. The dark-haired woman states that she has an idea. The woman and the young noble stand before a magical portal, where a bound woman is being held. The dark-haired woman asks if the bound woman can act. Elsewhere, a grand castle stands tall against the bright sky. Back in the dungeon, a gag is forced into the mouth of a woman with blonde hair. The gag woman can only make muffled sounds. The blonde woman is told that it is morning, but daylight never reaches this place. She is ordered to follow. A close-up reveals the blonde woman's distressed expression. The blonde woman, revealed to be Baroness Berna Grake, is furious, lamenting that she even stole Grake City's taxes and scolded Diane's every move. A desperate plea echoes, revealing the speaker's torment. They did everything asked of them, so why is someone trying to hurt Diane? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a sinister laugh escapes the lips of Ridden Grake. He recalls telling someone that Diane's actions were too much of a threat to spare him. Ridden, accompanied by a guard and the Baroness Berna Grake, ascends a staircase. He muses about obtaining Grake City using a more conventional method after she bore an heir. The Baroness is grabbed roughly by the hair. Ridden wonders if he is infertile or if she simply lacks charm, dismissing his actions as just a guess. A voice calls out a name, Anon, before revealing that the speaker already knew that he was the one who poisoned someone. The Baroness is held roughly by Ridden, who asks if he is right. The Baroness collapses to the floor, guards standing idly by. She weakly pleads for help. Elsewhere, a man, presumably Diane's father, begs someone to spare Diane. The response is cold. Even if he begs, it won't matter. The man from Panel 9, revealed to be Ridden Grake, stands over a bedridden figure, stating that his breakfast has already been poisoned. The scene shifts to a door slightly ajar, hinting at the poisoned man's room. He lies in bed, the words of an unseen speaker hanging heavy in the air. He should have heard himself speak just now. The unseen speaker dismisses any worry, suggesting the young man might end up like his father instead. The camera focuses on Baroness Berna Grake, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. She begins to speak, her voice trembling as she accuses someone. Ridden Grake, a sinister smile plastered across his face, listens intently. Berna, in a moment of clarity, declares that Ridden is a monster. Her voice cracking with disgust, the Baroness expresses her revulsion at sharing blood with him. The Baroness is sent flying, the force of an unseen blow twisting her body. Diane's name echoes in the air, his cries of pain reverberating through the halls. Ridden, feigning sorrow, claims that this breaks his heart as he stands with a guard. The Lord of Grake City is presented with a scroll, questioning what it could be. Ridden's eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the scroll, which reveals that Countess Verna has been gathering evidence of his crimes. The silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by unspoken tension. Berna Grake, bound and helpless, trembles with fear as her fate hangs in the balance. Ridden Grake chuckles, reading the document that will seal Berna's fate, a knight standing guard behind her. The Lord of Grake City laughs maniacally, revealing he knew all along about the evidence Countess Verna possessed. The document in Ridden's hands bursts into flames, destroying the evidence against him, just as he expected from his daughter. The scene shifts to a burning building, the narrator stating that it's all over, and that after her husband lost his mind, she lived with only her son in mind. The woman stands amidst the flames, resigned to her fate, the narrator adding that in the end, he ended up the same way. The narration reveals that in despair, she killed her husband and son and then killed herself, as Ridden holds a vial of poison. The Lord of Grake City stands over a bedridden figure, a knife in his hand, musing that it's a perfect story. A speech bubble asks, "Are you all right?" A knight stands guard over Berna, who is crying, her face streaked with dirt and tears. Ridden commends Baron Diran for his good work, as the Baron stands over the bedridden figure. The Baron's sword clatters to the floor, his hands outstretched in disbelief. A voice declares that this is not how a perfect story works. A knight smiles as he removes his helmet. A magical circle glows with power. Count Dedran stumbles back, clutching his chest, as he wonders what is happening. Baroness Berna Grake accuses Count Dedran of attempted murder against the Count of Grake City. Count Dedran, now on the ground, weakly questions if a magician named Medrin is responsible. Ridden Grake watches from a nearby room, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he witnesses the unfolding events. Ridden Grake declares that it is all over for Count Dedran. Berna trembles, her face contorted in fear. She begins to say Diane's name, her voice barely a whisper. Tears stream down Berna's face as she realizes the depth of the betrayal. A gasp escapes someone's lips. The Baroness Berna Grake, bound and kneeling, expresses her gratitude. Baron Diran, his expression unreadable, observes the scene. Count Dedran's face contorts in disbelief and horror. Diane's name is uttered in shock. The Baroness Bernagrake's captor demands to know how she is speaking. Count Dedran declares that any resistance is futile. The Count Dedran, consumed by rage, is ordered to be obedient and follow the Imperial Palace's orders. Baron Diren kneels, a dagger clattering to the floor. Diren insists that he only kept the dagger for self-defense, and it simply fell. He swears he had no intention of hurting Baron Diren. The dark-haired woman questions the claim of attempted murder, noting Count Ridden-Grake's supposed illness. She continues, revealing that she took away the food that Baron Diren was supposed to have. The food, a steak and bread roll, floats in the air, wreathed in magical energy. The dark-haired woman demands that someone eat the food to prove their innocence. Count Dedran's face is contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with apprehension. He reaches for the plate, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. With a muffled groan, Count Dedran clutches at the food, his hands wrapped in bandages. The Count, enraged, throws the food away. Baroness Bernagrake, looking disheveled, accuses someone named Verna of tax laundering. Bernagrake is shocked by the accusation. A pair of batons, stained with a dark substance, are held aloft. The young noble demands evidence, holding up the stained batons. Count Dedran's face contorts in rage as he unleashes a torrent of curses. His fury boils over, directed at those he deems beneath him. Two armor guards stand ready, one questioning if they will simply stand by. A knight remains silent, his resolve hardening. The Count's command rings out, spurring his forces to action. A surge of red energy erupts, signaling the beginning of a brutal conflict. A figure warns that some things are not to be trifled with, regardless of rank or status. The warning extends to everyone, implying dire consequences for those who interfere. The speaker scoffs at the audacity of a mere noble daring to cross a line. The First Knight Order receives orders to eliminate the pests that have entered Grake City. The speaker declares that anyone who overlooks this matter will not leave in one piece. Knights mobilize, preparing to enforce the speaker's grim decree. He continues his incantation, the purple energy crackling around Baron Diren, who struggles against its binding force. The rage of Medrin, the dragon woman, boils over. Her fury is directed at those who dare defy her. Before a grand building, a figure stands before kneeling soldiers, their loyalty absolute. The Baron Diren, bound and helpless, can only watch as a maidservant stands guard, a sword held loosely in her hand. Through a window, a guard reports that their task is nearly complete. The guard, having secured Baron Diren, prepares to leave, relieved that the Baron is safe. Suddenly, a voice cries out, questioning the identity of the approaching figure. A young man, noticing the commotion, asks if the person is all right and if they are hurt. The Baron assures the dark-haired woman not to worry about him, as he expresses his gratitude that she is unharmed. Her piercing blue eyes reflect a deep inner turmoil. She wonders aloud why he refuses to meet her gaze. The reason, she admits, is because she is a criminal. The dark-haired woman confesses that the Baron's misfortune is her fault. She reveals that she embezzled taxes from Grake City, knowing Count Dedran was a criminal, yet continued her life shamelessly. Overcome with guilt, she trembles as she kneels before him. She apologizes for endangering him, even to the point of death, and begs him not to forgive her. The Baroness's inner turmoil is likened to suppressing guilt, prompting the question of why she would need forgiveness. The Baron, his face contorted in anguish, insists that his mother is not to blame. He demands to know why she handed over documents without informing him. The Baroness questions if he would be grateful if she joined Count Dedran in prison. He shouts, demanding to know why he wasn't informed. The words echo, emphasizing that no matter the situation, he should have been told. A hand grips a set of scrolls tightly. The scrolls are slammed onto the floor. Tears stream down Baron Diren's face as he remembers the words of support. They will stand by him no matter what, because that is what family is to him. The scene blurs, focusing on the emotional turmoil. A single tear falls, a testament to the regret and sorrow. A hand trembles as a voice whispers, "I'm sorry." The apology is repeated, this time naming Diren and Hyuk, suggesting a deep sense of remorse. Diren embraces the Baroness Bernagrake, offering comfort and forgiveness. A voice declares that they were foolish and won't repeat the mistake. The scene shifts to Dedran City, where a carriage approaches the feudal lord's castle. Inside the carriage, Count Dedran struggles against his restraints, his face red with fury. He demands to be released, questioning if his captors know who he is. The Count's rage intensifies as he threatens his captors, boasting of his connections within the Imperial Palace. He vows to kill them once he escapes. Count Dedran continues his tirade, furious that he is being looked down upon. He reiterates his title, hoping to intimidate his captors. A cloaked figure, revealed to be a mage, stands before the carriage, their face obscured by shadows. They question who Count Dedran thinks he is. The mage casts a spell, a complex circle of arcane energy forming beneath the carriage. Count Dedran watches with a mix of fear and confusion. The mage, now fully visible, stands tall, radiating power. It challenged the Count, daring him to speak such nonsense. The magical circle intensifies, its symbols glowing brightly. The air crackles with energy as the mage prepares to unleash their power. Back inside the carriage, Count Dedran is taken aback, questioning if the mage is sent by the Empire. A close-up reveals the mage's face, their expression grim and determined. Their eyes glow with an inner light, hinting at the immense power they wield. The mage reflects on Count Dedran's greed, noting that he already possessed a vast castle and territory, yet still sought more. The mage demands to know why Count Dedran has laid his hands on Great City, revealing the true reason for his capture. The mage's eyes burn with fury as they prepare to unleash their magic. Runes glow around them, promising swift retribution for Count Dedran's actions. Arcane symbols flare with crimson light, a prelude to the destruction that is about to unfold. The mage's magic begins to take effect. Count Dedran's castle, once a symbol of his power, crumbles under the unseen force. Look how fragile the castle is. Stone and mortar explode outward as the castle continues to disintegrate. The mage's words echo the devastation. That which Dedran spent his whole life building is proving to be nothing. Inside the crumbling castle, Count Dedran watches in horror as his life's work collapses around him. What are you doing? This can't be. Bound and helpless, the Count can only watch as his castle is destroyed. The Count refuses to believe what is happening. There's no way this is possible. The destruction continues, and the Count's denial grows more desperate. There's no way. Elsewhere, Baroness Berna Grake looks on in shock, recognizing the destruction. Diran? This is... The Baroness recalls a happier time, a memory of a shared meal. We wanted to eat together with you outside. Baron Diran, in the past, smiles warmly. So I prepared this for you. The memory shows a lavish outdoor feast, a stark contrast to the destruction wrought by the mage. A spread of cakes and pastries sits on a table, catching the eye of a woman who exclaims over their beauty. A man beside her warns that eating too much at night will lead to weight gain. The woman with dark hair asks if they can eat all of the food. The blonde woman, Berna Grake, looks on with wide eyes, seemingly eager to indulge. Berna Grake swallows hard, her expression a mix of anticipation and perhaps a touch of nervousness. Suddenly, a figure in dark robes commands everyone to look in Count Dedran's direction. A text bubble announces that to commemorate the party, there will be a special performance, adding that it looks like it's starting now. Berna Grake sits in a chair, looking towards Count Dedran, who is being attended to by a young noble. Berna Grake's eyes widen, her expression shifting to one of surprise or concern. The sky above a distant city fills with falling debris, hinting at some kind of aerial attack or collapse. A floating island looms over a city, casting a long shadow. Berna Grake sits in the foreground, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. A surge of energy erupts from the ground, suggesting a powerful magical attack or defense. The castle, now suspended in the air, is surrounded by swirling blue energy. The energy intensifies, crackling around the floating structure. A desperate plea echoes. Someone begs for the destruction to cease, lamenting the fate of their castle. The plea becomes more frantic, a desperate cry to stop the unfolding catastrophe. Bathed in light, the unknown mage raises a hand, seemingly the source of the castle's destruction. The mage callously declares that no one will see the lights again, urging them to enjoy what they can. The name, Dedran, is spoken as a burst of energy erupts. Two figures stand before a painting of a sunset sky, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. One of the figures, a young man with blonde hair, exclaims in wonder at the painting, asking what his mother thinks of it. Another burst of energy. The blonde-haired young man watches as a woman prepares a meal, placing a golden-brown roll atop a growing stack. Meanwhile, Baroness Berna Grake, her eyes brimming with tears, clutches a similar roll, her expression a mixture of sorrow and longing. Elsewhere, fireworks explode in a dazzling display of light and color, a celebration of something deemed the best. The fireworks light up the sky above a grand castle, a dinner party in full swing, declared to be the best ever. The two women enjoy the treats laid out before them. Meanwhile, a man serves food to another, who seems to be enjoying a pastry. Someone thinks back on the day, remembering how fun it was. A castle stands tall under the moonlight. Baroness Berna Grake looks out the window, realizing that the castle that confined her has now been shattered. Baron Diran reassures her, telling Berna not to worry and that he knows he was being foolish. Diran thinks to himself that he acted this time because of guilt. The Baroness admits that there's something she was unable to tell him all this while. Berna reflects that she should have said it sooner, but is grateful to be able to say it now at least. She gathered up the courage to say it, so she asks him to listen closely. Berna takes Diane's hands in hers. The words hung in the air between them, a declaration of love from Berna to her husband, written. A shift in scenery. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired young man thinks to himself that something will last now and forever. Elsewhere, a man is being held captive. The captive thinks to himself that it is impossible that this is happening to his castle. Two figures stand in the night, one congratulating Diriant on a job well done, while also stating to be careful in the future. Someone realizes that Medrin wasn't the only one who was kidnapped that night. The blonde-haired young man from before is seen with a sinister smile. The mustached man apologizes for the urgent situation and asks if Duke Tamurin said anything. He was confused at first, but couldn't refute when he heard that the young noble was in charge. Someone thinks that if he saw this, maybe he would have wanted to come in person. The mustached man is surprised to see this. The narrator reflects on a shift in power, noting that someone was stronger before, but not as strong as they are now. The young noble, Baron Dyran, observes something with a sinister smile. He thinks it is quite a spectacular sight, like a cannon fire. The scene shifts to a pronouncement. From now on, all Great City needs to look forward to is a brighter tomorrow. The next day, a storm rages over Great City. Outside, a young girl expresses her dismay at having to do laundry, thinking of a brighter tomorrow. A voice shouts to Miltine to hold onto the fence tight. The mustached man struggles to hold onto a wooden fence as the storm rages around him. He grits his teeth against the wind and rain. Miltine is struck by a piece of the fence, crying out in pain. Someone cries out Miltine's name in distress. Because of the weather, someone doesn't have to go to the ranch today. Baron Dyran smiles, declaring that every outside activity is forbidden today. The mustached man's colleagues gather around, one of them announcing that everyone should be ready. He notes the fence, and someone else mentions their laundry. Inside the restaurant, a patron suggests that others can help by serving dishes. He notes that they have a lot of customers, even with the weather. Someone else suggests that they should get dry first, or they might catch a cold. A young woman, wrapped in a towel, agrees with a simple, okay. The older man offers her a towel, suggesting she dry herself. As the older man dries the young woman's back, she says that it tickles and asks him to be careful. He tells her to stay still. The mustached man thinks to himself that it is a lovely sight. He then wonders aloud about Vinant. The older man adjusts his cloak, seemingly unconcerned by the question. Someone thinks that this place seems so warm regardless of the weather. The mustached man asks what the menu is for today. A bowl of noodles is presented, with an apology for the long wait. The server explains that these are noodles made with palenque broth. The mustached man is surprised, asking if he didn't say he stopped making palenque. Rumors have begun to circulate. Mr. Knoll's shop was seeing more customers than usual. The mustached man, seemingly unconcerned with business matters, inquired about the state of the fruit garden, given the inclement weather. The other man reminded him that he had once tried to buy the fruit garden when he first moved to the area. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that he hadn't been able to. The mustached man's companion scoffed, incredulous that he could even suggest such a thing. The price had been exorbitant, several times higher than the market value. There was no way he would have gone bankrupt so easily. The mustached man chuckled, admitting he'd been caught. He knew that if he stayed near the fruit garden in this rain, he'd never stop. He took a bite of noodles, explaining that he had put a little defense in place to protect it. The broth hit the spot. It really was worth braving the rain, he thought. From off-panel, a voice questioned why he had asked them to wipe. The woman behind the counter called out, noticing a new customer entering the shop. The mustached man scoffed, deciding to leave, convinced he was going to catch a cold. The broth was poured into a bowl. The young man wonders if he's ever made a decision he'll regret for the rest of his life. The older man, reflecting on his past, thinks about a decision he would never have made if he could turn back time. The younger man seems surprised by the older man's words, who quickly denies that Rurin is his wife. The older man thinks that even though he's alone, there was someone he used to love. The older man continues, explaining that 30 years ago, when he was 10 years old, he only loved one person, a childhood friend. He reflects that he couldn't love any other woman aside from her. The young man, listening intently, realizes that no matter how much time has passed, the older man can never forget that name. The young man asks if he liked Meal for 30 years and why he never confessed his feelings to her. The older man admits that he was a clueless kid. He remembers liking being with Meal and thought they'd naturally end up together if things continued that way. That, he realizes, was what he thought back then. The older man recalls how it wasn't until they both grew older and Meal started talking about marriage that he finally came to his senses. He remembers that by that time, Meal was already in talks for marriage with someone else and was about to leave for a neighboring city. He finally gained the courage to tell her how he felt, asking her to meet him outside Great City to discuss something important. He was going to tell her everything then and there. The mustached man walks toward the building at night, lost in thought, but he never got to meet her. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts nearby. A monstrous dragon, wreathed in flames, appears amidst the destruction. The mustached man sits amidst the burning ruins, dazed and injured. He wonders if she... That's right, it all happened 15 years ago. He remembers when they were at war with the dragons. He recalls running away, clutching a bouquet of roses as the war broke out. The mustached man fled the scene, leaving behind the roses and the city. The roses lay discarded on the ground, a symbol of his abandoned feelings. After the war, he heard Meal was safe, but the mustached man couldn't bring himself to seek her out. He admits to himself that he couldn't even keep his promise to meet her because he was a coward. The man with the mustache heard that Meal, who he hasn't seen for 15 years, returned to Great City a while ago. He sits alone, the weight of his regrets pressing down on him. He only feels regret and torment because of that day, a day he cannot forget or revert. Even though he misses her every day, the mustached man cannot bring himself to go out to the streets in fear of running into Meal. A woman's voice echoes in his mind, feigning illness and sarcastically remarking that his wife is about to die. He remembers someone telling him that even if she leaves tomorrow, he won't have any regrets. The memory fades as he hears the name Vinin spoken aloud. He vehemently denies the woman's claim, stating that she is not his wife. The mustached man remained asleep, unaware of the questions swirling around him. Elsewhere, someone pondered the situation, wondering if the man had been missing someone for 15 years. The thoughts continued, the speaker now wondering if it had been 150 years for Rurin. The young man, now revealed to be the source of these thoughts, questioned why he was involving Rurin in this. He recalled that someone had said she hadn't been in Great City for long. The young man resolved to ask about her tomorrow. Meanwhile, Berna Grake stood in what appeared to be a kitchen, holding a piece of meat. The young man thought to himself that he knew her, and that she had recently opened a repair shop. He also noted that they had gotten pretty close recently, and that she had amazing social skills. The young man wondered what was wrong with her, noting that she had looked quite worried about something recently. He recalled her being worried about something. Berna was remembered to have a sad look on her face, out of nowhere, the last time they met. At her sewing station, Baroness Berna Grake hears a name whispered. The Baroness pauses her work, a thoughtful expression on her face as she wonders aloud. Have you ever made a decision that you regretted for the rest of your life? She resumes her sewing, her brow furrowed in concentration. Meanwhile, the young noble unknown is shocked by something he has heard, exclaiming, "What?" The words hang in the air. Isn't that what Venin said? A voice calls out, questioning, "Mr. Venin?" The woman's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she awaits an answer. The voice continues, clarifying, "Mr. Venin? The one who manages the orchard?" The man, standing nearby, appears flustered by the question. The woman, now older, asks, "Have you always lived here?" She replies, "Oh no. After moving here and there, because of the war, I settled down here with my husband." The woman across from her studies her face and realizes, just like I thought. I asked because your face isn't a familiar one. I left Great City 15 years ago and only came back recently. The woman's eyes widen as she asks, 15 years? Why did you leave? She then admits to herself, there was someone I loved. No, I still love him. The older woman continues, her expression sorrowful, but I couldn't bear to see that person. She reflects on the past, revealing, 15 years ago, he asked me to meet for one last time, but I was unable to. She fled the scene, a chaotic inferno engulfing everything behind her. The old woman recalls that he had bought flowers and arrived at the place they were supposed to meet. She hesitates, the memory clearly painful. The Baroness's expression is filled with regret as she remembers the past. She admits that she ran away from that place like a coward. Her hands tremble as she recalls the events. The person Emil was talking about is revealed to be Mr. Venin. The realization hits her hard, her eyes widening in shock. She reflects on her regret. The scene shifts to the restaurant, where the young man is also present. It is revealed that they both went to the place they were supposed to meet. The dragon attack had driven them apart, each believing the other had abandoned them. The flames of the dragon's assault mirrored the burning guilt each carried, convinced they had left the other to face the danger alone. Rain, unaware of Meal's feelings, continued his daily life. Meal, however, felt the sting of loneliness, lamenting the fact that she had lived single. She had lived in guilt for so long, all because of one misunderstanding. Rain smiled, unaware of Meal's distress. Don't worry too much, Rain, he told himself. He held a case containing magnifying glasses. Looking up at the apple trees, Rain wondered what that was. The apple farmer explained that these were magnifying glasses to give as a gift, because Meal's eyes had been quite bad lately. The farmer continued, if her eyes feel tired while using them, you can bring them to me. I'll make sure to adjust them. Rain smiled, thinking to himself, tonight. Rain is reminded that Meal will be waiting for him at the Great City Outwalls, where he can give her the gift. The reminder causes distress. He can't meet her, he thinks, despite admitting he regrets his past decision. The Archmage remains silent, listening to Rain's internal conflict. The scene shifts to an apple hanging from a tree, a symbol of the mistakes anyone can make. The apple hangs heavy, as the narration emphasizes that no one can predict the future or avoid making mistakes. The apple farmer, however, knows that dwelling on the same problem is another issue entirely. The farmer is reminded that he already knows what he has to do. Night falls as the farmer walks towards the Great City outwalls. His steps are heavy with the weight of the past. He wonders if she will be angry with him, if she will call him a coward for running away. 15 years have passed, and he fears she might not come. He admits to himself that he has missed her terribly. He is overcome with emotion, the weight of the impending reunion pressing down on him. Under the cover of night, Meal approaches, her figure small against the backdrop of the estate. She walks slowly, deliberately, as if drawn by an unseen force. The estate looms closer, the promise of a reunion hanging heavy in the air. A voice echoes in his mind, a cynical counterpoint to his hope. It's pointless. Despite the doubts, Rain's face is etched with a hopeful anticipation, his hands clasped tightly together. He is still waiting, still hoping. Meal's face is serene, her expression unreadable as she approaches the meeting place. A question hangs in the air. Is it really Venice she seeks? Rain watches her approach, his heart pounding in his chest. A silent question lingers. Is it really her? The word escapes his lips, a whispered plea, Meal. He clutches the device tightly, a voice echoing from it, scolding him for nearly running away again. The voice continues, stating that this was not what he was supposed to do. Elsewhere, Meal whispers the name, Venin, her expression a mix of sorrow and resignation. The apple farmer, Venin, looks down at the device in his hands, his face etched with worry. Venin continues to grip the device, his knuckles white with tension. A wave of regret washes over Venin as he closes his eyes, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. The message from the device continues, stating that even if he curses or insults her, she is fine with it. Venin's biggest regret in life is revealed as he stands before Meal, the years of separation hanging heavy between them. The device relays an apology for that day, the words hanging in the air. Tears stream down Venin's face as he cries out an apology, the pain of the past resurfacing. Meal weeps, the device conveying her sorrow for not being able to meet him on that day 15 years ago. In the distance, Venin and Meal stand silhouetted against the night sky, the weight of their shared history palpable. She looks up, a confused expression on her face, as she hears something. The apple farmer looks down at Meal, his expression unreadable. Meal's confusion deepens as she tries to understand what's happening. The apple farmer's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes something. The apple farmer and Meal are laughing together under the moonlight, the tension from before completely gone. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, a sense of peace settles over them. Meal is surprised and relieved that the situation has been cleared up. Meal asks the apple farmer why he didn't tell them the truth beforehand. It was an issue that Meal and the apple farmer had to resolve on their own. No one else could interfere. Still, someone thought it unfair that they spent so long apart because of a simple misunderstanding. But wasn't it a good thing that it was just a simple misunderstanding, since it could still be resolved? It was an incident that had tormented them for 15 years. Rain and Meal ended up meeting again. The city of Grake stood silent under the night sky. And so, the two of them returned to Grake City, not letting go of each other's hands. A few days later, they came to the restaurant together. The apple farmer had to sell the orchard that he had cherished for so long. But of course, he had to pay the price in full. Apparently, the money was for building a house in the middle of Grake City. The apple farmer kissed Meal's foot, expressing his gratitude. He speaks with a quiet certainty, stating that he knows he won't have any regrets. The view shifts to a lush landscape, where a small house sits nestled among the trees. Meal is impressed by the sight. The apple farmer reflects on the limitations of his land, realizing that even with all the surroundings of the restaurant, there was no place to build the dwarven village. The apple farmer happily announces that he has found a place to build it now. Meal agrees, taking a bite of her apple. The apple farmer declares that the new space is both hers and his. Meal seems to be getting emotional as she looks at the apple in her hands. The apple farmer reminds her that she's going to stay at the restaurant. Rain thinks to himself that the lair is really spacious. The apple farmer smiles, telling Meal that he wants her to not have any regrets. Rain clears his throat, noticing the intimate moment between Meal and the apple farmer. Meal wonders if she should just live in the lair after the construction is done. Meal's eyes sparkle with excitement as she considers the possibility. The apple farmer's words hang in the air, prompting questions of sincerity. With a burst of speed, Meal leaps into Rain's arms, her excitement palpable. She suggests that a more spacious lair would be more convenient, and that a tunnel to the restaurant could be built. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and she declares that there are no takebacks, looking forward to the lair even more. The leaves fall gently, a subtle reminder of the changing seasons. The sun casts a warm glow on the apple orchard, highlighting the beauty of the natural surroundings. Meanwhile, progress on the lair continues, now 70% completed. Rain assures Meal that meeting the deadline for next year won't be difficult. He praises the work that has been done so far. However, the apple farmer reminds them that they still have not paid back their debts, even after giving land to build the dwarven village. Rain, tasting the food, remarks that they will need to upgrade the barn. The apple farmer mentions that Senior's leg keeps hurting, perhaps because the season's changed, but insists that he is still fine. Rain suggests another interview, but the apple farmer declines. The apple farmer's worn boot trudges along a dirt path, the destination a modest house in the distance. Meanwhile, a young man, his hands wrapped in bandages, grips a walking stick, a worried expression etched on his face. The young man, named Linty, tells his sister Matt that he smells something tasty. Matt confirms that she smells something too. A voice calls out, attempting to get someone's attention. A bandaged hand knocks on a wooden door. The door opens to reveal Lenny Beggar, who introduces himself and asks if he and Matt Beggar can apply for the ranch job. Matt Beggar confirms her name. Rain holds up one of the flyers that brought the pair here. Rain explains that those flyers were taken down a while ago. Meal looks on, surprised. Rain asks where Lenny Beggar got the flyer. Rain and Meal stand in the doorway, waiting for an answer. Rain mentions that he was just about to make a new advertisement for additional workers. Rain suggests they talk over some food. Sliced wukka meat sizzles in a pan with butter, the heat rising from the pan. He decides to prepare something warm for the guests, given the cold weather outside. Once the meat starts changing color, tomato sauce, spices, and deglazed beer are added to the pan. Rain pours the mixture into a large pot, inhaling the aroma with satisfaction. He believes there's no need for MSG, as the ingredients provide a natural flavor. Still, it couldn't hurt to add some, he thinks, letting the stew simmer for a while. The wukka stew is finally done, bubbling in the pot. The red-haired beggar, Linty Beggar, eyes the stew with anticipation, a small portion held in his bandaged hand. Rain assures them that he made plenty, encouraging them to eat as much as they like. Matt Beggar nods in agreement. Linty Beggar takes a bite, his eyes widening in delight at the taste. Matt Beggar's cheeks puff out as she savors the flavor of the stew. The meat is incredibly tender, and the broth is rich in flavor. The warmth of the stew spread through him with every bite. It was warm, indeed, as both Lenny Beggar and Matt Beggar enjoyed the meal. Rain watched them eat. "You seem very hungry, so take your time," he said. The Archmage continued, inquiring about their desire to work at the ranch and if there was a special reason for it. Linty Beggar insisted that they really loved animals, and that he and his sister were very persistent and didn't give up easily. Rain knew that the beggar was speaking the truth about their persistence. Meal listened intently, but something about their story didn't quite add up. However, the pair were hiding an important fact, she realized. The camera focuses on Lenny Beggar's hands, wrapped in bandages. Rain asked if he could see the beggar's wrist for a second. Lenny Beggar's expression tightened, sweat beading on his brow. He began to unwrap the bandages from his wrists. He continues to unwind the bandages on his wrists, revealing the marks beneath. The marks are clearly from shackles. Rain stares at the marks on Lenny Beggar's wrists, a look of concern on his face. The apple farmer looks on with a worried expression. Meal's eyes narrow as she realizes the implications of the marks. She wonders if they are criminals. Lenny Beggar tries to explain, saying that it's true they were in prison, but only because Matt Beggar calls out to him, seemingly trying to stop him from saying too much. Lenny Beggar apologizes for wanting to hide the truth, but pleads with them to believe he had no bad intentions. He also understands that they asked too much of Rain and Meal to employ them. Matt Beggar cries out, calling Lenny Beggar her brother. Rain looks at the pair, considering their situation. The apple farmer questions what Rain is doing, noting that they seem like nice people. A voice calls out, questioning why they haven't cleared up the misunderstanding. Lenny Beggar, his hands wrapped in bandages, insists that whatever the situation, a crime is a crime. Matt Beggar adds that she doesn't want to make up excuses for what happened back then. Lenny Beggar places a hand on Matt's head, stating that he doesn't regret his actions. He then asks if she also doesn't regret not finishing the food. They both acknowledge that they couldn't have finished it. Anyway, in that atmosphere, the two walk off into the sunset. Back at the restaurant, someone asks if the two failed the subordinate interview. Meal, arms crossed, watches Rain washing dishes. She thinks that they did seem to have a story to tell, but there's nothing she can do if they don't explain themselves. Rain continues to wash the dishes, lost in thought. As he washes the dishes, a voice reminds him that his actions could put Miltine and Mr. Mint in a tight spot. Elsewhere, the need to find subordinates is discussed, leading to the conclusion that new flyers need to be made. Back in the kitchen, it's noted that they've run out of spices again, though the recent influx of customers is offered as an explanation. The empty spice jars stand as a testament to their recent success. A hand places a gold coin onto a summoning circle, preparing for a ritual. The summoning spell begins to take effect, the air crackling with energy. The summoning spell reaches its apex, a figure materializing within the swirling blue energy. Back in the kitchen, Rain suddenly feels dizzy, the world around him blurring. Meal observes Rain's condition, commenting on how exhausting summoning is for him. She adds that it would have been impossible for him to do this spell. Rain wonders if the effects are due to him having eaten the Lord's heart. He stumbles, and Meal calls out to him in concern. Rain examines his hand, noticing that something feels different than usual as the effects of the spell take hold. He clutches his head, realizing he can no longer gather mana. Meal, noticing his distress, urgently asks what's wrong. A surge of energy erupts from Rain's body, the force of it shaking the very ground beneath him. Meal cries out his name, fear evident in her voice as the energy intensifies. The force of the outburst sends Meal flying backwards, unable to withstand the sudden release of power. A golden trail of light emanates from Rain, a visual manifestation of the mana he can no longer control. The golden light intensifies, revealing fragments of a red gem embedded within the chaotic energy. A regretful thought surfaces. If he had known this would happen. The red gem pulses with power, a memory surfacing. He would have followed her that day had he known the consequences of his actions. The golden trail of light continues to spread, a path of uncontrolled energy. Meal cries out in pain, the force of the uncontrolled mana clearly affecting her. Her face contorted in agony, Meal struggles against the overwhelming power. She cries out Rain's name once more, her voice strained with pain and desperation. Tears stream down Meal's face as she looks on in horror, witnessing the devastating effects of the uncontrolled mana. A booming voice shatters the silence, demanding someone awaken. Startled, Rain gasps for air, his brow furrowed with concern as he calls out to Rurin. Rurin, perched on the edge of the bed, assures him that she is all right, merely drained of mana. She insists that she will recover with rest, urging him to calm down, despite being a Class 9 mage. Rain, still worried, asks if there is anything he can do to help. Rurin, with a determined expression, insists that he only needs to tell her what he needs, and she will take care of him today. She reaches out, placing a reassuring hand on his arm, her touch gentle. Rain smiles softly, relieved by her words and touch. Rurin clenches her fist, a hidden frustration brewing beneath her caring facade. She thinks back to when she told him to ask her for anything. Rurin, now in the kitchen, fumes at the thought of having to cook, lamenting that he would make her do such a thing, especially when he says he wants to eat something she cooked. A voice, filled with desperation, demands an answer. It's a bleak situation. The city offers no warmth, only the biting cold of night and the sting of rejection. As ex-convicts, they find every door slammed shut, forcing them to seek refuge in the suburbs. Huddled together for warmth, the pair shivers, wondering how they will survive the winter. At least prison had been warm. The pink-haired beggar's face contorts in a mixture of fear and desperation as she listens to her companion. The red-haired beggar declares that he can't endure this any longer, all that they have been through. His face a mask of anguish, the red-haired beggar vows to no longer care about other people. A black cat, its back arched and claws extended, agrees with the beggar's sentiment. The red-haired beggar reminds his companion that they've stooped to stealing food from the Marins, becoming real criminals. There's no stopping them now. The beggar recalls going through the trash earlier, where they found an advertisement. The black cat meows pitifully as the red-haired beggar sighs, seemingly regretting their actions. He suggests they look deeper into the trash can for more food. Suddenly, something catches their attention. Elsewhere, a nobleman asks for confirmation that Linty and Matt were released from prison today, receiving an affirmative response. The nobleman orders his subordinate to find the pair immediately. The pink-haired beggar, Matt, recognizes someone. It's Ratanda, the construction supervisor. She didn't think he'd still be looking for them. A stern-faced man demands confirmation that Linty and Matt were released from prison that day. His subordinate nervously confirms the information. The man, clearly agitated, orders his underlings to find them immediately. The man is identified as Ratanda, the construction supervisor. Linty expresses surprise that Ratanda is still looking for them. Matt realizes that Ratanda still doesn't know what they did wrong. Ratanda's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared in a furious snarl. Another man urges Ratanda to hold back, attempting to restrain him. The scene shifts to a bloodied barrel. Matt, her hands bandaged, realizes that this time, their punishment might be more than just 2 years in prison. 2 years prior, the construction of a building is underway. A man begs someone off-screen not to do something. The man wonders if he'll be okay if he's kicked out while the construction is still in progress. The woman, speaking to Ratanda, the construction supervisor of Greg City, tells him that he needs to consider her husband, who works hard and doesn't even get a penny for his efforts. The woman is overcome with emotion. Another man calls out to Ratanda. He reports that a support pole for compartment 3 collapsed, some workers sustained injuries, and emergency measures are needed. Ratanda shouts that it wasn't compartment 3. The woman says that Ratanda is a much more benevolent person than they think, so they do not need to worry. Ratanda is furious. One of the workers explains that they adhered to the building plan closely, but a support pole suddenly collapsed. Ratanda thinks that the construction materials were defective. He demands to know what they are implying. Ratanda explodes, questioning if they dare accuse him of stealing from the construction budget. The construction supervisor continues his tirade, reminding them that he took them in when they were orphans and gave them jobs before declaring that they are fired. He continues, stating that the damages they cause will be accumulated as debts and deducted from their wages. The workers apologize to Ratanda. One of the workers, a young woman, begs for forgiveness. A nobleman observes the scene, thinking he knows what is happening. The nobleman asks what kind of job she can do to pay him back. The nobleman thinks that most of the nobles have quite peculiar tastes. The nobleman demands to know what she is saying and why she doesn't. The young woman groans in discomfort. The nobleman's face is shown in detail as he continues to harass the young woman. Ratanda is furious. His body contorts in agony, the force of the unseen attack threatening to tear him apart. The unseen force continues to pummel him, each blow eliciting a strangled cry. Two onlookers watch in disbelief as the unseen assailant unleashes a relentless assault. They wonder how their opponent can be so strong. The barrage continues, each strike landing with brutal force. Weakened and desperate, he cries out for help as the relentless assault continues. The unseen force continues its assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A voice echoes, lamenting that he got hurt fighting with the prisoners. The speaker, revealed to be Baroness Berna Grake, gently tends to his wounds, her expression filled with concern. She doesn't want to see him hurt himself again. The man, his face bruised and scarred, stares ahead with a mixture of pain and determination. He admits that he wasn't thinking straight. The Baroness's face is etched with worry as she looks at him, tears welling in her eyes. The Baroness urges caution, suggesting they avoid him for now before he finds them. The Baroness's men stand in the dimly lit street, awaiting her orders. She fumes, calling the unseen perpetrator scoundrels. The Baroness believes that only 2 years in jail was a huge mistake for them and demands they be brought to her quickly. She continues, ordering her men to bring them to her, even if they have to beat someone up to do it. One of the men informs her that Duke Dedran was transported to the capital. The Baroness's face contorts in rage as she demands to know what they are chattering about. She asks if they think she can't do something like this without someone watching her back, her anger palpable. Meanwhile, Ratanda's face is bruised and battered, a testament to the recent attack. The Baroness continues to berate her men, calling them useless fools who can't get anything done without her help. The Baroness stands alone, seemingly sensing a presence nearby. Elsewhere, Miel walks through a moonlit forest, thinking to herself that she should go to Elle's restaurant tomorrow. Back in the town, the Baroness's face twists into a sinister grin as she sees something. The Baroness, accompanied by Ratanda and 2 guards, wonders aloud if someone passing by might be the right person to ask for assistance. She instructs her companions to watch and see if anyone else is around. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a surge of mana is released. A hand reaches out to gather the mana, the person realizing why they couldn't gather any before. The man absorbing the mana realizes it's a side effect of absorbing the ancient marble. He hadn't planned to absorb it in the first place, but it looks like the massive accumulation of mana from this world has finally been triggered. He knows he needs to stop the connection, realizing that once he starts absorbing it, it will remain that way even if he stops halfway. For now, he decides to wait for the night snack he asked Rurin to prepare earlier. He pulls back the covers, thinking that Rurin must have prepared something delicious. He reflects that she has watched him cook for years, so she must know how to prepare basic snacks. Time passes, and he continues to wait, his expression shifting to one of increasing worry. He wonders if this is the end, lamenting that he's going to starve to death. The ruined ingredients lay scattered around the pan, a testament to a failed recipe. The dish, now plated, looks nothing like what was intended. Tears well in Miel's eyes as she realizes the gravity of the situation. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Holding the plate, Miel laments that Elle won't be able to eat this at all, and he will die. Miel wonders if she can just call that elf lady, hoping that with her elf tribe's mana transfer, Elle will get better. She doesn't like the fact that she's going to be with Elle, but she'll bear with it for his sake. Miel doesn't know the location of her clinic, but maybe if she tracks her down with her body scent, then... Miel kicks a chair in frustration, realizing that she doesn't smell like anything. Since things have come to this, Miel decides she should just get a cook from another restaurant. Miel resolves to get them, and she clenches her fist, determined. Miel wonders why she is looking for someone else. A realization dawns on Miel. Healing magic, the text explains, is surpassed by the natural regenerative abilities of a dragon's body. Miel sits with a companion, a small teapot nearby. The memory of a past conversation surfaces. Someone suggests that she simply continue cooking forever. She realizes that she can't cook either, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A disembodied voice reminds her that despite differences in race, ability, and personality, she shouldn't push everyone away. The man from the first panel takes a drink from a mug, his expression unreadable. Miel realizes she can't use healing magic. She wonders why she can't do anything for Ellison. Miel stands alone in the restaurant, her shoulders slumped in defeat. The voice from before continues, stating that she may be a dragon, but she can't survive in this world on her own. A woman cries out, questioning why someone is doing this. The woman begs to be let go, as a man holds her captive, thinking to himself that things are proceeding as he thought. A nobleman muses that elves are quite beautiful. A man reminds someone that he has been to their clinic a few times, stating that he is looking for someone and will reward them if they answer well. The person responds that they personally look forward to that a lot more. The man licks his lips, anticipating the information he's about to receive. The man demands to know if the person knows where Linty and Matt are. A man thinks to himself that there's no way she would know, wondering how an elf on the outskirts of the city would know two people who just got out of prison. The elf, cornered, looks up at her captor with a worried expression. The elf states that she knows where they are, prompting one of the men to think that he probably shouldn't try to predict anything again. The other wonders how she knows. The men begin to chant. A magic circle begins to form. The elf, surrounded by the magic circle, refuses to tell them. The magic circle activates. The elf is struck by the magic, crying out in pain as the men stand over her. She attempts to flee, but the nobleman is in hot pursuit. The nobleman fumes, frustrated by the elf's continued evasion. He thinks to himself that only her mother would stay for her. The nobleman unleashes a torrent of magical energy, furious that a lowly elf dares to defy him. He vows that she will regret this when he catches her, promising she will beg him to kill her. The captive woman's eyes widen in terror as the magical attack hurtles towards her. The magical energy strikes its target. The nobleman's patience finally snaps. He can't stand this anymore. The force of the impact explodes outwards. The captive woman is struck by the blast, blood erupting from her. The nobleman's face is contorted with rage, his eyes burning with fury as he looks down at the elf. The nobleman is struck down, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud as someone cries out for Rathanda. A voice admits they couldn't hold it in any longer, suggesting a pent-up frustration or a planned betrayal. The speaker is revealed to be Rathanda, his knuckles bloodied and a sinister grin on his face as he stands with the young woman. She smiles back, holding a wooden staff. Ratanda's legs are shown as he speaks, his words suggesting a sense of relief and acceptance of the current situation. It's fine, brother. It's better this way. The young woman speaks, her words hinting at a future where they will be comfortable and warm, a stark contrast to their current circumstances. Ratanda is struck down by unseen assailants. The pink-haired woman assures her companion that everything is fine. They will at least spend the winter somewhere warm. The captive woman, kneeling on the ground, is shocked to see the pair. The pink-haired woman tells the other to go, as they have unfinished business with those guys. The pink-haired woman's companion walks forward, his face obscured. The nobleman, his face contorted with rage, accuses them of dragging innocent people into this. The pink-haired woman's companion holds a device, promising to help the nobleman remember what happened 2 years ago. The nobleman is struck by the device, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The nobleman is sent flying into the forest. The companion of the pink-haired woman wonders aloud what happened 2 years ago. The nobleman lies on the ground, beaten and bruised, as someone looms over him. The figure standing over the nobleman asks if he thought they came unprepared. The pink-haired woman looks distressed, muttering a curse under her breath as her companion stands beside her. Elsewhere, a man refers to the nobleman as that bastard, lamenting that his dear contractor has fallen. The man wonders if they are the ones who should teach the nobleman a lesson, identifying him as Roman Horde, the great city gangster leader. Meanwhile, someone is banging on the door of a building. Inside, a woman wakes up, telling her honey that someone is banging on their door. A man replies, wondering who it could be. The woman yawns, asking who it is. The sleepy man's wife calls out a name, Rurin. Meanwhile, a pink-haired woman stands in a dimly lit room, explaining that she followed a familiar scent to this location. Elsewhere, the nobleman is struck, the force of the blow visible on his face. The nobleman, reeling from the attack, curses his assailant. The attacker, cloaked and masked, continues his assault on the nobleman. The masked assailant unleashes a devastating blow, the impact radiating outwards. The force of the attack sends the nobleman flying. The nobleman coughs up blood, the pain evident in his face. A man with a scar across his eye, presumably the brother of the pink-haired woman, angrily confronts the attacker, furious that he would harm his sibling. The scar man warns that this is not a game. The pink-haired woman is struck, her face contorted in pain. The scarred man rushes to aid his sister, while the nobleman lies injured on ground. A voice, dripping with malice, whispers Matt's name before erupting into laughter. The nobleman, bloodied and bruised, displays a cruel smirk despite his injuries. An unknown voice observes that Roman's skills far surpass those of an average person. The muscular man, revealed to be Roman, asks if they want him to beat them up more. A commanding voice orders them not to touch the sister, as she'll be useful, and to not let the elf escape. Roman's face is marred by a scar over his eye as he responds with indifference. He commands that the others be allowed to go, as he violently grabs the leg of the companion of the pink-haired woman. Roman's expression contorts with rage as he tightens his grip. The companion of the pink-haired woman, pinned and helpless, curses Roman. The companion of the pink-haired woman cries out in pain as Roman's grip tightens. The pink-haired woman shouts for her brother, declaring that she should break at least one of his wrists. The sleepy man, seemingly the husband of the pink-haired woman, begs for her to let him treat Roman. The pink-haired woman is warned by the nobleman, who holds her arm, that she better. Elsewhere, Roman clutches his head, overwhelmed by the memories. His face contorted in anguish. Roman wonders if he deserved this fate, if he should have ignored something back then. He remembers closing his eyes and shutting his ears. He wonders what would have happened if he had escaped to another village and pretended nothing had happened. But he couldn't. The memory of a past decision grips him. He reflects that if he had just ignored it, if he had never stepped forward. However, he and someone else, the nobleman and the pink-haired woman, stand over Roman, who is on the ground with her capture companion. A woman reflects that using her teleportation spell would be useless because the clinic was located in the forest. He thinks to himself that he never expected to encounter her on his journey. Elsewhere, a man demands that the elf girl give him her power. He wonders where she came from. He tells Rurin that he wants to help her, but the situation is becoming dire for the man. The woman with blue hair wonders what is happening. All of the instincts of the shadowy figure are screaming at him, telling him that she is dangerous. The woman with blue hair realizes that there is no other way to survive unless she bows down to her right now. Someone wonders if they should get rid of him first. A man says yes, sir. Another man calls him brother. The nobleman wonders what is happening. Someone asks what they are doing. Someone asks why they are just watching. Someone says to get that girl too. He was furious, realizing the two people he was chasing had vanished in a thin air. Filled with rage, the nobleman vowed to personally capture and sell them off. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman is grabbed roughly by the arm. She finds the situation interesting. The nobleman, now sporting a bloody nose, wonders when Trash started talking. He reels from the blow. The nobleman screams in agony. One of the men who was with the pink-haired woman clutches his arm in pain. The pink-haired woman finds the elf girl and asks if she is all right. A voice declares that everything is taken care of and it's time to leave. Someone is being healed by a pair of hands glowing with green mana. Gasping for air, the companion of the pink-haired woman struggles to speak. The nobleman, Archmage Ellison, and the young woman look down at the injured Elle. The young woman asks if Elle is all right. Later, the companion of the pink-haired woman thanks the nobleman for his help once more. The nobleman thinks to himself that this should be enough for him to manage everyday life, relieved that he poured all of his mana into healing Elle, and wonders just how much magic power Elle has. Elena, lying in bed, grips the blanket tightly. The pink-haired woman asks if her companion is Elena, and he confirms. Elena fidgets with her fingers, lost in thought. The companion of the pink-haired woman thanks someone for helping Elle. Elena blushes, looking away. A man and the pink-haired woman are shocked that Rurin thanks someone. The pink-haired woman demands to know why Ellison is staring at her. She quickly retracts her statement, admitting it wasn't easy for her to say what she did. Ellison stammers, claiming he was merely surprised. He affirms that what she said is correct. The nobleman adds that he also has something to say. He wonders when the two of them are going to come in. The young woman reveals that she knew. The nobleman states that he wanted to thank them for saving them. He clarifies that he heard it was the pink-haired woman and the young woman who saved Elena. The pink-haired woman reveals that Ratanda was after them in the first place. She explains that people unrelated got involved because of them. The young woman insists it's not her fault and that they shouldn't blame someone who was not at fault. Ellison listens intently. The nobleman explains that the construction supervisor is quite famous for things like this. Ratanda questions if they are telling him that when they first came to him. His hand, wrapped in bandages, clenches tightly. Ratanda's expression hardens, a hint of a snarl playing on his lips. He reflects, stating that even now, he would make the same choice. The nobleman admits he didn't want to lie about regretting his actions, then asks if they have a place to stay for the night. The nobleman offers them a large coin, suggesting they find a nearby inn, stating it should be enough for a couple of months. The young woman, surprised by the offer, questions why the nobleman would give them this. The nobleman explains that they will be working at the ranch starting tomorrow, prompting the young woman to excitedly declare that she'll do her best. Ratanda reminds them that they are criminals, but the nobleman dismisses this, stating that they have new subordinates now. The nobleman states that they have paid for their crimes, and that he knows the whole story now, adding that he doesn't see any problem. The young woman and Ratanda are shocked by the nobleman's words. The young woman declares that she will call the nobleman Big Brother and do her best. The nobleman tells them that they can just call him the restaurant manager. The voice booms, declaring, "We would like to introduce our dash." The voice continues, sells again. We're Linty and Matt. We'll be helping out with the duties in the ranch. Linty and Matt, the pink and red-haired workers, bow their heads, saying, "Please take care of us, seniors." The green-haired nobleman smirks, responding, "Senior? Huh? Ahem. That's true. I am your senior." The nobleman's hand clenches into a fist, his expression hidden. The nobleman's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. The nobleman addresses Linty and Matt, saying, I won't say much since it was Manager L's choice to hire you two, but I don't completely trust you yet. The nobleman's face is partially obscured, but his stern expression is still visible as Linty and Matt respond with a meek, Yes, sir. The nobleman thinks to himself, I probably would have beaten up Ratanda as well. The nobleman's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The nobleman instructs the new ranch hands, Linty and the young woman, on how to manage the hay. The ranch hands respond, promising to do their best. Elsewhere, Rurin is pleased to find that he has recovered most of his magic, and that there won't be any adverse effects when he uses mana. Rurin pauses, remembering that there are only a few days left. He wonders if what he asked for has arrived yet. Suddenly, a presence is felt. Someone is watching Rurin. Peeking through a doorway, Elena wonders what Rurin is doing. She calls out, asking him directly what he's up to. Meanwhile, the nobleman sits at a table with Ratanda, while the pink-haired woman stands nearby. The pink-haired woman realizes that there are many things she doesn't know, especially regarding the customers. Rurin's interest in other beings and his recent gratitude towards Elena makes the pink-haired woman suspicious. She wonders if something is wrong. The pink-haired woman and Elena are at a table, eating. The pink-haired woman is talking with a smile on her face. A close-up reveals the shiny earrings of the woman across from the pink-haired woman. The pink-haired woman observes the earrings. She wonders why human women seem to be wearing shiny things. She thinks that it's because they are pretty and that Mr. Venom is having an event again. The pink-haired woman peeks through a doorway, thinking that even dragon lairs are filled with treasures after all. She admits she doesn't know too much about that, as her mom's lair was not like that. She wonders if she would like to give or receive something like that. Nearby, Rurin peeks through a door with a smile. The nobleman presents a necklace to the young woman, who is overjoyed. The pink-haired woman watches the exchange, admitting to herself that she really doesn't get it. The door creaks, opens slightly. Someone overhears, realizing that there's someone else nearby. Rurin observes the nobleman giving the young woman shiny things now. Moments later, a messenger arrives with news regarding Ratanda's crimes. The messenger announces that he has good news. This morning, the news spreads quickly. The news reaches even the restaurant. Ratanda has been arrested from the hospital. The charges against Ratanda are extensive: tax evasion, harassing women, rape, assault, crimes witnessed by many. He's an even. The news of Ratanda's arrest reaches Elena, who remarks that Ratanda was a worse person than she thought. The informant reveals that one of Ratanda's trusted people gave in and provided information, stating that Deadran was the one behind Ratanda. Even though Count Deadran was dragged away, Ratanda didn't consider his diminished position and continued his actions. It's shocking that the Count's henchmen aren't just in the castle alone. Elena's companion notes that no matter how many of Deidran's henchmen they find, more appear elsewhere, but assures her that she has tried her best regardless. She was last seen being taken away, but 3 days prior, Elena was being asked if she had time in the evening in 3 days. The man asking the question assures her that he can definitely make time as long as she wants him to visit, especially for the restaurant. The man whispers something into Elena's ear, a secret that seems to startle her. Elena responds that it's good to hear, and she'll make sure to attend. She thinks to herself that it would be best to look forward to it. Meanwhile, a dark portal opens, hinting at the sinister events to come. 3 days later, a cloaked figure with a long white beard sits with his hands clasped, seemingly waiting. A figure with a shadowed face sits across from him, the tension palpable. The cloaked figure states that what he wanted to talk about was for the figure to hand over the items before anything else. The shadowed figure clenches his fist, preparing to act. The shadowed figure states that everything is perfect. 3 dark, cube-like objects fall into a pool of water, each emitting a faint, magical glow. A steaming platter of sausages appears, accompanied by the invitation, "Everyone come eat." A stack of canned drinks sits near the sausages, as someone wonders if they really had to act that way. A man with gray hair declares he's always wanted to do that, surrounded by others enjoying the feast. Ratanda, the construction supervisor, stands beneath the archway of the restaurant, explaining that construction will be coming to an end soon. A distant view of the town at night, bathed in moonlight. A man tells a pink-haired woman that he thinks this is the first time he's been invited to something like this. The pink-haired woman's companion says that's true, and that he's looking forward to it, while another man asks if they get to attend too. A close-up of covered dishes, hinting at the meal to come. A man and woman stand behind the covered dishes, wondering what all this is. A blonde woman stands before a gathering, expressing her gratitude that everyone is gathered here, while someone wonders if she really doesn't know what today is. The restaurant owner announces that he has prepared a small event for all who have loved their restaurant. Ah, so it's a restaurant event. The event is called "What Do I Have in My Mouth?" Quiz. The rules are simple. All you need to do is wear this blindfold and guess the food that you're served. The restaurant owner holds up a blindfold, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Everyone who guesses right will receive a huge gift. Then the first participant is going to be Miltine. Miltine, looking apprehensive, asks if they won't give him something that isn't food. Of course not. It's all going to be food. Although, it might be different based on the situation. Miltine's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the implications of the manager's words. What? The food is going in. What the manager said keeps bothering me. The texture of the food was warm and mushy. The sensation was strange, almost slimy. Sitting on a stool, he wondered what he was eating as he didn't recognize the food. A wave of revulsion washed over him. He felt something squirming inside. Ratanda laughed, declaring that Miltine was disqualified for his wrong answer. The food that Miltine had eaten was revealed to be marshmallows. He stared at the marshmallows, confused. The text explained that they were sweets made with sugar, a food that didn't exist in this world, having come from very far away. The man wondered how he was supposed to guess correctly if he wouldn't be able to. He thought he wouldn't be able to guess it even if he ate it all, but it tasted really good though. He admitted that he was so scared because his eyes were closed that he couldn't taste the sweetness. Despite his disqualification, Miltine declares he's fine with anything and demands they give him all the food. The host, overhearing this, tells his wife to make sure she gets it right. Unfortunately, the previous contestant is suffering from the spice of the food. The announcer declares Nately is disqualified. The man who is disqualified says he can't eat spicy food as the pink-haired woman laughs, finding the situation interesting. A waiter wonders if anyone will be able to guess the food correctly. The next person to participate is Rurin, who is surprised to be participating in the quiz. Someone reminds her that she can't use magic. Rurin is blindfolded and wonders what she is about to eat. The waiter explains that it's a game where she has to guess correctly. Rurin is confident that she'll get it right using her dragon senses. She determines that the food has a soft texture and seems like bread. The taste of whipped cream floods her senses, a familiar flavor from a recent dessert banquet. The dragon archmage also detects the sweetness of the bread and the distinct taste of fruit. The fruit notes become clearer, sharper. She realizes what she's tasting. Cake! It's cake, she exclaims, throwing her arms up in triumph. The pink-haired woman asks how that is for a dragon's senses. Confetti rains down as the correct answer is revealed. Ratanda stands proudly behind a large cake, surrounded by cheering onlookers. The construction supervisor confirms that she is right, but to be exact, it's a birthday cake. The archmage's eyes widen in surprise as she hears the words, "Happy birthday, Rurin." The pink-haired woman sits before a cake, realizing, "So today was my birthday." A voice explains that they thought she would realize it was her birthday when they told her they were having an event, but she never did. The pink-haired woman is surprised by the cake. She realizes that everyone gathered there was for her. The pink-haired woman stammers a thank you, as Rurin is saying thank you again. The pink-haired woman shouts that she doesn't think she's going to say thank you to those punks. Someone thinks that maybe there are just too many people for her to do that. Someone says that since she got the answer right, they should give her a gift, and that the dwarves tried their best to make this for her. She watches as the man pulls a small bag from his pocket. From within, he produces a jewelry box, revealing a delicate earring. The pink-haired woman is surprised by the gift. She wonders when he found the time to prepare this for her. The man smiles, assuring her that there was no way he would forget her birthday. He leans in close, warning her that this is going to sting a bit. The man carefully pierces her ear. He holds up a mirror, asking what she thinks of the new earring. Her eyes widen as she admires the earring. Nearby, two women watch with anticipation, eager to hear her opinion. She blushes, admitting that it looks pretty decent, finally understanding the gift. The pink-haired woman admires the earring Rurin gifted her. She giggles, clearly pleased with the gift. The archmage leans in, embracing her. The pink-haired woman thinks the earring is pretty, realizing she now understands how Rurin feels. A voice booms, declaring that enough wishes have been made. Rain announces that they have to move on to the next person, presenting a covered dish to a blindfolded woman. The blindfolded woman gags, clearly disgusted by the food she's tasting. Rain reveals that what she ate was just a fried shrimp, as the man behind him laments that he almost failed. Another blindfolded contestant struggles to identify the food, ultimately failing. The contestant is disqualified, as the correct answer was grilled. The contest continues with another contestant being presented with a cake. The plates from the previous contestants are shown, now empty. Under the light of a full moon, the restaurant stands quiet and still. Inside, a voice muses that this is the first time people have gathered for their birthday. A chandelier hangs from the wooden ceiling, its candles casting a warm glow. Sir Ellison stands tall, reminding Rurin that this is her last birthday before her coming-of-age ceremony, asking if she's fine with it. Rurin, resting her chin on her hand, blushes slightly. The archmage looks out the window, surprised by something she sees. She excitedly tells Ellison that it's snowing and suggests they go outside to watch. Ellison agrees, seemingly pleased by the prospect of snow. Rurin remarks how quickly winter has arrived. Time passes quickly as the pair sit on the balcony, enjoying cocoa and watching the snowfall. Ellison wonders aloud if it has only been a year since Rurin arrived. Rurin questions if it has truly only been a year. She reflects on the difference in lifespan between herself and humans. Meanwhile, Ellison smiles as he holds a warm drink. He muses that no one knows if the Lord's heart has life-extending effects, since he is the first to consume it, and that he didn't eat all of it. A shooting star streaks across the night sky. Rurin notices the shooting star. Ellison suggests that Rurin make a wish, since it's her birthday. The shooting star continues its descent. She reveals that she has already made a wish. Rurin's expression is somber as she thinks about her wish. Her wish is to be with him for longer. Ellison asks what she wished for, offering to wish for the same thing, but she playfully refuses, telling him to make his own birthday wish. Floating islands dotted the sky, connected by chains and shrouded in mist. Dominating the landscape was the Black Dragon Palace, a towering structure of white stone and spires, where dragons circled overhead. The palace loomed, a testament to the power it held within its walls. Footsteps echoed through the halls of the Black Dragon Palace. A voice, laced with frustration, cursed the current situation. The figure, revealed to be Black Dragon Knees, called out to his uncle as he approached the throne room. The Black Dragon Knees' uncle, the Black Dragon Knees, sat upon his throne, his expression unreadable. The Black Dragon Knees questioned if that was his nephew. The Black Dragon Knees demanded to know how long his uncle would tolerate the arrogant human, questioning the importance of a promise made to such a being. The Black Dragon Knees remained silent, lost in thought. The words Black Dragon Dihegma are displayed, followed by the question of whether this is all because of Rurin. The Black Dragon Knees' expression is fraught with concern. Elsewhere, a voice echoes through a grand hall, lamenting that if someone wanted her so badly, they should have treated her better when she was still there. The voice continues, accusing someone of bullying her not so long ago, but now that she's grown, they think it's a shame to let her go, eliciting a frustrated ugh. The Black Dragon Knees argues that this isn't just about personal interest, but also about the existence of the entire Black Dragon race, especially the females who can birth children. The uncle of Knees responds that there's no telling how long this short period of peace will last, and they can't keep waiting on a promise, questioning if he wants him to force Rurin back here. The Black Dragon Knees' eyes glow with power as he declares he won't allow it. The uncle of Knees urges him to stay calm, stating that he isn't someone he can handle on his own. Knees retorts that he wouldn't understand since he hasn't seen him himself, adding that it's a good thing if he doesn't kill him. Knees grits his teeth, declaring there's no way a mere human is that powerful. The voice from the hall continues, stating that besides breaking a promise made, it will only tarnish the honor of the dragon race, which he cannot allow. The voice concludes that Lord Metadana will not let him go through with such an unjustifiable act. He looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he contemplates the task ahead. Meanwhile, Ellison questions the Black Dragon Knees' logic, asking if anything is permissible as long as it's justified. The Archmage seems to have planted an idea in Knees' head. Ellison admits that the promise wasn't satisfactory to him anyway, and that he will pretend this conversation never happened if something goes wrong. Knees confirms that he understands his uncle's intentions, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The scene shifts to a philosophical statement. After all, they are saviors, not usurpers. The view pans across a snowy landscape. The location is revealed to be Mount Miliorek at the North Pole. A young boy, bundled in winter gear, gazes out at the frozen expanse. The boy's companion wonders if they are there to retrieve something. The camera pans down to reveal a patch of mushrooms growing in the snow. He questions why they would travel so far just for mushrooms. The reason for their journey becomes clear. These aren't just any mushrooms, but extremely rare ones, rumored to be found at the restaurant. The story of a rare mushroom found at the North Pole circulates among the patrons. A nomad guides his wooba, when suddenly, one of them begins digging frantically. The wooba unearths a mushroom so rare it's only seen once in a lifetime, and the nomad is rewarded handsomely with gold coins for presenting it to the palace. The thought of acquiring such a valuable mushroom fills someone with worry. The young boy in winter gear realizes that the mushroom must be incredibly rare, as it has never been seen before. The discovery is identified as a truffle, or at least a species similar to truffles in this world. The companion in winter gear asks how he intends to find it. The scent of the mushroom is unusually strong, but it's difficult to locate because it grows so deep underground. The boy in winter gear is reminded that he has Rurin, who possesses the senses of a dragon. Rurin acknowledges that he is being used again and asks what the mushroom smells like. He sniffs the air, trying to discern the scent. The Archmage admits that it smells like truffles, though he remains uncertain. The companion, Young, is confused by the Archmage's logic, which seems to be going in circles. To find truffles, they need to look for truffles, but to know what truffles smell like, they need truffles. The Archmage wonders if he should summon truffle oil from modern times, concerned that the truffle scent here might be slightly different. The companion calls him a dummy, clearly frustrated with the Archmage's convoluted thinking. The Archmage is taken aback by the insult. Suddenly, a group of hulking orcs appears, brandishing crude blades and growling menacingly. A massive, snow-white yeti crashes through the trees, joining the orcs in what is clearly an ambush. The hulking orcs advanced through the snowy landscape, one of them bellowing a guttural war cry. Suddenly, the ground beneath them exploded in a burst of raw power. The force of the blast sent the orcs flying, scattering them across the frozen terrain. A monstrous roar echoed through the mountains. The source of the destruction was revealed, a massive, snow-white beast with piercing blue eyes, its fur stained with soot from the explosion. One of the orcs, enraged by the ambush, roared a challenge as he gripped his crude spear. The beast lunged, its claws extended, ready to tear into the Orcish warrior. The orc cried out as the beast's attack connected. The spear clattered to the ground, the orc's chest ripped open by the creature's claws. Blood splattered across the snow as the beast continued its brutal assault. The snow-white beast stood triumphant over its fallen foe, its glowing eyes fixed on some unseen target. The snow beast halts its advance, a voice ringing out. The two ice orcs stand their ground, glowing blue with magical energy. The voice continues, acknowledging their motivations. The speaker, a young man with a glowing sigil on his palm, is revealed. The young man, accompanied by a dark-haired woman, insists that they cannot fight there. The pair stand their ground, the young man's hands still glowing. Meanwhile, the ice orcs growl menacingly, preparing to attack. The dark-haired woman's eyes glow with a similar blue energy, a sign of her own power. The orcs charge forward, undeterred by the pair's warning. The snow beast, however, is sent flying backward by an unseen force, its expression one of confusion. The young man notes with some surprise that the pair didn't flee at the sight of him. The snow beast, despite its fearsome appearance, is told that it needs to be more dignified. The snow beast, towering over the young man, lets out a ferocious roar. The snow beast shrinks down, its menacing aura fading as it lets out a softer growl. The young man realizes that the situation feels familiar, as the snow beast begs him to be its teacher. The dark-haired woman watches the exchange with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The snow beast continues to growl, prompting the young man to wonder what it's trying to say. The snow beast, now much smaller and cuter, expresses its gratitude for being saved, but the dark-haired woman suspects it wants something more. The snow beast, with sparkling eyes, lets out another gnar as it looks up at the young man. The snow beast thinks about how it will repay the young man. The snow beast rolls around playfully, squealing with delight. The dark-haired woman realizes that the snow beast's desire to repay them is the reason the young man went out of his way to stop the orcs. The dark-haired woman questions what they expect to receive in return for their help. The young man explains that he hopes to find treasure, as he detected a strange smell earlier. The snow beast growls in response to their conversation. The snow beast suddenly notices something, its eyes widening in surprise. The young man realizes that the smell he detected is not treasure. The young man's companion, the dark-haired woman, corrects him, stating that it is treasure. The young man insists that it is definitely treasure. Elsewhere, someone utters the name Knees as they observe a ruined city and wonder what is happening. Three figures identified as Black Dragon Darba, Black Dragon Nekwu, and Black Dragon Hoven stand amidst the ruins, having been summoned. The eyes of one of the black dragons glow with an intense light. The black dragon's expression is grim as he prepares for action. The black dragon declares his intention to bring Rurin back to the Holy Land. He sits perched atop the rocky terrain, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he listens to the unfolding conversation. The mention of Rurin and a human wizard named El sparks a visible irritation in one of the black dragons. He questions if she is in Great City. Another black dragon emphasizes their commitment to a promise made to a human, while also expressing concern about Rurin's overconfidence. The black dragons continue their discussion, their figures silhouetted against the backdrop of a war-torn landscape. One of the black dragons explains that attacking is permissible if there is justification, prompting the other to ask how they will justify it and what their plan is. The black dragon acknowledges the difficulty, citing the treaty that prohibits direct attacks on humans. The only exception, it is stated, is retaliation for the killing of their people. The black dragon with long gray hair listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he considers the implications of their words. A voice declares that it is indeed possible for him to do that. The gray-haired black dragon is approached by another, who asks if that is true. A voice confirms that the rumors from the war were true and offers assistance. A young man with blue hair offers his help, suggesting he can assist them if the rumors from the war are true. The blue-haired man's offer is met with skepticism. One of the black dragons questions how someone like him could possibly be of assistance. Desperate to be heard, the red dragon, Garrod, pleads with his captors not to get angry, insisting they listen to him first. Behind bars, Garrod reveals that he knows of another red dragon. The dragon's name is Garrod. Elsewhere, someone suggests that a woman living near Great City could be useful for their plans. Two figures are excited to have found the truffles they were looking for. The snow beast makes a strange noise. It's revealed that truffles are what snow beasts eat. They are buried in abundance in this land, but only the snow beast can find them. The snow beast recoils from the truffles, finding the smell overwhelming. The man suggests throwing them away. The man thinks that if the snow beast is able to find enough truffles, it will become its staple food. The snow beast asks Rurin to translate its words and pass them on, but it's unclear what it wants to say. The snow beast thanks someone for repaying it, stating that it can't just stay still after receiving such a precious gift. The snow beast growls echo through the cavern as the two figures before him present a pile of truffles. The man in blue, seemingly oblivious to the beast's menacing sounds, declares that he is appointing it as the guard of his dragon lair. He then suggests leaving the dangerous place for a peaceful village. The snow beast pauses its growling, momentarily confused by the offer. Another voice questions if they intend to raise the beast. The snow beast, towering over the two figures, insists that a guard is a must for a lair, though its tone remains aggressive. The man in blue, unfazed, remarks that he doesn't know what the snow beast is saying, but assumes it must be something nice. The beast, however, clarifies that it wasn't the lair. Suddenly, a disembodied voice declares that there's a place for only the speaker and one other. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate structure, its architecture hinting at a place of importance. Seated upon a throne within this structure is a woman with long, flowing red hair, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the woman's eyes, burning with an intense, fiery red. The woman's voice echoes, revealing that the previous scene was all an illusion. The woman's rage erupts as she demands to know if they are happy now, calling them jerks. Seated amidst the scattered coins and treasures of her illusory lair, the red-haired woman offers a sarcastic invitation. Nearby, the young man with messy brown hair stammers, admitting he hadn't realized the lair was an illusion spell. The dark-haired woman crosses her arms, remarking that the already shabby lair looks even worse now. The young man with messy brown hair nervously compliments the lair, trying to smooth things over. The red-haired woman's expression shifts to one of manic determination as she declares she doesn't have a lair, but she's building one now. Her anger rising, the red-haired woman confronts the young man with messy brown hair, questioning his audacity to look down on her when he doesn't even have a lair. The young man with messy brown hair defends himself, stating that he runs a restaurant with Elle, and that even though it isn't as spacious as the lair, he's never felt frustrated. Rurin, the archmage, pulls away from Ellison, who seems to be trying to hold her back. The scene fades to black. A disembodied thought bubble wonders if the red-haired woman should meet that human again. The red-haired woman's face is shown in close-up as she thinks that she'll at least be able to kill some time. The camera focuses on the red-haired woman's legs and feet, adorned with intricate straps and elegant shoes, as she stands amidst the scattered coins. The scene fades out with a trailing ellipsis, leaving the red-haired woman's intentions ambiguous. Seated on her throne, the red-haired woman taps her foot impatiently, the sound echoing through the ancient hall. The sound of approaching footsteps catches her attention. She wonders if it's the same group that has been causing her trouble. The footsteps grow louder, closer. The woman on the throne recalls her earlier threat, a challenge issued with deadly intent. And if you want to come, then you should have come. She had expected them sooner, not after months. The woman's eyes narrow as she recognizes the approaching figure. Serena. A voice echoes from the entrance, dripping with a familiar malice. Long time no see. Garrett, the red dragon, stands framed in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Serena's eyes blaze with fury as she recognizes him. Garrett, why the hell are you here? The red dragon's arrival has clearly infuriated her. Did you take my threat as a joke? Garrett steps into the hall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight. The red-haired woman on the throne declares that she has something to tell him, that she wants to start over with him. The dragon pauses, considering her words. He understood it after a long time, that she was the only one who loved him earnestly. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as he remembers. The dragon's expression hardens, his teeth bared. He questions when that thought occurred to her, when she begged him not to go. He recalls when she disappeared without a single word, or so he thought. The dragon remembers when they attacked the human villages and the women were kidnapped. The dragon, now fully transformed, calls her a scumbag, stating that she is still the same. He continues, saying that to begin with, she didn't even come here on her own. The dragon's face is shadowed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He remarks that she is still good at noticing things. Even so, the ground crumbles beneath them. As the dragon's roar faded, a voice cried out, declaring that now was the time to strike. The transformed Garrett, now a massive red dragon, surveyed the scene. A command rang out, everyone attack. The ground trembles as a surge of magical energy erupts. The raw power intensifies, crackling with destructive force. The source of the energy is revealed to be the dragon woman, Intra, who roars in fury. Intra, enraged, wonders if her opponents are ignorant of the pact they've broken. She demands to know if they can handle the consequences of their actions. Shadowy figures emerge, summoned by Intra's power. Elsewhere, Red Dragon Garrett, surrounded by a magical circle, assures Serena not to worry. Intra declares that no one will know anything, as long as they don't tell. The Dragon Woman calls out Garrett's name. Intra scoffs, questioning how Garrett dares to use such lesser magic on her. The broken pact with the Black Dragons had unleashed something terrible, and the world seemed to darken in anticipation. He channeled his rage into a swirling vortex of purple energy, preparing to unleash it. The dragon's power coalesced into a blinding sphere of destruction, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The unleashed energy surged forward, a torrent of raw power. The air crackled with the force of the dragon's magic. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Archmage Ellison paused in his explanation, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He questioned if the monster was a guard for the lair. Elsewhere, the adorable Ruruans made their presence known with a chorus of happy sounds. The Ruruan keeper confirmed their name, explaining that they were indeed called Ruruans. The keeper continued, advising that since they lived in cold areas before, their rooms should be kept at a low temperature. The chef explains that they brought the truffles in because of the mushrooms. He then asks how they should prepare them. The chef smiles, holding a basket full of truffles, as his companion looks on with curiosity. He chuckles, stating that the preparation is the fun part. He explains that this mushroom has an incredibly strong scent that changes the flavor of whatever dish you put it in. The chef holds up a truffle, explaining that it also gave the previous menus a different feel. He wonders aloud if his companion is curious about the reaction of their customers. The scene shifts to the anticipated reaction of the customers. The restaurant's offerings are displayed: pizza, pasta, and a burger. The scene shifts to a plate of food, presumably prepared with the truffles. A customer exclaims that the food is really delicious, wondering if the mushroom is the reason he's never tasted something like this before. The chef prepares another dish, presumably with the truffles. Another customer remarks that the food is pretty fascinating and tastes good too. He watches as the customers try the truffle dish, some reacting with disgust. The Archmage sighs, realizing the new dish won't be a regular menu item due to the mixed reactions. However, other customers are delighted by the truffles, requesting more. The staff decides to serve the truffles only to special customers. The Archmage decides that he will serve the truffles to special customers. Elsewhere, the teleportation site is in ruins. Someone curses, realizing their target escaped. The speaker expresses surprise that she was able to escape at the last minute with teleportation. The silver-haired man stands amidst the magical residue, preparing to track the escapee. One of the men observes that the speed of the spells was too fast, and that she prepared magic in advance at the lair. Someone shouts that it wasn't that way before. The silver-haired man chuckles, telling someone not to worry, as he has tracked her. He reveals that the mana flow of the lair leads to Great City. The sun rises over a distant city, its towers and walls silhouetted against the dawn. Nees is asked what their next move should be. The man with blue eyes smirks, a sinister glint in his gaze. He believes there's no need for them to move themselves. Red Dragon Garrett is asked if he's sure the dragon that ran away doesn't have anyone to ask for help. The man with white hair is sure the dragon was unable to teleport to the castle, and that Serena has always been a loner among red dragons. The white-haired man continues, stating that he felt sorry for her, and that they've seen how the others enslave humans just like they did. The man with blue eyes raises his hand, silencing the white-haired man. The man with blue eyes, Nekwu, says that's enough and that he's not interested in that punk's tastes, and that he just needs to make Elysion give in. Nekwu tells the red-haired man to get lost, stating that if that happens, he'll turn a blind eye to the mess that he made. The red-haired man says all right and that he'll be back. Nekwu vows that the red dragon will eventually die. The rumor spread like wildfire. Ellison had killed the red dragon. The news was met with dark amusement. What a perfect way to justify things, someone thought. Elsewhere, a man suggested selling the remaining mushrooms, but another protested, saying there were people who liked them. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey!" Inside the restaurant, a man washed dishes as the dark-haired woman looked on. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the restaurant. A voice questioned if this was the restaurant. The red dragon, Intra, smirked, noting that someone had looked down on her lair. She scoffed, declaring that the place was way too shabby. Someone asked if she was the red dragon from the mountains. Intra, the red dragon, confronted the pair, demanding to know what they were doing there. She stated that it was a restaurant, so of course she came to eat. With a demanding tone, a man urges someone to hurry and provide him with food, citing his busy schedule. The requested food is presented, a plate of sliced meat topped with fried pieces. The server explains that it was already prepared, making it a quick option. The server expresses uncertainty about whether the dish will suit the man's taste, but he seems to find it appealing. Elsewhere, Dragon Woman Intra sits at a table, a plate of the same food before her. Back at the counter, the dark-haired woman demands that Intra state her purpose for being there. Intra, fork in hand, points out that the dark-haired woman is wearing earrings she hasn't seen before. The dark-haired woman confirms that she received the earrings as a gift from Ellison, smiling smugly. Intra chews thoughtfully, considering the implications of this gift. She admits that the food is quite good, unlike anything she's tasted before, but still decent. The dark-haired woman retorts that the earrings are too good for her, just like Ellison is, prompting Intra to accuse her of jealousy. The dark-haired woman declares that Intra will never understand the feeling of receiving such a gift. Intra concedes that she's probably right, and in the exchange, even with limited time remaining, Intra found the food to be enjoyable. Meanwhile, the dark-haired woman and Archmage Ellison observe her from a distance, the woman questioning Intra's words. The dragon woman muses that she doesn't know what it's like to have sincere feelings for someone. She continues to eat, lost in thought. Intra reflects on her past, admitting she's always wondered if love truly exists or if it's just a momentary lie. Because of this, she dated several dragons, elves, and even humans, believing she knows humans better than any other dragon. Her fingers twitch as she recalls these past relationships. Thinking about it now, she realizes it was all a waste of time. Tears well in Intra's eyes as she admits she only dated them because The dragon woman confesses that she did it just because she didn't want to be alone. Red energy flares around Intra as she laments that, in the end, it's ridiculous that she got. She continues, her voice filled with anguish, that she was betrayed by her own race without a single place to escape to. Archmage Ellison's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he listens to Intra's confession. He notices the severity of the wound on Intra's back, a grim reminder of a recent battle. She laments her choices, wishing she had pursued simpler hobbies. Her thoughts drift to what could have been, realizing she could have done many things instead of trying to find love. That's right, she thinks, a hint of resignation in her tone. She reflects further, imagining a life where she could have focused on cooking as a hobby, a stark contrast to her current predicament. The severity of Intra's injuries becomes clear as she lies prone, surrounded by blood. Ellison and the dark-haired woman look on with concern. The dark-haired woman exclaims that Intra's wounds are incredibly deep, so deep that her bones are visible. She fears that even a dragon like her won't be able to recover and will soon die. The dark-haired woman looks on with worry as Ellison tends to Intra's wounds, the grim reality of her condition weighing heavily on them. The dark-haired woman realizes that Intra was concealing her injuries with illusion magic and wonders who could have inflicted such grievous wounds. A distant house is engulfed in a swirling vortex of red energy, hinting at the source of Intra's injuries. A figure, identified as an archmage, stands amidst the red energy, their foot planted firmly on the ground, suggesting they are responsible for the attack. Ellison's name is called out in shock and disbelief, suggesting he may be connected to the archmage or the attack itself. He is confronted by several figures in a dimly lit room, their faces obscured by shadows. They accuse him of crossing a line. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman with short black hair and a man with brown hair sense the disturbance. The man confirms that he can feel it too. The scene shifts to a fiery background, the word dragons prominently displayed, hinting at the nature of the conflict. Silhouetted figures stand against a backdrop of swirling red energy, their identities concealed, suggesting a gathering of powerful individuals. A disembodied voice notes that the timing is too accurate, implying a planned event or a coordinated attack. The dark-haired woman from before looks up, her expression a mix of concern and determination, as if she realizes the gravity of the situation. A voice declares that Rurin, the red dragon, was betrayed before she fainted, and that she definitely knows something, suggesting a conspiracy. The brown-haired man tends to the unconscious Rurin, his expression grim as he considers the implications of the betrayal. A voice urgently commands that she be taken to Elena, emphasizing the need to save her, revealing a potential ally or sanctuary. The dark-haired woman sits, a glowing blue orb floating in her hand, preparing to use her magic, perhaps to teleport or heal. A figure asks what about him, as a blue cloak is seen, suggesting he is preparing to act or intervene. The archmage, Ellison, his face partially obscured by shadow, declares that he will act, his expression determined, hinting at his next move. The need to welcome the guests after all crosses someone's mind. The doors to the restaurant swing open. A patron inside the restaurant expresses his surprise. A voice booms, wondering what he owes the pleasure of all the important folks gathered at his restaurant. The speaker reveals himself to be Vaint, the red dragon. A magic circle appears in front of the restaurant patron, and he cries out in alarm. The aftermath of the attack is shown, with blood splattered on the floor and a chair knocked over. Another patron, observing the scene, wonders if they can have a proper conversation as they drink some tea, calling the attacker a punk. Vaint, surrounded by his demonic energy, declares that he will kill them. The patron screams Ellison's name in terror. The affected student's scream hangs in air as a massive, clawed hand descends, a glowing red orb pulsing with ominous energy above the archmage. The dragon woman, Vaint declares that this is his choice, the air crackling with magical energy. The man's polite offer of tea is met with a sneering retort. The air crackles as the red dragons manifest, their eyes burning with malice as they declare their intent to kill. The red dragon's target is clear, Ellison. A crimson magic circle flares to life around the Archmage, a desperate defense against the encroaching threat. Seeing the Archmage's defiance, one of the red dragons concludes that he has made his choice. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. The source of the disturbance is revealed to be a colossal, shadowy figure looming in the distance. Elsewhere, the dark-haired woman senses the surge of mana. The woman's companion observes the unfolding events, admitting that Ellison can fight better than he initially thought. The companion reflects on the unexpected attack by the red dragons, struggling to recall Ellison's name. The speaker notes that Vaint is the leader of the younger generation of red dragons, adding that the current plan is well suited for his personality. The speaker continues, explaining that the red dragons emphasize unity outwardly, but don't pay attention to each other individually. However, they obsess over the reputation of those around them. The narration explains that if their race is attacked, the red dragons will rush in to fight back without hesitation. One of the red dragons roars, furious that someone dared to touch a red dragon. The red dragon unleashes a torrent of red energy. The Archmage, recognizing the danger, prepares a counterspell. The red dragon's attack slams into the Archmage's defenses. The Archmage, recognizing the power of the attack, decides to move the fight elsewhere. The red dragon warns that he wouldn't want to involve other people as well. The red dragon is shocked by the Archmage's actions. The Archmage teleports himself and the red dragon away. Having teleported himself and the red dragon, Ellison finds himself in a new location. Elsewhere, a woman calls out to Elena, carrying her through a swirling portal. A voice cries out in shock, calling Rurin's name. The dark-haired woman, having carried Elena through the portal, asks if the blonde-haired man can save her. He hesitates. The blonde-haired man focuses, realizing he needs to stop Elena's bleeding first. The blonde-haired man and the dark-haired woman stand over Elena as a bright green light emanates from his hands, enveloping her. Far away, the blue-haired man walks through a dark landscape, followed by 3 figures in red cloaks. The figures in red cloaks discuss the location, deciding it would be a good place to bury someone. A close-up reveals the face of the red dragon, Garrett, his expression grim. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man in a hooded cloak pauses, deep in thought. The blue-haired man realizes that while he is being framed for murdering a red dragon, there is something else he hasn't figured out yet. He considered the possibility that the red dragon and her allies were also victims, pawns in a larger scheme. Or perhaps, he mused, they were deceived by the true architects of this elaborate trap. The blue-haired man, attempting to defuse the situation, requested everyone to remain calm, suggesting he could resolve the issue through dialogue. Garrett, the red dragon, bristled at the suggestion. He accused the blue-haired man of looking down on him, incensed that blood had been spilled in his restaurant. The blue-haired man knew that the blood was indeed from a red dragon. The man in the mask denied ever saying it wasn't true, confirming that a red dragon had indeed visited their restaurant. The masked man continued, revealing that the red dragon was already injured before arriving, insisting he wasn't responsible for her condition. Garrett, his face contorted with rage, declared that he was trying to save the red dragon at that very moment to prove his innocence. The masked man, his expression hidden, stated ominously that Garrett would be unable to do so. The masked man implied that everyone could be involved in this scheme together, revealing that the red dragon was currently unconscious and had revealed she had been betrayed before losing consciousness. Garrett, engulfed in a red aura, unleashed a powerful attack, his determination evident as he fought to save the red dragon. From the depths of the red dragon's lair, a voice booms, questioning how long they will humor the spineless human. Fueled by rage, the red dragon remembers Serena's words, that Ellison was responsible for her death. The red dragon recalls the testimony, that Ellison tried to take Serena's lair and killed her when she refused. The red dragon realizes that Serena's name was Serena, and that Ellison is part of the group that framed him. The red dragon's rage intensifies, his draconic features becoming more pronounced. The decision is made. Ellison will pay for his crimes. The red dragon unleashes a furious roar, calling out Ellison's name. The red dragon demands to know how Ellison dares to weasel out of this. Having heard the testimony from his own people, the red dragon declares that there's no point in listening to Ellison's lies anymore. The red dragon's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. Ellison, surrounded by a blue aura, asks the red dragon if his race was that important to him. Ellison declares that the red dragon shouldn't have done that, as he prepares to unleash his power. The red dragon, Garrett, accuses Ellison of not caring for Serena, pointing out that he left her without a safe place to go when she was hurt. He questions if Serena even knows where Ellison's lair is. The dragon's rage intensifies, his form radiating power as he prepares to unleash his fury. The red dragon, consumed by anger, shouts at Ellison to shut up. Ellison retorts, questioning what the dragon knows about dragon laws. The red dragon unleashes a torrent of fire magic, the flames engulfing the area. In response to the dragon's attack, Ellison raises his hand, a surge of blue energy emanating from him as he prepares to defend himself. The Archmage, deflecting the flames, tells the red dragon not to pretend he cares about Serena. The fire magic continues to spread, the intensity of the flames growing. The blue energy clashes with the fire, creating a powerful explosion as the red dragon questions what Ellison is. The red dragon's face contorts in a mixture of anger and confusion as he witnesses Ellison's power. The blue energy intensifies, forming sharp, concentrated beams of power. The beams of blue energy strike the fire magic, causing a massive explosion that sends sparks and debris flying in all directions. The clash of magic erupts in a blinding explosion of blue and red energy. Staggering back from the force of the blast, the red dragon, Garrett, marvels at the power he just witnessed. He wonders what kind of human possesses such potent magic. The ground trembles beneath the red dragon's feet as the magical energies continue to surge. High above, the source of the mana is revealed. A group of figures stands silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Among the figures, the black dragon Nekwa smirks, calling Ellison a cheeky bastard. The red dragon, still reeling from the earlier exchange, is outraged. He questions how a mere human dares to attack a dragon. Nekwa, now in his dragon form, looms over the battlefield. He demands to know why Knees is siding with the black dragons. Another black dragon stands beside Nekwa, explaining that they sensed a huge amount of mana and decided to join in accordance with the agreement. Below, the cloaked figure of Knees looks up, seemingly surprised to be recognized. The red dragon recognizes the name, realizing it is definitely. Nekwa is surprised that he is known. He admits he has heard about the cloaked figure as well. The cloaked figure is told that they are considered quite strong compared to other humans. The man in the blue cloak contemplates his next move, realizing he must alter his plans. Meanwhile, the black dragon scoffs, dismissing his opponent as merely human. The dragon's massive form looms, a testament to his power. The dragon declares that someone will pay the price for not knowing their place. Elsewhere, a bloodied hand rests on a white surface, hinting at a recent struggle. The hand trembles, the owner of the hand gasping in pain. Blood drips down a wall, pooling on the floor as someone apologizes. A voice expresses deep regret, gasping out an apology. The camera focuses on Elena, tears streaming down her face, blood staining her cheek. Elena desperately tries to do everything she can, but it is too late to save her, whoever her may be. The lifeless body of Leon lies still, her red hair spread around her. Elena watches over Intra, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Nearby, the blonde elf looks at his bloodied hands, questioning what has happened. The dark-haired woman declares that it's not too late to save Intra, her hands glowing with purple energy. The woman continues to channel her mana, desperately trying to heal Intra. A sudden exclamation of disbelief echoes as someone realizes something is amiss. The blonde elf is shocked to realize that his mana is still present. An unseen figure commands that the woman continue healing Intra. The unseen figure assures her that she won't run out of mana this time. Elsewhere, a figure is attacked by dark magic, the scene filled with ominous energy. The dark magic explodes outward, shattering the surrounding landscape. Amidst the destruction, a figure in blue armor is seen amidst the rubble. A cloaked figure contemplates the situation, realizing that they cannot kill their enemies, even if Serena is still alive, but there are too many of them to remain passive. The cloaked figure, realizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledges the need for a stalemate to utilize his hidden power. With newfound resolve, he activates a complex magical array, golden light erupting from the intricate circles. The activation of the array unleashes a surge of energy, rocks levitating as the power intensifies. The sudden surge of power catches the red dragons off guard, their attention drawn to the unfolding events. A piercing shriek echoes as the black dragon, Darba, realizes Dihegma's assessment of the situation was accurate. The black dragon's face contorts in a mix of pain and shock as the golden energy strikes him. Nekwa, another black dragon, is stunned by the sudden increase in the cloaked figure's power. The black dragons, now enraged, prepare to retaliate, their jaws agape in fury. A sphere of dark purple energy begins to coalesce, crackling with destructive power. The black dragons unleash their combined power, the sphere of dark energy hurtling towards their target. The black dragons taunt their opponent, demanding to know why he doesn't try to block their attack. He grits his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This situation, he realizes, might prove to be more troublesome than he initially anticipated. The red dragon barks orders at its kin. They must not allow the cloaked figure to move. The red dragon closes in, its maw wide and teeth bared, ready to strike. The cloaked figure unleashes a torrent of blue energy, a swirling vortex of power. The energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the air as the cloaked figure's power intensifies. The black dragon, Nekwu, declares that it is over for the cloaked figure. A voice booms out, commanding them to stop. A sphere of dark energy pulses ominously. The cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, the landscape around him shattered and burning. A voice, laced with disdain, calls them fools as the blue energy continues to surge. The red dragon, Garrett, his face contorted in rage, demands to know if they want to start a war again. A new voice questions what brings the elders here, noting that the events celebrating their agreement had only recently concluded. Red Dragon Elder Dedank and Black Dragon Elder Medidana stand imposingly, Dedank demanding to know what the others are doing. An elder reflects on the situation, thinking that those punks are always in the middle of every fight. Someone demands that, since the elder loves to talk a lot, he should explain the situation to them. The cloaked figure arrives, greeted with the words, "You're finally here." Someone expresses surprise, admitting they never thought a day would come where they would be happy to see the elder. The agreement celebration had barely ended when a voice boomed out, demanding, "So what are you punks doing?" Red Dragon Elder Dedank and Black Dragon Elder Medidana stand ready, energy crackling around them. Medidana's face is etched with annoyance. "You punks are always in the middle of every fight." The Archmagellison adjusts his collar, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Since you love to talk a lot, why don't you explain this situation to us?" A figure descends, energy swirling around them. "You're finally here." The Black Dragon Nekwa speaks. "I never thought a day would come where I would be happy to see you, Elder." The face of a dragon looms, its eyes narrowed in anticipation. Purple energy crackles, a sign of immense power about to be unleashed. The energy explodes outward, shaking the very air. Black Dragon Nekwu stands ready, his expression grim. "Mr. Dihegma, Elder Medidana." The Black Dragon Elder, Medidana, believes the human is relieved, thinking he will protect him. However, the elder knows that Rurin is his granddaughter, and he himself came to take her, seeing the human's hope as nothing more than delusions. This is exactly what he was hoping for. The elder is confident that there's no way the red dragon would be revived. He also believes that if a third party intervenes and announces that they killed the red dragon, then even the elder will be on their side. Below, the man in the blue cloak faces the dragon elders and their forces, seemingly unfazed by their numbers. The elder believes the man thinks he will be officially executed. But that's just what he thinks, as Rurin and Elena are going to save Serena. Elsewhere, the blonde elf is using their healing magic, but their expression is one of worry. The elf healer notes that she only lost a little blood, but still, Elena is present, and the elf healer calls out her name. The elf healer exclaims that her condition doesn't seem to improve. The blonde elf healer is told that despite receiving lone mana and having his own, he is still using the same amount as before to heal Serena. The dark-haired woman responds with a hesitant agreement, then reveals her true motive, saving Elle from a trap and needing a witness. The dark-haired woman stares intently at the blonde elf, her expression unreadable. The blonde elf is told that the method will change from transferring mana to synchronizing, allowing dragon-level mana to flow through him. The healer is warned that if he cannot convert the mana into healing magic, his body will burst from the overwhelming power. The dark-haired woman asks the blonde elf if he is ready to begin, leaving the choice to him. Serena lies prone, still unconscious and bearing the marks of her injuries. The blonde elf clenches his fist, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he steels himself for what's to come. The dark-haired woman agrees to proceed, a determined look on her face. The dark-haired woman tells the blonde elf that she likes his guts. The dark-haired woman warns the blonde elf to brace himself. The dark-haired woman is engulfed in a surge of purple energy, preparing to synchronize with the blonde elf and channel dragon-level mana. The synchronization begins to take a painful toll. The blonde elf feels the surge of power coursing through him. The sheer volume of magic threatens to overwhelm him. The blonde elf is dwarfed by the sheer scale of the magic being channeled through him. Even his own magic pales in comparison. The healer begs Rurin to slow the flow, fearing he won't be able to handle the strain. The strain on Serena's body is immense, bones audibly cracking under the pressure. The blonde elf grits his teeth, struggling to maintain control. He urges himself to keep going. Ellison, witnessing the struggle, demands that the healer push through the pain, reminding him of his duty to save lives. Rurin, eyes wide with determination, resolves to increase the magic output. The dark-haired woman, channeling the magic, appears to be the source of the overwhelming power. The healer strains, knowing that his own reserves are insufficient for the task. The blonde elf pushes himself to the limit, drawing upon every last drop of his mana to complete the healing. He continues to channel his power, the surge of energy manifesting as a blinding aura around him. The force of the healer's power rips through the building, causing widespread destruction. A voice shouts, demanding that someone get up. The surge of power is too much for Elena, who is being healed, and she cries out in pain. The voice demands that she show the spirit of a dragon. Elena's eyes narrow, her expression hardening with determination as she begins to channel her own power. Her power flares a bright, almost blinding light. Elsewhere, the Red Dragon Elder Dedank recalls that Archmage Ellison killed the Red Dragon Serena. The Elder wonders if Vaint was punishing Ellison for it. Another voice confirms that they were. Red Dragon Garrett demands to know why the Red Dragon Elder Dedank is hesitating, reminding him that the restaurant is covered in Serena's blood. Elsewhere, a figure questions how Ellison could be a dragon slayer. A voice claims they only invited her for tea. Someone shouts that if they don't believe him, they could check out the restaurant themselves. Ellison realizes that this was Nisa's plan and that the Black Dragons only helped Vayne because he was being attacked. He muses that even if he is clear to the charges, they won't be in any trouble. The Black Dragon Elder Metadana states that since Serena's lair is near Grake City, they can't rule out the possibility that she was involved. Someone asks what the others' thoughts are on the matter, noting that they are being very assertive in this situation. The Black Dragon Elder Metadana grits his teeth. A young man asks if someone has nothing to say. Someone explains that they're saying he killed Serena because her lair is near Grake City, adding that those who participated in the war would know. A voice declares that they would never kill a dragon for that reason. Ellison looks shocked. The Red Dragon Elder, Dedank, is asked if that is the case. He confirms that it is true, stating the only condition he put forward in the war. That condition was to not kill those who are not involved. Ellison states this as he stands amidst flames. A Red Dragon declares that he has never done that because he upholds the standard. Even though the Red Dragons were involved in the war, they claim to have upheld a certain standard. Dedank argues that saying he killed her because her lair was near Grake City is just jumping to conclusions. He continues, adding that the Black Dragons appeared and joined right when Vaint was getting attacked. The Black Dragon Elder, Metadana, wonders since when they all became so close to each other, noting that they appeared as if they had been waiting, as if something were about to happen. Someone asks what he is trying to say, noting that they felt conflicts of mana and then appeared at the scene. Dedank believes that the Red Dragon and Black Dragon set up a trap for him, and he is getting framed. A character, unseen until now, agrees, stating that the Elder gets him. Someone declares that they cannot ignore what was just said. The Red Dragon Elder, Dedank, is pressed for evidence to support his claims. The demand for evidence hangs in the air, unanswered. A sinister smile spreads across the face of Archmage Ellison, a swirling vortex of blue energy behind him. The Archmage suggests it would be best to hear the truth from the person involved. Two figures react with surprise to the Archmage's words. One of the figures wonders how this is happening. A woman with red hair, Rena, appears surrounded by a blue aura, with two other figures behind her. It's worth seeing her. Someone congratulates Miss Elena, implying she was responsible for Rena's appearance. The blonde elf looks shocked as the Archmage smiles. Someone notes the presence of dragons and noble beings, and that synchronization was used instead of mana transfer because ordinary healing magic wouldn't work. The blonde elf counts, as Elena looks on with concern and Sir Ellison observes with a knowing smirk. The Archmage muses to himself that Elena learned mana transfer from him, and that she has an excellent sense of magic. The Archmage's eyes widen in shock. Sir Ellison is visibly shaken by the turn of events. The dark-haired woman speculates that Nise is behind everything, but the Archmage tells her to wait, as he has an idea. Sir Ellison asks Serena how she is feeling. Serena insists that she is fine, since he treated her. Serena is struck by an unseen force. The Archmage stands over the fallen Serena, who demands to know what is happening. Serena thinks to herself that she is in a difficult position since she collapsed in his restaurant while bleeding profusely and demands an explanation. Serena, clutching her head, seems to be coming to a realization. The Archmage and the dark-haired woman stand before 4 black dragons. The dragon woman, Intra, wonders where Garrett went. Intra recounts how 5 people broke into her lair and injured her. She continues, adding that a black dragon and an elf also mistreated her. The Red Dragon Elder, Dedank, listens intently to Intra's complaints. Intra asks Ellison if that is enough praise. A voice demands that Ellison praise them more. The Red Dragon Garrett's face contorts in rage. Ellison stands between Intra and the dark-haired woman, seemingly caught between factions. Garrett apologizes, his expression pained. He admits to doing something terrible and offers to accept any punishment. Ellison reflects that Garrett rushed to apologize, just as he rushed to make the initial decision. Sir Ellison stands tall, his gaze fixed on the trembling figure before him. The other man desperately tries to explain himself, but his words seem to fall on deaf ears. Enough. The command echoes with finality, cutting off any further attempts at justification. The elder's face is shadowed, his eyes burning with a cold fury. He is in no mood for excuses. He demands to know why the agreement was broken, why this course of action was chosen. The other figure can only huff in response, unable to meet his gaze. The elder continues to breathe heavily, his frustration mounting. He reflects on the damage that has been done, realizing that the healing was not enough. He wonders if his delay in defeating the wizard is the reason things have spiraled out of control. How could things have devolved to this point? The elder is shocked by the sheer power being wielded over a human, power that seems to extend to Ruin as well. A clawed hand crackles with purple energy, a display of power that no human should be able to withstand. The elder is overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the power he senses. He realizes who is responsible. The source of the power is revealed to be a cloaked figure standing before a smiling man, the purple energy swirling around him. The cloaked figure's rage explodes, making it clear that he is talking about the smiling man. The cloaked figure unleashes a blinding surge of purple energy. The unleashed purple energy crackles and spreads, filling the space with raw power. The surge of energy emanates from the cloaked figure, a blinding light surrounding him as he prepares to strike. The unleashed power shifts, now taking on a crimson hue as the attack intensifies. The crimson energy explodes outward, a devastating wave of force unleashed upon its target. The cloaked figure, revealed to be the one responsible for the earlier attack, advances, his eyes fixed on his target. The air crackles with barely contained energy as the cloaked figure declares, "I'm talking about you." The cloaked figure unleashes a torrent of purple energy. The blast of energy hurtles forward. The energy surges around the cloaked figure, a maelstrom of destructive power. The attack connects, the force of the impact shaking the very air. The force of the blast sends Elena reeling. Elena, caught off guard, struggles to maintain her balance. The cloaked figure stands amidst the fading energy, his attack having found its mark. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the devastating attack. A sinister grin spreads across the cloaked figure's face, his eyes gleaming with malevolent glee. The cloaked figure's attack sends Elena hurtling backwards, the force of the blow evident in her wide eyes. The air crackles with energy as the cloaked figure unleashes another blast, the word ELL echoing with power. The force of the attack sends Archmage Ellison flying, dark energy tendrils erupting around him. A gasp escapes from the Archmage's lips as he is sent flying. Blonde Elf, witnessing the Archmage's fall, can only stammer in disbelief. The Archmage lies prone, the dark energy still swirling around him, his eyes closed. Elena clutches at the Archmage, her voice trembling as she demands to know why he would do this. The elf healer's hands are covered in blood as he realizes the severity of the Archmage's wounds. Tears stream down Elena's face as she desperately tries to understand why the Archmage pushed her away. The Red Dragon Garrod is ambushed from behind, the attack catching him off guard. The attacker questions Garrod's honor, implying that this sneak attack is retribution for a past transgression. The Red Dragon Elder Dedank roars, claiming he is only trying to save the dragon race. Garrod, now bearing a visible wound, looks on with a pained expression. The Black Dragon Nekwo urges everyone to open their eyes, questioning why they must follow a stupid agreement. The Black Dragon Elder Metadana wonders what the reason was that the Lord has not been born, suggesting it was to prevent a being from having. Garrod, now joined by the Black Dragon Nekwo, questions if the Archmage Ellison possesses too much power. Dedank urges Nekwo to look at the human, noting that Ellison doesn't even counter their attacks properly, but simply endures the dragon's joint attacks. Meanwhile, the blonde elf healer continues to desperately heal the Archmage Ellison, as Elena watches with concern. The blonde elf healer asks Elena if she would like to synchronize mana with him one more time, but Elena seems distracted. A voice booms out, demanding that someone named El get up immediately. Tears stream down the face of the elf, Ruin. The elf's hand is covered in blood as a voice declares that the lair will be completed soon. The voice continues, lamenting that it will be completed without her. A sinister smile spreads across the face of a man as he observes Ruin, commenting that the expression on her face looks better on her. The man's voice echoes, telling the elf that whatever she does is pointless. The scene shifts to Ellison, lying on the ground as the blonde elf kneels beside him, healing him. Someone observes that this situation is different from what happened with Serena, noting that even though his mana level is the same as a dragon's, he is still human. A woman with red hair smirks, hearing that there is no way he survived since he was hit directly without a shield, and asks if that is so. The red-haired woman, Leon, stands confidently, remarking that the other person's specialty is a surprise attack from behind. Leon speaks to Rurin, calling her a dummy and saying she knows she's shocked by all of this, but how could she not feel it? Someone observes that Ellison's magic is far from fading away, and that it's getting more amplified instead. Energy crackles around Ellison as he begins to awaken. Tears stream down the face of the dark-haired woman as she urges herself not to cry. A surge of blue energy erupts, the source still unseen. The energy explodes outward, silhouetting a figure at its epicenter. Sir Ellison, now fully awakened, seems surprised by the surge of power. The Archmage recognizes the energy signature. He realizes that the source of his power is the ancient marble. The ancient marble floats before him, pulsing with blue energy. Ellison admits to himself that he took a gamble. The blue energy intensifies, radiating from the Archmage. The energy coalesces into a blinding light. Ellison admits he worried that the Dragon Woman Intra would give up midway into the battle. He expresses his gratitude that Knees attacked him, triggering this awakening. The dark-haired woman watches as the Archmage's power surges, calling out his name in concern. The Archmage Ellison, now glowing with blue energy, smirks confidently. Knees' eyes widen in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he witnesses the surge of power. He stammers, unable to comprehend what he's seeing as the blue energy intensifies. Ellison stands tall, the ancient marble's power coursing through him. He realizes that the magic Knees used was just enough to awaken it. Purple energy crackles ominously. Knees is engulfed in a vortex of dark purple energy. The blue energy coalesces into a concentrated sphere of power. The sphere of blue energy continues to grow, radiating intense light. Knees unleashes a blast of dark energy, his face contorted in a grimace. The dark energy surges forward. A close-up reveals Knees' teeth bared in a snarl, his expression filled with rage. The dark energy coalesces, swirling with menacing intent. The dragon, Knees, roars in fury, promising to destroy her enemies even if it costs her everything. The dragon vows to use all of her mana to kill them, even if it means taking them with her. The dark energy intensifies, crackling with destructive power. The Archmage, Ellison, stands firm against the onslaught, his silhouette framed by the swirling energy. The dark energy surges forward, reaching out with tendrils of shadow. A voice declares that the dragon breath is too weak. Ellison stands defiant, now infused with a blue energy that crackles around him. The Archmage asks if they know the conditions of the pact. Blue energy explodes around Ellison's hand, forming a complex magical circle. Sir Ellison explains that counterattacks are only possible when one's life is at risk. The Archmage stares intently, declaring that he will allow Knees to counterattack. The air crackles with energy as Ellison prepares to meet Knees' attack head-on. A maelstrom of fire and arcane symbols erupts, a devastating attack that Knees commands the Archmage to evade. The fiery onslaught intensifies, the air thick with the scent of burning magic. From within the inferno, Knees' true form emerges, a monstrous dragon, wings spread wide against the fiery backdrop. The dragon roars, unleashing the full force of its power, utterly confident that no mere human could withstand such an assault. The dragon is shocked, unable to believe that a human could survive the flames. The dragon's maw opens wide, ready to devour anything that remains. The dragon's disbelief is palpable, the words mere human echoing in the air. The flames continue to rage, obscuring the battlefield in a sea of fire. The inferno begins to subside, revealing the aftermath of the dragon's devastating attack. The remnants of the dragon's fire magic smolder on the ground, the heat still intense. The dragon's tail lies limp, defeated. Sir Ellison, visibly shaken but alive, is tended to by an attendant. Ellison stands tall, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, thinking that the dragon was like he was just a bug. A close-up reveals a smirk on Ellison's face as he says, "Let's go home." Nearby, a woman weeps, her face etched with sorrow. The woman is embraced by Ellison, who says it's okay. The aftermath of the battle is visible, the ground scorched and littered with debris. After the battle, the elders carried out a follow-up, including Nekwu, Darba, and Hoven. The Archmage's face is grim, the weight of recent events etched into his features. Meanwhile, 3 figures are sentenced. They will be imprisoned in the deepest prison of the Holy Grounds for 3,000 years. The offenders were punished, and the victims were rewarded. The repairs to Serena's lair are complete, and the treasure room overflows with gold. The red-haired woman, Serena, is told that this may be a small amount, but it should fill up her lair again. A subordinate confirms that they stole all of her treasures. Serena, with a sinister smile, mentions that Garrett has not been found yet. The red-haired woman's expression hardens as she thinks about the missing Garrett. Elsewhere, a chase team is being formed, with the promise that they'll catch him soon. Serena promises retribution. Garrett's face is contorted with rage, a promise to return the pain etched on his face. It is revealed that Garrett has received twofold. Serena stands amidst her restored treasure, a predatory glint in her eyes. All right, you want to see that happen. And so, the huge case that shook the entire restaurant came to an end. Rurin trembles, her expression a mix of anger and frustration. Sir Ellison, standing near her bed, asks what's wrong. "What you did today was so stupid." Rurin sits on her bed, her back to Ellison, consumed by her thoughts. "Stronger, you would have died before the ancient marble could awaken. I really think that it was a terrible thing for you to do." Ellison looks on with concern, a towel draped over his arm. Tears well in Rurin's eyes as she is embraced. The embrace is interrupted as a man demands to know what is happening. The man, revealed to be Ellison, reflects on something he should have done. Ellison continues, explaining that the reason he took the risk this time was because of her. Suddenly, an elder's voice booms, declaring that enough is enough. Rurin cries out in pain as she is struck. Sir Ellison apologizes to Rurin, admitting he hadn't considered her feelings and that he should have explained things to her first. He continues, stating that the reason he took the risk this time was because of her. Rurin's face flushes red as she listens to Ellison's heartfelt words. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring that it's enough. The red dragon Garrod stands between Rurin and Ellison, his expression thunderous. Garrod's fist connects with Ellison's face, the force of the blow sending him staggering back as he cries out in shock. Rurin explodes in anger, demanding to know why Garrod is there and calling him clueless. Garrod, reeling from Rurin's outburst and the sting of her words, stammers that he is an elder. Ellison, wiping blood from his mouth, calmly explains that he called Garrod here. Rurin is stunned by this revelation, questioning what Ellison has done. The Archmage, Ellison, eyes the liquid with curiosity. He wonders what it could be. Meanwhile, the younger man smirks, claiming he can roughly guess what it is. A voice reminds them that they already saw the awakening. A bottle is tilted, pouring a golden-brown liquid into a glass. The younger man asks if it's liquor, and Ellison confirms it's a type of liquor called whiskey. Ellison takes a sip of the whiskey, savoring the taste. The Archmage's eyes widen, a spark of recognition in them. The text describes the whiskey as light, strong, and refreshing, with a flower scent, aged for a long period of time with a deep blend of several aromas. The younger man expresses surprise that a human like Ellison would have such a fine liquor. The younger man confirms that it has been aged for 60 to 70 years, marveling at how Ellison got it right just from tasting it, noting that his senses are really that of a monster. He watches as the younger woman eyes the bottle, remarking that it must be pretty good. The bottle of cognac sits on the table, waiting to be opened. The younger woman reaches for the bottle, but the waiter stops her. He insists that the alcohol content is too high and she'll get drunk immediately. The red dragon, Garrod, drinks his whiskey, thinking to himself that sometimes it feels like Ellison forgets that they're dragons. He is under orders to act without hesitation. Ellison's eyes narrow, wondering if he acts any different from how he should. The red dragon elder, Dedank, drinks his whiskey, thinking that the Archmage must be the principal he has carried on after the war. An unknown voice declares that Ellison did something huge today, killing Nies in front of everyone. The younger woman clutches her head, frustrated that Nies' fault. She thinks that if Ellison hadn't done what he did, she would have. The waiter looks off to the side, remembering that he almost died, just like Ellison said. The waiter thinks to himself that Ellison is suddenly feigning innocence when he was the one who told him not to step in after Nies' surprise attack. The unknown voice questions if he did that. It is revealed that when one absorbs an ancient marble, they gain power that surpasses other dragons. When dragons absorb 2 ancient marbles, they gain the power to dominate other dragons of the same kind. And absorbing 3 marbles means they gain the power to dominate all dragons. During the last war, someone recalls that the Archmage absorbed 2 ancient marbles from a lord. The Archmage, Ellison, listens intently, his expression unreadable. Someone points out that Ellison has now absorbed another ancient marble, including the lord's heart, bringing his total to 3. Ellison confirms that he has absorbed 3 ancient marbles. The red dragon, Garrod, muses that if he were a dragon, he would have been a lord who could dominate over other dragons. Another man states that is what he would like to ask. The question is posed. If someone absorbs 3 marbles, will more ancient marbles appear? The answer is that it usually doesn't happen. It's explained that when a dragon becomes a true lord, ancient marbles no longer appear. Even if several ancient marbles are saved for later, they will all disappear when a true lord is born. Sir Ellison explains that absorbing 3 ancient marbles is unheard of for a human, making it difficult to predict the consequences. The man he is speaking with suddenly asks why he is being questioned. Elsewhere, the red dragon Garrod reveals that there are those who wish to resurrect the lord. The revelation causes the red dragon elder, Dedank, to react with surprise. The man asks if he means the ones at. The dark-haired woman finishes his thought, asking if he is referring to the dwarven mines. Garrod explains that a group of dragons systematically attacked the place where he acquired the ancient marble and asks that it be investigated. Dedank agrees to look into it. The red dragon elder asks if that is why Garrod absorbed the ancient marble in front of everyone. Garrod confirms this, stating that if there are people who want the lord to be reborn, he declares that they must. The dark-haired woman realizes that the ancient marble might not appear while Garrod is around. A fist slams into red dragon elder Dedank's head as someone yells at him not to curse out El. The elder, rubbing his head, questions why it matters that he is an elder. He is then asked what he wants. Elsewhere, the blonde elf stands outside a building. The healer thinks that the vegetables he is carrying should be enough for a while, and that he will leave the investigation to the elder. Suddenly, Dragon Woman Intra appears behind the blonde elf, asking what took him so long. The elf is then stabbed. Intra asks why he is so shocked, stating that she likes this place and decided to stay a little longer. The blonde elf lies on the ground, looking up at Intra. The elf exclaims, "Lady S. Serena?" The repairs to the Dank's lair were complete, a fact delivered with a hint of pride. However, the red-haired dragon woman found the place too spacious and reminded the blonde elf that she was still a patient, and he couldn't just kick her out. Lying on the bed, Serena accused him of being meaner than she thought. The healer stammered, denying her accusation, and thought to himself that he thought she was completely healed. He reached out, taking her hand in his. The blonde elf offered a deal. If Serena told him about the mana transfer, he might be able to help her heal people. The red-haired dragon woman declared that she was the type of dragon who repays both favors and grudges. The healer stuttered, unsure of what to say. The blonde elf looked down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He asked if she was all right with all his meals being vegetarian, his face appearing in the doorway. Serena stated that she could go to the restaurant for food. She stood up, gasping. She is told that she is good at running away. Garrett, catching his breath, calls out a name. He shouts Sydney's name. The red-haired woman, Sydney, wonders what to do with Garrett. Garrett is told that he was supposed to rob a dwarf mine, but couldn't even break the door. Sydney demands that Garrett tell her his weakness. Sydney smiles. She asks if she has a reason to let him live. Garrett realizes that Elle seems to have absorbed 3 ancient marbles after what happened. Someone says that if they get Garrett, then their plan will go on smoothly. Sydney smokes from a long pipe. The sinister smile on Sydney's face widened as she agreed with an unseen statement. But her words were cut short as the scene shifted to Garrett, who was now surrounded by a flurry of attacks. The attacks intensified, forcing the red dragon to brace himself against the onslaught. He was sent skidding backward, the force of the blows evident in the dust kicked up by his heels. The onslaught left Garrett gasping, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He struggled to find the words to express his disbelief. The reason for the attack became clear as a shadowy figure loomed over him, declaring that Garrett's existence was only justified by his usefulness. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, a patron thanked the staff for the meal. The staff cheerfully invited him to return. Inside, one of the staff members questioned if they would continue running the restaurant as usual. The other staff member responded that they had left the investigation to the elder and had nothing else to do for the moment. A man calls out to someone named Elle. The man then calls out to Nellen. He announces his return, carrying a large object. He says he has brought a gift, though he's unsure if it qualifies as one. The gift, it turns out, is a large chunk of rock salt that the seniors thought she would like, mine from the mines. The man presents the rock salt, confirming its nature. The recipient questions the nature of the gift. She examines the rock salt, identifying it as a natural mineral salt. She realizes that's why the seniors thought she would like it, as it reminds her of the past. The man smiles, recalling when he was a soldier. He remembers being able to get through training camp because of it. The man is called a trainee and asks for his name, leaving him confused. The hooded figure demands the man state his name, but he can only manage a pained groan. Struggling to remember, the man attempts to recall his name. A.L. Erizio? He wonders how to even pronounce it. The hooded figure recalls when he was drafted, everything felt strange. The hooded figure writes with a quill, noting that the man's hometown isn't written down either, and that his clothes are quite odd. The man is told that his name is now Ellison. He is instructed to take some money and get basic supplies from the next building. The hooded figure hands him a sack, but the man struggles to hold it properly, eliciting a frustrated response. The unfamiliar faces and oppressive atmosphere weigh heavily on him. The recruits are told to be quiet during bedtime. Lying in bed, Ellison sniffs, his senses heightened. He wishes tomorrow would never come. A voice whispers for everyone to be quiet. All Ellison wants is to go home. Tears stream down Ellison's face as he calls out for his mom. But there was something else that bothered him the most. The food. And that was the food. The archmage, Ellison, looked pale and sweaty. The man on the left questions the food, noting that they were served the same thing. He can tolerate everything else, but not the bland seasoning. He wonders how others are able to eat it so easily, considering they've been eating the same menu for 2 weeks. The man wonders if he is the weird one for not liking the food. As expected, the food tastes bad to him. The man thinks that the food would taste much better with just a spoonful of salt. He realizes that he's not the only one who feels that way, and that his taste buds are not strange. Another man states that the food tastes like shit, while another says that at least it is edible. The man thinks that most of the people there are insensitive. He has somewhat gotten used to the harsh training over the course of a week or 2. The man forgot that if he wants to successfully open a restaurant, he needs to hang in there. He needs to hang in there for the restaurant. However, no matter how much time passes, he does not think he will ever get used to having such gruesome meals 3 times a day. He wonders if there's no way they can get some salt. If only there was an ocean nearby, he thinks, lamenting his current situation. He doesn't want to go back there. He endured constant pain every day. One day, he got the opportunity to change all of that. Congratulations, a voice booms. The day they will learn attack magic has finally come. The speaker, Khalsa Bane, introduces himself as a Class 5 mage. Khalsa Bane explains that usually it would be a miracle for kids like them to even listen to his magical theories, but the situation is quite serious. The mage continues, explaining that if they learn it successfully, they will have a golden opportunity to officially wear the name of Imperial Magician. Khalsa Bane instructs them to start by closing their eyes and focusing on their inner senses, so they will be able to faintly feel the flow of mana around them. This, Khalsa Bane explains, is La, the basis of all magic. The purpose of this magic circle, Khalsa Bane says, is simple. It gathers mana in one place. He adds that they can create an additional magic circle here to manipulate the attributes of the accumulated mana. He explains that the power of all magic is determined by the level of completion of La, making it both the easiest and most difficult magic to master. One of the students realizes that this La is mana. For example, the teacher continues, if you give it a fire attribute, the mana begins to take the shape of a magic circle. The magic circle intensifies, glowing with heat. Khalsa Bane elaborates that it becomes the most basic attack magic, the fireball. The teacher raises his hand, ready to demonstrate the spell. He asks who will go first. One of the students gasps as he attempts to cast the spell. The student's attempt to maintain the flame falters, lacking power. Khalsa Bane questions where the student is aiming and urges him to open his eyes properly. The student wonders how he should control mana, realizing he's not able to activate La properly. Unseen by the students, Khalsa Bane thinks to himself that even if they're lacking human resources for the war, what can they even do with these useless things? He wouldn't have to suffer like this if these fools had a potential to use magic in the first place. The teacher, Khalsa Bane, declares that magic is only for the chosen ones. An intense surge of magical energy begins to coalesce. The energy erupts into a towering inferno, dwarfing the student who stands before it. The flames rage, consuming everything in their path. The inferno continues to burn with incredible intensity. The fireball explodes, sending shockwaves through the training grounds. The student, bewildered by the sudden surge of power, can only utter a confused "huh." The ground beneath the student cracks and crumbles from the sheer force of the magic. Dust and debris rain down as the earth continues to give way. Khalsa Bane and another instructor watch in stunned silence, both wondering how the student managed such a feat. Khalsa Bane grabs the student, his face contorted in a mixture of disbelief and anger, demanding to know if he heard him wrong. The student, eyes glowing with residual mana, insists he simply followed instructions, gathering mana and putting it on fire, prompting Khalsa Bane to demand how he accumulated so much mana. The affected student seems confused by the glowing particles surrounding him. He wonders if they're all mana. Khalsa Bane, visibly shocked, reaches out to steady the student as the mana swirls around them both. The Archmage's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at the student. The Archmage is astonished that the student can perceive the mana present in the air. The student confirms that he can indeed see the mana. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone recalls that the trainee Ellison always had high mana sensitivity. The speaker, holding documents, mentions that they have had similar cases during the magic power test. The cloaked figure explains that just as the cardiopulmonary capacity of people living in highlands develops by adapting to location, so too does mana sensitivity. He notes that he has never seen such a high sensitivity level before. Tarrant, a Northern Training Center instructor who also studies magic, finds it strange to conclude the situation with that as a reason. Khalsa Bane is shocked by the revelation, stumbling backward in disbelief. Someone argues that the student shouldn't be able to use such extreme magic power, even with high sensitivity. They wonder if the situation and capability have any effect. The cloaked figure's glowing green eyes narrow, hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. The instructors discuss the implications of the affected student's mana sensitivity, one stating that he wasn't calling him a genius. Khalsa Bane, visibly agitated, suggests that they postpone the frontline deployment and send the students for magic training in the second half of the year, now that they've achieved something. Another instructor overhears the conversation, surprised that they're delaying the frontline deployment. He wonders if that isn't a good thing. The first instructor warns the students not to be so proud now that they've learned how to make fireballs. Khalsa Bane, his expression hardening, reminds them that the people of the Empire spent their blood, sweat, and taxes for this training ground. He continues, stating that since they damaged it, they must restore it to its original state. Trainee Ellison is called out. Understood. The training ground is shown, damaged with rocks scattered about. Someone clicks their tongue, stepping forward. The instructor notes that Class 5 sounds like a fairly high rank, but that Ellison is such a cheapskate. The instructor wonders why he can't praise the trainees he taught who received good evaluations. Elsewhere, a woman expresses her surprise. She asks her son if he got into a culinary high school, now that the results have been announced. The woman clasps her hands together, telling him how happy she is for him. She tells him that she is so proud of him. The boy chuckles, thinking he must have gotten lucky, but his mother insists it's all because of his talent, and that his cooking skills are the best. Meanwhile, someone sweeps up pieces of stone that fell from a cliff. The sweeper wonders if the instructor can't do that. The sweeper thinks that they should praise them a little. The individual pauses, noticing the pieces of stone. He picks up a piece, observing that they're strangely angular and shiny. The individual wonders if it could be. The affected student realizes that the substance he's handling is rock salt. He wonders if it's truly rock salt. He pauses, telling himself to hold on. The student sweeps up the rock salt with a broom. He thinks to himself that he will use it. The rock salt is added to a large pot. The scene shifts to a restaurant with a sign that reads, "Eat with gratitude and don't leave any leftovers." A patron thanks the staff for the meal, and another says that he will eat this again. A close-up shows a man drinking from a bowl. The patron thinks that the meal tastes different. Another patron agrees, stating that it's right, and asks for another bowl. The affected student enjoys the meal, noting the improved taste. The cook smiles, confident that even the most insensitive palate would notice the difference the rock salt makes. He resolves to continue subtly improving the meals. An armored patron questions whether the chef has changed. The assistant confirms that the chef is the same, but acknowledges that the food tastes better. The cook observes the reactions to his improved cooking. He continues to improve the meals, one step at a time. The cook grumbles about the state of the ingredients, noting that the potatoes weren't even washed. He winces as he cuts himself while preparing the food. He decides to add the roughly chopped vegetables to the meal. The cook adds the vegetables to the broth. He wonders if he should boil the broth as well. The sound of cooking fills the air. A ladle pours broth into a bowl filled with ingredients. The cook, trainee Ellison, presents the bowl with a hopeful smile. A disembodied voice explains that this is the minimum meal, implying that Ellison has finally grasped the basics. Ellison raises the bowl above his head, a triumphant grin on his face, realizing this is what he wanted all along. He thinks about adding spices and mushrooms, but acknowledges that they might not be the same as in his original world. Ellison continues to stir the broth, still feeling that something is missing. A figure in armor, shrouded in shadow, tells Ellison to come see him after finishing his meal. Ellison, now seated at a table, reacts with shock to the armored figure's words. The armored figure's words echo in Ellison's mind, a veiled threat that he best know the reason himself. Ellison trembles, the weight of the armored figure's words settling upon him. A figure clad in armor and a dark hood looms over a seated individual, commanding him to finish his meal and follow. The seated figure reacts with surprise, as the armored man reminds him that he should already know why he's being summoned. The individual, revealed to be Cadet Ellison, looks up with a worried expression. Later, Ellison sits across from the armored figure at a table laden with documents. The armored figure's hands rest on the table, his expression hidden by the shadows of his hood. The armored figure, addressing him as Cadet Ellison, seems to be in deep thought. The armored figure reveals that he has heard that Ellison has exceeded the others in magical training. Ellison confirms that this is correct. The armored figure responds that this is excellent, as the combat power will give them an advantage in the upcoming war. On the other hand, disturbing rumors have begun to spread. Someone has been sneaking in and out of the kitchen, always at the perfect time to break in. They always wait until it's the cook's turn to use the hall. The armored figure sits at his desk, his expression unreadable beneath the cowl. Sweat beads on the brow of a man, fear etched on his face. If they get caught, he thinks they'll be punished severely. The armored figure continues, stating that he didn't call Cadet Ellison there to talk about the rumors. The armored figure congratulates Ellison on his magical training. Meanwhile, the cook is asked if he would discard some items on his way out, research that he says Ellison can use if he wants. The cook responds with a hesitant, sure. A pair of hands carefully unwraps a long, thin object bound in twine. The armored figure's face is finally revealed, his single visible eye gleaming as he confirms that the cook has understood his orders. The cook clutches the wrapped object, remembering the armored figure's warning. If they leave before 5 o'clock, there's no way to catch them. The cook's grip tightens on the object, his expression hardening with resolve. Later that night, the cook sits by a campfire in the woods, carefully reading a scroll. He peered intently at something just out of view, his brow furrowed in concentration. The cook paused, a chuckle escaping him as he considered the task ahead. Unfurling the scroll, he remarked that he already knew the contents. The scroll detailed edible mushrooms and spices, noting that he could use them if he wanted. The cook recalled a past instruction. If he was going to do something, he should do it right. He remembered that with the instructor's help, he grew richer and richer. Eventually, the Northern Training Center became known for having the most delicious cooking of all the training centers. A large pot bubbled over a roaring fire, the promise of a rich broth filling the air. Even after he left, the cooks took over the recipe and maintained a reputation, peeling the potatoes and preparing the broth. He thought back to the beginning, realizing it all started with that salt, a detail that gave him a weird feeling. He examined a large chunk of salt, wondering if he should boil it now. The cook beams, declaring that he has recreated the same flavor and recipe from the past. He suggests taking a trip down memory lane. The cook and the dark-haired woman stand over a pot, while the affected student sits nearby. She asks if this was what he used to eat when he was a cadet. He replies that he is technically still a cadet. The affected student smiles as he pours the soup into a bowl, remarking that he never thought he would come to give a gift and end up getting one himself. A close-up reveals the soup, filled with potatoes and carrots. The dark-haired woman watches as the affected student takes a bite of the soup, curious about his reaction. The moment hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. The dark-haired woman declares that it's just so average, really only good for filling your stomach. She wonders if this was really the meal he remembered. The affected student recalls that it was the best meal there ever was at the training center. The affected student grimaces, admitting that it's not that great. He realizes that food tastes different depending on the situation. The affected student, looking at the building, wonders if the instructor is listening, noting that it has been a long time since he has been able to remember old times. The affected student reflects that he doesn't miss something at all. The sound of someone approaching echoes through the air as they arrive at what appears to be a pharmacy. Meanwhile, Elena wonders where the cook has gone, as she is supposed to be eating already. A young boy and girl stand at the doorway, the boy tearfully announcing that he's hungry. The girl urgently explains that her sister, Ms. Elena, fell and hurt her arm. Elena turns to see the children standing in the doorway, concern etched on her face. Elena observes the children, noting that they should treat the injury, but also dismissively stating that it will heal itself even if they don't. Examining the injury, Elena winces at the sight of the bloodied and scraped knee. The girl is told to go home and have her parents bandage it, but she sadly replies that her parents are all out working. Elena realizes that no one is home to help the children. The forest path stretches ahead, sunlight dappling through the leaves. Emerging from the trees, the young boy and girl bow deeply, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you so much," they say to Elena, who stand behind them. Elena, concerned, asks, "Kids, are you hurt?" The boy replies, Elena, I'm fine now." The young girl giggles, explaining, "The teacher over there healed me." She adds, I think the new teacher is really nice too." A voice booms from inside the building, referring to the healer as the new teacher, and demanding, "Why did you get here only now?" Serena, the red-haired woman, stands inside, visibly annoyed by Elena's tardiness. A disembodied voice questions, "Did Ms. Serena heal those kids by any chance?" Elena enters the building, Serena watching her approach with a raised eyebrow. Elena responds to the earlier question, admitting, "Well, I can do simple healing magic." The blonde elf, Elena, thinks to herself, "But it was just this once." Serena retorts, "You're a kind person after all, aren't you? What? Don't be ridiculous. Are you delusional?" Serena demands, "Where have you been?" "I was almost starving to death." Elena explains, "I went to the manor for a while to check on my lord." Following Serena's pointed question, Elena stands silently with the red-haired woman, the implications of her healing magic hanging heavy in the air. The dragon woman recalls the unconscious man she had asked about. The dragon woman, lost in thought, remembers the details of the man's condition. It was initially believed to be poison, but a strange one that went unrecognized. Treatments proved ineffective, and the diagnosis shifted to brain poison. The healer suddenly recalls someone who might know something about brain poison, someone who specifically studied brains. The thought strikes her with a jolt. But the healer admits that it was so long ago that she can't even remember his name. The dragon woman remains silent, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of secrecy. She is not even. The dragon woman abruptly changes the subject, stating that if the man is still alive, she'll tell the healer later, if she remembers. A small, blue bird perches outside the window, tapping lightly. The healer is taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, and asks the dragon woman to please do so. The healer turns her attention to the window, where the blue bird chirps merrily. The dragon woman watches the bird with suspicion, wondering what it is and where it came from. The healer holds out her finger, and the bird lands gently. She announces that it's a letter from her hometown. The healer's expression turns somber as she admits that she hasn't heard from them in a while. As the healer takes the letter, she is startled by the contents. Tension radiates from the healer as he pulls down his scarf, revealing a face etched with worry. The dragon woman, noticing his distress, presses him for answers. She demands to know what the letter said. Tears well in the healer's eyes as the weight of the message sinks in. The letter's contents are dire. The elven forest is in danger of being annihilated by dragons. The dragon woman reacts to the news, her expression hardening. A small, blue bird delivers the message, chirping urgently as it awaits further instructions. Torn by the news, the healer realizes what he must do to prevent the destruction. He must become the dragon's bride. He clutches the letter tightly, his knuckles white with anxiety. Elsewhere, The dragon woman reveals the stakes. If the dragon doesn't find a suitable bride, he'll burn the forest to the ground. The healer, having overheard the dragon woman, is taken aback by her words. The dragon woman watches the healer, wondering what he's supposed to do, as marriage was meant to be with someone that you liked. The dragon woman, seeing the healer's distress, tells him to calm down. She is taken aback by the implications of the dragon's demands, realizing it's just a veiled threat to take what they want. Elsewhere, the dragon woman, Intra, rests her hand on the arm of her throne, questioning what there is to worry about. Intra declares her arrival and demands to be taken to the elven forest. Someone vows to beat the cocky dragon until he cries for his mommy. A small blue bird perches on a branch, seemingly oblivious to the brewing conflict. The bird's message is delivered to Neria, a simple, "Dear Neria." Neria expresses her relief that the message arrived safely outside the forest. With all due respect, the messenger suggests that Neria exaggerated a little in the letter. The question hung in the air. Would Elena return home upon hearing of the danger? The blonde elf was certain she would, citing her selfless nature. The elf chieftain, Neria, seemed less convinced. Something was troubling her. The reason for her hesitation became clear. She wasn't sure if Elena's return would solve their problems. Elsewhere, Intra confronted Elena, demanding to know if she didn't trust her. A voice, filled with frustration, lamented having done everything right until now, questioning why they were brought along. The dark-haired woman confronted the speaker, asking if they had a problem. Intra, attempting to defuse the situation, told Serena to calm down, assuring her that she wasn't doubting her skills. The frustrated voice continued, suggesting that if only Serena went with Elena, Elena would be the one to return hurt this time. Intra, her voice dripping with disdain, declared that Elena was weak as hell. The speaker changed the subject, suggesting they go see what Elena's house looks like. Serena, looking distressed, pleaded with them not to make fun of it. The sound of something breaking echoed in the distance. A monstrous silhouette looms, its jagged teeth bared in a silent roar. The creature's demand echoes through the darkness. Give her to me. The monstrous figure, a dragon, threatens that all will die if its demands are not met. The threat hangs heavy in the air, punctuated by the dragon's menacing presence. The scene fades, leaving only the lingering dread of the dragon's ultimatum. With a sigh of relief, the group finds themselves in the forest, the journey having taken its toll. One of the companions notes the considerable distance they must now traverse without the aid of teleportation, a fact made more pressing by the daylight. The dark-haired woman confirms their predicament, stating that they must fly to reach their destination. An apology is offered, revealing that a mechanism back at home nullifies teleportation, explaining their current predicament. The blonde elf reassures the group, stating that she has experienced similar situations before, specifically in the dwarven mines. The dark-haired woman's expression hardens, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Suddenly, a volley of arrows streaks through the air, aimed directly at the group. A stern warning rings out, advising them not to move unless they wish to be struck by the arrows. Neria, the elf chieftain, emerges from the forest, demanding to know what business they have in the elven forest. The dark-haired woman realizes they've been discovered, muttering the word, "Intruders?" The blonde elf, Elena, looks back with a shocked expression at the young man accompanying her through the forest. Elena cries out, trying to warn someone, but the words are cut short. A voice assures her that they do not doubt her. High above, a group of elves, including Neria, the elf chieftain, observe the pair from the trees, bows drawn and ready. The elves intend to identify the other individuals. Neria focuses her gaze on the young man. The elf chieftain demands that the young man state his race and purpose for being there. He responds that he is a human who came to assist Elena. The young man stands firm, but the elves recognize the telltale signs of an elf's eyes, used to discern the intentions of others. One of the elves acknowledges that while it may not pose much of a problem, it is still a big deal. Suddenly, Ellison, the archmage, appears in a small window, rambling about his restaurant in Greek City and inviting them to visit. The elf chieftain silences the archmage, demanding that Elena speak instead. An elf calls out to Lily Nia, presumably to get her attention. The elf chieftain, Neria, demands to know what was said. A disembodied voice commands everyone to drop their weapons, as arrows rain down from the canopy. The blonde elf, seemingly annoyed by the situation, expresses his displeasure with the elves' attitude. A voice apologizes for failing to recognize their guests, deeming it disrespectful. An elf guard gestures for them to enter, stating that Lady Neria is waiting for them. A sign welcomes them to the Forest of Elves. The group approaches a large, ornate building with a waterfall cascading in front of it. The same voice apologizes for what happened at the entrance, expressing disbelief at the situation. The group stands inside a building, where it's revealed that Elena was acquainted with Sir Ellison. Neria remarks that it must have been a long trip for them all. The blonde elf thanks Lady Neria for her hospitality. The dark-haired woman realizes that Sir Ellison and Lady Neria already knew each other, which explains why they were led in so easily. The glowing runes pulsed with an energy that was, in truth, not entirely unexpected. The source of the magic seemed to be the floating, glowing orbs. Despite the spectacle, there were many things that were more shocking than the sight of magical runes and orbs. Neria, the elf chieftain, expressed her gratitude to Elena for making the difficult decision to come. Leon, the dragon woman, interjected, cutting to the chase. It was about the bride, wasn't it? The blonde elf, overhearing the conversation, wondered what was up with the guy and why anyone would want her. Leon snapped back, asking what he meant by calling him an idiot, as he might hear it, reminding him that he was a dragon and a noble being. The dragon woman scoffed, reminding the blonde elf that they were dragons as well, and that their job was to kick that noble being's ass across the moon. Neria looked on, shocked by the exchange. The elf chieftain closed her eyes, seemingly trying to ignore the brewing conflict. Neria, still reeling from the previous conversation, asked them to pardon her. Elsewhere, the dark-haired woman admitted that she was going to eventually bring up the topic of the bride. The story continues, revealing that the noble beings are also involved. The dark-haired woman's eyes widen with a growing sense of dread. The camera pans to a treehouse nestled high in the forest canopy. A cacophony of sounds echoes through the air. The speaker warns that time is running out. A massive, golden dragon descends, its form radiating intense power. The dragon declares that if death is what they wish for, then so be it. The dragon roars, promising to fulfill its purpose. The dragon's name is revealed to be Iramantium. It's revealed that Iramantium is a gold dragon who has been offered tributes from the elves for generations. The woman with dark hair learns that for more than 100 years, Iramantium has refused to receive the tributes. However, Neria reveals that Iramantium has recently requested that she find him an elf bride. The elf chieftain kneels, seemingly in prayer or contemplation. Meanwhile, the dark-haired woman stands with her arms crossed, listening as the blonde elf asks why Iramantium specifically requested Elena when there are many other elves in the village. Neria explains that she initially tried to resolve the matter on her own. She had intended to become the dragon's bride on behalf of everyone, but other elves beg Neria not to go, pleading with her not to leave them. Neria tells them not to be sad, stating that it is an honor for her to sacrifice herself for their race. But Iramantium rejected Lady Neria. The Dragon King's voice booms as he declares that he doesn't like her hairstyle and demands the next candidate. Iramantium looms over the line of elves, scrutinizing them. He tells another elf that he doesn't like her, demanding the next candidate with a cruel laugh. Another elf laments that she was also rejected, noting that Iramantium said her ankles were too big. She is told to prepare the next candidate. She recounts how the other elf candidates were rejected, offering her apologies. The rejection was absolute. Iramantium dismissed them all. Tears welling in her eyes, Neria admits she had to ask for Elena's help. The dark-haired woman, overhearing the conversation, fears she too will be rejected. She worries what will happen if he hurts Neria. Neria steels herself, commanding someone unseen to pull themselves together and guide her to Iramantium's lair. Leon, remembering Iramantium, realizes who they are dealing with. She recalls that Iramantium is a dragon who studies the brains of other races and could possibly heal the Lord of Grake. The blonde elf gasps, seemingly reacting to the news. Below, a man with a mustache tells a woman that they don't have to chase him out but catch him. They agree that they can't let him go. Someone reports that Sir Iramantium is heading to this place, and that he must be mad since they haven't sent another candidate. One of the men suggests capturing him, now that they've talked about it. He avoids other dragons, and though he has asked for tributes for generations, Iramantium has never allowed anyone to guard him. Neria explains that the dragon would flee his lair whenever he sensed another dragon's energy nearby. Leon, with a sinister grin, suggests they need something to capture Iramantium's attention. The dark-haired woman elaborates, stating that they need something to distract him. The blonde elf, sensing the shift in the conversation, asks what's wrong. Elsewhere, a woman in a brown robe prepares for action, her hand glowing with power. She questions why the others came to do the opposite of what was planned. The ground trembles as something massive approaches. The tremors intensify, signaling the arrival of a powerful being. Two blonde elves, bows drawn, call for all the troops to hurry. A voice booms out, cursing the elves. Iramantium, enraged, is revealed, his eyes burning with fury as he charges forward. He roars, promising a regretful demise to those who dare oppose him. Someone calls out to Iramantium, apologizing for their tardiness. The elf chieftain, Neria, explains that preparing the most beautiful elf takes time. Neria assures someone that Elena will meet their standards once they see her. The veil is lifted, revealing Elena. Elena stands nervously, awaiting judgment. Blushing, Elena introduces herself. Iramantium is immediately smitten, declaring her gorgeous. The dragon roars with approval, declaring that Elena passes. An unknown voice declares that they should have brought someone like her from the start. An unknown voice advises someone to try their best to hide their presence. The dark-haired woman, perched on the taller man's shoulders, hums thoughtfully as they stand alongside a red-haired woman on what appears to be a magical platform. Elsewhere, a voice declares that Iramantium has fallen for Elena and instructs others to prepare to capture him while he's distracted. The scene shifts to a cavernous space where a pair of massive, leathery wings are visible. A blonde woman stands before Iramantium, who is chained to the wall in his dragon form. The blonde woman questions why the others aren't ready yet. One of the subordinates nervously confirms that they are ready for Sir Iramantium. Iramantium, looming over the blonde woman, angrily demands not to be called Sir. The blonde woman is dressed in a maid outfit. She stammers, seemingly about to say something. Iramantium's face is inches from hers as he commands her to call him Master. She nervously agrees to call him Master, but only in a formal kind of way. The blonde woman, now revealed to be Neria, is visibly distressed, but tells herself to endure it. A voice booms, declaring that others will come to the rescue soon. Footsteps echoed through the lab as the maid approached. She paused, noticing the dragon Elena. The dragon was covered in scars. A voice snapped, demanding to know what was going on and reminding her that she was not allowed in the lab. The maid explained that the lab was dirty and offered to help clean it. She wrung her hands nervously. The voice asked if she would mind stepping out for a bit, but the maid insisted that was not it. The dragon Elena roared. The maid, surprised, apologized. The voice commanded her to be extremely careful and to stop apologizing, ordering her to repeat after him. Elena mused that they seemed inseparable. The voice continued, saying that just because of the master's unique body, she would slowly warm up to his kindness after being cold to him at first. The maid's expression of distress is exactly what someone wants to see. The scene shifts to a cavern, where the dragon, Iramantium, finds the behavior of the group hiding behind the rocks to be strange. From their hiding spot, one of the group wonders where the maid is. The maid's face is shown in a close-up, her expression one of distress. Back in the cavern, the dragon is surprised that the group was just watching. Suddenly, the group realizes they've been caught. The dragon demands to know who they are and if they know Elena. A voice commands them to get him. A magical symbol appears. The dragon is shocked. He roars, the dragon's voice echoing with the realization that his captors are not human. The magical circle beneath Iramantium shatters, the dragon questioning the nature of the trap. A voice whispers, identifying the source of their predicament: spells. The dragon, realizing his predicament, declares his intent to break through the doorway, bidding farewell to his captors. Iramantium struggles against the binding magic, his form radiating power as he attempts to break free. The magical bindings tighten, glowing with ominous energy as they restrict the dragon's movements. The dragon woman, Leon, and the dark-haired woman stand atop Iramantium, their hands glowing with magical energy as they maintain the spell. The dragon roars in fury, demanding to be released and accusing them of trespassing on his lair. Leon and the dark-haired woman are revealed to have been watching the entire time, their expressions a mix of amusement and anticipation. From the shadows, Archmage Ellison muses that there were more escape traps than just the one. The maid, standing beside Ellison, confirms that he ruined it as the Archmage looks on. The dragons apologize, explaining they wanted to see Elena's reaction and decided to wait and watch. One accuses Ellison of being a coward for selling them out, revealing they also wanted to see Elena's new outfit, prompting Ellison to deny the accusation. A voice booms out, declaring that there has been a misunderstanding. The maid, face flushed, trembles as she overhears the conversation. Someone asks if the other likes the outfit, but another voice quickly denies it, claiming the first made it up. The dragon woman, Intra, stares intently, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Elena stands before a monstrous creature, seemingly lost in thought as she mutters to herself, wondering what it has been muttering so loudly since earlier. The creature continues to mutter. The dragon, Iramantium, trapped within the magic circle, declares that they have made a mistake. A voice calls out to Neria. One of the elves asks if Elena is going to be okay. The elf, Neria, observes Elena's group, commenting that Elena has brought an amazing group of people with her. Someone wonders what something is. A strange, glowing green orb floats in the distance. She stands before a group of elves, the forest around them silent. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupts nearby, signaling an attack. The energy coalesces into a monstrous form, its silhouette barely visible through the blinding light. One of the elves cries out, shielding her face as another elf prepares to defend against the unseen threat. A voice cries out, calling the elf chieftain's name, Neria-sama. Close up on Neria, her expression a mix of concern and determination as she assesses the situation. Several elves stand ready, drawing their swords in anticipation of the coming battle. An elf grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it from its sheath. The elves stand together, weapons drawn, ready to face whatever emerges from the forest depths. The monstrous figure advances, its presence casting a long shadow over the assembled elves. A sinister laugh echoes through the trees, promising a brutal confrontation. The monstrous figure, trapped within the magic circles, demands immediate release, lamenting that the intruder failed to check the entirety of the elf forest. The unseen captor threatens that if their demands are not met, every elf in the forest will commit suicide. Intra, the dragon woman, stands beside the woman in the maid outfit, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Deep within the elf forest, a figure notices something spreading, a creeping dread washing over them. The woman in the maid outfit and Intra observe the effects of the mind control, noting that the elves are pointing weapons at their own necks. The woman in the maid outfit reflects on the massive mind control exerted over the higher creatures, a technique she has spent over a century studying. She declares this kind of mass brainwashing absurd, revealing that she perfected the spell while obsessing over the countless bride. The monstrous figure's eye is shown, tears welling as it laments being abandoned by its candidates. The woman in the maid outfit wonders if Elena will force her to use the spell, proclaiming that no one knows how strong her love is. The woman in the maid outfit gazes down, her expression unreadable. The woman in the maid outfit, holding a dagger, asks if they will abandon the elves. The woman in the maid outfit, her eyes wide with a mix of desperation and obsession, asks Elena if she will become her bride. The words hang in the air, a declaration of intent. She will become the bride. But before the terms can be accepted, Archmage Ellison interjects, declaring that she doesn't have to do that. Iramantium, overhearing the Archmage's words, demands to know what he just said, making it clear that blackmail won't work. Ellison, ignoring the dragon's threat, prepares to cast a spell. The Archmage's magic intensifies, a golden aura emanating from his hands as he warns them not to dare try to force things onto him. The forest is bathed in golden light as Ellison's spell takes hold, the air crackling with energy. The elves caught in the Archmage's spell are shielded by a protective barrier. The barrier shimmers, deflecting the dragon woman Intra's attack. Intra, undeterred, prepares to strike again, her expression a mask of determination. Ellison assures everyone that they will be safe, his resolve unwavering as he faces the dragon's wrath. The elves, relieved by the Archmage's protection, express their gratitude. Iramantium, however, seems confused by the turn of events. A disembodied voice wonders what is happening. Intra, standing beside a smaller woman, believes Iramantium needs a spanking. The smaller woman, revealed to be Elena, is asked if she is okay. Elena responds weakly, confirming that she is okay. A blonde elf in a maid outfit is crying. The blonde elf thinks that Iramantium is the worst dragon she has ever met and that she hates him, harsh words spoken with sincerity and that annoyed expression. Iramantium, looking flustered, says that Elena's words are just right. Iramantium declares that he loves it. An explosion of energy erupts. The elves celebrate their freedom. An elf plays a stringed instrument, the music floating through the air. Two elves are sitting and talking. The blonde elf is comforted by another, who seems to be grateful for something. Nearby, Iramantium, still under the effects of the spell, seems to be accepting his fate. Dragon woman Intra and another woman prepare a meal, though the dragon woman wonders if it will all be grass. The other woman enjoys the meal, finding it great. Intra reveals that the sauce is made by Elle. The woman eating the salad remarks that if it tastes so good, Intra should have given it to her too. Intra tells her to get some for herself, and not to take hers. The blonde elf, Elle, expresses his gratitude to everyone. Intra tells Elle that he not only solved their problem, but also saved them from being bewitched. The other woman corrects her, saying that they just beat the shit out of that meatball. Elle is credited with saving them. Intra says she thought they already knew it was him, as they don't have the power to cast such a powerful spell. Only he does. A disembodied thought echoes in the air, a question hanging heavy with unspoken concern. Meanwhile, Archmage Ellison pours his special sauce over the salad, offering it to the assembled elves. He asks if they want some for their salad. The Archmage continues to pour the sauce, explaining that he brought it in case they had to eat something from the elves, and it turned out to be extremely useful. The elves marvel at the sauce, one asking how he makes it, while another exclaims that they love the tartness. Ellison offers more of the sauce, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the stone statue of an elf speaks, greeting Ellison as an old friend. The Archmage stands before the statue, seemingly unfazed by the greeting. The statue's face is weathered and worn, yet a hint of sadness lingers in its stone eyes. The statue continues, remarking that, to be honest, he thinks Ellison looks better as a statue. Ellison's expression remains unchanged, a slight smile playing on his lips. Without warning, a fist slams into Ellison's face, the force of the blow sending him staggering back. The attacker, obscured by shadow, spits out a venomous curse. "Well, you bastard." As the Archmage presented his offering, a voice echoed through the forest. The unseen assailant demanded to know how many times they had to repeat themselves, questioning what the problem was. Meanwhile, Darren, the dwarf wanderer, sighed, knowing what was coming next. The unseen voice belonged to Venin, the elf hero, who declared he didn't eat grass. Venin flung the bowl of salad away in disgust. The dwarf wanderer's voice boomed, demanding meat. The force of the blow sends Archmage Ellison reeling back, the attacker shouting his name. Ellison, recovering from the hit, spits out a retort, calling his attacker a punk. The 7th fourth-class mage, deserter Ellison, is once again reminded that he has been told many times before. Darren, the dwarf wanderer, demands to know what the problem is, holding a piece of meat. Darren observes that Ellison and the elf hero, Venin, are at it again. Venin, the elf hero, yells while holding a bowl of salad, claiming he doesn't eat grass. Darren, still holding the meat, shouts back, asking if there's no meat. Ellison retorts that Darren can't even digest meat, yet he's still demanding it. The dwarf wanderer exclaims that a fight between an elf and a dwarf would make more sense than this. Venin, still holding the salad, tells him to stop fighting and look over there. The group is being watched by trolls. The trolls descend upon the refugees, their guttural roars echoing through the forest. Nearby, the Archmage Ellison and his companions observe the unfolding chaos. He sighs, lamenting the lack of a moment's peace before urging the group to move. One of the refugees screams in terror as a troll lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut. The troll's jaws clamp down, the force of the bite immense. But before the troll can finish its attack, a swift counterattack lands. The troll roars in pain as it is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the impact sends the troll staggering backward. The troll, now glowing with an eerie blue light, is sent flying by the attack, leaving the refugees to wonder what just happened. A woman, relieved but still shaken, looks on with tear-filled eyes. Nearby, 2 men exclaim that they've been saved by the 3 heroes of battle. A stern voice booms, declaring that trolls are now prohibited from committing crimes against other races. The voice continues, warning that if the trolls adhere to this rule, their lives will be spared, but disobedience will be met with force. One of the elves reminds the other that they should have told the refugees that it was okay to counterattack when their lives were at risk, but the other elf tells him not to ruin the mood. A cloaked figure, perhaps a troll, responds to the elves' conversation, saying that they should just add that to the list. A voice booms out, warning that if anyone doesn't want to die, they should get lost immediately. The Archmage, Ellison, sits before a table laden with food, reflecting that he's been keeping to that rule since then. A voice suggests that he must be relieved too. A close-up reveals a bowl filled with cooked meat. Ellison asks what the other person thinks, wondering if they resent him. Neria, the elf chieftain, states that Venin wouldn't do that. Ellison asks if she thinks so. Ellison wonders if Neria didn't want him, or perhaps resents him. The scene fades to black, indicating that the story is flashing back to 2 years ago. The memory continues to haunt Ellison. He recalls bringing Venin's body back, wondering if that act alone caused resentment. The scene shifts to the aftermath of Venin's death, his body lying still and covered in what appears to be blood. Venin's voice echoes in the past, recalling a promise he made while holding someone's hands. The promise was that he would return, no matter what. Tears stream down Venin's face as he remembers the vow. A voice, presumably Neria's, states that Venin kept his promise, questioning how she could resent Ellison. Another voice praises Ellison for saving all the elves that day, but then questions if Venin played a small part in the enormous power he wielded. The scene focuses on a bottle, perhaps the source of the voices and the reflection on the past. Ellison pours a drink, the voice continuing that it wasn't just a small part. The blonde elf, Venin, is shown, the voice stating that the one who saved the elves wasn't Ellison. A toast is made, cheers to hero Venin. The memory culminates with a statue of Venin, the savior of the elves, as Ellison and Neria stand before it. The feast celebrating the elves' salvation continues, the air thick with gratitude and relief. Neria, the elf chieftain, expresses her gratitude. She thanks them once more for saving the elves. The blonde elf thanks everyone, assuring them that the captured monster won't be able to return to its lair. The dark-haired woman notes that it was nice to see everyone again after so long, as they stand before the captured monster. The monster, bound by magical restraints, demands to know where they are taking him. The dark-haired woman silences him, promising he'll find out when they get there. Meanwhile, Ellison and the dark-haired woman are walking together. She remarks that his talk with the chieftain yesterday was pretty long. The blonde elf overhears their conversation, surprised. He wonders if Ellison had a conversation with Lady Neria, and if he heard all of it. The dark-haired woman realizes that Neria didn't seem to know that Ellison had absorbed the Lord's heart. Someone nearby declares that this is a secret to everyone else. The monster, along with the red-haired woman and blonde elf, are surprised by this revelation. Well, Serena and Elena witnessed the captured monster absorbing an ancient marble, a fact that clearly troubles the others. The dark-haired woman wonders if Neria, the elf chieftain, noticed anything amiss. Her companion worries that she might have pieced together what truly happened. The man with dark hair continues, alluding to the magic that was displayed. He states that they came to help Elena in the first place, a statement that seems to be directed at the captured monster. The man with dark hair reflects on receiving an unexpected gift. The scene shifts to a grand residence, bathed in the light of the night sky. Inside the residence, a young man with blonde hair calls out to his master. The archmage, Ellison, excuses himself in the conversation. A voice notes that Ellison's restaurant appeared to be closed for a short time, but is now back in business. Ellison expresses surprise at receiving word that they came to his residence, to which the dark-haired woman replies that this is the first time she has formally come to visit. At a table, Intro wonders if things will go well, while the blonde elf replies that judging from his magic, Ellison seems skilled. There next. A door waits. The blonde woman, standing over the bedridden man, questions whether the newcomer is a guest. In the past, the younger version of the man addresses his mother. The younger man introduces the blonde elf as someone who helps him a lot. The younger man smiles warmly at the boy. Back in the present, the blonde woman is shocked by the man's presence. She demands to know where he has been all this time. The man states that she seems to remember him. He thinks to himself that she doesn't know he was the one who destroyed Lord Deidrin's castle. The blonde woman thinks that no one else but her knows the truth and that it was difficult to explain. She wishes to search for him and give him her words. The man takes the blonde woman's hands. He tells her that she doesn't have to thank him yet. The blonde woman realizes that there is still one person she hasn't saved. He is beckoned into the room, the blonde elf looking nervous but determined. The archmage, surrounded by a magical circle, wonders aloud who needs healing. The dark-haired woman watches the archmage warily, telling him not to do anything weird. The archmage prepares to heal the person in the room. The archmage wonders if it is the human he is about to heal. The dark-haired woman tells the blonde elf that she doesn't know who the person is, but to just watch. The archmage examines the patient, realizing his brain has suffered serious damage. The archmage states that he doesn't know who did this, but they used a very harmful poison. The archmage prepares to heal the patient. The archmage begins the healing process. The count's wife and son react in horror to something unseen. The countess questions what she is seeing, her face etched with disbelief as her son looks on in terror. The young boy cries out for his father. The count, still in bed, looks pale and unwell. He weakly calls out for the countess. The count's eyes are unfocused as he whispers the name of his son, Dairan. The countess covers her mouth in shock, while her son's face is contorted with fear. The countess desperately tries to rouse her husband, shaking him violently. The young boy's cries for his father grow more frantic. Meanwhile, a young man with a sinister smile watches from afar. The young man is revealed to be in the count's manor. The young man sits across from another figure, the details of their conversation obscured. The focus tightens on the young man's face, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a brewing scheme. Elsewhere, a woman warns a man, presumably Rurin, that she won't forgive him if she hears any weird things about him again. He nervously agrees. The man, revealed to be Rurin, is asked why he fixed the count and didn't collect any rewards. He is told to get going now. A disembodied voice declares that they have enough money. The young man from the first panel asks how they could disrupt their moment, as a woman cries into a man's chest. The scene shifts to a nighttime view of a building, the sign indicating it's a place to get beer. The word tomorrow is written in a speech bubble. A voice declares, "All right." A man complains that someone keeps stealing the beer, which is why they keep running out. A hand places a coin on a summoning circle, as a voice thinks that this is their first summon since absorbing the ancient marble. The person who is summoning thinks that it's a little less tiring now. The summoning circle glows with arcane energy, the air crackling around the strange object at its center. Nearby, Dairan hears the disturbance and pauses, a confused "huh," escaping his lips as he senses the shift in the atmosphere. The young man, the one who had been scheming, stands above the summoning circle, his hand outstretched as dark energy swirls around him, feeding into the ritual. The ritual's effects begin to manifest as a shadowy figure starts to emerge, its single, glowing eye opening as it wonders what is happening. The summoning continues, the shadowy figure solidifying further as the ritual nears its completion. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. The footsteps grew closer. They continued to approach. The sound of footsteps grew louder as the figure walked along the patterned sidewalk. The man, revealed to be Dairan, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He muttered to himself that he was only prepping the ingredients. He admitted to himself that it had gotten late, and he gave up. Meanwhile, Rurin stood near a trash can, looking at her phone, while a disheveled man sat nearby. Dairan called out to Rurin, questioning what she was doing over there. The focus shifted to Rurin's face as she turned her head. Rurin, holding a stack of cash, looked back with a questioning expression. She asked what Dairan was talking about. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, demanding to know the identity of the person before them. The faceless man stands in a suit, his expression unreadable, as if he is a shell of his former self. The scene shifts to a vibrant, neon-lit street, where the man wonders aloud where he is. He walks down the street, the city lights reflecting off his back. Meanwhile, A woman questions why Rurin is wearing a school uniform and demands to know who he is. The faceless man wonders why he is here. He clutches his head, seemingly in pain. He realizes that this is where he was just before he went to that other world. The man stands in the middle of the street, bathed in the glow of the city lights. Tears stream down his face as he admits that he always missed it. He desperately wanted to go back. The man raises his hand, as if reaching out to something just beyond his grasp. A pair of scissors hangs suspended, cutting through an unseen thread. The world shimmers, reality itself unraveling. A voice pierces the haze, urgently shouting, "Elle, get up." A woman shakes Dairan awake, fear etched on her face. The world explodes into chaos as Dairan and the woman are thrown from their vehicle. He hears her voice calling his name, Rurin. Dairan looks up at the towering buildings, wondering aloud where in the world they are. Dairan's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as the reality of their situation begins to sink in. He questions if this is all a dream. A woman in a business suit approaches them, asking if they're all right. The woman on the phone assures them that they don't appear hurt and offers to call 911. Dairan, confused, asks what 911 is. They insist they are unharmed. Elsewhere, a figure apologizes to everyone as they run through the city. A woman in a suit stares at her phone, commenting on the odd outfits she sees. The woman in the blue shirt is shocked, realizing this is Dairan's hometown. The woman notes the iron carriages and tall buildings, understanding why it looked so strange to her. Dairan admits it has been a long time for him as well, finding it all fascinating. He never expected to return here. From their vantage point atop a building, the city stretches out before them. If this is his hometown, he should know this place very well. Dairan wonders aloud where they are. The woman in the suit thinks to herself that what she saw earlier was definitely a cell phone, but it looked like a new design, seeing how different the buildings and cars are. The buildings of the town look as if time has passed the same way it did in that world, over 15 years. But Dairan seems to be in disbelief. Even though the buildings have changed, it's difficult for the structures of the roads to change. Perhaps comparing the locations of intersections and highway crossroads with his memory from 15 years ago will help. The woman with him admits she doesn't know where they are. Dairan is reminded that he claimed this was his hometown. He tells her not to worry too much. The woman in the suit smiles, thinking they can go. And luckily, Dairan thinks to himself. He reaches into his jacket. Dairan holds up a gold coin, a confident smile on his face. They don't have to worry about money, he thinks. The morning sun bathes the quaint village in a warm glow. The camera pans across the landscape, revealing a barn. Inside the barn, a man greets two figures, calling them mentors, noting their early arrival. The morning air remains crisp, a chill lingering in the air. The two mentors stand in the doorway of the barn, one carrying a sack. They acknowledge the barn's reconstruction by dwarves, grateful for their help during a difficult time. One of the mentors mentions the restaurant, prompting a skeptical reaction from the other. The mentor insists that the other is not the type to sleep in. Meanwhile, a glimpse inside a modern kitchen reveals a stark contrast to the rustic setting. Dairan is showing the woman in the suit a rack of clothes, asking if these are the clothes in her world. The woman in the suit and Dairan walk together, the modern city visible in the background. Dairan reflects on his inability to acquire as much money from the gold as he had anticipated. The gold, though pure, would not solve all of their problems. It was expected to get them 4 million won. The shopkeeper examined the gold with a practiced eye. The shopkeeper offered to pay in cash if he could check Dairan's ID, but the young man seemed hesitant. He then asked about another option. Dairan eventually had to give it up for half the price on the condition that the shopkeeper wouldn't ask for his ID. As they walked down the street, the woman in the suit asked Dairan if he was hungry. She wondered if there were any decent restaurants around. Dairan exclaimed that a Chinese restaurant was always a friend to the people. He suggested to Rurin that they go eat over there. The woman in the suit wondered what they were going to eat. Rurin was already enjoying a forkful of noodles. She digs into the bowl of jjajangmyeon, the rich sauce coating the noodles. The price of the meal seems to have shocked someone. Despite the cost, Rurin declares the food delicious, giving a thumbs up. The table is set with various side dishes, ready to complement the main course. Dairan, looking at the menu, urges her to hurry up and eat something too. He wonders if their clothes were the only expensive things. Rurin is lost in thought, reminiscing about a time when jjajangmyeon was much cheaper. Dairan jokes that she sounds like an elder dragon. He sighs in relief, deciding that saving money is pointless, and suggests they eat some tteokbokki after this, resolving to eat whatever they want. Dairan remarks that the food is spicy, almost like it was made with dragon's breath, and offers her a drink. The pair enjoy a plate of tteokbokki and sundae. They finish their meal with a mountain of shaved ice, with Dairan telling her to eat it slowly if it hurts. He and Rurin stop by a street vendor selling hadiak, a sweet pancake. The girl points to a nearby building, exclaiming that they should go there next. Dairan reminds her that it's not a place to eat. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, the Leon's absence is noted by the staff. Intra, visibly enraged, demands to know where they went. Back at the restaurant, the blonde elf laments that their rest day ended yesterday, and he is hungry. Two of the staff express confusion about the recent disappearances, noting that the regulars never leave without saying anything. Another staff member admits he's not even sure if the food tastes good anymore. The head chef expresses concern, stating that this is a big problem because they don't even know when the missing regulars will return. One of the staff members overhears the conversation and worries that if regulars keep leaving, it will damage the restaurant's reputation. He wonders if something happened to them. Another staff member doubts that anything serious has happened, stating that even Berenics submit to them. The man with the red hair confirms that all their meals were made by manager Ellison. A disembodied voice booms, declaring that everyone must know how the food in the restaurant tastes. In the kitchen, one of the staff members suggests that they manage the restaurant while Ellison is away. Inside the train, Rurin admits that she couldn't eat anymore, having sampled all the dishes at the restaurant. Dairon wonders what the bigger iron carriage is, as a text box explains that it's called a train, and they have to take it because their destination is pretty far. He wonders aloud if they're going to meet her mother. Rurin looks out the window, lost in thought. Dairon asks again if they're going to meet her mother. She's shocked by the question. He chuckles, amused by her excitement. Dairon asks how he couldn't notice when she kept looking so excited. The train rumbles along the tracks, the rhythmic sound a constant backdrop to their journey. Outside, the scenery blurs past, a mix of fields and distant mountains under a pastel sky. The train continues its steady progress, the rhythmic clatter a soothing sound. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows and painting the sky with vibrant hues. The scenery outside reminds Rurin of home, and she comments on how beautiful it is. Dairon's expression is unreadable as he listens to her speak. He calls her name softly, a question hanging in the air. Rurin is startled by his tone. She asks what he would say if she asked if they could stay here. Dairon looks at her, a mixture of concern and curiosity in his eyes as he awaits her answer. Rurin's expression is wistful as she thinks to herself that she wishes they could live here forever, without ever going back. He reflects on his time since arriving in this world, a period filled with contemplation and uncertainty. The train rumbles along the tracks, the rhythmic clatter a backdrop to his thoughts. He realizes that now that he is here, the ancient marbles will not appear in that world. He wonders if the threat of the Lord's birth has also disappeared. So he was wondering. Dairon's expression is thoughtful, his gaze distant as he considers the implications of his presence here. Across from him, Rurin seems to be waiting patiently for his answer. She assures him that he doesn't have to answer right away, admitting that she took him by surprise. She tells him to take his time and tell her after he's decided. Rurin's expression is soft, but her eyes hold a hint of anticipation. Dairon asks if she would give up on living here and go back with him if he rejected her. The tension hangs heavy in the air. He presses further, asking if she plans on living here on her own. Unaware of the danger rapidly approaching, the blonde elf slumbers peacefully, a small fire crackling nearby. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupts nearby, startling the blonde healer. "Hey! What are you doing?" he calls out, confused by the sudden disturbance. Far away, Dairon thinks to himself, "Aye." The young man kneels amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He thinks, "I've finally succeeded." Sweat beads on his brow as Dairon focuses intently, his eyes fixed on the swirling portal he has created. He pleads, "Take me back home." Back in the forest, the blonde elf is seized by two shadowy figures. "Take me. Gosh, this bastard is at it again," he exclaims, realizing Dairon is the source of the disturbance. The shadowy figures struggle to restrain the healer, one shouting, "Quickly, grab him." The blonde elf cries out, "Let me go." Dairon continues to focus, ignoring the chaos he is causing. A voice echoes in his mind. "That thing will close almost instantly. Do you want to lose a finger?" He thinks, I get it now, let me go." The portal shimmers, the energy intensifying as Dairon reaches out. With a final surge of power, the portal stabilizes, a swirling vortex of blue energy ready to transport him. He gasped for breath, the air thick and cold in the unfamiliar forest. Below, the portal flickered and died, leaving the blonde elf stranded. Elsewhere, Beaten, the blonde elf, was being urged to give up on a spell. The voice continued, stating that it was a problem that even his magic couldn't solve, and that he wouldn't be able to use magic for another few weeks. Dairon's face was etched with worry as he thought to himself. Elsewhere, a man, presumably Ellie, told Darren that he would return to the mines after the war ends. Beaten was told that he would return to the elves' forest, and that his fiancée was waiting for him. A sinister smile crept across Ellie's face. Dairon wondered what was in store for him. He lay on the ground, disoriented and alone. The young man cried out, begging for someone to answer him. He wondered where the hell he was going when all of this ends. A voice questions where they are supposed to go. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The man on the plane, seemingly unbothered, remains silent. A woman's voice rings out, asking if he has ever abandoned her before. She chuckles, confident in his loyalty. He suggests they go home first, and she agrees, eager to return to his lair. Elsewhere, someone wonders if the owner has gone somewhere, but another dismisses the thought. A chef continues to slice meat with practiced precision. The cut of meat is large and marbled. The chef asks if the amount of meat is sufficient, and another man comments on his work experience. The chef wonders if he'll have to grill the meat after all. The younger man speculates that the archmage, Ellison, used magic for everything. The blonde elf confirms that magic was indeed used. Elsewhere, the woman in the green dress seems to be waiting for something. A pair of hands begin to glow with magical energy, a summoning circle forming between them. The blonde elf watches as the magic circle activates, a small flame flickering within it. A voice commands them to move. Intra, the dragon woman, prepares to unleash a torrent of fire. The fire intensifies, ready to be unleashed. Intra swings her arm, sending a wave of fire forward. Intra tells them not to worry about the fire and to focus on cooking. Overjoyed, the man admits he doesn't know how, but the problem has been solved. With all the ingredients prepared, a voice declares that they can finally start cooking. The restaurant staff, including Intra, are ready to open their doors. The team announces that they are ready to open the restaurant. A plate of what appears to be coal is presented. A patron, who identifies himself as a miner, is served the strange dish. The miner questions why he is being served coal, something he sees every day at work. The server apologizes and promises to remake it. The server brings the plate of coal to a seated miner, who finds the gesture odd, joking that it's because of his profession. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the cook wonders if he should sprinkle something into the salad. A customer is shocked to find the salad tastes salty instead of fresh. Noel is asked if he used salt, but he thinks he used sugar. The chef, Noel, tastes the soup and is surprised by the flavor. Why does it taste sweet? Meanwhile, the customers are not enjoying their meals. They demand the food be brought back again, unimpressed with the current offering. One particularly unhappy customer demands a refund and insists that the staff call their manager. The situation weighs heavily on Archmage Ellison. He fears that if the poor service continues, the restaurant will fail before the owner even returns. Noel realizes he needs to do something about his fire fist, as the meat burns as soon as he puts it on the fire. He knows that Dragon Woman Intra has no intention of reducing the fire, leaving him to wonder how he's supposed to cook without burning everything. The chef realizes that he can't cook after pouring water on the fire. Noel pauses, a new idea forming in his mind. He wonders if maybe he can find a solution to the problem. Elsewhere, a young man remarks to a woman that they haven't gotten lost since they came here. She confidently replies, "Of course." The chef, Noel, would find that some things never change, even after a long time away. He had missed it, the familiar feel of the streets under his feet as he walked alongside Rurin. It had been a long time, but he was finally home. The apartment building loomed, a familiar sight against the evening sky. The chef and Rurin approached the building, the weight of his return settling upon him. A smile touched Noel's lips as he took in sight of his old home. He thought to himself, he was home. Noel wondered if it was okay to tell her the truth, that he was a dragon. He knocked on the door of apartment 604. Rurin stood beside him, arms crossed, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Noel pondered how he should introduce Rurin. As the door opened, Noel wondered if he should reveal his true nature to whoever was on the other side, but Rurin simply said he was kidding. He stands before apartment 604, lost in thought. He wonders if she will recognize him, even after 15 years, clinging to the hope that his hairstyle remains familiar. The camera focuses on the door of apartment 604, the number slightly worn but still visible. A closer shot reveals the details of the apartment door, including the doorbell and the faint scratches around the lock. Noel and Rurin stand in the hallway. He remarks on how quiet it is. He thinks to himself, wondering if she is asleep, and decides to try again. The camera focuses on the door handle as someone inside begins to open the door. A voice from inside the apartment calls out, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, but..." The door opens to reveal a woman, who pauses in surprise, uttering, "Oh." Noel and Rurin stand in the hallway. The woman thinks to herself that she has never seen him before and wonders if he moved in here. He apologizes. He explains that he came to visit the lady who lives in room 604. The woman, wearing glasses and a casual outfit, looks at him with a mixture of surprise and confusion. The woman gasps, uttering, "My goodness." The woman with glasses looks on as Noel is asked if he is Miss Jiangwa's son. He confirms that he is. The woman with glasses, her expression serious, asks if he knows where his mother is. She reveals that his mother doesn't live there anymore, her tone laced with regret. The woman with glasses then asks if they would mind following her. The woman with glasses reflects on how she got to know Jiangwa 5 years ago when she first moved there. She explains that because she was so busy with her job, she only ate cup noodles for her meals. Then Jiangwa started to make side dishes for her, and they became close. The woman with glasses recalls how Jiangwa always boasted about her son whenever they ate together. The woman with glasses mentions that Jiangwa told her that her son would be the same age as her, and she thinks that's true. She also reveals that she is a novelist, even though it's a small site. Noel, looking somber, excuses himself. Ruren asks where they're going right now as they follow the woman with glasses into a forest. The woman with glasses says that Miss Zhonghua missed him a lot. The woman with glasses recalls that she suggested that Zhonghua hand out flyers, but she refused. The forest path leads to a stone structure, where a lone figure stands silhouetted against the dim light. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning a decision. The unseen speaker presses, demanding to know why they decided to return now. The woman with glasses, having led Noel and Ruren this far, stands before a grave, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The unseen speaker continues, lamenting that they couldn't have returned at least 2 years earlier, revealing the identity of the speaker as Noel. A figure sits alone in the dark, the forest looming around them. The woman is confronted by an unseen speaker. Why did she decide to come back now? She approaches a grave, the headstone barely visible in the dim light. A memory surfaces, a voice filled with grief. Couldn't you have returned at least a year earlier? The man's face is etched with regret, the weight of the past bearing down on him. The memory continues, revealing the reason for his absence. She was already dealing with stomach cancer. The woman clutches a bottle, her knuckles white as she grips it tightly. The memory expands, showing her inability to eat much after a gastrectomy. Yet even then, she cared for others. Tears stream down her face as she remembers her mother's hospitalization when her cancer relapsed 3 years ago. A single word echoes in her mind. No. This was not the reunion he had envisioned. A voice echoes in the darkness, an invitation laced with sinister intent. You must be hungry. The woman with glasses, now revealed to be in a kitchen, smiles warmly as she sets the table. Comesit. You have yet to eat dinner, right? Her smile widens, revealing a predatory glint in her eyes. A hand, presumably hers, holds a wickedly sharp knife. The woman's sinister intentions are clear. This. The man's face is obscured by shadows, his expression unreadable, but a single tear betrays his fear. This was not the farewell he wanted. The darkness closes in. The shadows writhe and twist. To be honest, the woman with glasses adjusts her spectacles, a cold indifference in her voice. She states that she isn't even curious as to why he came back. Already, it was too late. The man, his face obscured by shadow, believes no explanation will bring her back. The woman with glasses, standing beside him, reveals that she's only doing this because she was asked to. She presents the letter that she left behind. The man is confronted with the fact that he wrote the letter, which she found in front of the house. The woman with glasses explains that she wrote a reply, just in case he came back to see her. The reply is a trap. The woman with glasses stands with the man, the letter now in his possession. Although it seems he wasn't able to, the letter is held, its contents about to be revealed. He examines the letter, his expression unreadable. The woman with glasses notes that the paper is from the Luvern Kingdom. The letter begins with a question. Are you the one who? The letter continues, revealing it's from his mother, urging him to believe everything written and promising he didn't run away, but is in another world. He reflects on using magic to ensure she received the letter, regardless of the distance. He recalls writing about becoming a mage and opening a restaurant. Though he could send the letter, he laments not having a way to receive a reply back. So he quickly gave up on it, assuming she wouldn't reply. But the letter reveals that she did write a reply. His mother's reply expresses her surprise that her son is now a mage and asks to be invited when the restaurant opens. Tears stream down his face as the realization hits him. He berates himself for his stupidity. After acquiring the Lord's heart and mastering summoning magic, Ellison reflects on his initial oversight, realizing he hadn't considered returning for the letter. He wonders why he hadn't thought of sending a letter one last time. The scene shifts to a gravesite, the headstone illuminated by a soft glow. He thinks that if he had sent the letter, he wouldn't be so regretful now. The scene transitions to the restaurant, bustling with customers. Inside, a patron gestures enthusiastically, calling for another serving. His voice booms, requesting one more dish. The chef, overhearing the positive feedback, remarks that the customers' responses to their food are quite good. He explains that his fire magic was too strong, causing the food to burn, so he devised a way to prevent it, which involved using a pot. The chef muses about what it would taste like to boil the wooba belly. A steaming pot filled with wooba belly and other ingredients bubbles invitingly. The chef chuckles, attributing the delicious results to his fire magic. Noel's fire magic proves almost too effective, the flames rising high around the pot as the dragon woman, Intra, watches with a concerned expression. Meanwhile, the archmage Ellison meticulously chops ingredients, the rhythmic sound a stark contrast to the magical flames nearby. The archmage reflects that with the restaurant safe from immediate threats, all that remains is for someone to return. Elsewhere, Rurin sits with Ellie, the two of them resting in the forest. Rurin gently strokes Ellie's hair, concern etched on her face. She urges him to eat something, worried about his well-being. Ellie remains unresponsive, his face buried in his arms, seemingly lost in grief. Rurin's expression hardens as she declares that if he didn't want to stay, she would have sent him back alone. The scene shifts to a gravesite, where someone reflects on being away for 15 years and being the only family left. He sits alone in the rain, convinced that there's nothing left for him. The scene shifts, and a voice questions his certainty. Do you really think that? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The scene shifts again, revealing Ellie sitting with a woman, her expression concerned as she looks at him. The woman's words echo in his mind, recalling a past conversation. She had asked him about making this place their new home, a suggestion he never once considered rejecting. Their hands clasp tightly, a silent promise. She assures him that they could stay here as long as he likes, that she could never leave him and go back alone. But a new thought surfaces, a lingering question. The question remains, what do they do about the people who are still there? The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The young noble reports that someone else is currently managing the situation. Lord Goltazar's associate is shocked by the news. Goltazar reflects on a past favor, regretting that he never thanked the benefactor. He orders his associate to prepare. Elsewhere, Ellie decides to leave and visit the restaurant. At a construction site, a worker informs Lord Goltazar that he has news. The worker reports that Ellison has suddenly disappeared. The foreman is told that he worries too much and that the only things they need to concern themselves with are the construction deadlines and completion of the lair. The foreman acknowledges the order, stating that they don't have enough time to worry about that. The worker apologizes and promises that they will continue the construction. The foreman orders the worker to continue with the construction. Inside a dimly lit room, Archmage Ellison's associate expresses his unwavering faith in him, even in his absence. He studies a detailed blueprint, hoping for a clue to the Archmage's whereabouts. The scene shifts to an unknown location, where a disembodied voice questions Darren's conviction. The voice continues, painting a picture of the chaos that Ellison's disappearance has caused. Humans, dwarves, elves, and even dragons are likely clamoring for answers at the restaurant. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair is being carried through a forest by a man with short, dark hair. The rustling of leaves suggests they are moving quickly. The disembodied voice returns, its words now directed at someone, asking what they intend to do now that everything is seemingly lost. The woman from the forest, now revealed to have green eyes, turns her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. The voice, seemingly belonging to the woman, reflects on her past actions, suggesting that everything she has done has had a purpose. The man who was carrying her, Ellie, is shown with a somber expression as the woman questions whether the 15 years he spent away were enough reason for him to return. Ellie sits alone in the forest, his backpack beside him, seemingly burdened by the weight of the woman's words. The woman reveals that she wrote about Ellie in the letter. The woman smiles knowingly, hinting that Ellie's mother believed in the words she wrote. The woman concludes that Ellie is their child. She suggests to Ellie that they return to where they belong. 2 days have passed since Ellison's disappearance, and the woman with glasses still hasn't seen him. The woman with glasses wonders if her words to Ellison were too harsh. The woman with glasses recalls that Ellison even wrote nonsense about becoming a mage, something she can't forgive. A voice calls out, excusing themselves. The young man offers the woman with glasses a bag, telling her to have it. The young man explains that he went to replenish his mana so that he could use summoning magic, but there wasn't enough mana, so it took some time. The woman with glasses questions the young man about mana, asking if he's still using that weird excuse. The bag is full of gold coins. The young man tells her that it may be too little, but to please take it. The woman with glasses is shocked. The young man states that it looks like they have to go back to the restaurant. He states that there are many people waiting for them. The young man and the woman with glasses stand ready, prepared to face whatever awaits them. A voice calls out to Miss Janwa. Elsewhere, a figure sits at the bedside of an older woman in a hospital bed, asking how she feels. The woman in the hospital bed replies that she naturally has to get better soon. The woman with glasses mentions that there's a restaurant she really wants to visit. The older woman expresses her happiness that the woman with glasses has an appetite and asks which restaurant she is referring to. The young man thinks to himself that it is very far away and that it should be open for business by now. The restaurant is certain. The words Archmage's restaurant hang in the air, a silent promise or a lingering memory. The thought hangs, incomplete, a fragment of something larger. It was true. The young man, Ellie, lies on the ground, stunned by a sudden attack. Passers-by murmur, wondering what just happened. The realization dawns. Her child was really a mage. He was really an archmage. The inscription on the tombstone confirms the truth, a picture of a smiling couple resting at its base. The landscape stretched out before them, but Ellison noted that they had somehow gotten far away from the restaurant. From the restaurant in that world, he realized he could take them back. Rurin, however, told him to wait. Ellison began to conjure a swirling blue portal between his hands as Rurin looked on. The portal suddenly expanded, becoming unstable as Ellison struggled to control it. The portal vanished, leaving Rurin to wonder how Ellison had managed to do that. Rurin realized that it seemed similar to the principles of dimensional magic, and excitedly asked Ellison to teach her floating magic. Ellison, standing before the remnants of the portal, recalled that he had told her he wouldn't teach her how to do that. He thought to himself that it looked like all the other dragons knew how to do it. Ellison wondered if the regulars at the restaurant were mad. The Archmage stands amidst swirling blue energy, a hint of concern etched on his face as the portal flickers erratically. Rurin, observing the unstable portal, voices her concern, realizing that the restaurant might be less crowded than usual. The pair finds themselves transported to a new location, a statue of Ellison standing prominently before a crowd of onlookers. The statue of the Archmage stands tall, its finger pointing towards the sky in a heroic pose. The crowd marvels at the statue, while Rurin wonders if they've arrived at the wrong place. The scene shifts to a flashback, depicting a stylized version of Ellison and Rurin. A man, holding a plate of food, passionately asks if everyone knows who saved Lord Ringrake. An unseen person confirms that it is indeed him, referring to Ellison. A woman excitedly declares that Ellison is the owner of the restaurant. Someone expresses disbelief and admiration for the Archmage. The man from before proudly proclaims that the dish he holds is the one that cured the Count. A platter of meat is offered, a voice booming, encouraging everyone to take a bite and regain their health. Immediately, a man raises his arms, declaring he wants to eat first, waving money in the air. A red-haired man with sharp teeth grabs a child by the collar, a menacing look on his face. The child cries out in fear, recognizing Ellison, demanding an explanation for the current situation. The voice continues, revealing that he is the one who. The camera pans to reveal the speaker, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache, looking down at Ellison. The mustache man expresses his pleasure at finally having a proper talk. The man stands tall, his hands clasped in front of him, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The child calls out to Ellison, addressing him as Sir Ellison. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building at night, a sign hanging outside. A voice apologizes, mentioning Ellison and Rurin's son. Inside, the red-haired man stands with the mustache man, who explains that they tried making the customers stay one way or another, and this was the outcome. The child, now eating the offered meat, remarks that they have amazing employees. He savors the boiled pork, finding it surprisingly delicious and tender. The Archmage wonders why he hadn't considered making it before. Despite the simplicity of the dish, the red-haired woman, Intra, knows that merely boiling pork in water doesn't guarantee good taste. The Archmage sits at a table, enjoying his meal. Intra wonders if his quieter life suits him better than working at the ranch. Ellison admits that he is at fault this time, so he won't criticize her. The Archmage looks up at a statue and wonders what it is. Ellison stands on a balcony, pointing at the statue of a soldier. The statue is bathed in a celestial light. The statue, Ellison explains, was made to honor his achievements. A man with a mustache assures Ellison not to worry, as the Count's castle will take care of it. Ellison, standing in a room with two other men, says he is not worried about that and asks what they mean by achievements. One of the men tells him he is too modest. The scene shifts to the past. The man with the mustache is shown in a close-up. The man recalls hearing stories of a legendary soldier during the Dragon War. He ignored his superior's orders and ran around helping people. The legendary soldier was the best sorcerer as well as the worst soldier. From what he overheard, the man learned that the person they were discussing was named Ellison. Although it's a story that not many people know of now, the man continues to speak. The man sits at the table, his hands clasped together as he asks if they would believe him if he told them that Grake City was one of the villages Ellison saved. The scene shifts to the day Deadran brazenly came into the castle. The man, standing beside a young girl, reveals that the moment she teleported into his room, he already had an idea of who she was. The man is surprised that she was conscious. He asks what he wouldn't do to be helpful to her, mentioning his family and himself. The man vows to do everything in his power to help Sir Ellison. The man asks if she understands now. She replies that she does not. She continues to recount the events, a blue ring of magic forming around a figure standing on a balcony. The magic intensifies as the figure descends, surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. The figure lands on the balcony, the force of the arrival shattering the stone and sending debris flying. Floating debris is seen as a voice declares that they don't want people to include background items when evaluating their restaurant. The scene shifts to Noel, his eyes wide with surprise as he listens to the explanation. Noel chuckles nervously, remarking that a statue is a bit much. The chef asks someone to take care of the rumor about his dishes healing sick people. The head of a statue lies on the ground, seemingly destroyed. Footsteps echo. The camera focuses on the feet of several figures walking down a hallway. Rurin gasps, clutching a book tightly to her chest. The figures from the hallway stand before Rurin, who is kneeling on the ground. An apology echoes in the air, followed by an assurance that all is well. The woman asks if the other is hurt, her expression concerned as magical energy swirls around floating books. A voice wishes the unseen person good luck with their magic studies. The woman with dark hair and red earrings, later revealed to be Medrin, advises caution when using magic indoors. The other woman, the one who bumped into Medrin, stammers out a thank you. The woman who bumped into Medrin gushes to her companion about how cool Medrin is. Two figures discuss Medrin's magical prowess, dismissing the rumors surrounding her. Another figure, her hair pulled back in a bun, declares that she never believed the rumors about Medrin in the first place. The woman clenches her fist, denying the rumors that Medrin was kidnapped, tied up, and crying, and vowing to find who started them. The woman's expression hardens, her thoughts focused on the rumors. Medrin, her face flushed, wishes the rumors weren't true. Medrin vows to find out who is responsible for the rumors. A presence is detected within the room, an unknown entity lurking just beyond the threshold. The only person who could enter without permission, it was thought, was Duke Tamurin. But he's out of town. The intruder's identity remains a mystery, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. The figure's thoughts betray a sinister intent, their identity still concealed. The mysterious figure emerges, their forms still shrouded in shadow, ready to confront Medrin. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Medrin's name is spoken with a mix of surprise and concern. The unseen person declares that they will go with the intruder, begging not to be tied up and dragged away again. Elsewhere, the rumors surrounding Medrin have already spread throughout the city, causing distress. The person pleads with the unseen captor to be nice this time, hinting at a history of mistreatment. The Duke, sipping tea, remains unaware of the chaos unfolding around Medrin. The Duke's hands are seen resting on a desk, the scene hinting at his continued involvement in the unfolding events. Someone reacts with shock and confusion, holding a glass, as the rumors and events surrounding Medrin escalate. She demands to know what they're talking about, her face contorted with distress. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, in another location, the discussion turns to the state of Deadran City. The crime rate continues to rise, threatening to affect neighboring cities as well. Personnel have been dispatched to handle the situation, but as Archmage Ellison already knows, there have been quite a few problems. The Archmage acknowledges that he is aware of Medrin's involvement. The person he is speaking with wonders why he didn't mention that he would visit. The woman across from Ellison assures him that she won't spread any rumors about it, agreeing that Deadran City is in a serious state. Ellison's expression darkens as he considers the situation. He wonders how many dispatch people have died so far. The man is flustered that he was not informed of the visit. The man reveals that 3 people have died in such a short while. The Archmage asks if anyone else wants to go to Deadran City. The man with blonde hair states that if someone is stubborn as the Archmage goes, everyone will hide in fear. He then says that they won't be able to find out who made the poison. Medrin points out that they don't have the personnel to dispatch to Deadran City under the current conditions. The blonde man reveals that there is one person who could go. Medrin realizes that even though this person appears normal, they're actually a monster who has no qualms about assassination. Someone off-panel exclaims in disbelief, questioning if Medrin is suggesting what they think she is. Elsewhere, a voice orders someone to prepare to leave. A voice declares that after a long time, they can finally have a delicious meal. A waiter approaches a table, carrying a plate of food. With practiced precision, a chef slices into a perfectly cooked piece of meat. The knife continues its work, slicing the meat into even portions. Next, a large white radish is grated, creating a fluffy mound of fresh flavor. The sliced meat is then artfully arranged, topped with a grated radish and sprigs of green onion. The chef, pleased with his creation, announces that the stir-fried rice wukka is ready. A voice calls out, instructing Rurin to serve the dish to the customers. The chef presents the stir-fried rice to Rurin, ready for her to deliver it to the eagerly awaiting customers. A hand stirs a bowl of rice, preparing it for serving. Elsewhere, a customer is shocked to find something missing from their meal. The dragon woman, Intra, slams her bowl down with a clang, demanding to know where all the meat went. The server explains that the dish is eaten as is, despite Intra's complaints. The dragon woman, Intra, lifts a spoonful of the dish, still clearly displeased. In the background, the server is lectured for the missing meat. A blonde woman eats the dish, finding it surprisingly delicious. She admits that she can't help but love the restaurant. The blonde woman sits at a table with a server who wonders if Dairan has been coming to the restaurant by himself. The server confirms that Dairan is a regular customer. The blonde woman admits that she was against putting up a statue in the restaurant. She tells the server that he doesn't have to emphasize that whenever she comes, as the Lord already explained everything. Another customer asks if they have desserts too, and the server replies that they do, of course. A customer calls for the boss and asks for 2 portions of the dish. The boss replies that he will bring it in a moment. The boss announces that he has 2 stir-fried rice wukka. The server presents 2 steaming bowls of food. A customer takes a bite, savoring the taste. The blonde woman exclaims that the taste took her by surprise, while another customer agrees, saying it's so good. The customer expresses his surprise that the blonde woman is so easily impressed. A voice wonders if they've already been found out, despite their perfect disguise. As expected of Ellison's insight, the text reveals that the crown prince, Leon Herreyes, is disguised as Medrin, an unrecognizable chief mage. Someone questions how the food is so perfect. The customer notes that the blonde woman doesn't seem to notice anything at all and wonders what happened and why. The voice continues, stating that one has to perfectly disguise themselves, and then pauses saying, well, first of all, Leon Herreyes, disguised as Medrin, states that he wanted to try the delicious food here. The disguised Leon Herreyes holds up a small vial, asking if the other person knows what it is. The answer comes in plain text, a poison. It's a deadly poison, capable of destroying the human brain. It's the same poison that made Count Ridden Grake bedridden for years, a fact that seems to trouble the man. Elsewhere, the poison is slowly spreading throughout the empire, a fact that worries Medrin and the dragon woman, Intra. It's a miracle that the Count woke up from it, but they can't expect that from everyone. Moreover, it's very hard to find evidence, because this concoction leaves no traces on the victim. Suddenly, a voice booms out, ordering everyone not to move. Two robbers burst through the door, one carrying a large sack. One of the robbers demands all the food and money. A woman gasps, realizing they're being robbed. The robbers, Milan and Voyle, are not amused. They ask what the customers think they're doing, implying they aren't joking around. It seems like they're too scared to react. He watches as the woman with red hair pulls at the hair of another woman, a silent threat hanging in the air. The robbers, having interrupted the meal, are warned not to spoil the mood. One of the robbers is suddenly attacked, gasping for air as he collapses to the ground. The chief mage, Medrin, makes it clear that the robbers are from Deadran City, ordering them not to move or tremble. Two of the robbers are held down by magic, kneeling on the ground. The robbers beg Medrin for forgiveness, acknowledging her as chief mage. Medrin smirks, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she considers their pleas. The chief mage confirms her identity, asking if they know who she is. Medrin declares that she is the only Class 7 chief mage in the Empire. The others are asked to understand that Medrin has been stressed recently. Medrin is asked to take charge of the investigation in Deadran City to find the source of the poison. She considers the vial in her hand, a faint frown creasing her brow as she contemplates the task ahead. Meanwhile, the blonde woman relays grim news. Count Deadran revealed nothing under interrogation, and the dispatch generals are dead. The security of Deadran City is at its worst. Elsewhere, the dragon woman Intra stands over a defeated foe, confident that the same group is responsible for the Deadran Mansion's destruction and is expanding towards Grake City. Leon Herreyes questions why Medrin would leave such an important mission to a mere restaurant owner. The blonde woman wonders who would use magic in such a ridiculous way to destroy the Deadran Mansion. The Crown Prince wonders if he feels responsible for the current situation that's out of their control. The blonde woman demands to know who told him that. Leon's expression hardens as he awaits an answer. The dragon woman Intra refuses to reveal her source, stating she needs to keep it strictly private. The blonde woman realizes that the only one who could have told her this is the Class 7 mage of the Empire. The dragon woman Intra is taken aback by the revelation. The blonde woman addresses the dragon woman Intra as Your Highness. The dragon woman Intra is left to her own devices. As the others depart, one of them remarking that she should let them know if she needs anything. Sighing, the man agrees to go along with the other's ploy, but only this once. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Deadran City, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Two figures huddle around a campfire, seeking warmth and perhaps a moment's respite from the encroaching darkness. Elsewhere, a figure breaks into a building, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the night. Peeking out from behind a building, Leon Herreyes wonders aloud why they are even here. The Crown Prince is here to catch the one who made the poison used on the Count, he explains to Medrin. Nearby, Rurin kneels, her head bowed. She wonders if the poison is the reason the city has turned into such a mess, adding that she heard all the generals died from poisoning. The man from earlier contemplates his next move, wondering what he should do if he catches them all at once, as they might try to hide. He realizes that it's not like he can just ask someone something like this. Leon calls out to Rurin. An unknown voice proposes a plan. The speaker, a cloaked figure, stands with Rurin in a dimly lit alleyway, ready to reveal the details of their scheme. Rurin asks what the plan is, though she is warned that it might be unpleasant. She insists that she'll do anything. The cloaked figure smiles, stating that the plan is for her. Rurin, now in a prison cell, demands to know what the plan is. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes as Rurin grips the bars of her cell, fear creeping into her expression. A guard approaches her cell, his face obscured in shadow as he questions why she's there. The guard warns her to stay away from the bars. Another guard notices Rurin, exclaiming that there's a girl over there. One of the guards leers at Rurin, asking if she wants to know what happened to the girl who first came to this room. The guard menacingly tells Rurin that he'll show her slowly. The sentiment hangs in the air, a silent agreement about the prison's deplorable conditions. Rurin's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. A disembodied voice muses on the lack of segregation in the prison, followed by a declaration of intent to change things. The same voice ominously declares that the prisoners will become part of a story that will spread to the next room, hinting at torture or worse. A guard, his face a mask of barely suppressed rage, vows to exterminate every prisoner, struggling to maintain his composure. A booming voice announces the arrival of the Lord Chamberlain, signaling a shift in the power dynamic within the prison. The Lord Chamberlain strides down the prison corridor, his presence commanding attention. A voice, filled with disgust, notes the presence of a female prisoner, confirming Rurin's presence. Rurin stands defiant in her cell, flanked by two guards who seem wary of her presence. Footsteps echo through the prison, growing louder as the Lord Chamberlain approaches. The Lord Chamberlain's boots are heard as he continues his approach, the sound a harbinger of change. The sound of footsteps echoed through the prison. Ricardo, the Lord Chamberlain of Deadran City, mused that they said there was a new useful item today. He stated that Rurin was arrested for assaulting passersby on the street. Elsewhere in the prison, a prisoner realized that the others were robbers. Rurin overheard the Lord Chamberlain, realizing that her rebellious nature was her selling point. Ricardo ordered that she be taken out and kept separated from the rest. Rurin knew that Reedon and the others might treat her badly, but it was a waste to just leave her there. The Lord Chamberlain's arrival was imminent. Ricardo wondered what was happening. Earlier, there was something wrong. The man with dark hair told Ricardo to tell them he was coming, again. Elsewhere, at a grand estate, someone curses the incompetence of others. The man believes that after 3 people have come and gone, they must have gotten the message. A figure approaches the door. The Lord Chamberlain apologizes for keeping them waiting. The Lord Chamberlain introduces himself. The man who was told to deliver a message from Milan is greeted by the Lord Chamberlain, who acknowledges that he heard he is from the palace. The Lord Chamberlain says it's nice to see him. Count Rivelk, lounging on a couch, declares that he will be in charge of managing Deadran City from now on. The Lord Chamberlain, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and a polite smile, apologizes for the wait. He explains that he heard they were from the palace. Relaxing on a chaise lounge, Count Rivelk acknowledges the Lord Chamberlain's presence, confirming that he is indeed the one they were expecting. Count Rivelk greets the Lord Chamberlain, stating it's nice to see him. Count Rivelk announces that he will be in charge of managing Deadran City from now on. The Lord Chamberlain admits to being a little late, explaining that he was taking care of the prisoners. He then mentions something absurd happened in Lord's castle recently, finding the situation confusing. Count Rivelk asks for understanding, while the Lord Chamberlain confirms that he heard about the recent events. Examining a document, Count Rivelk confirms that the stamp is definitely from the Imperial Palace. The Lord Chamberlain questions if the Count thought it was fake, but Count Rivelk clarifies that they simply arrived a little earlier than expected. The Lord Chamberlain, holding a rolled-up scroll, finds the situation confusing. The Lord Chamberlain learns that, unfortunately, 3 dispatched officials have passed away due to unknown reasons. The news spreads quickly. 3 of the dispatched officials have already passed away. Count Rivelk muses that he was told to avoid this place, but he guessed that was not possible. The Count continues, asking if he should be careful so as to not become the 4th. The other man replies that he is quite the jokester. Rivelk wonders how he could dare to think of something as disrespectful as that. The Count declares that something is disrespectful. The Lord Chamberlain is shocked by the Count's actions. Count Rivelk asks if tearing up the letter is what the Lord Chamberlain calls disrespectful. The letter from His Majesty is torn to shreds. The Lord Chamberlain demands to know what the Count is doing. Count Rivelk asks how he could tear the letter from His Majesty, stating that the contents are so obvious that it's no fun. He smiles, holding the torn letter. It was the Crown Prince who wrote it, urging him to enhance public safety, look after the people, and eradicate corruption in Deadran City. The Count continues, stating he can recite the letter with his eyes closed. But that's not what he's interested in. He leans back in his chair, musing that he wishes to make this place a little more fun to manage. The Count warns that he doesn't think they want to see new officials stepping down over and over again. He asks if there aren't areas where their interests align. The Count adds that he also heard all sorts of rumors before he came here. A masked figure remains silent. Elsewhere, a man stands behind bars. A woman, suddenly transferred to this cell, demands to know where they are taking her. Her captor replies that she doesn't need to know. A voice thinks that if not for Elle's request, they would have been dead already, wondering if people from the perpetrator city would know where the poison is from. The guard laughs, taunting the imprisoned woman as he escorts her away. "Ha ha, you're leaving now." He continues his taunts, predicting her regret. "I'll tell you this. You'll be crying that you missed this place soon enough." The other prisoner, a man with a scarred face, watches them go, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He believes her new prison will be far worse, since this place will seem like heaven compared to where you're going now. The guard scoffs at the woman's silence, advising her to end her own life. "If I were you, I'd bite my tongue and die now." The imprisoned woman, Medrin, finally speaks, her voice low and filled with suppressed anger. "TSK, be quiet. The sound of footsteps echoes as Medrin is led away. Count Rivolk watches from around the corner, a sly grin on his face as Medrin is escorted away. The Count wonders what he should do. He muses to himself that Count Rivolk seems different from the other officials he has encountered. The Count reflects on the need to eliminate dispatched officials. He considers that he likes that Count Rivolk is a count, and that he might be worth taking a chance on. Count Rivolk holds up a vial of blue liquid, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he contemplates his next move. The Count muses over his recent conversation, wondering if his target is truly as brave as he seems, or simply putting on a show to avoid death. The exterior of the Rivolk estate is shown at night. It seems no one responded to the Count's question. Back in his study, Count Rivolk examines the vial of blue liquid from the previous night. He reflects on his attempt to appear corrupt, wondering if he was too obvious in his charade. The Count realizes that if he brings up the topic of poison out of nowhere, his target will obviously feign innocence. Count Rivolk resigns himself to hoping that something happens on Rurin's side, as he sees no other choice. A knock echoes through the room. A voice asks, "Could I come in?" Count Rivolk turns in his chair, responding to the knock at the door. The Lord Chamberlain sent a maid to deliver tea, just in case the Count was thirsty. A maid enters the room, carrying a tray with a steaming cup of tea. Count Rivolk thanks the maid and tells her she can leave the tea there. The Count begins to speak, offering his apologies, but the apology hangs in the air, unspoken. The Lord Chamberlain, it turns out, had specific instructions to leave only after confirming that the Count had taken a sip of the tea. He had called it a sign of trust. Count Rivolk's expression hardens as he recalls the events that led him to this moment. He reflects on the blatant poisoning of officials, realizing that he must drink the tea if he wants to work with the one who offered it. The Count knows that refusing the tea, using his position as an excuse, will prevent the chief steward from revealing his true intentions. The maid, oblivious to the internal conflict, presents the tea. He steels himself, resolving that if there's no poison, he'll have to keep acting as Count Rivolk. With a determined glint in his eye, Count Rivolk downs the tea in one shot, deciding that whichever way this goes, it will work. The taste is unexpected. Count Rivolk's face contorts in a grimace. The maid watches him closely, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The Count clutches his throat, the effects of the tea taking hold. As the maid presents the tea, a man off-panel declares that it must be of high quality. The Lord Chamberlain would like it. Count Rivolk, having taken a sip, realizes there was no poison in the tea. He wonders if he has passed some sort of test. The maid reveals that there is one more thing. The maid explains that she was asked to give Count Rivolk a gift after he passed the trust test, a token of the Lord Chamberlain's sincerity. Count Rivolk's eyes widen as he hears his name. He realizes that this situation is more complicated than he initially thought. Elsewhere, the cloaked figure expresses surprise that they have slaves. A woman in a simple dress stands with her hands clasped, awaiting instructions. The maid tells the woman in the dress that she hopes she has a good time. Count Rivolk observes that the woman looks disoriented, almost as if she has been hypnotized. A voice echoes in the darkness, testing the connection. "Can you hear me?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Elsewhere, a woman stands over a fallen figure, her expression unreadable. The sound of impact reverberates. Under the moonlight, one of the tied-up robbers struggles to make sense of what he's hearing. The man in the chair questions the robbers. "So, while you were breaking into an empty house, a girl came out of nowhere and started a fight with you?" The man in the chair, revealed to be Count Rivolk, listens intently to the robber's story. Rivolk presses them further. "Then why is your face that way?" One of the robbers, beaten and bound, weakly replies, "She was too strong." The other robber chimes in, agreeing that she didn't seem human, before Rivolk reminds them that he told them to lay low since they got rid of the officials. Count Rivolk's men lead the captured robbers away. One of the men reflects on the robber's failure. They were told to avoid fighting, or at least avoid getting caught. The man relays his understanding of the order. The robbers are taken to the cultivation room. The robbers beg for forgiveness. They promise to be quiet from now on. The man in charge, Manager Reedon, is given one last chance. The text emphasizes that Reedon's life is on the line. The man is informed that Ricardo requested another slave. The man expresses his annoyance. He thinks that Dedran should keep some distance, and that attracting the Imperial Palace's attention would be dangerous. He wonders if he should get rid of Ricardo. One of the men recalls that Ricardo was supposed to send a girl prisoner today, one who committed assault. The thought occurs that it might be an assault. Manager Reedon contemplates the situation. The question arises if she could be the one who defeated their man. The speaker reveals that she is in the sorting room. The imprisoned woman's hands are bound. Guards lead the prisoners through the dark corridors. A man at a desk announces the breakdown of the prisoners. 3 for the cultivation room, 2 for the nobles, and 5 for the black market auction. The woman with long brown hair is surprised by the announcement and is told she is next. The woman reflects that even though she doesn't understand the ways of humans well, she knows that slavery is illegal across the empire. She thinks about the scale of the illegal business. The prisoners are led through the large underground complex. The woman in the cell isn't sure if they made the poison, but she thinks she should tell him about it, and since she already knows the coordinates to L's room, she prepares to teleport. As the imprisoned woman prepared to teleport, a voice echoed in Ellison's mind, asking if he was listening. The Archmage, surrounded by swirling blue energy, looked up, confused by the sudden intrusion. Meanwhile, back in the room where Rurin was being sold, the cloaked figure stood over her, a glowing blue circle hovering between them. Leon, witnessing the scene, stammered that it was a misunderstanding. The Archmage, still connected to the teleportation attempt, wondered what was happening. Rurin, surrounded by the same blue energy that enveloped Ellison, looked up with a startled expression. She pleaded with her master to give her his order. Leon, sweating and visibly shaken, insisted that whatever they were thinking, it was all a misunderstanding. Rurin, now glowing with blue energy, wondered what she was thinking. A crackling sound filled the air as the teleportation neared completion. Rurin stands over the Archmage, a swirling vortex of blue energy crackling around her. The Archmage, Ellison, lies prone, red magical circles glowing beneath him. Ellison's eyes widen in panic, sweat beading on his brow as he tries to understand what's happening. Rurin, surrounded by the blue energy, wonders what he could possibly be thinking. She implores him to give her his order. The Archmage's fear intensifies as Rurin looms over him. Ellison insists that whatever she thinks is happening is a misunderstanding. Rurin wonders what she is thinking. The blue energy intensifies around Rurin's hands. Rurin insists that it's a misunderstanding, stating that he was already in a weird state. Ellison, surrounded by the red magic circles, vehemently denies doing anything. The figure, surrounded by crackling blue energy, thinks about the infiltration they worked so hard to achieve. The figure, eyes gleaming, resolves to research the cultivation room. A subordinate, visibly shaken, is told that they will talk about this later and that he'd better be prepared. A guard in the prison pauses, wondering what he just heard. The guard shouts, demanding to know what the figure is doing. The figure's power surges, focused on the prison bars. The figure, revealed to be Rurin, examines the broken handcuffs. She thinks to herself that she needs a new set of handcuffs. Rurin wonders if the imprisoned woman is the one she's looking for. The guard confirms that she is. The guard asks if they should interrogate the prisoner. The man in charge dismisses the idea. He instructs the guard to tell the others not to provoke her at all. The man's expression shifts to one of shock as he realizes she's not human. He admits he doesn't know what her motive is, but she's some incomprehensible being. He warns that if they mess with her, everything they've worked for will go down the drain. The man contemplates the situation. He decides to take care of things there first, then go see that person. Elsewhere, a voice greets Count Rivelk with a cheerful, "Good morning." The Count's estate stands tall against a bright sky. Count Rivelk smiles warmly. He reflects that the tea was quite satisfactory. He admits he felt awful, as if he was being tested, but forgot all about it thanks to that. The Count continues, saying he was badly misunderstood thanks to the tea. He apologizes for it, but says it would have been risky to simply join hands with him. Count Rivelk sits at his desk, a teacup in hand, as the speaker stands nearby. He reiterated that he had already forgotten everything, but he knew he would have to keep the imprisoned woman with him for a few more days. Lying in bed, Rurin was told to feel free to do as she pleased. Count Rivelk admitted to himself that he quite liked her. The Count reflected that it wasn't his first time seeing a slave, but there seemed to be something different about Rurin. Taking a sip of tea, Count Rivelk considered the situation. The Count thought that Rurin seemed quite odd. It was explained that what made Dead Rand City's items different was that they had been noticed. The explanation continued, stating that a slave was completely obedient due to brainwashing. It was said that there was no need to worry about the slaves escaping or rebelling, so they could be handled without worries. The speaker added that the slaves followed whatever command they were given, so they could do whatever anyone wanted. Someone wondered who in their right minds would turn this down, adding that this was difficult to listen to. It was declared that he was rotten to the core. Someone considered forgetting about finding where the poison came from, and instead destroying the slave market. The Count muses to himself that he must hold on a little longer, or it would be no different than when he destroyed Dead Rand Castle. The conversation shifts as the other party asks if they are talking about slaves. The man confirms that he wants to combine the two to create a route to sell to the influential nobles in the empire. A voice chuckles, stating that it seems he made the right choice by joining hands with him. The man at the table states that before expanding the market for selling these, he would like to confirm a few things. The other man's eyes widen as he wonders if those slaves are related to the place called the cultivation room. The man at the table asks how he knows about that. The other man replies that he already told him he's heard a few rumors here and there about Dead Rand City, and as he already knows, nobles are naturally very cautious. The man at the table thinks to himself that he needs a clear confirmation and introduction to the distribution process. The other man states that if he can't show him, he doesn't have to. The man at the table states that the sales route will just have to be delayed for a while, but the other man simply replies no. The man's lips curl into a smile. The mysterious man, pressed by Count Rivulk, sees no reason to reveal what he's hiding, reminding him that they are partners. Footsteps echo as someone approaches. A voice declares that something is closer than Rivulk thinks. The footsteps continue. The sound of footsteps grows louder as the person approaches the door. Count Rivulk, hearing the approaching footsteps, tells the person to come in as he learns that Imperial Palace officials were dispatched. The guard apologizes as he informs the Count that there seems to be a problem. The guard explains that someone on Rivulk's side is difficult to handle, especially since they didn't even blink when the Imperial Palace officials were dispatched. Meanwhile, Lady Sydney is seen smoking a pipe. The Count asks what the problem is, and the guard reveals that there's a special being among the slaves. The guard elaborates, saying that although he isn't sure since she quickly hid her energy, he saw a dragon like Lady Sydney. The guard's report echoes in Count Rivulk's mind as he considers the implications of a dragon hiding among the slaves. The scene shifts to the cultivation room, a place Deadran City holds in high regard. Here, they create medicine from herbs and mushrooms, a process that also yields items loyal to their masters. The man in the red coat smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he speaks with another man in a black suit. The man in the black suit wonders if the lights are magic, surprised they'd be so openly displayed beneath the mansion. The man in the red coat observes that the slaves don't seem to be in good condition. The man in the black suit, his face partially obscured by a white cloth, speaks to the man in the red coat. He asks if they can also make a poison that leaves no traces. The man in the black suit's eyes widen, a purple aura surrounding him. The man in the red coat chuckles, noting that there are a lot of things and asking if he's interested in another item, revealing he was planning to show him something. The man in the red coat, revealed to be the Lord Chamberlain, clasps his hands together. The Lord Chamberlain walks down the hallway, followed by the man in the black suit. The Lord Chamberlain looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He asks the approaching figure what brings them here. The scene shifts to a wider view, revealing Count Rivulk among the nobles. The Lord Chamberlain apologizes for the late introduction, announcing that Rivulk will be joining them from now on, and that the nobles at the forefront of the empire will finally. The approaching figure, revealed to be Guard, is struck by an unseen force, his face contorted in pain. The attacker, also a guard, draws his sword, his red eyes gleaming with malice. The guard scoffs, wondering how foolish they could be to show all of this to an official who just arrived. The guard's target is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident even in the obscured image. A magical circle blazes into existence, wreathed in flames. The guard, now revealed to be Count Rivulk, stands amidst the inferno, the word official hanging in the air. Rivulk stands over the fallen guard, questioning if he's really on their side. Count Rivulk declares that it would be better to get rid of him beforehand. A voice assures that their suspicions were right. The declaration hangs in the air. The game of playing Count is over. Guards stand watch over a prisoner in a cell, unaware of the events about to unfold. Inside the cell, Rurin finds the situation noisy. The imprisoned woman recalls hearing rumors of the place shutting down soon and wonders if the person she is thinking about is Ellison. The woman is surprised that the rumors are true. A hand reaches for the cell bars as the dragon woman, Intra, thinks that Reedon was mistaken. Intra believes she has hit the jackpot, finding a dragon slave. Intra stands confidently, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she approaches the cell. Rurin, still imprisoned, didn't expect to meet a dragon in a place like this and wonders who she is. Intra laughs, stating that Rurin doesn't know her, but she knows her all too well. Intra reveals Rurin's full name, Rurin, Varen's daughter. Shocked, Rurin asks how Intra knows her mother's name. The corners of Intra's lips curl into a knowing smirk. She reveals that she doesn't just know Rurin's name. The dragon woman's expression darkens as she recalls the moment Rurin's mother took her last breath. Rurin, head bowed, thanks Intra for whatever she's about to do, but wonders if she wants to hear about it. The blue energy intensifies around Rurin as Intra explains that goodness isn't here, and that anyone else would have tried to convince her to give someone like Rurin a chance. The energy surges around Rurin, crackling with power. The blue energy condenses, forming a menacing shape. The energy being roars, promising to tear Rurin into shreds. The energy being continues its threat, promising to leave her with just her mouth. The energy being taunts Rurin, asking if she will still be able to run her trap after it is done with her. Intra watches as the energy being declares that it will help Rurin find out. Intra, surrounded by a red aura, challenges the energy being to try. Intra grins, revealing sharp teeth, and states that she knows from experience that. The energy being retorts that Rurin runs her mouth quite well, quickly correcting itself to say, before demanding she shut her trap. The energy being unleashes a blast of energy from its mouth. The blast of energy hurtles towards Rurin. The energy connects with its target. The impact of the blast sends Rurin flying backwards. The aftermath of the blast leaves a hazy residue in the air. The dragon woman Intra goads her opponent, suggesting he try something. A sinister grin stretches across Intra's face, the air around her crackling with red energy. Intra continues her taunt, claiming to know from experience that she runs her mouth quite well, quickly correcting herself to say your mother, I mean. The taunt hits its mark, triggering the activation of a trap. A surge of blue energy erupts, engulfing Intra. The force of the trap sends the dragon woman reeling. The trap continues to unleash its power, the blue energy intensifying. The energy rips through the area, leaving a trail of destruction. The aftermath of the trap leaves the area bathed in a blinding light. As the light fades, a figure emerges from the swirling energy, seemingly unharmed. The mysterious man watches in disbelief, muttering no way, as he witnesses Intra's survival. He watches, his expression unreadable, as the blue dragon's power fades. Panic erupts as the guards recognize the draconic form. It's a dragon. Everyone run, they shout, fleeing in terror. The blue dragon, Intra, snarls, her eyes narrowed. You angry? The red dragon's voice echoes, taunting Intra. You're quite rebellious for someone who came in here as a slave. The blue dragon's head looms large, her expression a mix of defiance and exhaustion. The red dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, bathing the scene in crimson light. The red dragon continues to berate her. Why did you have to pointlessly wander around here? The red dragon's form is wreathed in flames as it reminds Intra. You should have just remained in Grecessity, playing house with a human male you brought along with you. The red dragon's voice drips with malice. If there's a bug flying around your restaurant, you'd have no choice but to catch it, wouldn't you? The red dragon stands triumphant, its shadow looming over the defeated blue dragon. The dragon's words echoed, a cruel taunt about Intra's past failures. So, why didn't you just continue living that way? The dragon continued his verbal assault, his voice dripping with disdain. Because your stench. The dragon's voice boomed, the words laced with venom. Reeks from all the way here. Elsewhere, a guard stands amidst a raging fire, his expression unreadable behind his helmet. Someone shouts to put out the fire, but another voice dismisses the idea. No need to do that. Let's just leave. The speaker is revealed to be Manager Reedon, who is being addressed by the guard. Sir Reedon. Meanwhile, the mysterious man is preparing a spell, a complex circle of energy forming in his hand. The spell intensifies, the air crackling with energy as the mysterious man prepares to unleash it. The spell takes form, creating a barrier of ice that encases several figures. The mysterious man smirks, revealing his intentions. Not myself. He prepares to eliminate the evidence, blue energy crackling around his hand. The mysterious man smirks, realizing his opponent isn't an official. He muses that he knew the swordsman seemed odd, deducing that he is a mage. The swordsman retorts that the mysterious man is one to talk. The mysterious man acknowledges the swordsman's skill. He compliments the swordsman's shield, acknowledging its impressive nature. The mysterious man reveals that he could tell the swordsman's skill from the second lunge, identifying it as the swordsmanship of the First Order of Knights. The swordsman, now revealed to be Sir Ellison, is sent flying back by an unseen force, confirming that he is indeed from the Imperial Palace. The mysterious man finds Sir Ellison increasingly interesting. He continues, hinting at something more. The mysterious man deems Sir Ellison too dangerous. He raised his hand, a golden light emanating from his palm. The mysterious man unleashed a wave of energy, striking Sir Ellison, who had conjured a blue barrier. Sir Ellison, despite the attack, maintained his composure, arcane circles floating around him as he prepared to counterspell. The Archmage knew it was easy to avoid binding magic, as long as you could see through the flow of magic. He thought that even the Palanquius knew how to do that too. The mysterious man lunged forward, a dagger in hand, while Sir Ellison, surprised by the sudden attack, stumbled backward. The mysterious man stated that he couldn't use powerful magic because he wanted to preserve the evidence. The dagger, now glowing with golden energy, struck Sir Ellison, sending him crashing to the ground. The mysterious man declared that Sir Ellison's circumstances were different from his. The mysterious man landed gracefully, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He raised the golden dagger high above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow to the fallen Archmage. He advances, the golden dagger glinting in the dim light of the cavern. The dagger strikes, unleashing a concentrated burst of golden energy. Sir Ellison realizes the attack is far beyond what a first knight is capable of. He recalls the principle that the wider the area of defense magic, the weaker it becomes. The Archmage prepares a concentrated defense against the golden attack. Especially if the attack is concentrated on one spot, the defense should hold. The golden dagger plunges into the center of the Archmage's defense. The concentrated attack shatters the defense. The golden energy explodes outwards, obliterating the magical barrier. The force of the impact sends debris flying. The Archmage is left vulnerable, his magical defenses shattered. Sir Ellison realizes that concentrating the attack was the right method to break through his defenses. A disembodied voice echoes, posing a chilling question. So you know how to kill a mage? The mysterious man, his brow furrowed, eyes the golden dagger in his hand, wondering why Sir Ellison's shield remains intact. With unwavering resolve, the Archmage declares that this is where it ends, as he unleashes a torrent of magical energy. The force of the Archmage's attack shatters the air around him. The Archmage's magical assault slams into the mysterious man, the impact immense. The force of the blow sends magical energy scattering in all directions. The full brunt of the Archmage's power explodes outward, a cataclysmic display of raw magical force. The mysterious man stands unscathed amidst the devastation, prompting the Archmage to question his resilience, noting that he wasn't even trying to kill him. The mysterious man's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The mysterious man's expression shifts to one of intense focus. The Archmage, now visibly injured and weakened, stares in disbelief, questioning what the mysterious man truly is. A voice, laced with an unsettling curiosity, speaks of wanting that body. The building, identified by its hanging sign, is addressed with a slip of the tongue, quickly corrected to young master. Meanwhile, a figure announces their arrival. Elsewhere, a man with scrolls confirms that something has been delivered as requested. At a table, a blonde woman speculates that someone has discovered the crown prince's true identity, lamenting that she was eventually caught after spending a few days there. The blonde woman, seemingly a countess, is told that she is not under arrest and is asked to leave. She is revealed to have conspired with Count Dedran. Across the table, Crown Prince Leon Hera expresses his gratitude for the benevolence shown to him. The man with the scrolls wonders if the restaurant is still in business without Sir Ellison. The man with the scrolls, Manager Reedon, stands near a window as the Crown Prince is hailed. Reedon considers Dedran's fate, recalling that he was quite skilled at cooking and that his boiled wooba tasted pretty good. It's noted that the mysterious man still hasn't said a word, and it must have been a shock to see his castle destroyed. A prisoner, clad in blue, trembles in chains, muttering about a mage wearing blue clothes who is coming. The Crown Prince pauses, lost in thought. The woman poses a hypothetical question, asking who would win in a fight between Leon Herace and Ellison if they ignored ranks. The question startles the blonde man, causing him to slam his hands on the table. An unseen character demands a serious answer. Count Rivolk, looking contemplative, strokes his chin. The Count admits he doesn't understand how anyone could take such a question seriously. The blonde man insists that he could win even with help from Lady Medrin. The woman stares at the blonde man, waiting for his answer as Count Rivolk looks on. Leon Herace wonders if the person in question is that strong, before concluding that he is a monster beyond reason. The Count reveals that he knows one more person like that, but since he was an infantryman, he couldn't personally attend to him. The narrative shifts to a great master and genius who redefined the swordsmanship of the First Order of Knights, Commander Adrian Pierce. A figure in armor, presumably Commander Adrian Pierce, stands with his back to the viewer, a sword at his side. The swordsman's talent is undeniable, a fact that keeps another as a vice commander. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. The speaker clarifies that he's referring to people who are still alive. The information might not be accurate, as the speaker studied abroad during that time. The question lingers. Didn't he go missing at the beginning of the war? A figure stands amidst ruins, his face obscured by shadows and strange markings. The mage is asked to reveal his name. After a pause, the mage answers, Ellison. The response is met with a skeptical, Ellison, huh? The man declares that he is the deserter, Ellison. The man realizes that the other knows that much about him. The figure dismisses the mage's current state, stating he has many questions to ask him. The voice declares that imprisoning him will be difficult, as he has someone to protect. With a burst of fire, the Archmage prepares to strike. The voice echoes, suggesting they meet again, addressing him directly as Ellison. The ceiling above begins to crumble, large chunks of debris falling inward. Ellison leaps into action, narrowly avoiding the falling debris. Realizing the danger, the Archmage notes that the ceiling is collapsing. A voice questions if he doesn't have to protect the innocent slaves and the evidence, lamenting that it's a shame. Emerging from the collapsing debris, Ellison stands tall, seemingly unharmed. The voice continues, stating that if there were more humans like him, they might have walked a different path. The prison crumbles, flames engulfing the structure as prisoners attempt to escape. Intro watches the destruction with amusement, commenting on the scene. I told you, didn't I? Intro's voice echoes, laced with a sinister satisfaction. The dragon woman continues, revealing more about the past, that she was quite the talker. The woman in blue demands answers, her voice sharp with urgency. Tell me how you know my mother. Intro's disembodied voice continues to taunt her. For example, the dragon's face looms closer, its eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement as it prepares to reveal a painful truth. The dragon woman reveals the tragic fate of the woman's mother. Your mother created the ancient marble and was imprisoned for it. The dragon continues, twisting the knife, and she died pitifully in prison without anyone to help her. The dragon's voice echoes with a final, ominous revelation. And lastly, the ancient marble is... Interrupting the dragon's monologue, the woman in blue snaps back, her voice laced with anger. Why don't you keep on rambling? The woman stands defiant, surrounded by a swirling aura of blue energy, ready to confront the dragon and its twisted truths. The woman's thoughts turn dark, a chilling resolve hardening her gaze. If the secret gets leaked, I could just kill everyone that knows it. The immediate danger averted, a voice called out, attempting to calm the survivors. The place was no longer caving in. Among the survivors, 2 men sat amidst the crystalline rubble, visibly shaken by the near-death experience. Nearby, Count Rivolk, still impeccably dressed, received thanks from a woman, presumably one of those he saved. Rivolk accepted the gratitude with a polite nod, instructing them to care for those who were injured. Suddenly, a survivor exclaimed in shock, having discovered a body amidst the debris. Another voice called out, recognizing the body as Ricardo. An enraged voice declared that they had thought it was someone else and that they should step on him. Fueled by rage, someone stomped on the fallen Ricardo, their action accompanied by a furious accusation of perversion. The reason for the outburst became clear as another voice declared that this noble had done unspeakable things to them. A more level-headed voice tried to intervene, urging the others to calm down and not do this in front of the person who saved them, but their words were cut short. Count Rivolk's plans are interrupted as the ground beneath the restaurant begins to shake, the tremors causing concern among those nearby. The manager, Reden, realizes something is amiss. Elsewhere, 2 figures discuss whether they should intervene. The maid grimaces as the shaking intensifies. The mysterious man wonders what is happening underground, realizing that Lord Ricardo is still down there. Meanwhile, the maid approaches a cloaked figure, unaware of his true intentions. The cloaked figure, his face still obscured, questions who the maid is. The figure reveals that he heard there was a patient, his hand glowing with a strange green energy. The maid apologizes, stating that she was not informed of any guests arriving today. The maid's expression shifts to concern as she looks towards the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure's face is obscured, but a voice, seemingly belonging to them, pleads for someone to leave. Silence. The scene shifts to a different location, where someone remarks that a certain individual was never meant to be a guest. A figure stands in a doorway, the ornate details of the room hinting at a place of importance. Elsewhere, a voice wonders if the sleeping woman is the one they seek. A drop of blood falls. The sound of something breaking echoes. Behind bars, a woman with long brown hair stands with her back to the viewer, the sound of rattling chains filling the air. The woman behind bars announces that the guards are gone and urges everyone to run away. A collective gasp rises from the prisoners. The prisoners realize they are all in the same predicament. Rurin's eyes narrow with determination as she hears her name called. She gasps, a sudden realization dawning on her face. Meanwhile, Manager Reden greets someone, a wide smile plastered on his face. You're here. Count Rivolk chides him, noting, you said you had infiltrated, but you seem to have made a mess of this place. Reden defends himself, explaining, I had no choice. A dragon figured out my identity. Back in the prison, Rurin stands with the cloaked figure, a question forming on her lips. Was it? The cloaked figure gestures towards a monstrous figure in the distance, asking, the one over there? Reden, unfazed, continues his explanation, blood splattered behind him. Right, so I made sure she would stop nagging. Count Rivolk retorts, that's not the problem, Mel. The cloaked figure turns to Rurin, their expression obscured by the shadows of their hood. Rurin realizes the gravity of the situation, thinking, that dragon knows that my mom made an ancient marble, and that I've absorbed that as well. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanates from Reden, a bright blue light crackling around him. Reden, now visibly stressed, runs a hand through his hair, muttering, things are getting more complicated. Count Rivolk and Rurin continued their journey. The Count asked about the people they were passing. Rurin explained that the people were likely brainwashed, only responding to those they recognized as their masters. Meanwhile, the mysterious man assured someone that he had called someone who could fix the problem. A voice called out, beckoning them to come over. The voice added that this was quite something, and that he was only allowed to go as long as he could fix the Count. The cloaked figure and Rurin approached the source of the voice. Manager Reden, holding a piece of gold dragon adamantium, expressed his surprise at seeing them and questioned if they were milking his favors too much. The mysterious man asked if this was the last time. A green, glowing substance pulsed ominously. The green substance continued to spread. The woman with blue hair looked on with a concerned expression. The woman with blue hair, imprisoned, wondered where she was. 2 women, finally freed from their captivity, expressed their relief. One of them remarks that she was definitely kidnapped. The other prisoners celebrate their newfound freedom, shouting that the magic binding them has been dispelled. The freed prisoners cheer, reveling in their liberation. A man's voice booms out, instructing everyone to stand in a line. Reedin, alongside the maid, announces that they will serve everyone a meal. Reedin presents the meal, but the maid looks on with confusion, questioning what it is. Reedin explains that it's cup ramen he brought from another world, adding that after awakening, summoning magic doesn't get so tiring anymore. A voice declares that this is the best when you're hungry. Hot water is poured into the cup ramen. The cup ramen steams, ready to be eaten. Reedin instructs them to close the lid well and eat it after 3 minutes, as he continues to prepare more ramen for the freed prisoners. The prisoner bows his head, offering a quiet thank you for the unexpected meal. He eagerly slurps up the noodles, the steam rising to warm his face. Other prisoners, perched on the railing of their cells, enjoy the cup ramen. One comments on how good the broth tastes. Another prisoner hums in agreement, clearly enjoying the simple pleasure. One of the prisoners, already hooked, asks for another bowl. Nearby, 2 other prisoners watch the scene unfold. One wonders if they should get more ramen. The maid, standing outside the cells, calls out to Ellison. Ellison responds that he prepared theirs as well, while Rurin asks if she can have another. Footsteps echo through the prison as a cloaked figure approaches. He responds to Rurin's request, saying of course. The cloaked figure is revealed to be Count Rivulk, his expression unreadable. The footsteps continue as Rivulk asks if she wants to date him. The maid responds sharply, telling him that he doesn't even know his place. The question hangs in the air. Is magical prowess the only thing that matters? Count Rivulk extends his hand, perhaps in a gesture of farewell, or perhaps something more. Elsewhere, a grateful woman thanks the physician for saving her husband's life. The husband, now recovered, suggests erecting a statue in the physician's honor, overwhelmed with gratitude. A woman reflects on her past, thinking she would be stuck as a slave. The hand extends further, as if reaching out to someone. The hand is now fully outstretched, the gesture ambiguous. Footsteps echo as a figure emerges from a dark cave, the light blinding. The figure pauses, lost in thought. With a sigh of relief, the speaker notes that they're finally back at the restaurant. The speaker mentions that Iramantium is quite good at getting rid of brainwashing, and that he already fixed the one who came to his room. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes he completely forgot about something, specifically what happened that time. The scene shifts to a memory, where Archmage Ellison and Rurin stand near a magical circle. A voice echoes, asking if he's ready to pay the price. Suddenly, the memory shatters as Rurin is thrown against a wall. He cries out, trying to explain that he couldn't avoid it. The scene shifts again, showing Rurin pinned down. The man looks up, his expression a mix of fear and anticipation. A voice declares that this is his punishment. The woman demands that Archmage Ellison hurry up and hug her, insisting it's his punishment. A voice echoes, declaring everything is all right. The Archmage, Ellison, embraces Rurin, telling her not to do that again. Rurin apologizes, but thinks to herself that if this is the punishment, she wouldn't mind receiving it a couple more times. Ellison is startled by someone calling out his name. The woman with blue hair asks if he did that, so that the crown prince wouldn't see. The Archmage wonders what she's talking about, thinking that she was the one who cleaned it up. The woman with blue hair looks at Ellison with a stern expression. A voice expresses a bad feeling about this. A hand glows with a blue light. The glowing hand wonders if this is the limit for a clone with half their mana. The dragon woman Intra smiles, a strange blue energy swirling around her fingertips. The differences between them, it seems, are becoming clear. The First Order of Knights Commander, Adrian Pierce, stands in the shadows, and Intra turns to him. She asks what he thinks. The knight's name hangs in the air. Adrian Pierce, the First Order of Knights Commander, apologizes for the strength of Ellison. Intra chuckles, remarking that it's the first time she's heard that adjective used to describe a human. The dragon woman tells Adrian to forget it, admitting she should have told him about Ellison earlier. It seems they'll need to make huge adjustments to their plans. A voice chuckles, confident that the situation has been handled perfectly. The clink of a cup against a saucer punctuates the tense atmosphere. The speaker laments the situation, revealing that the culprits were not only making poison, but also engaging in brainwashing. Crown Prince Leon Hirays sips his tea, remarking that the washing medicine is worse than he thought. The prince muses on how easily the problem was solved. A server brings a tray to Leon, who wonders if there is still an issue in Great City. He then states that they need to transfer duties to someone else. The thought of transferring duties hangs in the air. The prince learns that the main culprit was a dragon, and that her accomplice was a swordsman from the First Order of Knights. He expresses a desire to meet the one who sullied the name of the First Knight Order. Someone reports that the dragon's corpse has disappeared. The speaker believes the dragon is probably still alive. He understands that this matter involves one of the Empire's cities, but hopes they are aware that they can't simply interfere in the affairs of dragons without a detailed plan. Leon Hirays, smiling, declares that he doesn't want to die young and will end things well. The Crown Prince's advisor suggests sending good officials to Great City this time. The advisor, a woman with long blonde hair, anticipated this response. She knew Leon would refuse the offer of assistance. He states that he doesn't need an official this time. The prince holds 2 scrolls, his expression unreadable. He examines the scrolls, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The advisor asks if this was his plan all along, while the prince explains that people would misunderstand if they heard him say that, and that it would be a problem if they did. He wonders if he was being too obvious about giving someone this opportunity. The prince is offering something that would make most nobles bow in gratitude. Meanwhile, in what appears to be a courtroom, a man is shocked by what he is hearing. A voice pleads for forgiveness from the Imperial Highness. The man from the courtroom insists his wife committed no crime, claiming it was all the work of Dedran. He believes the Imperial Highness still hasn't forgiven him, but he is prepared. The woman with blue hair's plea hangs in the air, a desperate wish for escape. The woman, revealed to be woman, expresses her distress, while a guard attempts to calm her. The guard insists that they are there to deliver a letter. Leon Herais, the crown prince, nervously reads the letter, feeling as though he is imprisoning the woman. The contents of the letter cause a stir. The crown prince's eyes widen as he continues to read. Woman anxiously asks what the letter says. The letter reveals that after Dedran was imprisoned, the management of Great City received a high evaluation score because the poverty rate remained low and the city has been secure and stable. Based on that evaluation, the letter continues. A better approach has been chosen than sending a new official to Dedran City. The letter declares that, starting now, Great City and Dedran City will be merged. The letter concludes that the management of Dedran City will be left to the Count of Great City. Woman relays the contents of the letter, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The man congratulates Count Rivolk on acquiring new territory so quickly. The Count of Great City asks how he feels about the merger. The Count pauses, considering his response. He declares that he does not want to manage Dedran City. The woman with blue hair wonders why he wouldn't want to, but then realizes it's good news for her. The Count clarifies that he cannot manage Dedran City, but he is grateful for the opportunity. He thinks someone else would be more fitting for the role. The sun setting behind them, Leon Herais expresses his surprise at the recent turn of events. He never expected Count Rivolk to answer like that. The knight beside the crown prince agrees, adding that he thought they would be able to build stronger relations. The knight, Adrian Pierce, looks off into the distance, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A voice muses that at least Count Rivolk somehow accepted the idea. Leon Herais smiles faintly, agreeing that one could say that. Elsewhere, Archmage Ellison walks down a hallway, admitting to himself that he didn't expect it to be like that. A young man with blonde hair peeks through a doorway, asking if he was called for. The Archmage, holding a cake, tells him to come in. The Archmage invites him to sit, explaining that he prepared some desserts. A fork lifts a piece of strawberry shortcake. The Archmage's recovery continues, much to the relief of those around him. Leon Herais notes that he won't need a walking cane anymore. He thinks they need to thank physician Elena again. Meanwhile, Leon shares that he has heard some news. The news is that Dedran City and Great City are going to be merged. The Archmage eats a pastry as he tells Leon that it might be a lot of weight on his shoulders, but congratulates him nonetheless. The Archmage asks Leon how old he will be this year. Leon replies that he will be 17 years old. The Archmage continues, saying that Leon has really grown up and that it wouldn't be strange for him to get married. He then asks if he has anyone he likes. Leon is shocked by the sudden turn in the conversation. The Archmage reveals that he is thinking of making him his successor soon. The Archmage states that he has already spoken to the Imperial Palace. The Archmage tells Leon that he will be responsible for managing Dedran City from now on. The Archmage recalls that Leon frequented his room while he was in a vegetative state. The Archmage looks off into the distance, contemplating the future, and he listened to his worries. Even in a situation that affected all actions, Leon was still worried about the people. Instead of being idealistic and putting his feelings first, his ideas were grounded and effective. He did that as the acting count, which is why Archmage Ellison was saying this. A firm handshake seals their agreement. Now Leon can present his ideas as the official count of Dedran City, not just as a stand-in. Archmage Ellison and Leon share a quiet moment over cake, solidifying their bond. Grake, he says, will definitely be a greater count than he was. Tears well in Leon's eyes, touched by the Archmage's faith in him. He wipes his eyes, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. Leon, with a hand over his heart, affirms his commitment. All right, father. He vows to turn Dedran into a prosperous city with his own hands. The city of Dedran slumbers under the cover of night, unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. A rat scurries past a dilapidated building, where a pair of glowing eyes peer out from the darkness. Elsewhere, a nobleman presents his findings to a younger boy and a knight, stating that he did his own research. The state of Dedran City is in disrepair, and its security is the worst. The city is in a sorry state compared to Great City, though it is home to the largest crime organization. A man with a monocle explains that the military unit that used to be here has been disbanded, and numerous others have tried to take their spot, hence the unchanged situation. Nearby, a man with blonde hair questions what the military is doing, wondering why there isn't a patrol team handling the situation. The man gestures, telling someone that they can go see it for themselves. Inside a dimly lit room, several men sit around a table, while another lies motionless on the floor. Two men are playing cards, and one of them notices a new face. The man with blonde hair, face pale, hears the Count's words with dread. The reality of the situation sinks in. His eyes widen, a cold sweat forming as he realizes it's over. Elsewhere, a commander barks orders at his subordinates, demanding they clean up a mess. The man with blonde hair, now kneeling, is overwhelmed by the gravity of his situation, wondering what to do. Footsteps approach, each footfall echoing his mounting dread as he wonders where to even begin. The scene shifts to a quaint building, a sign hanging outside, the words "It's all done" floating in the air. Inside, a man with red hair confidently presents a perfectly seared piece of meat, hoping it will be fine. Another man observes the meat, remarking that it looks good and was seared well. A woman with black hair sits at the table, a concerned expression on her face as she looks at the seared meat. The chef wonders if he can replicate the dish, but another person at the counter doubts it. Meanwhile, at another table, a woman asks if her companion has heard the news that Lord Dairan went to Deadran City. Elsewhere, a man with a large beard remarks that Lord Dairan has done well for himself, though his companion believes he must be having a hard time. The man in the distance walks through a doorway, thinking about how Deadran City is in such a state. Suddenly, a voice calls out, ordering one hamburger. The young man who ordered the hamburger looks surprised. The cook and another woman are shocked by the order. Rurin, who is standing nearby, is also surprised, questioning who would order a hamburger. The hamburger is described as a corpse. The hamburger is presented, and the young man who ordered it says, "Ah." The young man enjoys the hamburger, saying that it is very delicious. A voice declares the food to be the best. The young man blonde hair is asked if he's been having a hard time lately, as he doesn't look so good. The blonde young man is asked if there's something someone can help him with. He denies that there is anything wrong. The young man blonde hair thinks to himself that he can't keep asking for his master's help. He reflects on how every time he is having a hard time, he hesitates to ask for help. The young man blonde hair insists that he is fine and that he only came because of the food. He holds a hamburger with a strained smile. The young man blonde hair finally admits that he is having a hard time and asks for help. The young man continues to eat the burger, but something is clearly wrong. The commander recalls a time when he was having a hard time. The blonde-haired man insists that he is fine and only came for the food. Despite his words, the man's eyes are wide with a strange mix of fear and desperation as he clutches the burger. The man's inner thoughts scream for help, revealing the true extent of his distress. The commander wonders if the food is the source of the man's distress. The man continues to eat, his face betraying the fact that he is suffering to the point of death. He suddenly realizes that he was too out of it to notice the burger's effects. Despite the obvious signs of distress, the man insists it was a joke and that he is fine, as he drops a coin on the table. A voice calls out, stating that they are busy and will get going. Leon Hera Eyes thanks them for the meal and says goodbye. Ellison asks Rurin if they still have the thing they made before. Rurin seems confused, then remembers what he's talking about. She thinks it's in the attic of the 3/3 floor. The location of the item is revealed to be the attic of the 3/3 floor. Leon Hera Eyes sits at his desk, wondering why he did something. He can't believe he tried to rely on Master for help again, and tells himself to get a grip. Someone calls out to Leon Hera Eyes, addressing him as "my lord." He reminds himself to stay calm, thinking that if a few measures could make this a good city, it would have been one already. First, Prince Leon needs to put things in order. The most serious issues are the officials' corruption and the lack of security in the city. These are things closely related to the lives of the citizens as well. The insecurity worsens when the officials are corrupt and the influential crime organizations increase corruption for bribes. The most important problem to solve is definitely the state of the military that stabilizes public security. In a dimly lit room, several men sit around a table, while another lies motionless on the floor, seemingly defeated. Back in his room, Leon wonders if there's anyone that can quickly catch the criminals. Startled, the prince turns to see who is calling out to him. A voice in his head urges him to get it together, reminding him that he can't keep relying on his master. An older man, seemingly a butler, rushes in, exclaiming, "My lord, why do you keep on doing that to yourself?" Leon, with a determined look, declares that he's decided on his order of action. He ordered that the executives of each division be summoned, starting with the officials. The subordinate confirmed the order. Elsewhere, a soldier complained that his cheek hurt. Another offered to bring him a cold cloth. From above, Commander Giant cursed them as bastards. He urged the soldiers to run faster. One of the soldiers, struggling to keep up, lamented that his leg hurt and that he had drunk so much his stomach felt a little off. Giant questioned if they even considered themselves soldiers. The Deadran City Army commander, Giant, continued to berate his troops. One soldier wondered why they had been so strict lately, questioning if it was because of the Count's inspection. Another soldier responded that they should be grateful the Count was merciful and that they still had their heads on their necks. The commander demanded to know when they were going to get their acts together. The man questions why they're suddenly changing their approach after letting things slide for so long. Sweat beads on his brow as he considers the implications of this shift in strategy. He recalls that they've attempted this course of action before, hinting at past failures. The futility of their efforts weighs heavily on him, knowing that a single command from above can undo everything. The man, seen from behind, walks with purpose, his shoulders squared as he heads towards an unknown destination. He reflects that perhaps it's time to simply let events unfold as they may, a sense of resignation creeping into his thoughts. The man continues his walk through the town at night, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty streets. The man's expression is grim as he contemplates the situation, his eyes narrowed with a mixture of determination and regret. The earlier question echoes again, highlighting the sudden shift in plans and the potential consequences. He finally admits to himself that it's his fault, accepting responsibility for the unfolding events. The commander decides he should get some drinks, but pauses, noticing something out of place. He wonders what that is. A brightly lit tent stands out against the backdrop of the buildings. The commander smells something good and notices the tent wasn't there yesterday. He excuses himself as he approaches the tent. A sign welcomes him to El and Rurin's tent restaurant. The sign boasts that it's a mobile restaurant that can go anywhere. The commander realizes this is a restaurant. He is told that they serve meals and liquor. He wonders how the food tastes. The commander asks if he could have some liquor and a meat side dish. The chef asks Rurin to get some more skewered meat. Skewered meat sizzles over a grill. The sizzling sound of meat cooking over an open flame filled the air. The charcoal fire crackled, radiating intense heat. A server poured a drink into a small cup. A server approached the commander, a wide smile on his face. "Your food and drinks are here." The server placed a plate piled high with grilled skewers before the commander. "Enjoy your meal." The commander, Adrian Pierce, stared at the food, his eyes wide with anticipation. The rich smell of charcoal fire wafted up from the skewers. The commander's mouth watered as he gazed at the perfectly grilled meat and vegetables. He prepared to take his first bite, a thin line of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. He bit into the skewer, savoring the first taste. His eyes widened in delight. "Oh, it's tender." He savored the flavor. "The sweet taste of the vegetables and the savory meat makes my taste buds happy. And a glass of liquor." The commander savors the taste of the food, his eyes closing in contentment. Nearby, a man asks if it tastes good, and a girl replies that it's nice. Another man comments that food and liquor go well together. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair reflects that he was having a hard time, and this feels healing. A voice encourages him to have as much as he'd like. The voice continues, offering to listen if he has any worries. The scene shifts to a grand building at sunset. A voice offers greetings to the new Count of Deadran City. A man introduces himself as Vindank, in charge of taxes and finances. A blond man replies that it's nice to meet him. The blond man, now revealed to be the new Count of Deadran City, reviews the executive records and notes that there's barely anything normal about the city's taxes. The new Count of Deadran City pores over the tax records, his brow furrowed in concentration as he notices inconsistencies in the fund usage. The tax official explains that 20 million runes were supposedly used for road maintenance 4 months ago. However, upon inspection, no maintenance had been done. The tax official presents a wooden box, anticipating the Count's questions. He claims to have brought a perfect explanation for the discrepancies. The tax official opens the box, revealing it to be filled with gold and jewels. The Count of Deadran City is visibly displeased, realizing that even the first person he called for is corrupt. The Count, now enraged, declares that he will call for the soldiers. He slams his hand on the table, his anger palpable. The Count's rage intensifies as he shouts his title. He slams both hands on the table, commanding that the soldiers within the castle be summoned. The Count of Deadran City activates a summoning circle, preparing to call forth the soldiers. The new Count of Deadran City's subordinate expresses his shock at the Count's methods. The Count's plan requires careful consideration of the situation. He knows he needs to create a concrete situation and evidence to expose the corruption. The Count muses that if he imprisons one official and rumors spread, the next official will hide their true intentions. The Count thinks it will be difficult to fish out the corrupt officials. A close-up reveals a chest filled with coins and jewels, the tools of bribery. The Count chuckles, admitting that he is more quick-witted than he thought. He confesses his fondness for bribes. Elsewhere, Vindank, the tax official, expresses his hope to continue working with the Count. Vindank reflects on his past dreams when he joined the military in Deadran City. The Count made up his mind to make Deadran a safe city. He envisions a city where people could walk at night without fear. The new Count of Deadran reminisced about his past, recalling the days he spent patrolling. The man across from him observed, deducing that he was a soldier. The man continued, noting that the Count seemed to be a hard worker based on what he had said. The Count considered the state of the military, wondering what the problem could have been. Meanwhile, Ruren approached a food stall, questioning what was happening there. The large man behind the stall demanded to know who gave them permission to start a business there. The stall owner's anger was palpable as he confronted Ruren. Ms. Ruren was asked to take care of the rowdy troublemakers. The stall owner noticed someone drinking and demanded to know when they started. The person drinking claimed it was different from beer and worked great with food. The stall owner, his face contorted with rage, declared that he wasn't there to fool around. A burly man slams his fist on the table, declaring he's going to turn this place around. The man's silhouette looms large as he laments that it's quite a shame. The man leans on the table, thinking that Dedran City's military may be at rock bottom. The man, now fully visible, wonders how mere gangsters dare commit crimes in front of him. The man's hand slams down on the table. The man declares that he'll arrest someone, his fist flying. The punch lands, and the receiver groans, thinking that the man is so weak. The man on the ground thinks that he's all talk. The man thinks that there are a lot of people who don't listen while he tries to be nice. The man thinks that he has to hit them like this to make them listen. Meanwhile, Ruren is being embraced by a man who tells her that this is her punishment because there's so much work for Count Dedran here. The man scoffs, dismissing the threat. He thinks it's all talk. The unseen speaker muses that some people only respond to force. The large man strikes the smaller one, while a woman clings to the smaller man, smiling. The unseen speaker notes that there's much work for Count Dedran to do, before declaring that this is L's punishment. A surge of blue energy crackles around a dark object. A voice expresses confusion. The man thinks to himself that he would like to find the attacker's base and destroy it himself. The woman thinks that she can't directly interfere, since Lord Dedran seems to want to solve this situation with his own strength. The woman smiles, noting that he smells nice. The man thinks that he has to help here too. The woman thinks that he seems determined, and he's not so bad. The new Count Dedran lies unconscious on the floor, a plate and chopsticks resting nearby. It seems someone tried to help him, deciding it wouldn't be a bad idea to give him a chance. The Archmage's restaurant, a place of both culinary delight and unexpected danger. Elsewhere, a fresh-faced guard introduces himself. His name is Gind, and he just joined the guard today. Meanwhile, Gabon, the commander, relaxes in his chair, seemingly unconcerned with the events unfolding. The commander reflects on the lack of martial arts instructors, suggesting self-training as the only option. Gind, the new guard, pleads to be woken up if someone comes from the castle, showing his eagerness to serve. A voice questions the inaction of others, wondering if they're just going to watch people get robbed on the streets, revealing a sense of frustration. Gabon dismisses the need for martial arts, confident that the robbers would be powerless against their numbers. Another man agrees with the commander. Determined, someone declares they will try their best too, ready to take action. A guard boasts about catching a thief, holding him captive with a rope. He mocks the thief, questioning how he dared to steal. An unseen person challenges the captors, demanding to know who they are and if Lord Reedon will let this slide, hinting at a power struggle. The commander wonders aloud about the military's actions, frustrated that they continue doing things he never asked them to do. Meanwhile, a figure demands that Dedran's captors release him. One of the captors suggests they try again, but another says he can't do it and apologizes. One of the captors laments that it makes no sense to work so hard only to be cursed out, resolving to just do what's asked of him. The speaker continues, complaining that his pay is cut, there are no supplies, and he loses money the more he patrols, which is what the higher-ups say anyway. Another guard calls out to his comrades. Squad leader Gind tells them that they should stop now. One of the guards responds with a confused, Dedran, now awake, is shocked by what he is witnessing. Someone asks if he is awake now. The speaker reveals himself to be the owner of the tent restaurant, offering Dedran as a gift. The guards are alarmed by this turn of events. Bound and helpless, new Count Dedran remains captive. One of the captors suggests simply imprisoning Dedran upon their return. The man's face hardens as he asks if they were the ones responsible for Dedran's capture. He confirms that their target is indeed Gind. The man recalls Dedran's determination to make Dedran City a safe haven. The man's eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He slams his fist into the ground, acknowledging the truth of the situation. The man reveals that he still hasn't given up on his dream. The man, now revealed to be Leon Hirez, strides forward, determined to seize the opportunity. The sound of metal echoes. One of Dedran's captors is shocked to see Leon. Leon Hirez is revealed to be a member of the First Order of Knights. The armored knight states that it is nice to meet the new count. Following the pleasantries, Diriant introduces himself and explains that he was asked to teach the count's swordsmanship. The scene shifts to a grand mansion at night. Inside, new Count Dedran sits with his hands clasped, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he anticipates the gifts he will receive. A man greets the new count, mentioning that he has heard a lot about him from Treasurer Vendick. The man presents a wrapped gift, calling it a token of his sincerity. Another man presents a large, wooden chest as a gift. The man hopes Deadran will not feel burdened by the gifts, admitting he doesn't know how much others have given, but he is sure his gift is not as much. A woman presents a large, ornate trophy, stating that her gift is much as his. Another man states that his gift shows his true sincerity. Deadran sits surrounded by piles of gifts, a satisfied look on his face. The butler, looking shocked, tells Deadran not to look at him like that. The new Count Deadran sighs, already anticipating the unpleasant task ahead. He thinks to himself that if the corruption is this serious, he wonders how shocking it will be when he starts arresting people. Meanwhile, a woman with short brown hair and glasses arrives, offering her greetings to the Count. Deadran, seated at his desk, looks up at the woman and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Mohan, stating that she is in charge of land management. Behind Deadran, chests overflow with the gifts he received, a testament to the expectations placed upon him. Mohan's face is shown in close-up, her expression suggesting she thought this situation would be different. Deadran asks if she has anything to contribute, and Mohan apologizes. Mohan explains that her abilities are so terrible that she has no money saved. She continues, stating that she doesn't think she can show the sincerity Deadran wants. Deadran looks at her, a glint in his eye. He asks if she has nothing to give. Mohan confirms that is correct, even if he takes away her position. Deadran then tells her that she passes. Mohan watches as the new Count Deadran signs a document. Elsewhere, a man's hand grips another's, declaring he's been waiting for someone like him. The pair plan to rake in the bribes of corrupt officials. The man who is gripped is beside himself with glee. He thinks Deadran City is crazy. He realizes he has to run away from this place. A swordsman scoffs as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a powerful strike, then asks what the other thinks. The other man thinks he needs to learn how to hold his sword again. Sir Diriant is told that there is no need to worry since he is here. Elsewhere, a woman wonders how she will return to the Imperial Palace, but is assured that someone will be in charge of transporting her there and back. Someone wonders how long it will take for him to become a respectable guard, admitting it's a shock. The two men discuss someone's recent defeat at the hands of gangster and his subsequent fall from grace. It's believed that even with rigorous training, it will take at least 3 months for him to recover. A man wrestles with his conscience, torn between intervening and letting the city's suffering continue. His eyes narrow, a sign of the internal conflict raging within him. The man from the first panel smirks, as if he's just conceived a plan. Someone decides it's best not to get involved, choosing to remain silent. Under the moonlight, someone expresses their annoyance. A woman with long brown hair realizes she's lost while trying to hurry back. She clutches a bundle close to her chest as she walks through the dark streets. A menacing figure looms over her, questioning if this is her first time taking this path. Two men, one bald and the other with silver hair, confront the woman, asking if she knows whose territory she's walking through so comfortably. The thug's appearance startled the woman, and she stammered an apology, claiming ignorance of their territory. The silver-haired thug dismisses her fear, but the woman's grip tightens on the knife she's holding. The bald thug suggests a slower repayment method if she's truly sorry, his expression menacing. Suddenly, a voice calls out, telling them to wait, but not to act there. The voice commands her to drop the knife immediately. She retorts, calling them evildoers. Two figures in burlap sacks and red cloaks declare themselves the vigilantes of Deadran City, in charge of serving justice. The silver-haired thug questions if they are vigilantes. One of the thugs wonders what they're trying to pull while wearing a burlap bag inside out. The vigilantes warn that if they don't want to die, they better cut the hero act, as they prepare to unleash a justice beam. The bald thug is struck by the beam. Struck by the beam, the bald thug's fist clenches in pain. The beam of light, a manifestation of the vigilante's power, pierces the night. The Deadran City skyline looms in the background as the vigilantes make their presence known. The woman with long brown hair gasps, clutching her bread tightly. The silver-haired thug, now disarmed, looks on in shock. The bald thug, recovering from the blow, vows to deal with the vigilantes later. One of the vigilantes chuckles, boasting about the power of the Tint restaurant vigilantes. His partner suggests they change their names. The woman with long brown hair stares at the vigilantes, recognizing something familiar in their voice and magic. A man gasps, realizing the vigilante is Count Rivolk. The man exclaims, recognizing the woman with long brown hair as the one who was in Rivolk's room. The vigilantes confront the woman with long brown hair, confirming she is Count Rivolk. Count Rivolk thinks to herself, surprised at how easily she was caught. The Deadran City underworld was in turmoil. The gears of the city's criminal enterprises were already turning, even as the news spread. Ricardo was dead, and Lord Reedon's whereabouts were unknown. Meanwhile, within the Deadran City assassin group, Head Meccan received grim news. The cultivation and sorting rooms had all been destroyed. There was a new count, too. Elsewhere in Deadran City, the human trafficking ring's abduction group leader, Volta, was unconcerned. He knew that his men were running around, having their fun in the city, but that would end soon. The masked figure knew that they had to start deciding their next move soon. The Deadran City Assassin Group head Mekin was reminded that he was the one who closely assisted Lord Reedon. Mekin paused, considering the implications. The Deadran City Human Trafficking Ring's chief aide, Vernito, was confident that they would inherit the assets left by Lord Reedon. The masked figure declared that they would make this place their kingdom once again. A plate of meat sits on a wooden table. Commander Gind sits before the plate, a melancholic expression on his face. He thinks back to the skewers he had eaten before, missing the taste. His hand trembles slightly as he reaches for the meat. He steels himself, resolving to eat enough to make his training bearable. Meanwhile, another man approaches Gind, noting that his clothes are a mess. He asks the commander where he keeps disappearing to. Gind replies that he's just been training. The man questions if he's been training. Gind clenches his fist, resolving not to give up yet. He thinks of both his dream and Deadran City. The man from before stands beside another man, both looking concerned. One of them mutters the word, "Commander." The speaker, unseen, expresses concern while gazing at the building. A man expresses his gratitude to the new Count, Rivolk, for providing shelter. The man's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something. The man realizes that the vigilante from the tent restaurant is none other than Count Rivolk himself. The man, holding a bag with a strange mask, calls for everyone to gather. The new Count has provided temporary shelter for all the former slaves, but as soon as the investigation is over, they will be sent to their hometowns. The man reflects on the new Count, Rivolk, and how well he seems to be doing. A woman explains that the food they get there doesn't taste so good, so she went out to get some bread. The woman explains that she ended up bumping into those guys. The woman is referring to everyone. A drop of blood forms at the tip of a blade, a silent promise of vengeance. An unseen voice cuts through the silence, questioning if the desire for revenge still burns. Don't you want to get revenge on those punks? The woman with long brown hair, the target of the question, looks up, her expression a mix of shock and uncertainty. She can only manage a bewildered, "What?" The unseen speaker continues, pressing the issue. It's already bad enough that she was abducted, but shouldn't it anger her that she has to avoid their territory, even at night? A man, his back turned, gestures towards an open doorway. He tells her that if she feels that way, she should follow him. The man assures her that he knows someone who is really good at teaching swordsmanship. Elsewhere, a swordsman in dark armor clashes with another, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The swordsman in dark armor is being trained by the new Count Deadran. The new Count Deadran corrects the swordsman's form, pointing out that he's swinging the sword without cutting through the air. He explains that the swordsmanship of the First Order of Knights is not just about moving your arms fast. The swordsman struggles to find his footing, the sound of his efforts echoing in the training yard. The new Count Deadran continues to instruct the swordsman, his movements precise and deadly. The new Count Deadran emphasizes that a sword that does not have proper direction is useless. The knight's sword, in his estimation, is no better than a mere stick. Despite his frustration, the knight steels himself. He can try again. Watching the knight's efforts, Commander Gind admits to himself that he wishes he could do that. The commander's private training sessions are over, it seems. The commander's boot comes down hard on the training grounds as he's confronted. A soldier, eager for instruction, pleads with Commander Gind to train them as well. Another soldier behind him remarks on the quality of the commander's armor. Another soldier admits that he's missed getting shouted at to go run outside. The commander is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the soldiers. The soldiers continue to beg Commander Gind to train them, their voices overlapping in their eagerness. A woman, also seeking training, says that they'd like to show what they can do. The woman's request to train alongside the soldiers is met with a question. Commander Gind thought he was only training one person. Sir Ellison, standing nearby, is taken aback by the request. Elsewhere, an unknown figure reflects on the increasing number of crimes and the plan to give everyone a chance who has been a target. The masked figure decides that they will have to bring more people from the capital. At the Deadran City military barracks, someone sighs in relief. The land manager, Mohin, wonders what kind of weird things the new Count Deadran has been doing since he was collecting bribes. Among the officials who offered money and valuables, there must have been people who had no choice but to pay bribes considering the situation of things in Deadran City. The new Count Deadran declares that investigating the bribes is Mohin's job. Mohin is tasked with investigating the sources of money and finding out whether it was money they didn't want to give but had to from their own rightful share, or whether they got the money from embezzlement of the people's share. Mohin wonders why the new Count Deadran would give her such an important task. A voice echoes in the darkness, reminding someone that they claim to have nothing to offer. The blond man smiles faintly, stating that it doesn't matter what situation they were in. There's definitely something different about the new Count. The woman with glasses peers down at a vial, lost in thought. Can Deadran City really change for good? The woman with glasses walks along a path. Well, that's easy. A burly man with a bottle asks if he just wants him to deduct funds for the sorting and cultivation rooms. The man at the table says that they're already so bad at their jobs, and to tell them he'd do it. The man with the eye patch says that he knows what happens after that, and to send one of those pretties here. He'll deliver that message if everything goes well, but it was easier when Ricardo was around. The woman with glasses is shocked, realizing that they're talking about cultivation and sorting rooms. A heavy thud echoes through the darkness. Deep within the ruins of what was once the Deadran City sorting room, shadows dance across the fractured stone. The Deadran City sorting room lies in complete ruins. Two figures, one holding a torch, search the area. They find nothing. A clawed hand emerges from shadows, its owner pleased with Gabon's work. A voice declares that they will rebuild this place. A masked figure stands amidst the destruction, vowing that the day Deadran City returns to its former glory is coming. The masked figure's plan is to rebuild the cultivation and sorting rooms so that Deadran City will return to its former glory. Meanwhile, moonlight streams through a window. The sources of the bribes offered to someone are slowly being sorted. Elsewhere, two men discuss matters of state, but the problem, it seems, is the military. Leon Herais, reflecting on the situation, knows he must act swiftly against the corrupt officials before the military takes notice. The state of things is, to put it mildly, in a poor state. The Crown Prince wonders if he still requires help from Great City, as a swirling portal of blue energy crackles beside him. Suddenly, the portal intensifies, the energy surging. The portal explodes, sending the Crown Prince sprawling backwards, the force of the blast causing him to cry out in pain. Elsewhere, the young man with blonde hair greets someone with a simple hello, while the butler seems surprised, exclaiming, "Master?" A figure in a red hood asks Leon Herais to follow him for a moment. The Crown Prince seems confused by this request. The hooded figure declares that he has some people to introduce, as he and his companions attack. They are observing a swirling portal of dark energy, the hooded figure standing beside Leon Herais. The hooded figure explains that the people they are watching used to be slaves who joined the military. The man continues, stating that they're training because they want to, and scolds someone for not listening. The knight expresses that he would have been smacked on the head if he had done that back in his day, and that at first, it was only one soldier, then the rest gathered there. The hooded figure and Leon Herais continue to observe the training, the young prince remarking that it looks like. The hooded figure finishes the prince's thought, revealing that he is not the only one who wishes to change Deadran City, addressing him as Count. Leon Herais is surprised by this revelation. The knight agrees with the sentiment. The hooded figure reveals that Leon Herais wasn't alone in his desire to change Deadran City. The hooded figure and Leon Herais stand on a hill overlooking a large group of soldiers training in the field below. The group declares that they will change Deadran City. 3 months have passed. The sun shines brightly through the clouds. The city of Deadran stands tall, its buildings reaching towards the sky. Inside one of those buildings, a subordinate informs Vernito that a report has arrived. The cultivation and sorting rooms have been rebuilt, ready for use. Vernito's face is bruised and scarred, a testament to recent battles. He reflects on how their income decreased because they couldn't mess with the people of the city due to the tent restaurant vigilantes. But that will be over soon. Vernito declares that it's time to raid and take control of the facilities in the city. He orders his subordinate to tell Meccan and Volta that from now on. The subordinate, clearly terrified, shouts that they are outside. As Vernito stands at his desk, a masked figure watches him from the shadows. Unseen, the masked figure wonders what is happening. Suddenly, a voice shouts Vernito's name, interrupting the scene. The source of the shout is revealed to be Leon Herais, the Crown Prince, who arrives with soldiers. The Crown Prince declares that if they calmly surrender, they will be tried according to the laws of the city. Leon Herais, mounted on horseback, looks determined as he awaits their response. The Crown Prince warns that resistance will only result in harsh judgment. Back inside, Vernito's subordinate wonders if it's the military. Vernito scoffs, dismissing the soldiers as poorly trained dummies. The chief aide seems to reconsider his assessment. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and the chief aide realizes something is odd. Amidst the chaos of the earthquake, Vernito's men are ordered to bring forth all criminals. The order is given to bring out the kidnappers. A soldier wonders what is going on. The order rings out, arrest the corrupt officials. The call to action continues, demanding the arrest of those who offered money from their ill-gotten gains. A nobleman, caught off guard, demands to know who gave them permission to be so rude. The nobleman's question is followed by an accusation. Are they trying to rebel? A soldier, bearing the marks of past battles, grips his sword tightly, ready to defend his position. The soldier declares that he is their leader. One of the soldiers apologizes, stating that they are only following orders, questioning if it isn't the military's duty to follow the orders of higher-ups. The soldier's face is etched with worry as he contemplates the situation. Elsewhere, Leon Herais, the Crown Prince, declares that today is the day. The Crown Prince prepares to ride out. A group of armed men march forward, declaring their intent to eliminate all evil in Deadran City. Elsewhere, a man with a stern expression grips his sword, recognizing the approaching figures as soldiers. An unseen figure demands that they be shown. A young man with blonde hair shouts about the justice of Deadran City. The man from panel 2 prepares to strike with his sword. The soldiers clash with their opponents, the sounds of battle filling the air. The man's sword meets another, the force of the impact creating a blinding flash. The man with the sword grunts, questioning if these are truly the soldiers of Deadran City. The man's face contorts in pain as he is struck. He reflects on how they were all weaklings before, vowing to destroy the criminals. The scarred soldier is sent hurtling through the air by an unseen force. The impact sends him crashing through the roof of a nearby building. He plummets through the interior, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. The soldier crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. The young man with blonde hair, standing over him, remarks on his opponent's increased strength. The blonde man scoffs, declaring that they are just morons who never got any proper training. Several men, dressed in simple clothes and wielding swords, surround the downed soldier. One of the men shouts a challenge. The blonde man smirks, questioning if they ever got training. One of the swordsmen retorts that they had the taste of hell for the past 3 months. The blonde man asks if they know that. The blonde man unleashes a powerful, fiery attack with his sword, preparing to strike. The soldier with the scarred face curses his unseen attacker. His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the extent of the power being used against him. The soldier wonders how the young man with blonde hair learned such a technique. Elsewhere, a group advances, maintaining their formation as they move forward. The young man with blonde hair looks on with a shocked expression. He cries out as the energy surges around him. The attack hurtles towards its target, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A hand grips a heavy chain, the metal links glinting in the light. A voice speaks of hearing about the new count. The figure holding the chain is revealed to be wearing a ragged tunic and a dark scarf. The figure holding the chain thinks to himself that what he heard about the new count wasn't true. 2 figures stand ready, swords drawn, prepare to face whatever comes next. From behind, a soldier orders that the others be taken elsewhere. Filled with rage, the woman curses the one responsible for her current predicament. A dark hand clenches, surrounded by a sinister red aura. Nearby, someone reports that there's been no contact from Benito. The soldier lies defeated, a pool of blood spreading around him. The masked figure observes, noting that their opponents are using a different sword technique. The figure wonders if they truly believe they can be defeated so easily. One of the soldiers exclaims that this masked man is different from the rest. The masked figure acknowledges their opponent's skill, but suggests they consider the difference in their levels, pondering if they should match their level. The masked figure stands poised, his stance suggesting a readiness for whatever comes next. He thinks to himself that things are different now. The narrative reveals that the assassination group, Murin, has been targeting the Crown Prince for a while now. The focus shifts to Mekin, his sword glinting menacingly in the dim light. Mekin is addressed, and it's revealed that he is the vice commander. Suddenly, the soldier with the scarred face is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending him flying backward. The force of the blow continues to send the soldier reeling. The impact of the attack is shown with a burst of energy. Mekin stands his ground, unfazed by the display of power, his sword ready. The soldier crashes to the ground, defeated. A close-up reveals the soldier's gruesome injuries, blood splattered across his face. Mekin realizes he has made a mistake. The masked figure looms over Mekin, declaring that it will be difficult for him to match his level. If even one of the 3 key figures possesses this level of power, the situation is dire. Leon Hera considers the risks, concluding that exploiting the military's current state should make his plan possible. The end will come swiftly. The bald thug grunts as he swings a heavy chain, his face contorted in effort. The woman with long brown hair, bound and suspended, realizes these are not the slaves he captured. The silver-haired thug, gripping a sword, wonders where they learned such swordsmanship. The bald thug's face twists in fury. He doesn't like the way they're looking at him, and he demands they stop glaring. He bellows, enraged that these slaves dare defy him. The bald thug swings the heavy chain down with brutal force. The chain slams into the woman with long brown hair. The bald thug grunts in satisfaction as his attack lands. The woman with long brown hair screams in pain. The chain whips across the air, striking the woman with long brown hair. The force of the blow is evident. The woman with long brown hair grits her teeth, her eyes narrowed with fury. She demands that someone lower their voice. An unseen speaker declares the woman a criminal. Elsewhere, a triumphant voice announces that Volta has been captured. The silver-haired thug and the land manager, Mohen, stand over the captured Volta, who is bound and gagged. The silver-haired thug declares that they should arrest the others as well, adding that they are done with things here. In the background, other thugs are seen with more captives. A voice shouts in celebration, declaring that they have won. Volta, now a captive, glares with fury. One of the thugs warns Volta not to look away. The thug reflects on how things have been weird since earlier, noting that some weird magic circle keeps blocking his attacks. The thug clenches his teeth, thinking that they were going to recover everything back today. His thoughts raced, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The bald leader, Volta, refused to accept defeat, even as debris rained down around him. The ground trembled as the unseen force continued its assault. The unseen assailant struck again, the force of the blow sending stone fragments flying. Volta steeled himself, clinging to the hope that as long as he wasn't caught, there would be a chance to turn the tables. The scene shifted to the streets of Deadran City, the kingdom's fate hanging in the balance. Sweat beaded on the face of the hooded figure, the shock of recognition evident in his wide eyes. The hooded figure, kneeling amidst fallen thugs, looked up, startled by a voice. A voice accused the hooded figure of being the tent restaurant vigilante. The thug questioned the hooded figure, demanding to know if he was a criminal. The hooded figure, eyes wide with fear, was told to go back and that he couldn't get past this place, as a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The voice, laced with fury, questioned how the pesky bastard dared to interfere, as purple energy crackled around the speaker. Enraged, Volta demands someone reveal themselves. The purple energy intensifies as he vows to destroy everything. A monstrous, winged silhouette emerges from the swirling energy, promising to burn everything down. The air crackles with destructive energy. Sweat beads on Volta's brow as he seems to struggle with the transformation. Elsewhere, the tent restaurant vigilante peers from behind a building, observing the chaos. A voice questions his actions. Below, the dragon's victims lie scattered, defeated. Two figures realize they've been discovered. One wonders how they were noticed. A shout rings out, directing attention to their location and ordering their capture. One of the figures sighs in relief, suggesting they've managed to evade capture, at least for now. The foot of one of the soldiers crushes the debris-strewn ground. The soldier reports that it looks like they are done here. The soldier in red armor confirms that is right. The soldier in red armor apologizes, explaining that they suffered casualties while subduing Meccan. The order is given to return to their original positions and to report on the injured. The soldier reports that there were no life-threatening injuries. The soldier mentions Sir Ellison's name, reminding him that he said he would leave things to Count Dairan this time. A figure is seen, surrounded by a bright light. Mohan wonders if she should step in. Ellison looks up with a slight smile. Ellison thinks to himself that he is pretty soft when it comes to requests. The scene shifts to a view of Dairan's estate. The man congratulates someone off-panel, mentioning the successful capture of crime organizations and corrupt officials. A voice thinks to themselves that they are trash, as expected. Dairan, the subject of the congratulations, holds a bottle aloft, his face contorted in a mix of despair and self-loathing. The man for the first panel thinks to himself that Dairan is a disgrace of count and trash indeed. Dairan slams his head onto the table, overwhelmed by the weight of the words. The man from the first panel wonders about Dairan. The skewers sizzle over the open flame, the aroma of grilled meat filling the air. The young man with blonde hair explains that he protected the soldiers using magic. The woman with long brown hair acknowledges his statement, adding that there were other reasons for his actions. However, she notes that the soldiers didn't seem too happy. The blonde-haired man wonders why nobody ended up dying. The young man with blonde hair holds a skewer, a thoughtful expression on his face. He hopes that she doesn't blame herself too much for the outcome. Elsewhere, Leon Hera Eyes stands before a window, reflecting on the arrest of the criminals and corrupt officials. The Crown Prince believes the plan was a success. The man with the mustache admits that they had to ask for Sir Ellison's help. Leon Hera Eyes sits at a desk, his expression suggesting that he is unsatisfied about having to ask for help. The Crown Prince wanted to handle things on his own this time, feeling that he shouldn't lean on others when taking his first steps as the Lord. The speaker admits to changing his mind the day before the set date. Leon Hera Eyes appears troubled, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he reflects on the weight of his decisions. The Crown Prince's past failures weigh heavily on him. He recalls being afraid of people dying because of his choices, and admits he didn't have it in him to change Deadran City as he confidently stated he would. Elsewhere, Leon apologizes to his father, his head bowed in remorse. He believes himself unqualified to be the city lord. Sir Ellison, standing tall, listens intently to the young prince's self-doubt. Leon looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Archmage suggests they take a walk together, his expression unreadable. Sir Ellison intends to resolve some of Leon's misunderstandings about the position of City Lord. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, two figures traverse the grassy plains. The journey continues. Meanwhile, back in the city, Sir Ellison recounts a memory to Leon Horace. He recalls Dairan, from a young age, expressing his desire to become a lord just like him. The memory is right. Leon, curious, asks what he means by that. The Archmage speaks of a lord who successfully rebuilt Great City after the devastating Dragon War. That's right, it all happened when he was too young to remember, but he heard the people talking. They all said the same thing. They never expected a recovery of Great City, a place that was nothing more than ashes in so little time. So it was only natural for you to become my goal, father. Do you know what the very first thing that said city lord did to rebuild this city? It was asking the neighboring lords for help. Leon is shocked by this revelation. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing the city lord pleading for help. Please help me. My people are starving. Is it possible for you to provide us with food and temporary homes? The flashback continues, showing the city lord asking for materials to rebuild their city, constantly asking around for favors. The night sky stretches out, a silent witness to the events unfolding below. Under the moonlight, Leon reflects on Sir Ellison's words. A city lord, he muses, shouldn't resort to begging. Solving problems independently is the right approach. However, there's one thing he must keep in mind. All of their worries and concerns should be for the people of their territory. The city lord thinks, his expression softening. It's not embarrassing to worry for his soldiers and ask for help, even if it means lowering himself. Leon realizes, his brow furrowed with concern. Suddenly, a hand rests on Leon's shoulder, and he recognizes the touch. The city lord strikes Leon with his cane, sending the prince flying. He tells him to stop making such a sad face on such a nice day. Gasping for air, Leon cries out in shock, recognizing the attacker. The city lord, his face contorted in a sinister grin, clutches his cane. He chuckles, revealing his true intentions. Deadran City is now in his hands. Leon crashes to the ground, the impact jarring him. Dazed and disoriented, the crown prince wonders what in the world is happening. From the shadows, a voice wonders who has arrived. The crowd gathered at the tavern greets Lord Dairan, questioning his late arrival. The crowd welcomes Dairan, inviting him to sit. A man comments on Dairan's theatrical entrance, finding it not bad at all. From a distance, Leon calls out to his teacher. Dairan kneels on the ground. Dairan stands tall, wishing someone to be happy. The name Dairan is spoken. Someone comments that everyone is enjoying the celebrations, while another praises the food. A man invites a woman to join his squad, complimenting her fighting skills. She seems intrigued by the offer. Dairan expresses his pride in someone. The celebration continues, those present praising their lord. The revelry has clearly gone on for some time, as one man carries another, who is holding a large mug, while another man lies passed out on the table. Another man lies unconscious, his face pressed against the table. Nearby, another man slumps against the table, declaring that they are finally done. Elsewhere, a man remarks that he never expected them to drink until morning. A woman stretches beside him. He thinks to himself that they did accomplish big things after all. He then asks Rurin if she is tired, and says that he needs her to go somewhere with him, but that he can go alone if she's tired. The man looks at Rurin expectantly, awaiting her answer. Elsewhere, Leon thinks that there is just something he needs to ask and tell Ellison. A magical circle appears before him. Far away, Archmage Ellison stands in a vast library. The Laverne Empire's Imperial Palace archives stood as a silent testament to ages past. Inside, the Archmage Ellison paused in his reading, a thoughtful expression on his face. A figure approached him, their presence casting a long shadow across the room. The figure greeted the Archmage, announcing, "Ah, you're here." The approaching figure was revealed to be a woman in a dark cloak, who greeted Ellison, "Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince." Ellison, looking up from his book, inquired, "Why did you ask me to meet you here?" The woman responded that she was studying a bit of history. The pages of history spoke of the 3 war heroes who protected all races against the dragons in the Dragon War. Thanks to their efforts, civilian casualties in the Laverne Empire were far less than expected. The heroes included the elf, Beaton, and the dwarf, Darren. However, the records were incomplete. The record stated that nobody knew the human hero. Ellison corrected the woman, stating that it was more accurate to say that there were no records left about him. Sir Ellison peruses a thick tome, his brow furrowed in concentration. He reflects on the scattered accounts of those who witnessed the war, finding them difficult to reconcile. Despite the inconsistencies, the accounts agree on one point. The human hero was both a powerful mage and, surprisingly, human. The woman with long brown hair recalls that only one person came to mind when she heard those stories. The woman's expression is unreadable as she considers the implications of her memories. Ellison continues to read, noting that the only mention of himself in the military record states that he was discharged after 15 years of service as an Imperial mage. The woman with long brown hair presses him, observing that it seemed as if he knew the human hero when they first visited Great City. The woman's words strike a nerve, and she gasps, tears welling in her eyes as a realization dawns. The woman whispers Sir Ellison's name, the revelation hitting her hard. She accuses him of lying about it being their first-time meeting, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. Close up on the woman's face, her expression a mix of shock and betrayal. Ellison counters, stating that the truth is far different from what she's assuming. Footsteps echo through the halls, hinting at someone approaching. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the palace halls. Moments later, Ellison and the woman with long brown hair arrive. He remarks that it has been a while. The pair approach the throne room, announcing their presence to the Emperor. They stand before the Emperor, limited in her eyes, who sits upon his throne, flanked by guards. The Emperor's gaze is intense as he stares down at the pair. Limited in her eyes replies to Ellison, stating that it hasn't been that long since they last met. The Emperor of the Lover and Empire, limited in her eyes, notes that a great being is also paying them a visit. The woman with long brown hair looks up, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The Emperor's words echo in her mind, confirming her suspicions. It was Ellison all along. She admits she didn't expect him to return. Limited in her eyes asks if he has visited the Magic Academy yet, referring to the Imperial Palace. Ellison scoffs, questioning why he would go there, adding that they bare their teeth every time they lay their eyes on him. The woman with long brown hair begins to speak, revealing that Sir Ellison was. She looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she hears that she is considered the biggest troublemaker. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a disembodied voice offers congratulations. The Imperial Magic Academy stands tall, a beacon of magical prowess in the Lover and Empire. A voice declares that someone has been chosen to contribute to the Empire and the research on magic as one of the Imperial mages. The voice continues, reminding the chosen one that they must always work to improve themselves. The will of the Lover and Empire is their goal. The ethereal headmaster of the Imperial Magic Academy reminds someone to keep this in mind. Elsewhere, someone has succeeded again. Back at the Imperial Magic Academy, Headmaster Atrabon is furious that someone has flunked again. Atrabon demands to know how long Ellison is planning to stay here. Ellison, looking shocked, apologizes. Ellison laments that he tried his best, but life never gives him what he wants. He sits at his desk, reflecting on his recent failures. He hopes that his father will look upon his first steps with a smile. Suddenly, a voice booms out, commanding him to get up. A voice responds with a meek, "Yes, sir." Two students from the Imperial Magic Academy, Mardell and Eugen, are revealed to be top students. They remark on how Ellison used to be their senior. Ellison reflects on his past, remembering when he entered the academy at a young age, hoping to spend more time there. Another student questions Ellison's logic, admitting they gave up trying to understand his line of thought long ago. The student suggests they go grab something to eat, try to lighten the mood after the headmaster's outburst. Elsewhere, Medrin is mentioned, seemingly in a negative context. Medrin is revealed to be the worst student at the Imperial Magic Academy and is furious about it. The Imperial Magic Academy's Magic Practice Hall stood ready for another day of instruction. From the instructor's platform, a lesson was underway. Now, everybody saw that, right? The instructor elaborated on the spell. Unlike freezing that has a medium through which the magic manifests, for this one, the initial imaging will be rather difficult. The instructor dismissed the students. Go and practice on your own. Make sure to keep a safety distance. One student, struggling with the lesson, despaired. "I can't do it." The instructor, noticing the student's distress, decided to intervene. "Let me show you something else then. This is a basic spell every senior student knows." The student attempted the spell, but it failed. "Doesn't work." The student tried again, his frustration mounting. The instructor encouraged him, though with a hint of condescension. "Even the juniors can use that spell. Just try to do it." The juniors these days must be really talented. The student, straining with effort, felt something was different than it used to be in his days. "Arg! Arg!" The student's face contorted in rage as he failed again. "Why, you bastard!" Archmage Ellison smirks, thinking to himself that he would never use his magic for someone else's benefit. He decides that he will simply laze around until the war ends. Meanwhile, the headmaster urges someone to calm down as Ellison approaches. The headmaster looks on in awe, finding the display incredible. The headmaster wonders where such talent came from, as he observes the perfect casting. Ellison successfully casts the spell, a swirling green orb of mana forming in front of him. The headmaster's words of gratitude are dismissed by the professor, who tells him to take a good look at mana without any unnecessary frills. It's at such a high level, the professor thinks that he wishes the headmaster could learn something from it. The headmaster can't believe that a junior managed to succeed in a perfect casting. The professor recalls a time when they used to look forward to Ellison's future. Ellison scoffs at the praise. He finds the entire situation pathetic. A voice calls out, demanding a pause in the conversation. The speaker, a man with long blonde hair, recalls a detail about the restaurant owner, that he was Ellison, who supposedly couldn't use magic properly. Another man, his back to the viewer, corrects him. To be exact, he clarifies Ellison could use one spell. The blonde man wonders why they kept Ellison at the academy and made him repeat classes. The man with his back turned explains that they were in the middle of a war and there was no space to spend resources on unnecessary things. A woman with long, dark hair reflects on this information, realizing she learned this later as well. The woman thinks to herself that the one spell Ellison could use was more than incredible. Elsewhere, two students walk down a hallway, seemingly discussing the same topic. One of the students, a young man with short brown hair and glasses, exclaims that it's Medrin, and he wanted to ask her something about the interpretation of a magic circle. His companion dismisses the idea, saying that Medrin is on a different level than them and that he should stop dreaming. He reminds him that she passed the test with a perfect score again and that she's amazing. The object of their admiration, a young woman with a wide-brimmed hat, is shown in close-up. The students whisper that Medrin is a 1-in-100 years genius with astonishing talent, and that she has already started to learn the magic of Class 2. It seemed Medrin had already surpassed her seniors, and some believed she would become a mage who would turn the tides of the war. Meanwhile, Medrin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of ambition in her gaze. She thought to herself that she was a real genius, and that all the juniors were far behind, and the older students didn't scare her. Striding confidently through the academy, she was certain she could catch up to them in a year. She vowed that once she became a senior student, everyone at the school would. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, an explosion rocking the academy. The explosion ripped through the training grounds, sending debris flying. From a safe distance, Archmage Ellison observed the destruction. "Good, that'll be enough," he muttered. The name Ellison echoed in the air as the Archmage smiled. Nearby, a subordinate responded with a "yes, sir," seemingly unfazed by the chaos. From a high window, Headmaster Atrabon watched the scene unfold with Archmage Ellison, questioning why he couldn't use other spells like that one. Ellison chuckled nervously. Back in the hallway, Medrin, visibly shaken, asked if that was the first time her companion had seen something like that. Senior Archmage Ellison's destructive power with fire magic is unmatched, despite his inability to use other spells, a fact that is not lost on the surrounding students. The professors, however, lament that they cannot let the Archmage graduate, as there is a chance he could become a great mage once he learns other spells. Medrin, watching the display of power, can only mutter in disbelief. She wonders how such destructive power is even possible. The sheer force of the explosion leaves her stunned. But the student, clutching a magic book, refuses to accept that she is not the genius. She reads from the book, acknowledging that everyone sees her as the future of the Magic Academy. Surrounded by books and notes, Medrin refuses to accept the reality before her, especially the fact that she is being pushed out of the spotlight. The student's eyes burn with frustration as she realizes she is being overshadowed by a rude student. Another explosion rocks the academy. A voice congratulates someone, noting that their basic magic power is. The headmaster, Atrabon, observes the students, pleased with their progress. Ellison stands beside him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, another explosion rocks the academy, leaving a gaping hole in the training grounds. The Archmage, however, seems unfazed by the destruction. He mutters to himself, dissatisfied with the results. Ellison clenches his fist, frustrated that his magic isn't strong enough. Elsewhere, a student prepares a plate of food, the presentation meticulous. Despite the effort, the student laments the academy's inability to improve the taste of the food, finding it a disgusting mess. The student, Dairan, carries the plate, remarking that the academy doesn't invest in agricultural cultivation. He knows his companions won't eat it anyway. Two other students look on, one with a surprised expression, as Dairan passes by. One of the students asks if they're going there again, implying a repeated pattern of behavior. The student confirms that he is going, and identifies the trio as the culprits. The trio is shown leaving after throwing away their meal, seemingly unconcerned with the waste. Medrin is caught staring at Senior Ellison again, prompting a classmate to point out her repeated behavior. The unexpected question hangs in the air. How could anyone think bad boys are his type? Startled, Archmage Ellison demands to know if someone could stop with the strange questions. Dairan, seated across from another student, apologizes, claiming it was just a joke. He admits that Ellison is too different from Medrin. The rumors about Ellison continue to swirl, with whispers that he is everything but responsible and that he doesn't even want to become a mage. Ellison, mid-bite, is visibly taken aback by the comment. The student with Dairan asks what he means and requests that he elaborate on his statement. Dairan stammers, trying to backtrack, saying it's just a rumor. Elsewhere, two cuts of meat hang, curing in a cave. The meat curing chamber is revealed to be a carefully cultivated space, complete with a garden and magical wards. A chef carefully slices a piece of the cured meat, preparing it for serving. The chef savors the first taste of the tender meat. The chef exclaims how tender it is, and his companion jokes that he should have gone to culinary school instead of the Magic Academy. He recalls his initial attempts to cook the meat, remembering how inedibly tough it was. The young noble laughs, explaining that there's always a way to do it right. He details the process, seasoning the meat, sealing in a vacuum, and slowly cooking it in water at a specific temperature. The meat, seasoned with herbs, floats in water, surrounded by a glowing magic circle. Cooking at low temperatures for a long time preserves the meat's juices and prevents it from becoming overcooked and tough. After that, the exterior is cooked over a fire for visual appeal. The noble asks Ellison to look at the pot, pointing out the many spells it contains, from water circulation to steam temperature control, and even a mana blocker to turn it off after a certain time. He then asks if Ellison wove some of the magic circles into the old ones. Ellison confirms that he did. The young noble thinks to himself that Ellison is lying straight to the professor's faces about not being able to use magic. He then asks if he wants to starve to death, wondering why he thinks he's bribing him. The noble calls out to Ellison. He asks if he still hasn't changed his mind, and if he doesn't want to stop repeating classes and graduate. Ellison is shocked. Ellison admits to himself that he doesn't know what he should fight for. Ellison reflects on his future, thinking that he doesn't want to become a soldier, but a chef. He thinks that magic is just a means to an end, and he doesn't want to use it to kill anyone. Nearby, two figures discuss Ellison's situation. One of them points out that he isn't even from Laverne. The other figure says that nobody talked about protecting a country, and that he is an orphan too, before trailing off. Ellison sighs, saying that he's just saying nonsense because of their graduation soon. One of the figures tells him to just wait a little. Ellison thinks that he'll be kicked out to the front lines if he repeats 2 more times. Another figure says that at least they tried. He wonders if they would probably be promoted by that time. The figure continues, saying that they'll order him around nonstop. The hooded figure from before laughs, saying that he likes that idea. Ellison's eyes widen as he wonders what in the world is going on. Someone thinks that he knows how to use magic, but he's pretending like he doesn't to repeat classes. A voice congratulates everyone. The spectral form of Headmaster Atrabon looms over the graduating students, his presence a reminder of the Academy's history and prestige. Despite the shortened academic year, due to the ongoing war, the students have successfully mastered the fundamental magic skills. They stand in formation, ready to receive their recognition. The disembodied voice of Atrabon continues, explaining that the insignia they are about to receive signifies their official recognition as Imperial Mages, a distinction few achieve. The spectral headmaster's form intensifies as he prepares to bestow the insignia upon the graduating students. Atrabon reminds them that there are still many stairs left to climb, and that Class 1 is merely a low starting point on their journey to greatness. Each student receives the insignia, a glowing emblem that marks them as an Imperial Mage and a symbol of their potential. The students cheer, celebrating their achievement as Imperial Mages, their voices echoing with excitement and pride. The graduating class raises their hands in unison, their joy palpable as they bask in the recognition of their hard work and dedication. Meanwhile, Ellison sits alone on a bench, seemingly detached from the celebratory atmosphere surrounding the graduation ceremony. Back at the graduation ceremony, Atrabon pauses, a thoughtful expression on his spectral face as he observes the graduating class. The headmaster, Atrabon, leans forward, his expression unreadable. He asks Medrin if she has something to tell him. The student, looking nervous, confirms that she does. She reveals that it concerns the senior student, Ellison. The graduates of Class 312, now real mages, prepared to depart. A classmate embraced one of the graduates, wishing them well on their journey. Another classmate, overhearing the farewells, expressed his surprise. The graduate, revealed to be Ellison, smiled wryly, knowing he was an exception to their plans. Ellison explained that they were assigned to the same territory, Delian City, in the north. The other graduate acknowledged the long journey ahead of them. The classmate admitted they would miss Ellison's cooking. Then, Ellison grabbed his bag, preparing to depart. One of the graduates called out, saying they would be going, and addressed Ellison by his abbreviated name, L. The graduates walked through the academy gates, their classmate calling after them to make sure to graduate before it was too late. Ellison waved goodbye, telling them not to worry about him. He stands before a grand building, its many windows reflecting the light. He hopes his friends will visit his restaurant once the war concludes. The scene fades to black. The view shifts to a distant castle town, its towers gleaming under a bright sky. The camera follows Ellison as he approaches the town. Now, as senior student, Ellison stands before a magical barrier, his hand glowing with arcane energy. He muses to himself that he's sure he can find some friends in the next batch of students. He then wonders what kind of food he should try next. The scene shifts again, showing Ellison standing before the magical barrier, now seemingly back where he started. Ellison's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something is amiss. Headmaster Atrabon's voice booms out, his presence looming nearby. The headmaster's form is partially visible, his robes flowing as he remarks on the cozy space Ellison has found. The headmaster observes the magic on the entrance, calling it quite creative. Atrabon marvels at the combination of an illusion spell with a shield. The headmaster continues to cast complex spells on the pot. He chuckles to himself, thinking about how Ellison made him believe he couldn't use the simple spells he'd been teaching him. Meanwhile, Ellison stands silently in a cave. Back in the kitchen, Atrabon continues his cooking, adding a glowing piece of meat to the pot. The headmaster closes his eyes, savoring the aroma. Delicious, he thinks. You find it very delicious. Ellison's eyes widen slightly as he hears something. The headmaster's words echo in Ellison's mind, reminding him that they said he didn't have what it takes to become a warrior mage, and that everyone close to him said similar things. Atrabon reflects on Ellison's nature, a pacifist who hates war and has an interest in cooking. He also recalls the rumor that Ellison was drafted due to an administrative error, despite not being a citizen of the Lovern Empire. The headmaster explains that Eugen and Mardell told him about Ellison, which is why he's going to offer him two options. The first option, the headmaster explains, is for him to follow his classmates onto the battlefield as a Class 1 mage. All acts of negligence he's committed during his time there will be ignored, and no record will be left. Atrabon continues, saying that Ellison is getting a chance to walk out of there with honor and a fight alongside his mates. The other option is the choice to work at the academy as a cook was made. The headmaster's words caused a stir, prompting a reaction from Ellison. Atrabon explained that there would be additional work involved, specifically organizing a certain list. The headmaster pressed, wanting to know what Ellison would choose. The Archmage stood silently, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. The question hung in the air. Which option did he think Ellison chose? Ellison reflected on the two paths before him, a soldier on one side, and on the other, the chef he always wanted to become. Additionally, the headmaster agreed to let him leave whenever the war ended. Atrabon affirmed that there was no need to think about it any further. Ellison stated that he chose to work as a chef. A young woman sat nearby, listening intently to the conversation. Ellison's expression remained unreadable, his eyes shadowed as he considered the implications of his choice. The Archmage would soon discover the true purpose of the list he was organizing. 3 months later, the flames of the wok danced with an unnatural intensity. He expertly manipulated the ingredients within the fiery vortex. With a flourish, Ellison summoned a scorching wind, channeling his magic into the dish. The flame whirlwind allowed him to mix and fry the ingredients at a high temperature, ensuring each piece was perfectly cooked. Normally, stir-frying such a large quantity of food would be difficult due to its sheer amount, but he had a solution. And normally, the ingredients would tend to burn unevenly, but not with this method. The Archmage smiled, confident in his technique. The Wuba stir-fried vegetables were complete, plated, and ready to be served. 2 students tasted the dish, their eyes widening in surprise. "Whoa, it's really delicious." One of the students admitted that they had never tasted something so tasty in their whole life. Another student, having tasted enough, felt that she had reclaimed her place as the Academy's great. Whispers spread about the recent demotion of Senior Ellison, a fall from grace attributed to his own mistakes. Elsewhere, a figure sits at a table, seemingly contemplating something significant. A voice declares a return to the top, a statement filled with ambition. The clock tower stands tall, a silent witness to Ellison's culinary achievements. The anticipation for the new food is palpable, a buzz spreading through the Academy. An elder figure stands before a collection of bags and scrolls, preparing to delegate a crucial task. A younger man is instructed to meticulously organize the documents, dividing them into groups and arranging them chronologically by region. The instructions raise questions, the sheer scale of the task, and the specific organizational method, causing confusion. The student with green hair, is visibly disturbed, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and realization. The elder figure emphasizes the importance of accuracy, stressing that the organization must be flawless. The elder figure reveals that a new group will arrive in 3 months, hinting at the purpose of the meticulous organization. A figure sits on a throne, listening intently. He confirms that the list being discussed is indeed what they suspect. The list, it turns out, is a record of the fallen soldiers. Knights and soldiers, all remembered. The speaker reflects on his time spent happily, unaware that the names of the dead were being inscribed on scrolls. The man continues to write, seemingly unaware of the grim reality. He had thought the war would end within 2 years, and he'd just passed some time here. The scroll details the death of Bade, 34 years old, cause of death, wound to the abdomen. Another entry describes the death of Celine Eve, 23 years old, cause of death, head wound. It is written that some very strong people would take care of the bad dragons. The drawing depicts a naive hope, and in the end, everyone lived happily ever after. The man's idyllic vision shatters as he realizes the war will not end undramatically, nor will he open his own restaurant. He wonders why this is happening. He reflects on the nature of the world he now inhabits, a fantasy realm of knights and mages. Before, they had bravely countered the dragons. Those words, citizens of the Lovern Empire, the future of our nation is in danger. The message continues, stating that the mercenaries have fled and the knights are falling. These were just lines that announced a crisis in manhwas and dramas. The pen continues to write, listing the names of the fallen. Advan Hor, 18 years old, found dead among building debris. Tao Bartman, 25 years old, cause of death. Multiple stab wounds. Syrian, 17 years old, found dead on the battlefield with multiple limbs missing. More names are added to the list. Nadrin, 19 years old, cause of death. Infection of wounds after transfer to rear. Marlin, 35 years old, cause of death. Excessive bleeding. Why? The man sits at his desk, the weight of the list heavy on his mind. Why are there so many? The pen continues to inscribe the names of the dead. A realization dawns on him. Why? He continues to meticulously record the names and details of the fallen, the weight of each entry pressing down on him. The scroll expands, revealing more names etched in ink, each a life extinguished too soon. The Archmage wonders why so many are dying. Another name is added to the grim list. Eugen, only 20 years old. The details of Mardell's death, at 19 years old, are recorded. Neck wound while on a mission, body covered in bruises. Meanwhile, in a bustling kitchen, a chef prepares a meal. Two figures eagerly await the food, their anticipation evident. The chef's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. The lower half of the chef's face is shown, his lips pursed slightly. The chef presents the finished dish, as one of the patrons calls out, correcting himself to address him as chef. The patrons express their gratitude for the delicious food. One of the patrons expresses that they will miss the chef's food after being assigned to the front lines, as they're graduating soon. The chef, Archmage Ellison, stands silently, listening to their words, a somber expression on his face as he is reminded of the war. He reflects on the state of the organization, noting that everything is done without errors, but a new batch of students will arrive in 3 months. Elsewhere, a young man looks concerned. The door to his room slides open with a soft shick. A figure in a hooded robe stands in the doorway. He asks if there is something the young man wanted to tell him in the middle of the night. The hooded figure is revealed to be Archmage Ellison, who has come to see the young man. The young man hesitates, unsure of what to say. He drops to his knees, begging the Archmage. The young man pleads with Ellison to send him to the front lines. Ellison, back in his own quarters, admits to himself that he can't endure it any longer. The Archmage recalls the fireball the young man used on the training grounds. Ellison knows that the young man has always been controlling his mana. The young man, kneeling before the Archmage, is told to show him. A disembodied voice demands a display of resolve, a determination to graduate. The Imperial Magic Academy stands tall against the night sky. Suddenly, the academy is bathed in an ominous light, the air crackling with unseen energy. The voice continues, stating that it was just a demonstration. The event, whatever it was, went unwitnessed by any of the students or professors, as it was already late at night. A student wonders what that was. Inside a dormitory, 2 students are startled awake, one questioning if it was an earthquake. Headmaster Atrabon explains that there was a small accident on the training grounds, but someone pleads for it to stop. The headmaster watches from a balcony as the destruction unfolds. A voice urges someone to save as many as they can with that power. A massive crater tears through the training grounds, flames erupting from the earth. In the end, the question of who had created that huge crater only fueled the students' imagination, and there was no one who had a clear answer that night. That night, a hooded figure stands before the devastated academy, a backpack slung over their shoulder, ready to leave. A Class 1 mage, not yet officially graduated, secretly departed for the battlefield. The day after the loud explosion, a sense of unease lingered in the air. It was reported that Ellison quit his position as the cook and disappeared without a trace. Although Headmaster Atrabon announced that it was an accident, the sheer size of the crater suggested otherwise. The truth was Ellison was still out there, somewhere. The headmaster thought that she'd feel more at ease with Ellison gone, but she was wrong. Even though he himself was gone, the evidence that he had been there didn't disappear. The headmaster's eyes widened with a dawning realization of the truth. The next time news about Ellison was heard, it was a good while later. The headmaster sits in contemplation, the weight of recent revelations heavy on his mind. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing rumors that Ellison had become a soldier at the front lines without graduating from the academy. The voice confirms, "So you are Ellison." The scene changes to a military encampment. The voice continues, stating that he was contacted by the Magic Academy. A man with short, graying hair leans over a map, remarking that they've never sent a mage on such short notice before. He adds, "I guess you're the unlucky type." The text identifies the location as Dagos, under the command of the 2nd Company commander. The voice from before continues, "Since you were assigned here." A hooded figure, revealed to be Ellison, stands silently. The voice explains that they are in the middle of fighting against monsters. The gray-haired man elaborates, stating that while this might be called a war against dragons, the monsters are the ones causing the most damage. He adds that they destroy villages and kill people whenever they see a weakness. The man continues, explaining that it's difficult to have Ellison join the fight right now, so he should go to his tent, unpack, and wait for orders. Ellison, still hooded, pleads silently, "Please send me to where most of the monsters are." The gray-haired man looks up, surprised by Ellison's request, and asks, "What?" Back in the present, the headmaster, Atrabon, sits in his office, muttering, "Damn." 2 armored figures sit at a table, reviewing documents by candlelight, discussing the implications of Ellison's assignment. One of them questions why they let him do as he pleased, pointing out that he's still a new recruit. The other responds that the situation was urgent enough to warrant it. The armored figure elaborates, reminding the other that Ellison wasn't sent there just because he knows a spell or two, emphasizing that he saw his Class 1 badge. The figure explains that there's not much he can do when someone is wearing that badge, stating that he doesn't have the right to command them around like ordinary soldiers. He then mentions that the graduates of the academy have already been dispatched 3 months ago. Suddenly, the tent flaps are thrown open, interrupting the conversation. An armored soldier bursts in, prompting the other to ask what's wrong. The soldier stammers, trying to explain that the situation involves a mage on the battlefield, something he insists they have to see for themselves. The scene shifts to a battlefield littered with the corpses of monsters, hinting at the scale of destruction. The soldier confirms that the destruction is the work of a single person. The armored figure is shocked, realizing that the devastation was caused by a single individual. The soldier urgently calls for the commander, standing before a cloaked figure overlooking the battlefield. The cloaked figure, revealed to be Ellison, demands to know where the next battle will take place. The archmage clutches his pendant, urgency etched on his face. He knows the lists are growing and time is running out. The sky hangs heavy, mirroring the weight of the situation. Elsewhere, Emperor Limited Horace sits upon his throne, his expression contemplative as he rests his hands on his cane. The archmage, now seen from behind, questions his right to anger, unsure of what he should even be upset about. He wonders if he should be angry that he wasn't taught better, or that he wasn't transferred and allowed to stay at the academy all those years. The archmage is sure that the emperor has already read the lists. The emperor finally understood why he never personally appeared before the graduates. In the end, he couldn't endure it any longer and joined the front lines a few years later. The narration reveals that the emperor passed away while trying to stop the dragons on his own. The archmage admits that he resented himself. The archmage reflects on the past. The emperor reflects on everything that had created those lists. The emperor's advisor informs him of what happened afterwards. The emperor, Limited Horace, expresses his remorse for past events. Sir Ellison acknowledges that the emperor had no other choice. Limited wishes he could turn back time. Ellison reflects that he might have found a different solution instead of running away, but is immediately taken aback by his own thoughts. The realization hits the archmage hard, his eyes widening in shock. In a hushed tone, a woman with long black hair reveals that Ellison deserted, urging the other person to be quiet because it's a top secret. The archmage apologizes, realizing he spoke too loudly. The woman with long black hair explains that Ellison's desertion was because of his beliefs. Ellison's eyes reflect the inner turmoil he is experiencing. The archmage realizes that he shouldn't say anything more, as one mistake could cost them their lives. The woman, frustrated, sends Ellison flying with a slap, complaining about him stopping after revealing so much. A declaration rings out. Someone is the crown prince. Meanwhile, the woman with long black hair acknowledges that while they aren't proud of their actions, the people involved in the dissertation are the most problematic. Elsewhere, someone hears that man is in the capital now. The man with long blonde hair finds the woman with long black hair and himself to be an interesting duo. Someone never expected to meet. The scene shifts to a man who represents the lover and empire. The man with long blonde hair is revealed to be the 3rd Duke, Melik Delian, and he is associated with Medrin. Melik Delian is one of the 3 most powerful dukes in the empire. Someone questions why they would meet Duke Delian. Melik Delian thinks to himself that he is not strong enough right now, and it's too early to reveal his intentions. Melik Delian believes that one should jump into the pit of fire whenever a pretty woman is involved. Melik Delian holds the woman with long black hair. The woman with long black hair is held firmly by the arm. The woman's chest is visible, revealing a glimpse of her attire. A young noble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, holds the hand of the hooded figure, begging for understanding. A voice declares that they will not comment on the noble's private life. The emperor, flanked by armored guards, addresses someone as Majesty. The emperor continues, expressing his disappointment in Medrin's behavior and questioning her greed for power. The young noble, standing in what appears to be a library, looks toward the hooded figure and admits he doesn't understand what they're talking about. The hooded figure asks if the badge on the woman's clothes is visible. The young noble dismisses the importance of complex matters, revealing he only asked Duke Tamurin to let him borrow her for a short mission because she was pretty. A close-up reveals the emperor's stern expression. A voice declares that the young noble is still a kid. The hooded figure, flanked by guards, is told to at least make sure to spend time together away from the eyes of people, as the archives aren't the place for entertainment. Dairan, the young noble, exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression thoughtful. The woman in the hooded robe apologized for her rudeness, addressing Medrin directly, citing the dire situation. The conversation turned to the Duke. Dairan seemed surprised by the mention of Medrin. The narrative reflects on Medrin's life, highlighting how the mage has always looked down on others due to her noble personality and dazzling talent. Her life has been one of constant training devoted to magic. Relationships with others were considered unnecessary. Her high status as a Class 7 mage was enough to deter clumsy men from approaching her, and no one has ever been in a deep relationship with her, only superficial relationships for the sake of fame. Simply put, something like this has never happened to her before, as Medrin reacts with shock to the idea of a man. The woman in the hooded robe considers the idea of both a man and a woman. The idea of romance still fresh in her mind, Medrin imagines a scenario. The imagined closeness causes her face to flush. Elsewhere, someone calls out Medrin's name in disbelief. The speaker, hidden from view, questions if this is a joke. Carrying the sleeping student, Ellison announces that it's time to wake up. He notes how soundly she sleeps, recalling that he had asked if she was tired beforehand. He thinks to himself that they didn't get any sleep last night. Ellison reflects on having told the person he wanted to speak with what he needed to say. Now, he thinks they should return and let Medrin sleep. The pair is observed by Duke Melik Delian, who is being carried in a similar fashion by an unknown individual. The unknown individual carrying the Duke is shocked, exclaiming about seeing Ellison and Mage Medrin. The Duke, Melik Delian, realizes that Ellison and Medrin are in a relationship. A voice cries out, begging someone not to misunderstand the situation. The scene shifts, the tension hanging heavy in the air. The opulent library of the Imperial Palace looms, its shelves overflowing with ancient tomes. A voice echoes through the halls, questioning what brings someone to the Imperial Palace. Ellison stands before the Duke, explaining that he had something to discuss with His Imperial Majesty. The Duke, Melik Delian, considers Ellison's words, realizing this could become important for him in many ways. Melik hopes Ellison will tell him the full story sometime, excusing himself before things get noisy. The Duke smiles, asking what brings Ellison to the Imperial Palace. A voice calls out, telling Ellison hold on. Someone asks what's wrong, apologizing to Medrin. Ellison reacts with shock, having heard about someone's past. A voice admits to not hearing the full story, since Medrin didn't want to tell them everything. The Duke, lost in thought, feels the pieces of a puzzle slowly clicking into place within his mind. He recalls returning to the Empire after his studies abroad, hearing whispers of a certain individual. That person was so dangerous that even his father couldn't speak of him carelessly. He realized that this was the same person spoken of during his visit to Great City. The Duke remembers hearing that even combined forces would stand no chance against this mage. The more Melik Delian heard about this person, the more the images in his mind began to overlap. The pieces fall into place as he realizes that this person is one of the three heroes of the war. The hero in question was the missing Archmage, the human nicknamed Dragon Slayer, who protected citizens and soldiers alike. He recalls that this mage crossed the wall of Class 7 and became a Class 9 mage. Melik Delian is shocked by the realization. If that was really you. The Duke's eyes narrow as he finally speaks the name aloud. Ellison. A voice echoes in the darkness, stating that it couldn't be helped. Melik Delian stands in a grand hall, contemplating the past. He wonders if he could go back to that time. The Emperor, Limited Herace, sits on his throne, deep in thought. He muses that he might have thought of another way instead of leaving. Limited Herace continues to reflect, wondering if he could have made a different choice if he could go back. The Emperor sits silently on his throne, the weight of his thoughts heavy on him. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, the light behind them obscuring their features. The figure's legs are visible as they stand in the doorway. A voice speaks, saying they heard a very interesting story while coming here. Sir Ellison's face is grim as he hears that a despicable magician came to the Imperial Palace. Dairan, the Lord's proxy, appears, questioning if what he's hearing is true. It seems to be true, as the knights were bitten. The Emperor sits on his throne, surrounded by knights. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. The Emperor, seated on his throne, observes the unfolding events with a weary expression. Meanwhile, the knight refuses to divulge information, stating he cannot answer. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the halls, their purpose unknown. The approaching figure questions if the knight is joking with them. The figure continues to approach the Emperor, their intentions unclear. The armored knight halts the figure's advance, blocking their path. The knight demands to know who dares to block him. The armored knight questions if the figure still believes they carry the glory of the past. The armored knight reaches out, seemingly to grab the figure. The figure retorts that the armored knight should show some manners. Duke Delian interjects, demanding that the figure stop. The figure states that this is the Imperial Palace, questioning if the magician is really here, as Duke Delian says. Duke Porgo Timurin's associate questions the Duke's recent actions, suggesting they exercise more caution. The title card displays, Duke Porgo Timurin of the Ruberan Empire. Elsewhere, the Emperor Limited Herace mutters Timurin's name. An armored knight attempts to restrain the mysterious figure, but the figure brushes him off. The Emperor's advisor warns him to take good care of the head magician, as it is unbearable to see her hanging around with the crown prince. The Duke's associate demands that he stop embarrassing the honor of the Imperial Palace. Duke Timurin's expression hardens as he listens to the reprimand. Back in the throne room, Duke Timurin asks Emperor Lemedin if he is all right. The Emperor thanks him. A voice declares that the Emperor is a disgrace. Emperor Lemedin, looking dejected, clutches his scepter. The Emperor laments that his son Leon would be disappointed in him. Duke Timurin thinks to himself that the Archmage Ellison knows this too. The scene opens on a grand room, its towering bookshelves hinting at forgotten knowledge and secrets. The narrative shifts to Dairan, who laments the fall of the Emperor's authority, attributing it to the failure of the First Night Order. The story recounts how, at the start of the Dragon War, the Emperor attempted to minimize civilian casualties by dividing the First Night Order and dispatching them to different regions. This decision left most regions vulnerable, as defense forces were concentrated near the borders. The Emperor's minimal defense force proved insufficient to hold back the dragons. That decision, it is revealed, would have dire consequences. The consequences of that decision are shown as dragons descend upon a city, wreaking havoc. The scene shows a lone figure standing before the destruction. The minimal defense force was too little to stop the dragons. The First Night Order in the palace was annihilated, and the commander went missing. Scattered knights from various regions were also defeated one by one, all within a year of the war's start. The scene shifts to Melik Delian, his expression unreadable. Dairan asks if he understands the implications of the First Night Order's annihilation. Melik Delian responds that he knows very well. He affirms the situation, acknowledging the dire state of affairs. The fall of the First Night Order has stripped the imperial palace of its authority. Lords barely respond to summons, sending only the minimum number of inferior troops, who even take hostages. They are using their withdrawal as leverage. Sir Ellison laments that they gave their greatest strength to protect the people of the region. But those people... Ellison admits he already knew that. He reveals that the reason he's angry is because of the helplessness of not being able to do anything. He speaks of being abroad and just being able to watch, even though he feels he should have been there. Ellison, standing near a desk, repeats his question. The response is a firm no. The Archmage, Ellison, kneels, seemingly defeated. A voice commands him to rise, insisting that he shouldn't be kneeling to them. The speaker reaches down, offering a hand to help Ellison to his feet. The blond man insists that he is merely a restaurant owner. Ellison apologizes, admitting his guess was wrong. The scene shifts to a close-up of a golden emblem. Ellison's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the true identity of the man before him. The man declares that he hasn't abandoned his duty yet. The man, revealed to be a noble, clutches the emblem on his chest, his expression hardening. The noble clarifies that he will never take action to remove political opponents under the Crown Prince's orders and has no intention of taking sides within the imperial palace. The noble smiles, his hand resting on the emblem. He vows to plunge anyone who tries to disturb the Rubrun Empire into chaos. He declares that anyone who wishes to pass will have to go through him first. Meanwhile, the narrator reveals that Dairan is not just a restaurant owner, but a magician. The young noble, Dairan, sits at his desk, a look of realization washing over him. A voice echoes, revealing that Dairan possesses the seal of a 9th class Archmage, and that the Rubrun Empire is on the brink of falling to the dragons. The voice continues, noting how the Crown Prince stiffened his neck, and how he pretended to be kind, but bowed excessively. It also mentions that he clung to being a war hero. 2 servants stand nearby as Dairan overhears them questioning if 3 people can really carry the fate of the country. Dairan explodes in anger, silencing the servants. Dairan tells them to listen closely, as things are about to get messy. He orders them to go. The voice declares that the Crown Prince is one of the heroes who saved the country. Dairan realizes he was right all along. He clutches a pendant, remarking that they said Ellison went missing. The voice reveals that Ellison was that hero all along. She lay asleep in the bed, unaware of the events about to unfold. The woman is suddenly embraced from behind. A voice whispers, amused, that she has finally been caught and questions why she's avoiding him. The man's face is close to hers, his intentions unclear. The man, revealed to be the one she knows as Ellison, grins down at her, his expression unsettling. The woman, now wide awake, is furious. She demands to know how he dares lay hands on her body, insisting that she did nothing. Ellison claims that when he arrived, she was already holding him. He knew this would happen, and it could have been a disaster if he were any later. She shouts at him, demanding to know where he went and why he left her behind. He responds calmly, telling her that it's all done now and they should go home. The pair stand in the Duke Delian's bedchamber, the Duke nowhere to be seen. Elsewhere, a voice declares that he has something to do and that they will know when Darian arrives. The speaker is revealed to be Ellison, his expression grave. Duke Delian is at the imperial palace, and something has caught his attention. It had been a while since the woman with the glasses had heard that name. The man thought to himself that it was another name he didn't know, but assured her that he would finish his task and return immediately. The woman questioned what task he was referring to. The man, whose name is Madrin, stated that she had made it clear about his past. Madrin accused her of not being able to keep the secret about Dedran Castle, and now she had done this too. The man, surrounded by a purple aura, prepared to use his magic. The woman claimed that she didn't say everything, but the man didn't believe her. The man, Madrin, thought that even he wouldn't reveal everything, and that it was just a little bit. Dairan, sitting on the floor, begged for forgiveness, apologizing to Madrin, stating that it was the crown prince's. The man screamed in anguish. The imperial palace loomed in the distance. A man with a mustache wondered if Madrin came out of the crown prince's chamber, and if that was what Duke Delian was talking about. The Archmage had to leave the restaurant for a while. Linty and Matt took care of things while he was gone, and the Archmage requests a round of applause for them. The staff claps, acknowledging the praise. The Archmage also thanks Mint and Miltine. Someone wonders what about them. Ellison is accused of checking on them, disguised as a trash bag. The accuser wonders how he knew. The Archmage smirks, amused by the accusation. Ellison announces that they have all worked hard and deserve a good rest. With that in mind, the Archmage declares they will be going camping, which seems like a vacation together. The staff seems surprised by the announcement of camping. Ellison confirms that they're going together, clarifying that he is not just a social butterfly. He declared his intention to invite so many people that the camping trip would resemble a festival. The idea of camping hung in the air, a question yet to be answered. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, a butcher apologetically declines the invitation, citing his inability to attend. The staff has been overwhelmed with orders from Deadran City, sacrificing sleep to keep up with the demand. The butcher suggests some good places, but laments that he has no one else to ask. Elsewhere, the sign declares this to be Grake City's clinic. A woman introduces herself as Serena. Serena cries out in pain. The healer announces that it's all healed now. The young boy expresses his gratitude to the healer, while Serena rests in the background, now fully recovered. The thought bubble declares that's Elena. The speaker, revealed later to be the healer elf, reflects on Elena's stubborn dedication to her patients. He recalls telling her not to worry about money, as his lair is full of treasures, but she insisted on continuing to treat patients, enduring the pain well. Meanwhile, Serena is awake. She sits up in bed, looking refreshed. The healer elf's words echo in Serena's mind, a memory of him saying, "You're so stubborn. I told you I can bury you in gold bars." But Serena thinks to herself that gold bars can't take away the pain of a patient. Serena's expression is troubled as she receives treatment. A man's voice declares that he is more than certain that someone is simply stupid, while another voice asks if Elena is in. The man at the door gasps as he sees something unexpected. The man calls out to Elena, stating that there's something he has to tell her. Serena's smile is different from when she's talking to her patients, hinting at a tad of nervousness. The healer elf's expression is a mixture of all kinds of feelings, his face flushed. The healer elf explains that he decided to go camping with everyone working at the restaurant, but thought it might get bothersome for her. The healer elf extends an invitation, noting that Serena often frequents their restaurant. He asks if she would be interested in joining them on their camping trip. Serena responds with enthusiasm, eagerly accepting the invitation to join the camping trip. Serena's expression piques the healer elf's curiosity, prompting him to want to understand the emotions behind it. Serena wonders if what she feels is love, admiration, or something else entirely. Hearing her acceptance, the healer elf declares that he will honor the camping trip with his presence. Serena, intrigued, asks him to elaborate on what the camping trip will entail. The healer elf, surprised by her interest, stammers as he asks if she truly wants to come along. The group arrives at their destination, a cave illuminated by beams of sunlight filtering through openings in the ceiling. The healer elf, along with Serena and other companions, stand at the entrance of the cave, ready to explore the natural wonder. One of the companions expresses their awe at the beauty of the cave. The group approaches the entrance of a large, sunlit cave, a waterfall cascading down the rocks nearby. Serena asks the healer elf how he managed to find such a scenic spot. He chuckles, explaining that he simply asked around. He considers himself quite the social butterfly. Two other members of the group whisper to each other, noting that he claims to be popular, but only 2 new members have joined recently. They remind each other to keep it quiet. A voice calls out, suggesting they unpack their gear first. Camping gear, including bedrolls, cooking supplies, and towels, sits on a tarp near the water's edge. A woman with long black hair asks if they're done organizing things and if they should set up the tent now. A man with short brown hair is seen behind her. Someone laughs, saying they can save that for later, before asking for everyone's attention. The man with short brown hair from before holds up a board game called Love Earn Marble, grinning widely. Someone asks if it's a game, and another voice questions if it's all in his hometown language. Several members of the group gather around the tarp, where the board game is laid out. The man with short brown hair assures them not to worry, as the important things are in their language. A voice explains that the instructions inside are in their language. He receives his starting money, but the man with short brown hair is unimpressed. He notes that the currency, called Lind, is just paper. The rules of the game are explained. It's about multiplying your fortune. The game, Love Earn Marble, involves rolling dice, moving your figure, and buying land and buildings with your money. Visiting another player's land allows you to collect fees based on the land and building's worth. The rules continue. After 10 rounds, the wealthiest player wins. Alternatively, a player can win by bankrupting the others before the 10 rounds are up. The man with short brown hair complains that they were brought all the way here to play with fake money. He is informed that there are prizes and penalties prepared for the winner. The speaker adds that the loser should also look forward to something. The figure on the board looks like him, he notes, wondering if it's a prize. The dice are rolled, the fate of the players hanging in the balance. Someone cries out in dismay. One of the players lands on another's property. The player whose land was landed on laughs, declaring that the other dared to step into their lair. The player whose land was landed on demands their land. The other player sighs, lamenting that it's so early in the game. The player who landed on the property is told that it's fine, as the land isn't worth much. He agrees. The disembodied voice exclaims that the card is too cheap, anticipating the arrival of a special card. A woman with dark hair grins, holding up a card emblazoned with a bat-like silhouette. The card, Dragon's Attack, is revealed, promising fiery destruction. The card effect takes hold, incinerating the buildings on the most valuable land. Elena, the elf, laments her bad luck. The dark-haired woman, now revealed to be Medrin, vows to eliminate the dragon. Diran, standing beside her, watches as she lands on Elena's property. The rules of the game are explained. The player has landed on another's land, and they've built a restaurant and a hotel, which Elena knows will be expensive. She realizes that Medrin has landed on her land. The scene shifts to a snowy landscape, where a small cabin stands nestled among the mountains. Back in a restaurant, Elena stands near the fireplace, seemingly waiting. A man bundled in furs remarks on the strength of the snowstorm outside. The man asks Elena if he can spend the night, inquiring about the cost. Well, the game continues. Elsewhere, a woman with long blonde hair tells a man it's free and to rest well. Back at the game, one player wonders if he should invest in a particular location, noting that Ladder City doesn't seem to have much value, so a simple store should be enough there, in comparison to Cameron City. Another player declares that this is an individual game, and asks his dear sister to please be generous for once, wondering since when did family matter. One of the players asks if bonds exist in front of money, while another tells him to relax, it's fake money. A girl declares she will break out of prison with sheer power, but a boy tells her she can't unless she gets the same number when she rolls the dice. The game continues, with the players deep in thought. Someone declares that the game has come to an end. The board game lies before them, houses and hotels scattered across the properties. One of the players is asked to count their remaining money, and he looks shocked. The player thinks that their common knowledge about board games is so lacking that it's exhausting to play with them. The player thinks that they should be able to count the money, as the rankings are shown. The game continues, with Matt kneeling before someone, seemingly in debt. Serena, having lost, is declared bankrupt. Rurin, another player, is also bankrupt. Sir Ellison, ranked third, smiles confidently. Elena, the innkeeper, celebrates her victory, having won easily. Elena declares that the prize for first place is a free wish, promising to do anything within her power. The innkeeper presents the wish ticket to Ellison. Ellison hesitates, wondering if he can save the wish for later. Serena urges him to seize the opportunity, assuring him there's no expiration date. The group enjoys their time together, now that the game is over and ranks 2 to 6 can freely enjoy their time. The two losers, Rurin and Serena, are tasked with setting up tents. With the tents finally erected, despite some initial struggles, Serena and Medrin settle in for the night. The tents stand nestled within a cavern, a small waterfall cascading nearby, providing a soothing backdrop to their rest. Inside the men's tent, Ellison is already asleep, while Diran laments the loss of something, muttering about what he's supposed to live by now. In the women's tent, Serena and Medrin are fast asleep, exhausted from the day's activities. Nearby, the elf healer clutches a small piece of paper, his expression unreadable as he stares intently at it. Suddenly, the healer elf rises, his silhouette a dark contrast against the dim light of the cavern. A voice wonders who is out and about in the middle of the night. Ellison stirs in his sleep, disturbed by the noise outside the tent. The elf healer's hand reaches out, his expression obscured by the darkness. He grips the tent flap tightly, preparing to slip out into the night. He pauses, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he looks back towards the tents. Back in the tent, Serena and Elena sleep soundly, unaware of the elf healer's departure. Suddenly, a hand reaches down, grabbing Medrin. Medrin awakens with a gasp, fear etched on her face as she whispers a name. Miltine. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. Why is she? A figure walks through a dark, cavernous space. From the shadows, a voice confirms the figure's identity. It was Miltine. Miltine, a blonde-haired woman, emerges from behind a curtain, wondering where she is headed in the middle of the night. A voice apologizes for making someone come out. The apology is met with an embrace. Miltine's companion admits that he couldn't bear to stay apart from her. The older man tries to calm Miltine down. The man, revealed to be Archmage, chuckles, calling Miltine senior. Miltine is shocked that Ellison and Mint are. She didn't know. Ellison explains that they agreed to keep it a secret from the others for now, adding that he came out quietly and nobody saw. It seems the others are still asleep, and the group decides to keep the secret they've just learned. They could hear everything the entire time, and one of the group members asks what the secret is, noting that everyone knows that someone likes him. The pair are flustered by the revelation. The news is shocking to at least one person. The shocking news is on everyone's mind, even as the cook prepares the meal. Two others confirm that the pair are officially going out. The pair admit that they were going to tell everyone eventually. One of the group asks why they are talking as if they committed a crime and congratulates them. Another jokes that if he knew this, he would have brought 3 tents. One of the pair says that they didn't notice it at all, and the other responds that it's because they're stupid. The cook suggests that they tell everyone the details while they eat. A voice declares a culinary intention to prepare a curry dish perfect for camping. The cooking process begins, starting with an ingredient similar to onions being fried until brown. As they shrink, they release a deep flavor, and then the vegetables and meat are fried in butter. Various vegetables and chunks of meat are added to the pan, sizzling in the butter and spices. Water is poured into the pan, mixing with the fried ingredients and curry powder, ensuring no clumps form. The dish is finished off with pepper and other seasonings, completing the curry. The narrator declares that the best dish for camping, curry, is complete. The finished curry simmers in the pan, ready to be served. Elena exclaims how good it smells, her eyes wide with anticipation as she holds a plate of the curry. Another voice chimes in, declaring that their mouth is watering at the sight of the curry. Dairan presents a plate of curry to Elena, mentioning that he made some without meat specifically for her. Elena thanks Dairan, thinking to herself how thoughtful he is as she takes a bite. The taste is so good that it leaves her speechless. With a satisfied smile, Dairan prepares to serve the dish he made. Meanwhile, the Archmage Ellison recalls a past conversation, remembering when he asked who confessed first. The memory continues, showing the pair sitting together. Ellison reflects on his initial hesitation, admitting he was aware of her feelings but unsure due to their age gap, planning to be just friends at first. He then questioned himself if it was right to hurt her feelings under the guise of being considerate. The Archmage concludes that the most important things are their feelings. Back in the present, Dairan holds out a spoonful of the curry. Then, the Archmage watches as Elena takes a bite. Suddenly, Dairan excitedly announces that the wedding ceremony will be held at the Great City Square, assuring them not to worry about the costs. Flustered, he clarifies that it's too early to talk about marriage, as Serena urges them to finish what they couldn't yesterday, leaving him in shock. The others begin to clap, chanting for kiss. The clapping continues as the Archmage and Elena share a kiss. A voice echoes, questioning if he truly loves her. The others encourage a kiss between Elena and Ellison. The encouragement works, and Ellison and Dairan share a kiss, much to the surprise of the latter. Serena and Medrin cheer on the couple. The others watch with anticipation. The kiss continues between Ellison and Dairan. Elena looks away, a conflicted expression on her face. The remains of the stew sit in a pot, a testament to a satisfying meal. The memory of a shared meal brings a smile to Dairan's face. He recalls the first stew they ever had together, declaring it delicious. Elsewhere, a child, Ellie, begs for another round of play. A figure suggests a walk together, now that everyone knows. An unseen person asks if someone wants to win that badly, before offering something to curry. Someone else enjoyed the meal as well, and offers to wash the dishes. Elena is told not to wait too long for whatever it is she wants. Someone states that the free wish has no. A woman with red hair remarks that good men aren't available forever, suggesting someone could snatch him away anytime. A disembodied voice expresses a feeling that someone has something going on today. A figure stands on a game board, near a pair of handcuffs. The scene is revealed to be in prison, as someone asks how another could be so unlucky. Rurin remarks that being imprisoned so early in the game is not ideal, as she and Dairan sit across from each other, a game board between them. Dairan changes the subject, mentioning that Rurin must have been surprised by recent events. Rurin, looking at a small device, reflects that she wasn't surprised that Mint and Miltine started dating while they were away from the restaurant, as Miltine has liked Mint from the beginning. Dairan sips from a cup, saying he was more shocked by her reaction. Rurin suddenly declares that she likes Dairan, causing him to blush. Flustered, Dairan asks what she is talking about, thinking that showing his affection would be the end of it. Dairan's face flushes red as he holds his hand to his mouth, surprised by Rurin's confession. Dairan reflects that after seeing everyone congratulate Mint and Miltine, he understood that his relationship with Rurin is different. The scene shifts to an image of the restaurant staff, who are happy for Mint and Miltine and wish them happiness, even with a tinge of jealousy. Mint and Miltine express their thanks through their embarrassment. Rurin looks down, seemingly lost in thought. Dairan, in a smaller panel, wonders just what the difference is. The memory stings, as Dairan recalls the others celebrating Mint and Miltine's relationship. He remembers a time when they celebrated his birthday. He reflects on Rurin's confession, realizing that his feelings were solely for himself, not for any kind of relationship. When she expressed her feelings in front of the others, they didn't react the same way. He stammers, trying to explain that it's because they're like family and normal. But the words catch in his throat as he shouts, "We're not." Ruin's expression is pained as she thinks to herself that she doesn't think of him as someone she can be in a normal relationship with, and she doesn't want others to simply ignore her feelings. Dairan, alone, admits to himself that he wants something a bit more special. Suddenly, a pair of dice clatter to the ground, an exclamation point appearing above them. Dairan picks up a small tablet, seeing that he got the same number. He thinks to himself that he has nice luck and can now get out of prison, but a voice tells him, "You can't." He looks at the tablet in shock, realizing the implications. The tablet displays a prison cell, along with a set of rules written in an unfamiliar script. Dairan exclaims, what kind of rule is this?" The tablet explains the rules of the two dice. If L is in prison, he can only get out after his lips touch that of a black dragon's. No exceptions. The action garnered big reactions from the others. Rurin's face is flushed, her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment. No matter how much Dairan ponders the situation, the only difference he can identify is the one he's about to act upon. There's some big meaning behind kissing, he thinks, and there's no reason why they can't do that. That's the only difference he can come up with, the young noble thinks, his face flushed. He reaches for Rurin, calling out her name. The worst student from the Imperial Magic Academy's face is flushed as well. He leans in, whispering that he will free her from the prison. Suddenly, a loud clack echoes through the cavern as a rock is thrown, interrupting the moment. Elena, realizing she forgot to wash the curry plates, excuses herself, promising to be right back. Dairan, now alone, heads towards the water. Rurin sits with a troubled expression, a board game laid out before her. A voice calls out, questioning what the problem is. The scene shifts to a rocky landscape, a small pool of water nestled among the stones. Someone begins to wash dishes in a basin, the water rippling with each movement. The healer elf washes dishes by the water's edge, the sound echoing in the cavern. He wonders if he can wash the dishes in the water. The healer elf reasons that the lake will become polluted if he washes the dishes directly in it, so he will just get a bucket. He thinks that no matter how he thinks about it, the only difference was that. Meanwhile, Dairan and Rurin are still together, and Rurin thinks that there is some big meaning behind kissing. The young noble says that there's no reason why they can't do that, and that he'll. Elsewhere, the healer elf stands before a group, declaring that he will free them from the prison. The healer elf looks determined. The healer elf prepares to cast a spell. The air crackles with unseen energy. The unseen force intensifies, vibrating the very air around it. Elena berates herself for throwing the stone and interrupting Rurin and Dairan's time together, wondering what in the world she just did. She continues to call herself stupid for her actions. Elena kneels on the ground, looking at the scattered stones she threw, wondering what to do. Nearby, a free wish ticket lies on the ground, promising that it can be anything. Elena looks away, a conflicted expression on her face. Elsewhere, Mint reflects on the free wish ticket, recalling that it has no expiration date, but good men aren't available forever. Serena, sitting beside Mint, worries that someone could snatch him away at any time. Mint has a feeling that Elena has something going on today. Back in the forest, Elena stares at the free wish ticket, contemplating that it can be anything. The story of how Elena came to know Sir Ellison begins with simple curiosity. That curiosity soon blossomed into gratitude and a bit of interest. It was, as she would say, one of the stranger relationships. He showed her the joy of food. The memory of him feeding her brings a smile to Elena's face, even as she recalls the dire circumstances of their first meeting. And the beauty of human nature. Elena knew that Sir Ellison and Sir Beedon were close friends, but their relationship went deeper than mere friendship. Sir Ellison was Sir Beedon's comrade in arms, a fact that startles Elena. He's one of the 3 heroes of the war, she realizes with a jolt. That's why she never expected to be able to bring him, or the 2 other nobles beings too, Elena thinks, as she recalls the moment Ellison arrived. In the beginning, it was really just curiosity, but the restaurant stands as a testament to the Archmage's integration into the human world, a place built on the foundation of his heroic deeds. Inside, Ellison announces that the food is ready for Elena. The more Elena satisfied her curiosity about Ellison, the more her feelings for him grew. She pauses, lost in thought. Elsewhere, Serena is still trying to sleep, but the maid insists that they go to the restaurant, reminding her that she keeps a stash of emergency rations there. Elena continues to reflect. She holds a worn document, its edges frayed and a red seal prominently displayed. Finally, she makes up her mind. A voice wonders if they should head back. The speaker hopes everyone had a good time. The group agrees that the trip was the best, and the food was amazing. One of them resolves to learn how to make it. The 2 women stand in the forest, the red-haired one looking back with a questioning gaze. The red-haired woman wonders why she seems so down, questioning if something happened between her and Ellison. The woman with red hair seems to have made a decision. Meanwhile, the blonde elf thinks that what she is about to do might be good news for Elena. The elf is thanked for cleaning all the dishes, but she insists it's the least she can do on a trip she was invited on. The man looks up, seemingly having made a decision. He thinks to himself that he wants to use his free wish right now. The elf holds up a card, as if she's about to use it. The man smiles, asking if she has come to a decision. He asks what it is and tells her to tell him. The elf holds up the card, ready to use it. The elf begins to speak. They have returned to their establishment. The healer elf stretches, remarking that their vacation felt too short. Serena asks if the vacation was satisfactory. The healer elf replies that it was all right. Serena tells the healer elf to rest, stating that she will finish preparing things for tomorrow's patients. The new man asks Serena why she did that. Serena says that the healer elf is wasting their free wish. The healer elf begins to speak. The healer elf uses their wish, stating that they wish Serena will continue running her restaurant in Great City. The healer elf continues, wishing for Serena to run the restaurant for a very long time. The healer elf declares that this is their wish. The healer elf smiles, seemingly content with their decision. He looks down at the card in his hand, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. The Archmage wonders if keeping Serena's restaurant open is too much to ask. Serena, however, is determined to keep her restaurant running, no matter what. The Archmage asks if that will be enough for her, but she assures him that she is fine. The Archmage's magic flows, and he believes that is more than enough. The new man suggests that Serena should have wish for a trip for just the two of them. Serena warns him that he won't get a chance like this in the future easily again. She is embraced by the new man, both of them blushing. The new man's eyes are closed as he leans in closer. Elsewhere, the healer elf looks on with a somber expression. The healer elf reflects on how Ellison looks at Ruin. The healer elf thinks that everything will be all right as long as he endures it. The healer elf thought that chasing her feelings would make her wishes come true. He reflects that if a kind and upright person like her loves someone, it would be a beautiful love, unlike his. The healer elf thinks that it is enough for him if he can occasionally see him at the restaurant. He longs to witness a true love. The healer elf thinks to himself that he is a fool. However, the only thing he witnessed was heartbreaking sadness. Elena, carrying a stack of plates, observes Ellison's strange behavior. She thinks to herself that he's been acting weird lately. The kitchen staff watches the Archmage as he mumbles strange spells to himself and spaces out a lot. One of them asks if he is all right. Elena's frustration grows as she realizes that, most importantly, Ellison is avoiding her. That night, Elena lies awake in bed, thinking that Ellison has been turning his back to her when they're sleeping and pulling away from hugs. She remembers a time when he used to hug her back. Back in the kitchen, Rurin looks up, confused, as she hears her name. Ellison, lost in thought, wonders aloud if he did something. Elena sighs, unaware of Ellison's internal conflict. She reassures herself that she is sure she felt it back at the camping site too. She gazes at her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face. The innkeeper wonders if her coming-of-age ceremony is the reason for her recent mood. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, one of the staff asks if height is important. The other responds that it isn't necessarily, but it feels like she's maturing. Ellison, overhearing the conversation, looks surprised. He rushes over, asking what's wrong. One of the staff points out that Ellison has cut his hand. He looks down, acknowledging the minor injury. The Archmage asks where the bandages are. Elena thinks to herself that it's fine and not to worry too much, as she can heal small wounds like these. She resolves to free him from his prison. The staff member is shocked by the sudden healing. Ellison realizes something. He stands in the kitchen, the sounds of preparation filling the air, as someone mentions Rurin's name. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon Sanctuary, preparations are underway. The Black Dragon Sanctuary looms, a testament to their power and influence. The Black Dragon Sanctuary stands as a beacon of tradition and strength. Metadana, a Black Dragon Elder, inquires about the progress of Rurin's coming-of-age ceremony. The preparations for the ceremony are proceeding smoothly, the Elder is assured. Daihegma, another Black Dragon Elder, listens intently to the report. He seems satisfied with the news. The elders have also been considering the tradition performed at the ceremony. The discussion continues, focusing on the traditions surrounding Rurin's coming of age. By tradition, they mean finding a partner for Rurin who is going to become an adult in mind and body. Daihegma reveals he has compiled a list of potential partners and offers to show it. He reviews the list of potential partners for Rurin, noting that if Niz were still alive, he would have been on it. The Elder Dragon confirms that Niz would likely have been considered, dismissing him as a fool. His gaze sharpens as the conversation takes a more serious turn. Daihegma begins to question the other Elder's motives. Metadana wonders if Daihegma still harbors negative feelings towards Archmage Ellison, the one who killed his nephew Niz. The Elder Dragon's expression darkens, a flicker of resentment crossing his face. Metadana points out that Daihegma was aware of Rurin's feelings towards Ellison, and yet, Daihegma states that he will be frank with Metadana. His face contorts with anger as he prepares to reveal his true feelings. The Elder Dragon admits that while he didn't provide Ellison with any support, he didn't stop him either. Daihegma recalls Niz's words, acknowledging the dwindling numbers of the Black Dragons. He questions the wisdom of leaving such a precious female dragon in the hands of a human during this critical period. The elder's face contorts in anger, his eyes shadowed as he considers the implications of his words. The conversation continues, with the elder stating that his first priority is the Black Dragon tribe. Elder Metadana sits upon his throne, listening intently. He is being compared to Dihegma. The focus shifts to Rurin, who is deemed a sinner for breaking the tribe's rules and creating an ancient marble. The speaker accuses Metadana of imprisoning Rurin, despite her being his own daughter. The elder states that the consequence of that mistake was immense regret, revealing his true thoughts on the matter. The elder's expression hardens as he claims to understand how he felt back then. It is revealed that Rurin must partner with someone from the Black Dragon tribe. From just below the frame, a man apologizes for not being able to join them. The apology is quickly brushed aside. It's all right, they say, they were busy, and they'll all get together next time. Changing the subject, the woman with auburn hair reminds the man that Rurin's birthday is coming up soon, and wonders if he's going to prepare for the event this time. The man smiles, coyly asking if they plan something and what it is. The answer comes, a house. The Black Dragon elder, Metadana, looks on with a knowing expression. A voice booms out, congratulating everyone on a job well done. The speaker is revealed to be a large, fluffy, white cat-like creature, Rurun, who is being praised by Metadana. The giant cat, Rurun, is told that he did well too. Another man apologizes for nitpicking, even after the task was completed. A voice declares that they loved building a home like this. The speaker muses that this could be Gultazar's masterpiece. The voice wonders how they'll react, chuckling to themselves. A figure accuses someone of being a disgrace to the clan and the daughter of a criminal. The voice continues, stating that the war broke out because the ancient marble was created, trailing off with a simple heist. The accusations and pronouncements are revealed to be directed at Rurin, who is visibly distraught. The one speaking is revealed to be a shadowy figure who declares that he hereby exiles her from his sanctuary. Rurin, now exiled, crashes through a window, screaming in anguish. The sound of her fall echoes in the night. The next morning, Rurin lies in bed, seemingly waking from a nightmare. She clutches the sheets, sweat beading on her brow as she awakens. She bursts through the door, calling out for someone named El and begging them not to leave her alone. Nearby, Archmage Ellison observes Rurin, noting that she seems to be awake. Rurin, now fully awake, asks what's wrong, but Ellison dismisses her concern. Ellison thought she had gone somewhere. The Archmage explains that he was going to tell her something on her birthday, but since he'll be busy then, now is the perfect time. Rurin is confused by the Archmage's words. Ellison changes the subject, asking if she wants to know about her lair. He explains that it's about her lair. Ellison decides to show Rurin the entrance to her lair. Rurin is amazed by the palace-like entrance and its incredibly high ceiling. They arrive at a room, and Rurin recognizes Rurun, the cat-like creature, and asks if it's his room. Ellison confirms that it is, explaining that Rurun can easily guard the lair. He also mentions a pantry connected to the dining hall and a wine cellar. Sir Ellison reveals that there are also bedrooms and treasure vaults within the lair. The Archmage continues, stating that at the center of the lair, there is something else. The camera pans up to reveal a large bathhouse. The bathhouse is ornate, with water cascading down a central structure. Rurin wonders if the bathhouse was made using the underground aquifer from before. Ellison confirms that he made it since she enjoyed bathing in a hot spring. Ellison notes that Rurin looked a bit down for a while, but seeing the lair must have lifted her spirits. Ellison thinks to himself that he can't keep putting it off any longer. Ellison's thoughts drift to Rurin's birthday. Rurun, standing nearby, thinks that he'll make sure to tell her how he feels. Suddenly, he is interrupted by Ellison, who demands that he bring some cocoa. Ellison approaches Rurin, a determined look on his face. Ellison suggests that they bathe together like last time, causing Rurun to panic and shout for him to wait. Rurun shouts for Ellison to stop. He seems frustrated as he sits in the bathhouse, the water rippling around him. Meanwhile, Ellison realizes that Rurin is rushing things. The Archmage sits, contemplating that he should have prepared himself first. The Archmage refuses to bathe with Rurin. Ellison realizes that Rurin must also be flustered by the situation. The Archmage reflects on how they used to bathe and sleep together all the time, but now they are keeping their distance. Suddenly, a portal opens. A voice questions the idea of bathing together, then calls out for Elder Metadana. Elder Metadana emerges from the portal, furious. He demands to know what Ellison has done with his granddaughter. Metadana grabs Ellison by the collar, intent on killing him. The elder states that Ellison didn't expect him to come. Metadana stands with Ellison, stating that they made a promise. The Archmage asks if this is Rurin's lair, and Metadana confirms that it is. He wondered if Rurin had finished bathing. Meanwhile, Ellison stood with another figure, commenting that the bath was pretty good. Ellison continued, explaining that he hadn't known the other man would be coming, so he hadn't prepared anything. He then asked if the praise he received meant he had passed some sort of test. The other man, revealed to be Metadana, remained silent. Metadana's words echoed in Ellison's mind, questioning if he would leave if he failed. The Black Dragon Elder turned away, asking Ellison to repeat himself. Metadana stated that they should talk for a bit. Elsewhere, Rurin continued to relax in the bath. The Archmage and the Black Dragon Elder were also in the bath. Ellison thought to himself that the situation was awkward. He was more anxious now than he had been with Rurin, wondering what Metadana wanted to talk about from so long ago. Metadana looked at Ellison with a serious expression. The story begins long before Ellison's time. It is said that a Dragon Lord was born after absorbing 3 ancient marbles. His name was Balakar. Balakar was the first and the worst Dragon Lord. He viewed all beings other than dragons as pests. It's not that dragons who think like that don't exist anymore, but the difference was that Balakar had the power to carry out his idea. Balakar ordered the extermination of every being except dragons, and nothing was left over years of slaughter. They lost the beauty of nature in that budding civilization. Eventually, everything burned to ashes, and only dragons remained. Balakar regretted this decision. He realized dragons could reign only when other creatures were present. With everything else gone, dragons began to prey on each other, devolving into beasts. Eventually, the only dragons who led a rebellion were the ones that absorbed an ancient marble even before Balakar became a lord. They finally killed Balakar, ending his reign. However, even after all that was over, but the dragons were reminded of the hideous, barbaric memories engraved in their minds. The memories of the Dragon Lord's reign were forever etched into their minds. That's when all of the dragons made a vow to prevent the birth of a Dragon Lord in the future. However, even after all this, Metadana's expression remains grim. The dragons consider someone who creates an ancient marble a criminal, a fact that seems to weigh heavily on the mind of the young noble. The young noble continues, stating that what he's about to say is related to that. He reveals that Varen, his daughter, is the mother of Rurin. The scene shifts to the Black Dragon's sanctuary. High above the world, the Black Dragon's sanctuary stands as a testament to ancient power, a floating fortress where the echoes of the past resonate. Inside, a young voice calls out, seeking the attention of her grandpa. The Black Dragon Elder, Metadana, stands by the window, his gaze distant as he hears the familiar call. He is Rurin's grandfather. The elder questions if it is Rurin calling him. The young girl, Rurin, retorts, asking who else would call him grandpa. Climbing onto Metadana's back, Rurin asks him to play, then inquires about her mother. The scene shifts to 300 years prior, during a peaceful time in the sanctuary, where younger Rurin sits atop Metadana's shoulders, playfully pulling at his hair. The elder chides Rurin for her manners. Rurin apologizes to the Black Dragon matriarch, Saren. Saren tells Rurin to get off of Metadana. Saren tells Metadana that he's being too kind to Rurin and that she will get spoiled. Metadana apologizes. The perspective shifts to a wider view of the sanctuary, showing the table where they were sitting. The scene blurs as the perspective shifts again. A powerful force shatters the entrance to what appears to be a sacred place. The one who shattered the peace, it seems, is none other than someone unexpected. The dragon's voice echoes, questioning the intrusion into a sanctuary, followed by a hesitant apology. The dragon wonders aloud if anyone is pursuing him. The Black Dragon Varen, now in human form, urges someone to hide the marble at once. The Black Dragon Varen is revealed, holding a glowing orb of energy. The elder reveals that his daughter brought an ancient marble with her. The tension in the room was palpable as the elders discussed the ancient marble. One of them exclaimed that it was indeed an ancient marble. The matriarch, Saren, questioned where Varen had acquired it, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Varen casually admitted that he had stolen it, downplaying the gravity of his actions. The elders were shocked by his nonchalant confession, one of them expressing disbelief at his casual admission and questioning if he understood the magnitude of possessing such an artifact. The matriarch urged the elders to remain calm and requested a detailed explanation of the situation. One of the elders admitted that it wouldn't be complete, but the woman holding the marble ominously declared that a lord might be born soon. Elsewhere, figures in red robes stood in a grand hall, seemingly performing a ritual. One of the robed figures levitated a marble, preparing to complete the ritual. The ritual was completed, causing a surge of energy that shattered the surrounding area. Despite her uncertainty about the situation, the woman acknowledged the unmistakable presence of ancient marbles. The Black Dragon Elder admits that he could only retrieve one ancient marble. Varen boasts about his speed, believing no one can match him. Elsewhere, a woman questions if someone understands the gravity of the situation. The Black Dragon Elder is shocked by what the Grand Matriarch is implying. The Elder insists that principles must be followed, as the energy of an ancient marble cannot be concealed by magic unless it's from a dragon. A young woman dismisses tradition as nonsense, but her father tells her it's fine. The Grand Matriarch is told that there are conditions to be met, and she asks if they have any idea what's going to happen now, stating that she knew what she was getting into when she tried to bring back the ancient marble. The Grand Matriarch agrees to the conditions, stating that if they accept them, she'll gladly oblige. Barefoot, the young woman scoffs, calling her grandfather a fool. She laments that her mother returned after so long, yet they won't even let them meet. The young woman complains that she isn't even played with properly. The young woman watches as the Grand Matriarch is escorted by several figures in black robes. She could only listen as the elders discussed Varen's fate, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. The accusation was clear. Varen had broken the ancient agreement between all dragons by creating an ancient marble. The woman with long black hair gasped, acknowledging the weight of the crime. Varen accepted the punishment, a life sentence in a rare place where escape would be impossible. The elder, his face obscured by shadows, demanded to know if he would accept this punishment. A younger Varen, now a child, accepted the sentence, calling out for his mother as he was taken away. The elder's face was etched with sorrow as he heard the child's cries. The order was given, lock him up. Once the place was complete, the elder would personally handle the transfer, ensuring no one could interfere. Elsewhere, a man questioned if the punishment was even reasonable. Another man, soaking in a bath with the elder, revealed that he only knew that Rurin's mother was treated as a sinner. The elder urged him to calm down, explaining that while she was labeled a sinner, the core reason was to protect the ancient marble from those who coveted it. Despite the explanation, the man insisted that the fact it was a prison didn't change. The black dragon elder, Metadana, emerges from his bath, a troubled expression etched on his face. His brow furrowed. Metadana's thoughts seemed to weigh heavily on him. He admits that his reaction to recent events wasn't much different than others. The elder dragon sinks back into the water, the weight of his responsibilities evident in his posture. Elsewhere, a figure reflects on a mistake they shouldn't have made. The figure, revealed to be Varen, laments that he doesn't even know how many weeks it's been since his imprisonment. In another location, two figures discuss the situation with Rurin's mother, acknowledging that she is still a child, but her actions cannot be overlooked. Back in his cell, Varen whispers Rurin's name, his voice filled with regret. A young Rurin is seen in a flashback, screaming at Metadana to get out and expressing her hatred for her grandfather. Metadana, in the past, calmly asks Rurin to run an errand for him, urging her to bring her mother back. Metadana implores Rurin to understand that this is something only she can do, warning her not to tell anyone. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, instructing someone to retrieve herbs from a specific location. The task proves more difficult than expected, as the environment is far more complicated than anticipated. The young girl, Rurin, wonders if the elder is deliberately making things difficult for her. She decides to gather some random poisonous herbs and leave. Suddenly, she stops, sensing something. She wonders if she has found the place she was looking for. The young girl realizes that this is the place, because only she could fit inside the small gap. She crawls forward, determined to complete her task. The interior glows with an intense light. Beyond a waterfall of light, a dragon's head emerges. The dragon is submerged in the water. Rurin is shocked and calls out for her mother. The dragon, startled, recognizes Rurin. Tears stream down Rurin's face as she cries out. The dragon mother, Saren, stands before the waterfall, her voice echoing as she calls out to her daughter. A voice echoes in the darkness, revealing that Saren knew her daughter must have known something. Saren cradles Rurin, thinking that she knew this wasn't right and that she had to send her away. Saren holds the child close, wondering what to do. The dragon mother's eyes are filled with sorrow as she reflects on the situation. Saren embraces Rurin, wondering what she should do. The dragon mother thinks that her daughter doesn't listen, just like her. In the end, it wouldn't have been possible. Rurin wonders if all of this scenery is magic. Saren tells Rurin that she told her not to come here, adding that the view is usually blocked by a wall. Rurin thinks that Grandpa is too much of a fool to know anyway, and Saren asks who sent her here then. Rurin recalls that Grandpa told her to pick some herbs, and now that she thinks about it, he is the one who sent her here. The young dragon, hatchling, cried out, upset that her secret had been revealed. She insisted that she was fine and that no one had seen her. She thought to herself that her father was a fool. The elder dragon questioned if the passage had been left open. He continued, noting that someone like Rurin could disappear for months without anyone noticing. The two spent happy moments together. Time passed, and though it wasn't short by dragon standards, Rurin grew, but unlike other hatchlings, she didn't explore the world. Instead, she spent her years entirely in her mother's lair, without complaint, so there was always the worry that she might become isolated from other dragons. Even so, the elder was called. Rurin announced that she was going out for about 2 years, and just seeing his granddaughter smile again was enough. The archmage, Ellison, listens as another man suggests that Rurin has been easier to deal with lately. Ellison scoffs at the notion, dismissing her as still just a sinner's daughter. Meanwhile, far above, the black dragon matriarch, in her dragon form, flies away from castle. She thinks to herself that once she is old enough to be independent, she will stop visiting the sacred land altogether. The dragon matriarch continues her flight, her destination being her mother. The dragon matriarch calls out to her mother, announcing her return. The dragon matriarch finds her mother, Saren, inside a cave, who is surprised to see that she even caught some fish. Saren is sitting near a waterfall, clutching a glowing blue orb, and gasps in pain, prompting the dragon matriarch to ask what is wrong. The dragon matriarch notices that they stopped searching for the third ancient marble. Saren, the dragon mother, realizes that they have abandoned their goal of becoming a complete lord. Now all that's left is the dragon mother's revenge. The dragon mother's revenge is at hand. With the power of the red dragon, Sardalin vows to restore the world. The red dragon lord, Sardalin, stands tall, his silhouette a promise of destruction. The era of war has begun. 2 ancient marbles remain, besides the one stolen by Bireen. The elder dragons are also searching for the incomplete lord. The elder dragon believes everything is proceeding as expected, according to their initial predictions. They seem intent on hiding their identity until the third ancient marble is found, which means the purpose of that ritual is to create a complete lord. The elder dragon grunts in frustration. The other elder dragon asks if he is all right. He says he is fine, but his ears keep ringing, a problem that has been happening more often lately. Suddenly, a messenger bird arrives. The messenger bird lands on the railing. The elder dragon realizes that the message is from the red dragons. The elder dragon notes that the holy grounds have been sealed with magic. The ringing in his ears intensifies. The other elder dragon states that they want to share information about the Lord, and asks why now, of all times. The scene opens on a dark, misty landscape, the air thick with unspoken tension. A magical circle glows with an eerie blue light, hinting at the powerful forces at play. Metadana remarks that it has been a while since they've met like this, adding that the sudden request has surprised him. The speaker is revealed to be Dedank, a red dragon elder. Dedank acknowledges that it has been a while, before reminding Metadana of what he told him in secret a long time ago. Metadana recalls that the red dragons intended to create a lord, and that he was asked to investigate it. Dedank confirms that he denied it back then, and for nearly 300 years, it was quiet. He admits that he thought the idea of a lord was a completely baseless rumor. Dedank states that he was wrong. The red dragon elder reveals that the lord's command has already been issued to all the red dragons, leaving him in disbelief. The lord's command is revealed, the annihilation of the Rubrun Empire. The red dragons plead for someone to stop them. The red dragon lord, with his near-immortal vitality, spearheaded the conquest. Elder Dedank's power erupts, shattering the landscape around him. And so, peace was shattered in an instant, and war began, a dragon war to annihilate the Rubrun Empire. The Imperial Palace was the first target and was destroyed. The Red Dragon Lord continued destroying and erasing the Rubrun Empire's territories, one after another, before him. Yet, despite the Red Dragon Lord's might, the war's prolongation was possible. The order came down to punish the ones who broke the pact, to strike down the Lord's minions. Thanks to the support of the Black Dragons, Bireen's lair itself was a perfect fortress. During the war, Dihegma was rather at ease regarding Rurin and Bireen. The Red Dragons and Black Dragons' forces were nearly equal, leaving no room to focus elsewhere, as a voice calls out for their mother. A memory surfaces a waterfall scene as the voice recalls, "Mom, you were right," and, as I said, Bireen's lair itself. The real Lord appeared. Lurin's eyes widen in shock as she witnesses something unexpected. Bireen recalls her grandfather's instructions. She was not to leave this place for a while. But it seemed her daughter, Lurin, thought differently, reaching out to touch a mysterious light. Bireen calls out to Lurin, realizing that perhaps she had already prepared herself to some extent, knowing she must learn to protect herself. Bireen decides to begin teaching Lurin magic. From then on, Bireen also taught Lurin how to fight. Lurin's training intensifies, her body glistening with sweat as she pushes her physical limits. From magic to the combat techniques of dragons, everything continued throughout the war. For 13 years, Lurin trains relentlessly, pushing herself to the brink. Bireen reflects on what will happen at the end of that time, as Lurin's power grows. Lurin unleashes a powerful blast of energy, showcasing her mastery of magic. Bireen observes that Lurin is learning much faster than she expected, as the dragon smiles. Having imparted most of the basics of magic and combat, Bireen tells Lurin that she can learn flying techniques later. The dragon mother places a hand on Lurin's head, lamenting that there is still so much she wants to teach her. With a sorrowful expression, Bireen apologizes to Lurin. Bireen embraces Lurin tightly, acknowledging that they don't have time. Suddenly, Lurin coughs up blood, her eyes wide with shock as dark tendrils creep across her face. She calls out for her mother. Bireen, now silhouetted against a red glow, holds a glowing blue orb, seemingly trying to contain the dark energy consuming her daughter. The blue orb pulses with intense energy. A voice calls out Lurin's name. The voice urges her to wake up. Lurin's eyes snap open, sweat beading on her brow. Lurin, back in the familiar clearing with her mother, clutches her stomach in pain, asking what's wrong. She wonders if it was all a dream, noting that even her clothes are intact. Birin asks Lurin if she feels the mana overflowing. Lurin confirms, stating she feels powerful, though she doesn't know why. The ancient Mabel has been absorbed into her body. Birin explains that during the war, Lurin's strength will become crucial, instructing her to stay with her grandfather in the holy grounds and assist him. The young girl questions why she was allowed to absorb the forbidden Mabel. The dragon mother warns her daughter to never tell anyone about it. Lurin probably didn't fully understand what that meant. Birin tells Lurin that it's a secret mission between them, hinting at the implications of Lurin absorbing the ancient Mabel. Birin tells Lurin that this is her decision. Birin tells her daughter to never forget that moving forward, and thanks to her, her memories in this lair are all happy ones. Birin expresses her happiness to be with Lurin. Birin embraces Lurin, telling her that she loves her. Birin tells Lurin to go now. Lurin responds that she will. Birin says that she'll be back, but it was the last time. A figure falls from the sky. The final conversation between Birin and Lurin echoes in the void. A dragon-like shadow looms over the scene as the hooded figure stirs, confused. A grotesque, tearful visage appears, triggering a memory of that dreadful sight. The figure, standing before the dragon, sighs, seemingly rejecting the memory. The hooded figure, revealed to be Lurin, is told that he must know it better since he saw it with his own eyes. Lurin wonders if he is too late, recalling that he won't explain what happened afterwards since he experienced it himself. An older man with a long beard looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. The man continues, speaking of Lurin. Lurin's face is shown in anguish as he remembers being expelled from the holy grounds. The man wonders why. Even hearing the story, he doesn't understand why Lurin was abandoned and eventually cast out despite the war ending. Before his daughter accepted all the punishments, she made one condition. The man states that there is just one condition, and if they accept this, he will gladly comply. The dragon mentor recalls a time when he didn't want Lurin to be treated like a criminal. For now, there was no choice but to let her live proudly as a member of the Black Dragons, as Lurin was just a fledgling at the time. He reflects on how she couldn't perfectly hide the aura from absorbing the ancient Mabel. On emotional outbursts or a day of fighting, other dragons would notice immediately. After everyone believed that Birin was dead and the Mabel was gone, they couldn't leave her be. Moreover, using the clan's rules, he intended to summon Lurin back to the holy grounds once she became an adult and without a lair. He admits that he's done Ellison a disservice. A younger Ellison shouts, questioning if he can act so selfishly like that, banishing her as he pleases and summoning her back as he pleases. The younger Ellison asks if he has ever considered Lurin's feelings, demanding that he tell him. The dragon mentor looks on as the younger Ellison speaks. The dragon mentor wonders what he should do and what actions he must take. He reflects on the past, recalling how Birin's lair was breached. The dragon mentor remembers the small gap he created, the one that led to Birin's lair being breached and his daughter's death. He laments that his foolishness led to the child's death, wondering what actions he can take to make amends. Archmage Ellison recalls that the war significantly reduced the number of female individuals in the clan. He believes there will never be a better time for Rurin to return to the holy grounds and be completely welcomed. The dragon mentor acknowledges how shameless his words sound, but still begs Ellison. A voice demands that they give up the lair. The dragon mentor stands before Archmage Ellison, the tension palpable between them. The voice continues, stating that the decision is not for them to make. Rurin's face is shown, her expression determined, as she declares it's for her sake. The man wonders if he's being asked to give up everything, including this lair and Rurin. The elder states that Rurin is a dragon, and he is a human. The voice continues, saying that no matter how strong he is, that won't change. It questions if he can truly be certain that he can walk alongside Rurin. The man's eyes widen as he thinks about how long it has been. He thinks back to when they arrived, noting that it has only been about a year. Rurin simply replies, "Only a year, you say?" Rurin reflects that a year might feel short to him, but it's different for humans. The voice reminds him that since he's consumed the dragon's heart, won't it be different for him? He thinks to himself that there's no way to know if it extends life, and that he's the only human to have absorbed the heart. The man clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. Sir Ellison, standing before the ornate doors, demands that someone reveal themselves. Hidden behind the door, Rurin is discovered. Ellison knows she's there. Rurin calls out to Metadana, her voice filled with a plea. Ellison declares that he and Rurin will now proceed to the sacred grounds to prepare for the maturation ceremony. The Archmage continues, stating that they will find a suitable dragon for Rurin and pair them up. The idea of being paired up shocks her. The Archmage asks if Rurin has also heard Birin's request, hinting at a deeper conflict. Rurin's eyes widen, a visible tremor passing through her as she realizes the gravity of the situation. The Archmage demands to know why someone is just standing there, urging them to take action. Ellison, his expression resolute, declares that he knows his place, suggesting he is aware of the opposition he faces. Ruin acknowledges that her plea won't be enough to stop him, but recognizes that he has the right to proceed regardless. Ellison states that if, after considering all the differences between species and the last chance given to Ruin, they still can't accept it, he challenges them to stop his steps now, stating that if they do so, he will accept everything as well. A strange energy crackles in the air. The energy surrounds Ruin and an unknown figure, who seems to be speaking to her. The voice calls out Rurin's name. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, offering an apology. Rurin, tears welling in her eyes, demands to know what the cloaked figure means by telling her to be selfish. The cloaked figure stands in the doorway, still facing away from her. The figure disappears, leaving only silence. The air crackles with energy as the cloaked figure vanishes. A grand castle stands bathed in moonlight. A voice instructs her to stay there until the maturation ceremony. Rurin lies in bed, seemingly recovered from her earlier distress. A voice assures her that the place she used before has been reorganized, and she should ask if she needs anything. Ellison stands over Rurin, reminding her that she is still not skilled enough to conceal the aura of ancient Mabel, but that he understands her desire to fight with others. The Archmage refuses to leave, his intentions firm. His expression is grim, a bead of sweat trickling down his weathered face. The Archmage stands in a dimly lit room, observing something with a critical eye. He finds the situation to be quite a departure for what he anticipated. He reflects on the unexpected turn of events, admitting he didn't think they would bring her so easily. A disembodied voice echoes, pressing someone to remember what they said, while another voice assures that nothing is certain yet. The masked figure instructs his companion to proceed with the ceremony as planned, their forms wreathed in ominous purple energy. A voice confidently declares that everything is going smoothly, despite the uncertainty. Meanwhile, in a completely different setting, a chef joyfully proclaims it's another day of Yuba. A woman questions the chef's inability to speak normally and his constant consumption of the same dish, while he simply responds with a confused what. The chef asks if he can do it, exclaiming that it's delicious. The chef's exaggerated reaction is punctuated by a large, emphasizing his surprise or excitement. The taste of the meat is clearly not to her liking, as the woman with red hair grimaces. She wonders aloud why it tastes the way it does, and if Yuba is responsible. The blonde elf across from her insists that the food is terrible, but edible enough. She tells the red-haired woman not to force herself to eat it. The red-haired woman, clearly annoyed, snaps at the elf, calling her a fool. The elf continues to eat the food, seemingly unbothered. Unseen, someone adds sugar to the food. A waiter, noticing something amiss, asks what's the matter. The red-haired woman looks around, confused, and wonders who is treating everyone today. It's been noted that the chef, Yuba, has been acting strange lately, completely out of control, and replacing every seasoning with honey. The elf observes that Yuba is dumping sugar all over the food, and declares that he's finally lost it. The red-haired woman is confused by the chef's behavior. The red-haired woman realizes that Benin, the former orchard owner and pottery craftsman, isn't around either, and wonders if the two are related. She decides to make a celebratory gesture. The scene shifts to Benin, who is being discussed. He is a former orchard owner and pottery craftsman. Someone mentions that the food is supposed to be delicious. They ask for 2 bowls of noodle soup from Benin. Someone asks what's with Yuba's condition, and is told that noodle soup isn't available today. The restaurant stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Inside, Chef Yuba apologizes, claiming he's not in the right condition to cook. He suggests Linty prepare another dish, but Rurin insists she'll eat anything, noticing how tired he looks. Sir Ellison, observing the exchange, asks what's going on, concern etched on his face. The Archmage presses the chef, noting that it's not just his inability to cook that's troubling, but his overall demeanor. He pointedly asks if he didn't receive great help from him. Yuba remains silent, lost in thought. The chef recalls a past conversation with Benin, where he advised him to hold onto meal. He wonders what he was thinking, confidently advising the former orchard owner like that. The narrative shifts to a broader perspective, reflecting on a pair of lovers from among the people he knows, who are so different from each other. The woman, it's revealed, comes from an incredibly distinguished family, one that desperately wants her back, even after she fought and ran away from home. Her mother even wrote of her longing for her in her will. But the man is entirely unstable, his status doesn't match hers, and his health is poor, so he might not live long. He might even die before her, leaving her behind. In such a situation, a marriage proposal comes for the woman from someone of equal status. The chance to reconcile with her family was there, and they welcomed it with open arms. In that situation, if the man had held a blade, what should he do? Benin, as he had been told before, should act as if there was no tomorrow, so that there would be no regrets. Yes, he did. If there really was no tomorrow, was it right to hold on to her? The weight of the decision pressed heavily on him. The man with the mustache asks if Benin has a severe illness or is about to die. He is taken aback by the question, wondering why he would think that. The mustache man replies that it's obvious, noting the lack of denial. The mustache man asks if this sounds familiar, and Benin admits he was just thinking the same thing. Benin is confused, and the mustache man says that this might help him decide, asking how he feels about listening to his choice. The choice he would have made. Elsewhere, a lone figure sits at a desk, the floating castle visible through the window. He sat in his chair, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, one of the elders stated that Rurin must be paired with another black dragon of the same kind. Another elder proposed a bet. The elder elaborated, explaining that for the black dragon lineage, Rurin must be with a dragon, though the other elders seemed to think differently. The elder questioned why they wouldn't tell Archmagellus everything, including Birin's past, and why this chance is so important to Rurin, without lying. The elder in the chair reacted with surprise. The other elder explained that if Ellison still insisted on taking Rurin, they would skip the pairing process in this maturation ceremony, ignoring the tradition. He continued, stating that if Ellison made another choice out of misplaced compassion, then Rurin would be paired with one of the other male dragon candidates. The elder in the chair was asked where he would place his bet. The elder responded that, of course, he trusted Ellison. The elder raised his glass of wine, the setting sun reflecting in its crimson depths. He slammed the glass down, the wine sloshing violently. The dragon mentor's frustration boils over, replaying the events in his mind. He berates himself for not stopping the ceremony, for not grabbing Rurin and taking her away. The memory replays, showing the young noble attempting to set some dragon hierarchy straight, but the dragon mentor's authority is too much for him. The word hangs in the air, a silent accusation. The memory continues, showing the ceremony proceeding despite the mentor's internal turmoil. He laments his silence, wishing he had spoken up to stop it. He continues to question his actions, wondering if he should have brought up the lifespan issue or mentioned Birin's last wish. The dragon mentor reflects on his emotional state, chiding himself for being a fool and for always overthinking things. He doesn't want Rurin to be treated as a sinner like him. The weight of the situation bears down on Rurin. She knows she can't be helped now, but hopes that someday she can live proudly as a member of the Black Dragon lineage. A vision of the past surfaces, a memory of his daughter's wish, that everyone would welcome it. Ellison sits alone, contemplating the situation. He fears that his daughter's wish might come true in the worst possible way. Elsewhere, whispers spread about the maturation ceremony. The child receiving it is Rurin, as expected. The whispers continue, noting that the timing of Rurin's ceremony is perfect. A mysterious lady stands before a door, her presence causing a stir. It was time to leave. A voice calls out, ordering them to wait. The speaker is revealed to be Rurin, flanked by cloaked figures. Suddenly, a figure bursts through a nearby door, demanding they stop. The cloaked figure is kicked back, the attacker demanding to know if they know who they're talking to. The perspective shifts to Rurin, who is asked if she is indeed Rurin. The one who kicked the cloaked figure asks who she is, stating that it doesn't matter, he was worried she might be ugly. The man introduces himself as Luherd of the Black Dragon Luhan clan. One of the Black Dragon elders questions if Luherd is truly destined to be Rurin's mate. The elder explains that the female population has dwindled due to the war, drastically decreasing the number of males as well. Those who survived generally fell into two categories: those who were too weak to partake in the war, or those who were strong enough to survive it. Luherd is clearly the latter. He was a hero of the last war. Among the dragons who have only recently reached adulthood, none can match Luherd's strength. Among the candidates, the elder believed him to be the most outstanding to entrust the elder's precious granddaughter, speaking of Luherd's temperament. That brute rampaged through the war without a care for human casualties. He expresses relief, having heard rumors but needing to see her face. She's far more handsome than he'd imagined. He orders his servants to leave them. Power, honor women. He's never failed to claim what he desired. Having proven his strength in this war, only two things remain. By taking you, the elder's granddaughter, he'll secure both. Though her status as a criminal's daughter is a slight hindrance. The force of the blow is enough to make the question echo. Strong? With this level of power, what could he possibly have proven? Only one person in this world may lay hands on her body. The dragon, Luherd, wonders if this is for real, noting that the bloodlust isn't something an immature dragon should emit. He thinks there's some fun in taming her. The dragon mentor tells them both to stop, saying it is good to have expectations of one another, but their energies are excessive. The Grand Matriarch and Rurin are seen walking together. The Grand Matriarch is seen. Emitting bloodlust within the sanctuary is forbidden. The elder already gave her a warning. The Grand Matriarch asks Rurin if she knows what she's absorbed, stating that within this sanctuary, only the elder and she know that secret. The Grand Matriarch says that Rurin's bloodlust earlier was reckless, and if Luherd weren't so dense. She offers her apologies to the Grand Matriarch. The elder emphasizes the importance of the matter at hand. Another elder comments on how radiant Rurin looks in her attire, adding that Birine would. The Grand Matriarch states that she has longed to see this. Another elder asks if he may ask something of the Grand Matriarch. The elder states that the Lord is dead and the war is over. The elder questions why Birine is still considered a criminal. The Grand Matriarch states that Birine didn't create the ancient Mabel. The elder asks why Birine is still a criminal. The Grand Matriarch states that principles must be upheld, regardless of circumstance, and that if they made an exception for Birine, others who create ancient Mabels will invent excuses. The elder questions whether Birine found the ancient Mabel elsewhere or took it from someone else, calling out to the Grand Matriarch. The Grand Matriarch states that the dragon's principles are to prevent the birth of a dragon lord, and that those who create an ancient Mabel are eternally imprisoned in a special layer with its essence. Dragons who absorb an ancient Mabel are to be executed, a harsh sentence for a desperate act. The Grand Matriarch, Saren, explains that the sole exception to that principle, twisted by Birine's sacrifice, is Rurin. She refuses to let Birine be treated as a criminal like herself, realizing that this condition was likely in mind from the beginning. The Dragon Mentor urges Rurin to complete her adulthood ritual safely. The Mentor emphasizes that she can only complete the ritual if she cherishes that resolve. The Dragon Mentor asks how Rurin would like to hear the story. The scene shifts to a flashback, where a man reflects on the choice he made. The man, a vessel artisan, explains that these vessels were tableware he prepared as a wedding gift for his daughter, Tenna. The artisan recalls his apprentices, Gedroa and Piner. Piner had always been close to Tenna, a childhood friend, but was poor and orphaned. Gedroa, meanwhile, was the eldest son of a wealthy family. Gedroa, from the Grand Workshop in Melksea, was wealthy and of high social standing, a perfect match envied by all. The artisan considered who would be a suitable partner for his daughter. The vessel artisan wondered if he should choose Piner, whom Tenna already cherished, or Gedroa, the seemingly ideal match. In his indecision, he shattered the vessels. So, as a test of craftsmanship, the artisan tasked them with repairing the vessels. At first, it seemed like a simple request, but it clarified the vessel artisan's choice. He presents Gedroa's repair, a pristine plate, seemingly flawless. The vessel artisan wonders which vessel seems better restored. He asks if Gedroa's plate is not the better choice. Superficially, it appears flawless, but as tableware, the restoration is a failure. Meanwhile, Piner's vessel seems crude at a glance, but preserves its essence, unlike Gedroa's, which used adhesives toxic to humans, rendering it unusable for food. Though some may mock the visible cracks, it was sturdily glued together, much like Piner and Tenna. The vessel artisan declares that he has approved their marriage. Piner and Tenna embrace, their smiles radiant, making the vessel artisan's earlier worries seem foolish. When love is the essence, what else matters? He realizes he had been blinded by appearances. The vessel artisan stands alone, holding Piner's repaired vessel, asking if it is worthless in their eyes. He acknowledges that he is human. The vessel artisan's thoughts drift to the differences between himself and the dragon, a chasm too wide to bridge. He reflects on his extended lifespan, juxtaposed against Lurin's limited time to return. He wonders if they are simply two different species even. The artisan questions what would happen if he stayed with her, and Lurin was left alone. The artisan recalls the belief that a dragon should bond with another dragon, that it is the key to her happiness. He remembers her eagerness to care for him. He remembers Lurin's mother's final wish, that she would return to their restaurant. He recalls thinking how pretty she was. He remembers her saying she would stay with him forever if he wished it. The artisan knew this day would come when he brought her from the sanctuary. He realizes that his choice is a punishment, and that is why he tried to let her go. He thinks back to the restaurant and how it all began. The scene shifts to a memory of the restaurant, where he and Lurin sit together, bathed in the warm light streaming through the window. Back in the present, the vessel artisan's hands tremble as he holds the cracked vessel. Tears stream down his face as he cradles the splendid vessel, now marred by imperfections. He clutches the vessel tightly, begging Lurin for one more chance. The artisan, Ellison, sees the vessel as flawless, despite its cracks. A fist connects with Ellison's face, the force of the blow blurring his features. After the punch, the Archmage is asked if he intends to chase after Lurin. He thinks to himself that he and Mr. Creston are alike. Another punch lands, sending Ellison reeling. Two men question the Archmage's behavior, asking if their relationship seems foolish to him after all they've done for him. Ms. Miltine and Mr. Men arrive, and the Archmage thinks to himself that he never thought their relationship was foolish. Ellison is left alone, contemplating. Someone grabs the Archmage by the hair. The mysterious lady from the orchard says that it's cheating. Ellison looks down, holding the robe he was just given. The mysterious lady states that it's cheating. A voice says that he wished for a restaurant, not one run alone. A group of people in dark robes are seen. The Black Dragon Elder commands silence in the Grand Hall, his voice echoing through the chamber. Metadana, elder of the Black Dragons, declares that the adulthood ritual shall commence. The word commence fills the panel, signaling the start of the ritual. The sound of footsteps echoes as Lurin, surrounded by cloaked figures, approaches the center of the ritual circle. The sound of her footsteps continues as Lurin walks forward, her expression unreadable. The adulthood ritual is about to begin for Lurin. Luherd watches the ritual, remarking on how radiant Lurin looks. He believes it is time for her to forget her mother's sins, seeing her as an improvement over Nice. The elder instructs Lurin to release her polymorph and assume her true form before the ritual can proceed. Lurin's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in her gaze. Lurin declares that she is about to reveal her true form, shocking the onlookers. One of the cloaked figures exclaims in disbelief at her defiance. The elder demands silence, questioning if Lurin denies her identity as a dragon, believing that living with a human has ruined her. He orders the ritual to proceed. Luherd is called forward as the ritual continues. As Lurin's mate, he was told he would partake in her ritual. He declared that he was honored to stand there. It was said that at midnight, Lurin would be recognized as an adult black dragon, as by the clan's laws, she shall be. She would be protected in the sanctuary until she either wished to create a lair, bear offspring, or seek independence. By tradition, it was said that unmated females must bond with an adult male through the ritual to lead the clan's revival, and at the ritual's end, the two shall. A voice echoed, telling someone to seek them out once more. A figure was told to scram, and questioned if they didn't hear the command. It was declared that this was a criminal's lair, and that their mother's crimes weren't absolved by their merits. Nice and Hoburn, both black dragons, were told not to delude themselves. It was said that even after the war, they would never hold their head high. Someone was asked why they endure this. It was stated that they could easily crush a few dragons, but none. The man retorts that he didn't interfere anyway, as blue energy crackles around him. The dragon mentor and Rurin sat by the fire, the silence broken only by the crackling flames. The dragon mentor poured a ladle of soup into a bowl. He questioned why Rurin allowed others to strike her. The dragon mentor offered the bowl to Rurin. He told her it was none of his concern, his eyes obscured by the rising steam. Rurin sat cross-legged, her expression unreadable. The dragon mentor demanded she speak, offering her the bowl of soup. Rurin explained that it was because of the ancient Mabel her mother passed down to her, a serious crime for a dragon. She continued, explaining that since she was still in the youngling stage, she couldn't completely conceal its presence. Rurin revealed that her mother told her to go straight to her grandfather, who immediately noticed and put up a few barriers to prevent others from finding out. The dragon mentor listened intently as she explained that even that wasn't perfect, and if she fought, they might notice, so she just took the hits. The dragon mentor suggested that it would be easier if she just didn't fight, then offer to beat them up for her instead. He listens intently as Rurin speaks of enduring weak punches. The dragon mentor seems surprised by her casual acceptance of being hit. Rurin explains that she's likely the only one who would say, "Let me hit a dragon," so casually. The dragon mentor offers her a small portion of food. He states that he is serious and that they played a role in ending the war. Rurin recalls her grandfather's words, that there was a way to restore her mother's honor. She thinks to herself that the day she returns to the sanctuary, everything will fall into place. Until then, Rurin resolves to endure as many weak punches as they throw at her. She is willing to endure anything, as long as her mother is freed from the label of a criminal. Elsewhere, the war is over, and discussions with the Red Dragons about post-war matters are ongoing. It is also noted that young members of noble families are advertising their bloodlines, and that it will be a rough time for a while. Two figures discuss whether Rurin is still in May's lair. The other confirms that is correct. One of the figures suggests that it would be better to arrange an independent lair instead. The figure states that it is time to officially announce Bareen's actions and restore her honor, now that the war is over. Even the ancient Mabel they recovered no longer exists in this world, so they can't let her daughter continue to be. The elder laments that Bareen was treated in such a way. The matriarch insists that there are no exceptions to the rules, elder. The elder declares that Bareen will remain a criminal. The matriarch is addressed, but she corrects the speaker, realizing she misspoke. The matriarch states that there were exceptions, too, in fact. The elder speaks of a tiny crack in what should be a perfect criminal's lair. The matriarch continues, mentioning the grave sin of Rurin absorbing the ancient Mabel, and questions if those are the only exceptions that must be upheld. Someone slams their hands on a table, the sound echoing in the room. Elsewhere, a figure declares that today is the day. The pair happily announce that today is the day they finally return to the sanctuary. The figure asks if it's already time, remarking how time sure flies, and then happily tells the other to be happy. The girl admits she feels a little sad about parting, though, but is told she's saying ridiculous things. The man in the blue robe, still reeling from the revelation, is reminded by Rurin that she is a dragon and deserves respect. The dragon mentor acknowledges someone's hard work, but admits that the food wasn't bad during their stay. Rurin smirks, offering to bring someone to the sanctuary as a servant. Archmagellus states that he has other plans and will be leaving once he finishes up here. The mysterious lady instructs someone to take care of themselves and make sure they eat properly. A distant castle looms in the sky. An unseen figure demands to know how someone dares to come here, adding that this whole war happened because people like them created ancient Mables. The woman with curly hair is identified as the daughter of the criminal who created the ancient Mable, prompting another to ask her to calm down. Someone declares that their son died because of a woman like Bireen, demanding to know if she understands. Rurin is surprised to learn that she's Bireen's daughter. A man questions what kind of face someone has to walk in here so shamelessly. Even if she's a child, someone claims she has no awareness at all, as Rurin notes that something feels off about her grandfather. The weight of the accusations against her mother still hangs heavy in Rurin's mind. The speaker, a figure with sharp features and a severe expression, looms large. The figure declares, with finality, that he hereby banishes her from the sanctuary. The assembled figures echo the sentiment, demanding that the criminal's daughter must leave. The unseen crowd demands how she dares defile the sanctuary, ordering her to leave. The words echo in Rurin's mind, the realization that nothing has changed despite all she endured. The command to get out reverberates, the weight of the rejection crushing her. The sanctuary, a place of supposed refuge, now feels like a prison, a constant reminder that it's like time never moved forward. It's like time never moved forward. Elsewhere, the mysterious lady watches over a scene with a man kneeling by a fire, questioning Rurin's presence. The man wonders why she is back, revealing that she was banished from the sanctuary. Another figure expresses shock at the banishment, believing they were supposed to clear her mother's name. She reflects on her recent banishment, concluding that she was simply useless to those who cast her out. Meanwhile, the man in the blue robe laments that everything they did was for nothing, claiming to understand how Rurin feels. But the banished woman, unseen in the shadows, retorts that thinking like that won't help, demanding that he be honest with her. The man's expression twists with anger as he accuses her of finding it funny to watch him get beaten up by others. The darkness around Rurin seems to pulse as she shouts at him to shut up. The shadowy figure of Rurin is surrounded by dark energy. The man in the blue robe, surrounded by a blue glow, angrily tells her not to pretend to understand him. The shadowy figure of Rurin screams at him to get out, asking if he has any idea what it was like for her, waiting every single day. The dark energy intensifies around Rurin. The man in the blue robe, looking distressed, shouts back that she has nowhere else to go in the first place, questioning what an outsider from another world even knows. The man's boots are shown as he stands his ground. The man in the blue robe stands in a cave. A dragon kneels before a small fire, the scene heavy with unspoken words. The dragon's thoughts echo, revealing a deep regret. He reflects on saying something he shouldn't have, something that has clearly caused a rift. The dragon's face is shown, his expression a mix of sadness and resignation. He believes someone like him has no right to ask anything. The scene shifts to the coming-of-age ceremony, where it's revealed that Luherd was chosen for his contributions in the war, selected over other candidates. It's further explained that Rurin, just like Luherd, is becoming an adult and must accept the blessings given at this ceremony. They are instructed to face each other. The focus narrows to the final part of the ceremony, the oath's kiss. A voice reflects on being embraced, even while pushing others away. Rurin stands with a somber expression, her eyes downcast, hinting at the internal conflict she's experiencing. The scene focuses on Rurin's feet as she prepares for the oath's kiss, thinking that it will happen just this once. Luherd and Rurin are face to face, tears streaming down her face as he gently touches her chin, a bittersweet moment. A plea echoes, a desperate wish to be found again, just one last time, as the ceremony continues. The scene shifts to a rainy exterior, figures standing on a balcony overlooking the ceremony, their presence adding an ominous tone. The dragon Mentor stands tall, observing the ceremony, unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, Rurin's eyes widen with alarm as she senses an impact on the barrier, realizing they are under attack. A message arrives, reporting the attack at the entrance, and the question hangs in the air: who dares to assault their sanctuary? The force of the attack intensifies, the barrier groaning under the strain. The barrier at the entrance buckles further, showing signs of imminent collapse. Concerned guards wonder why there has been no word from the sanctuary's defenses. The warning blares. The barrier is about to break. Disbelief spreads as the defenders question how anyone could breach a high-level barrier established by multiple dragons. The barrier shatters, revealing the mysterious figures who have breached the defenses, standing before Luherd and Rurin. A voice echoes, questioning the identity of the intruders. The intruders stand amidst the shattered remains of the barrier, their presence a clear threat to the ongoing ceremony. Rurin, tears welling in her eyes, apologizes for her tardiness. The mysterious lady touches her chest, a silent acknowledgement of the situation. Figure, cloaked and hooded, is revealed to be the one they were expecting. The voice declares that there is no need for further delay. Rurin declares that she has made up her mind, as a voice booms, announcing that Ellison has finally arrived. Two figures stand overlooking the scene, one of them identified as one of the three great heroes of war. A figure stands bathed in blue light, identified as humanity's only ninth-class magician and the Dragon Slayer. A voice announces the arrival of the grandson-in-law, noting that he was almost late. The Dragon Minter expresses his delight at seeing Ellison, his heart racing. The Dragon Minter urges Ellison to hurry up and take Rurin with him. Someone asks the reason for coming here, but another voice responds that there is no need to explain to the elder, as he already knows. Ellison states that no human is. He stands in the sanctuary, declaring that he has always wanted to meet Ellison. The mysterious figure is enraged that someone would dare raise their head and face dragons, a crime punishable by death, and even attempt to stop the sacred ritual. The hooded figure is told to leave at once, as their presence diminishes the sanctity of the holy place, a ritual and trespass into the ceremonial grounds. The robed figures are hearing for the first time that simply facing a dragon is a crime punishable by death. The Dragon Slayer apologizes, but asks where the preservation is. The dragon wonders if the Dragon Slayer has lost his mind just because he took down a few random dragons. Someone shouts, questioning how anyone could dare insult Lord Luhurd. The Dragon Slayer is sent flying backwards through the air. The mysterious lady and Luhurd look on in shock as they witness the Dragon Slayer being sent flying. Luhurd realizes that the Dragon Slayer is here. The dragon, Lord Ruhad, scoffed at the mere thought of a human losing their mind over killing a few stray dragons. He dared to question the dragon's actions. Before Ruhad could react, a magical circle appeared beneath him. The magic circle activated, sending the dragon flying through the air. Two onlookers gasped at the sight of the dragon being launched. One of the onlookers muttered in agreement, acknowledging Lord Ruhad's name. The hooded figure pointed accusingly, his glowing eye piercing through the shadows. The figure declared Ruhad disqualified. Ruhad chuckled, realizing it was just a simple reinforcement magic. Before the dragon could react, the hooded figure yelled for him to stop and halt. The sanctuary began to collapse. The weight of his actions settled upon him, each step echoing the end of a war and the promise of peace between all races. He had also absorbed the ancient Mabel and the Lord's heart, a fact that prompted others to cast nullification magic, hoping to silence him. The force of the magic slams into Ruhad, sending him crashing into the ground. That power, once used to uphold the Dragon Pact, was now being used against him, but something was amiss. A figure, cloaked in blue energy, demanded to know who dared challenge their authority. Elle, watching from afar, admitted she got too excited. A voice echoed, warning that if he messed up, he might end up killing Ruhad. The blue energy swirled, focusing on the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure declared that enough was enough. Coughing, Ruhad realized that the attack wasn't lethal enough to threaten his life. Saren, the Black Dragon matriarch, urged them to be magnanimous and forgiving. The cloaked figure greeted Saren, the Black Dragon matriarch. The Dragon Slayer, Ellison, stands before the dragon, Luhurd, and a woman with green hair. The dragon acknowledges that the Dragon Slayer is worthy of being there. However, the dragon warns that if he claims the authority of a dragon, punishment will be carried out accordingly. The woman with green hair is shocked, realizing that he was spared from execution only because he is human, despite absorbing the ancient Mabel. Ellison explains that the clause was created to prevent the birth of a lord, and absorbing the essence of three entities does not grant him the right to command them. The Dragon Slayer argues that in this situation, there is no reason to punish him, as his existence might actually be preventing the emergence of a new ancient Mabel. Ellison reveals that he came prepared for such a response, as blue energy crackles around his hand. He dares them to attempt punishment. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair looks on with concern. The woman with green hair pleads with the matriarch not to. The coming-of-age ceremony is in full swing. The dragon states that he will consider it after hearing the answer to the elder's question. The dragon, his form wreathed in blue flame, demands an explanation. Why has someone dared to intrude upon his domain? The answer comes, stark and simple, to set everything right. The accusation hangs in the air as a finger points towards Rurin. She is. Archmage Ellison declares that Rurin is someone who knows nothing about tidiness. Rahad, the dragon, seems taken aback by this assessment. The Archmage continues, listing her faults. A troublemaker who has broken so many dishes they can't even be counted, a thief of beer, and someone who doesn't even speak formally to customers. He questions the nonsense of it all. The accusations continue to mount against Rurin. Her cooking is practically criminal, and her temper is so short that she starts fighting if left alone for a moment. She can only wait a moment. But Ellison declares that Rurin is more than just her flaws. The Dragon Elder states that she is not the daughter of a criminal. The Archmage reveals that she is Bireen's daughter. A voice warns to think carefully, for reckless words could destroy all the sacrifices that have been made so far. The warning hangs heavy, the weight of past sacrifices pressing down. The cloaked figure, surrounded by swirling purple energy, declares that their decision was made long ago. The truth begins to surface. Bireen did not create the ancient Mabel. Sir Ellison stands in a grand hall, the weight of the revelations pressing down on him. Rurin's eyes widen, a mix of shock and dawning understanding spreading across her face as she learns the truth about her mother. The story continues to unfold. Bireen stole the ancient Mabel from the group, trying to create a lord, revealing that she was actually a hero. Luhurt is being supported by two figures, clearly shaken by the unfolding events. He can't believe what he is hearing. The Black Dragon matriarch, Saren, is confronted with the question of whether Bireen was truly a criminal. Ellison has finally done it. Rurin clutches her chest, overwhelmed by the revelations. It's just like 2 years ago, when she turned the sanctuary upside down again. The voice condemns someone as a disgrace to the clan. The speaker declares that someone's mother is a criminal, the words echoing through the grand hall filled with onlookers. The speaker reveals that the war happened as punishment for creating the ancient Mabel beyond her station. The dragon, in a fit of rage, declares that he will not be making any demands of the clan. He recalls that Nice was not lying when he said he didn't like her, and that she still has the habit of tormenting the woman he has his eye on. One of the figures questions the dragon's motives, asking if he enjoys seeing her sad and if his sudden generosity in accepting her back is perverted. The woman in question, presumably Rurin, tearfully states that she only wants her mother's honor restored, now that the Lord is dead and the war is over. A figure shrouded in a hooded cloak declares that they want nothing else. It is said that Rurin endured all this pain for the sake of the clan without ever voicing her suffering, and that even with such wounds, she never resented anyone. The dragon elder watches Rurin from afar, lamenting that she is only being accepted back because the clan is in its current state. The hooded figure is sent flying backwards, exclaiming in pain as they are reminded of the past. Rurin, crying, repeats that it is happening again. Someone groans in pain. The hooded figure laments that their mother is still treated as a criminal and that they were exiled from the sanctuary. The hooded figure, now revealed to be the dragon slayer Ellison, lies defeated, stating that they have nothing left. The dragon slayer's thoughts drift to what he has lost, his mother, his clan, everything. Alone in the darkness, Ruhad believes he is truly alone. A voice booms out, demanding someone to leave. The voice continues, declaring that the daughter of a criminal must leave. The voice scorns the human, saying he wasn't even wanted anywhere else. The human, a newcomer to this world, wonders what an outsider could possibly know. Ruhad realizes he wasn't alone after all, tears welling in his eyes. The dragon slayer's name is called out, but it is too late. Ruhad laments his mistake, wishing for someone to come back. He realizes the rift is still open, understanding that this was inevitable. Tears stream down Ruhad's face as he faces the consequences of his actions. He stands silhouetted in the cave entrance, a figure of both authority and concern. He observes someone just inside the cave, noting, "You were starving again, weren't you?" A plate of hamburger steak is presented, the aroma promising a welcome change. "Get up and eat this," he says, adding, "It's called a hamburger steak. It's delicious." The dragon slayer, Ellison, kneels, offering food to a large, crying creature. He explains that he went to the sanctuary, but Nice wasn't there before calling out, "El?" The scene shifts to a close-up of Lurin, lying on the ground, covered in dirt and blood. Disoriented, she wonders aloud, "This is when the world, what the hell happened?" Lurin's hand grips a fork tightly, her expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization. She recalls Ellison's words, "You weren't exiled? I took you. Got it. I took you from the sanctuary." The memory intensifies, showing the sanctuary in ruins. Lurin remembers. Ellison suddenly appeared and said he was taking Lurin. What is happening? Ellison's face is shown, his expression earnest as he says, "I'm opening a restaurant, and I need help." Back in the present, Lurin stares at the hamburger steak, her mind racing to process the fragmented memories. Despite her injuries, Lurin manages a small, pained smile. She remembers Ellison's words, "Come with me, Lurin." The hamburger steak is shown again, the food representing a promise of a better future. Ellison's voice echoes, "From now on, I'll make lots of delicious food for you." Lurin continues to stare at the food, lost in thought as she considers the offer. Lurin's expression hardens with resolve, the blood and dirt on her face a stark reminder of her past. She remembers Ellison's words, "Come with, from now on." Tears streamed down her face as Lurin clutched a piece of meat, remembering a promise. Her sobs echoed in the silence as she desperately pleaded for someone to stay with her. A hooded figure, revealed to be Ellison, stood in a grand hall, vowing to never let her go again. He knelt before her, promising that this time, he wouldn't use the restaurant as an excuse. Ellison confessed that he simply wanted her to stay by his side, always. The dragon slayer, Ellison, smirked, his intentions now clear. He mused about choosing a mate during the coming-of-age ceremony. A surge of energy erupted around them. The pair shared a tender kiss, tears still streaming down Lurin's face. Ellison asked if it wasn't too late, my dear. The dragon slayer's face flushed with a mix of surprise and affection. Lurin declared that she had been his dragon since then. Tears of joy streamed down Rurin's face as she smiles. Nearby, the dragon Ruhad watches Ellison and Rurin. Elsewhere, it is midnight, and a figure in a hooded cloak stands in a grand hall. The figure declares that any female reaching adulthood without a mate should be matched with an adult male, concluding the coming-of-age ceremony. Ellison, standing beside Rurin, calls her an excellent mate. A declaration rings out, promising to restore Birin's honor and to declare Rurin as something more. An older man expresses his gratitude to Ellison from the bottom of his heart. The coming-of-age ceremony concludes under the light of the moon. The scene shifts to a view of the city, with the words, Peace Guide, Lurin and Ellison's future displayed. Rurin asks what a restaurant is, and Ellison explains it's a place where food is made and sold. She wonders if they can eat as much as they want, like hamburger steak. Ellison agrees that customers come first, but if they have enough ingredients, then sure. Rurin then asks why he is suddenly calling her my dear. He replies, confused, that she is his dear. Ellison tells Rurin not to transform into a dragon when she gets mad at the restaurant, but she insists that won't happen. She vows to never show a different form before him. Meanwhile, Ellison muses on the idea of a noble dragon acting as he does. Elsewhere, Rurin reflects on the fact that there are all kinds of dragons in the world, including some who live with humans. Far above, Ruhad asks if they should have a late-night snack when they get back. The remnants of a delicious meal sit on the table. A large, ornate dragon statue looms over the scene. The night was indeed getting late. Ellison asks if they should retire to bed soon. The woman in the dress responds with a soft yes. He thinks to himself that the dress is pretty. The woman in the dress blushes, realizing this is why Ellison ran away from the bathhouse, even though they've always done this casually. She wonders why her heart is racing like this. Ellison looks at her expectantly. The woman in the dress thinks to herself that it's so uncomfortable because the attendants practically swarm to put it on her, and she won't be able to take it off herself. She asks Ellison to help her take it off. Ellison is flustered. Ellison begins to help her remove the dress. She blushed, her face flushed with a deep crimson. The moment is interrupted as a swirling black portal opens in the bedroom. Two figures emerge from the portal, one of them declaring that they still have more to discuss. Ellison and Rurin both look on with shock. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Rurin is attacked by an unseen assailant. The scene shifts again, back to the bedroom. The elder demands to know why they are there again, questioning their manners. Another figure tries to calm the situation. The scene shifts once more, showing a figure lying on the ground, lamenting how wretched they feel. The scene shifts back to the attack on Rurin. The attacker declares that she leaves the sacred grounds. The scene returns to the bedroom. The elder states that depending on their answers, he'll decide what to do. The scene shifts again, showing a figure who has absorbed 3 ancient maples. It is revealed that because of this, the figure has gained a lifespan equivalent to a dragon, and that no more ancient maples will be produced. Archmage Ellison, his face etched with weariness, declares that he can overlook the chaos caused this time. Elsewhere, the truth about Burn's exposure is revealed. It was only possible because the Dragon Lord's birth wasn't threatened. The conversation continues, with the speaker stating that taking Rurin from the sacred grounds is justifiable if one can live with her for life. He then asks if the other party has resolved those 2 issues. The other party is taken aback by the question. Another man states that he doesn't know about that. Ellison's expression hardens as the conversation continues. The speaker accuses someone of breaking principles without certainty, bringing chaos to the dragon world, and even stealing Rurin's chance. Another man declares that he was certain. Someone calls out to Ellison, asking him to wait and saying there's one last thing to discuss, reminding him of something he once said. The man continues, stating that he can't return those exact words to Ellison, and that if he might die before his lover, he can't know the right answer. However, the man asks if Ellison knows what the wrong answer is. The man concludes that forcing Rurin to the sacred grounds against her will and leaving Burn's false charges unaddressed are certainly wrong. He sits in his chair, questioning if it's just petty self-righteousness. He insists that they don't know how much Burn sacrificed. The scene shifts to a glowing blue figure. Originally, the dragon who created an ancient Mabel couldn't absorb it themselves. That's why they could safely keep both the sinner and Mabel in the lair, but Burn guarded it all. The Archmage continues, explaining that Burn did it despite it not being her own essence, solely for the clan. He asks what all that patience and devotion led to. The man listening is clearly frustrated by the conversation. The Archmage walks away, questioning if treating the dragon who created the ancient Mabel as a criminal helped. He continues, asking if a dragon lord didn't still emerge. In the end, she died without anyone's help. The Archmage explains that they had to pass the essence to Rurin to prevent a complete dragon lord's birth. He believed that this, too, was an act of mercy, one that even the listener would understand. The Archmage states that the listener, more than any other human, was deeply involved in the war. The man says that's why he's telling him those principles were wrong. The man argues that they can't punish someone for something beyond their will. The scene shifts to a different location. Someone asks if the other's name is Saren, calling it an amazing coincidence. The woman asks what they're talking about, revealing that her name is Sardalon. The man with the red gem around his neck grins, declaring that they both start with Sa, and he feels like they'll get along great. The man in black robes dismisses the mention of a red dragon and a black dragon, stating he doesn't care about that. Close up on the red gem necklace. The man thinks he hasn't heard that in a long time. The man with the red gem necklace says he's been curious since last time about that tiara. The man in black robes thinks that it looks identical to the Dragon Lord's necklace. The man in black robes thinks that it would. Nothing excites him more than seeing her. The man with the red gem necklace says that this was given to him long ago by him. The man in black robes exclaims, "What?" as he hears the name Saren, realizing she's here. The man with the red gem necklace calls out the name Sardalon, asking if she came again and if she doesn't get tired. The man with the red gem necklace says long time no see, asking if she gathered anything good today. The man with the red gem necklace says she came yesterday too, asking what she's talking about, stating he'll come tomorrow as well, then calls out Sardalon's name, telling her to wait a minute, exclaiming he found a place with. The man with the red gem necklace says truly beautiful scenery. That does sound a bit exciting. The name, Saren, hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Meanwhile, the dragon slayer, Ellison, sits with another, who envies his companion's red hair. Elsewhere, a figure sits alone, lamenting, "I loved him. The memory stings so much, but it didn't work out in the end." A voice echoes, "Don't come see me." Ellison, looking distressed, demands, "I like your black supposed to mean? If I did something wrong, tell me." The red-haired dragon slayer states that he is about to undergo the adult ceremony, where his mate will be decided. The other retorts, "How can you have a mate when I'm here?" A stark warning is given. Mixing blood between different dragon lineages is taboo. If an incomplete dragon lord is born, their resistance to commands weakens. The woman in black robes declares, "It's a grave sin to the clan, so leave." Rain falls. The red-haired dragon slayer looks down, the rain streaking his face. He thinks, us being different lineages is a coincidence. He holds a broken circlet, the pieces barely held together. But me loving you was inevitable. The chains shatter, a symbol of the constraints being broken. The rain continues to fall as a figure declares that lineage alone should decide guilt, while another argues that one cannot be held accountable for what's beyond their control. The red-haired dragon slayer stands in the rain, his expression conflicted as he clutches his chest. The dragon slayer Ellison, his face etched with sorrow, accuses someone of making up another excuse. The woman in black robes, her face lined with age and wisdom, holds the broken circlet, stating that it was the principle. The dragon slayer Ellison stands with another man, the woman's words echoing in his mind. That was the principle he had to uphold. The woman in black robes tells Ellison that his conclusion wasn't perfect, admitting it was still a gamble. The woman in black robes, her expression softening, hopes that Ellison's chosen path is right in the end. The red-haired dragon slayer looks at the woman in black robes, referring to her as Great Mother. The narration reveals that the dragon lord left final words. A golden light descends, as if it would come to this. The light converges upon a large, glowing red gem. The gem pulsed with a silent longing, as if echoing a forgotten regret, a missed chance to flee together. That regret solidified into words, a declaration of a life spent wishing for a different choice, to have kidnapped her and run away. The revelation of the message reached the ears of Metadana, the Black Dragon Elder. Meanwhile, Ellison reflected on the past, admitting that he hadn't understood the meaning of something back then. The message, it turned out, was intended for the Great Mother, Saren. The Black Dragon Elder found the sentiment typical, muttering to himself, surprised by the revelation. Hearing about his mother's past love at his age felt strange to one of the guards, who was quickly silenced by the Elder. The guard was shocked by the bombshell that Saren was Elder Metadana's mother, and that the speaker was leaving after dropping it. The revelation prompted a cry of anguish from Rurin, alone in the forest. The realization hit her. The Elder was her mother. She urged someone to cast anti-teleportation magic around the lair, lest they escape. A single, luminous flower blooms in the dark forest, its petals radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Drawn by the strange light, someone approaches, wondering what this could be. It's Rurin, who kneels before the flower, captivated. She muses that its noble appearance pleases her, even blooming in winter. Looking closer, Rurin recognizes the flower. They are Hibern flowers. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking who she is. A young woman with green hair stands nearby. The green-haired woman introduces herself as Selly, confirming that it is indeed a Hibern flower. The girl's eyes focus on the flowers, recognizing them as Hibern flowers. Nearby, a glowing figure with short green hair appears, curious about the girl. She asks who she is. The girl wonders how long the glowing figure has been standing there. The glowing figure asks if she can't feel the cold and what she has been chewing on. The girl responds that she is used to it. The glowing figure states that she was just eating grass and that it was tasty. She then says that hibern flowers are tasty too, prompting the girl to tell her not to eat that. The glowing figure expresses her growing fondness for the flowers, stating her intention to decorate her room with them. She then exclaims in amazement, asking if the girl is a wizard. The girl asks who the glowing figure sis is. She then says that she will be going now, as she knows the flower's name, so there is no reason to stay. The glowing figure states that she doesn't have anywhere else to go. The girl's expression turns to one of annoyance. She sighs, saying, "Ugh, seriously?" A woman with green hair tells someone to follow her to a warm place with plenty of food, or not. Someone calls out to her, asking her to wait. The title of the series is displayed, A Magician's Restaurant. Elsewhere, a large, white, fluffy creature is excited to see a guest, Lurin. A man asks if the intruders are gone, and apologizes for sending Lurin out. Lurin asks what kind of flower it is, and says it's pretty. The flower is called hibern. The man and Lurin walk together. A girl with green hair peeks out from behind a door. The girl introduces herself as Selly, the sister. The man insists that they are not blood-related, and that his mom only gave birth to Lurin. He explains that he brought her here because she was alone outside in winter. Sir Ellison, despite his outward composure, had been prepared to keep his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Lurin is told that she is appreciated for showing care towards others. The memory of a past moment surfaces, one where Lurin and another individual shared an intimate embrace, reminiscent of a scene from the Holy Land. Back in the present, Selly stands between Ellison and Lurin, her expression unreadable. Ellison, flustered, demands that Selly leave, not wanting her to witness whatever is about to happen. Selly, surprised, happily agrees to leave, referring to Lurin as sis. The scene shifts to a quaint village, the architecture suggesting a peaceful, rural setting. Lurin is greeted upon her return, with someone noting that Ellison should finally return to normal now that she is back. She wonders if she was away for too long. A redhead and a blonde are seen bickering, with the redhead saying that not seeing Lurin's face was the Holy Land's only perk. Lurin tells them to stop fighting. The narrator states that efforts were crucial, as Lurin smiles at the blonde. Voices rise in the background, their words indistinct but laced with accusation. The memory of a past declaration surfaces, a promise made. From that moment, I was your dragon. Meanwhile, the blonde elf, unseen, is being confronted by the red-haired dragon slayer, their argument escalating. The red-haired dragon slayer shouts, her anger directed at the blonde elf. The blonde elf, cowering, is being berated to hurry up with the food. The sound of something crashing echoes from another room. Lurin, hearing the commotion, pauses in her work. A vein throbs on Lurin's forehead as she grits her teeth, clearly annoyed by the noise. Driven to action, Lurin storms off to confront the source of the disturbance. Selly, in another room, is called out by Lurin. Selly reveals that she is Lurin's sister and reminds her that she said she hated being alone. Lurin retorts that she only let Selly use the restaurant because it was at the lair. She is immediately awakened by the sound of crashing dishes. Another plate shatters as Selly continues her destructive rampage. More dishes fall as Selly is told to stay away and sit quietly. The blonde woman, holding a can of CXX, watches Selly's antics with a concerned expression. Selly is warned not to touch anything, but the warning is ignored. Lurin's urge to act on her temper surges to the brim. Lurin calls out to Selly, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do anything. Lurin's eyes widen as she watches Selly's actions. The scene shifts to a memory of Lurin, mirroring Selly's current behavior. Lurin realizes Selly's antics mirrored what she herself had done to Archmage Ellison long ago, causing her to groan in frustration. Two employees find the situation delightful, while the manager questions what is going on. The employees washing dishes comment that someone is reaping what they sowed. The sun rises over a quaint village, casting a warm glow on the traditional buildings. Inside one of those homes, a broom lies discarded on the floor, its bristles worn from use. Elsewhere in the house, Selly pauses from her cleaning, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. She continues her work, sweeping diligently. The red-haired dragon slayer watches from the bottom of the stairs as Selly sweeps the upper landing. He approaches, announcing, "I made pancakes." He presents a plate piled high with golden pancakes, glistening with syrup and topped with a pat of butter. The dragon slayer smiles warmly at Selly. "You work hard today. Eat with Selly." He continues, thinking to himself, "All this time, I've wronged you. Ha ha ha." Selly achieved greatness on her first day. A fork and knife cut into the fluffy pancakes, syrup oozing from the layers. Selly and the blonde woman sit at the table, enjoying the meal. Syrup is poured over the pancakes, the narrator thinking, the fluffy bread. The sweet, sticky syrup soaks into the pancake, spreading sweetness with every chew. Selly exclaims how warm and delicious it is, and the red-haired dragon slayer, Ellison, agrees. Meanwhile, The blonde woman observes the pair from a nearby table. She comments on how lucky Selly is to be able to eat at the restaurant and be popular. Ellison questions if he is popular, wondering if everyone talks to him because he is pretty. The blonde woman tells him to listen to the kid. Selly, eating a pancake on a fork, states that she doesn't need popularity. Ellison asks why. Selly thinks to herself that it is because when it mattered most, Ellison was the one person who want to be found by her. Selly eats her pancake. Selly continues to eat her pancake. She wonders if someone will find her too. The blonde woman wonders who Selly is referring to. Selly thinks of a green leaf. She thinks of something fluttering down in spring under the warm sun. The lyrics of a familiar song echo in Selly's mind, a melody about leaning against a tree planted long ago, covering her eyes. The song continues, the words painting a picture of someone lying in its shadow and falling asleep. The melody stirs something within, yet she barely remembers anything else, not her home, nor her family, but the song remains stuck in her memory. Driven by a desperate hope, Selly resolves to find someone who knows the song. The green-haired girl wonders if maybe her parents knew the song. The blonde woman scoffs, stating that her parents obviously must have sung it to her, but Selly laments that nobody knows who she is. Selly imagines herself becoming popular, singing the song for crowds. She believes that if she sings it for enough people, they'll come find her. The blonde woman pauses, considering Selly's words. The blonde woman agrees, stating that of course, they'll definitely find her. Selly hopes that they'll find her, like they did for her. The blonde woman gazes at a building, a wistful expression on her face as she thinks about how she used to wear clothes like that. Elsewhere, Selly stands quietly, bundled in warm clothes. The dragon slayer with red hair stands nearby, his throat feeling tight as he looks at Selly. The red-haired dragon slayer's hand trembles as he holds a golden pendant. The blonde woman stands next to the red-haired dragon slayer, reminding him that they need to find Selly's parents and that she can't stay there forever. Selly sits at a table, remarking how warm it is and that she likes it, but the red-haired dragon slayer reminds the blonde woman that she only remembers her name. Selly sits alone, thinking about the song she remembers and wondering if they need his help again. The blonde woman looks at the red-haired dragon slayer, concern etched on her face. The camera pans out to show the building the blonde woman was looking at earlier. The red-haired dragon slayer stands in a doorway, asking if the dead ran supply has stabilized. The woman smiles, pleased. She notes that they finally have their own butcher shop running. So, the innkeeper asks if they are looking for the parents of a lost child, but the man in the blue coat replies that they are not. The woman realizes that the child doesn't remember her parents' names either. The woman wonders what about the child's own name, and it is revealed that her name is Selly. The innkeeper questions if the age of 13 to 14 even counts as an age, and the man in the blue coat suggests they go with 14. The woman writes down the name Selly, confirming that she is 14 years old. The woman assures them that she will let them know immediately if she hears anything. The innkeeper reminds Selly that she should say thank you, and she does. The man in the blue coat replies with a sure. The innkeeper questions why the man in the blue coat is accepting the thanks. Someone asks if anyone has been looking for a child lately. In the town, a person mentions a girl named Selly. Selly's name draws a blank with the woman at the table. The innkeeper and Archmage Ellison continue their search for Selly's parents. The innkeeper mentions that his own daughter hasn't come home either, but dismisses it as a different story. The Archmage offers to ask around as well, hoping to find some information about the missing parents. Rurin, overhearing the conversation, also admits to never having heard the name before. Meanwhile, the Archmage begins preparing a meal, his expression thoughtful. Rurin peeks from behind a curtain, her eyes wide with concern. Ellison notices the stares directed at Selly and wonders if it's because her parents are missing. As he cracks an egg, the Archmage realizes that Selly herself must be the most worried about her missing parents. Ellison considers that if even Rain doesn't know Selly, she might be from outside Greek City. If not, he pours the batter onto a hot surface, the sizzle filling the air. With a smile, the Archmage declares that they should eat first. The innkeeper's daughter peeks out from behind a pillar, a hopeful expression on her face. The restaurant remains closed. At the table, the Archmage's pancakes are a hit. It's delicious, one of the patrons exclaims. The dark-haired patron declares the pancakes are second only to you, sis. The innkeeper's daughter seems surprised by the comment. The innkeeper's daughter notes how quiet the restaurant is today, observing that it feels like the earth itself. The dark-haired patron remembers something, thinking back to earlier. The innkeeper's daughter, eating a pancake, asks if there is anything they want to see, suggesting they go play outside somewhere. The dark-haired patron thinks to himself that it has been days with no news about her parents, and that she's probably heartbroken inside. He wonders if he should cheer her up. The innkeeper's daughter asks if they want to go anywhere. The dark-haired patron thinks about the eggs from earlier. The innkeeper's daughter says she wants to see the animal that laid the eggs. The dark-haired patron thinks that the animals are too big and scary, and that he wants to touch tiny ones. The innkeeper explains that while they usually use Cerebine bird eggs, their restaurant is different. Elsewhere, a voice notes that while the creatures are visible, touching them might be difficult. The creatures are found in the Greek city lemon forest. A close-up reveals one of the creatures, a large, somewhat startled-looking rooster. Selly is overjoyed by the sight of the creature. The innkeeper's daughter finds the rooster cute and asks if she can touch them, though the archmage, Ellison, admits he can't read their expressions. Ellison smiles, amused by Selly's enthusiasm. Ellison explains to Selly that even skilled hunters struggle to catch them, due to their hypersensitive nature. The creature's senses detect not just sound, but air vibrations and mana flow, allowing them to dodge even magic. Hence their nickname, the legendary Got One. Ellison's expression darkens, a hint of determination in his eyes. Selly, now holding the rooster, asks if it's cute. She stands triumphant, declaring the score is now tied between her and Lurin. The innkeeper, however, is baffled by whatever just transpired. And so, the group continues their journey through the forest. The innkeeper kneels, seemingly exhausted, as Selly skips ahead, still clutching the rooster. Lurin follows behind. Meanwhile, back at the estate, night has fallen. The blonde woman and the man in the suit sit at a long table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. The blonde woman takes a bite of food, revealing that there is talk around town, with everyone asking if anyone knows Selly's parents. The man in the suit reveals that Elle and Lurin from the restaurant are searching for Selly. The man in the suit is shocked by the revelation. The blonde woman expresses her disappointment, stating that she wants to help too, but she apologizes, claiming she forgot her role for a moment and that she engaged in too much personal chatter. The man in the suit demands to know why she didn't tell him this information sooner, his shock evident. If it's for Ellison's sake, the man in the suit vows to walk even a thorny path. He assures the blonde woman that he will devote all his power to finding what they seek. The man in the suit declares he'll mobilize Greek city's entire administration if needed. The blonde woman exclaims in surprise, then announces she will open the vault and handsomely reward anyone who finds Selly's parents. Meanwhile, a knight in shining armor tells someone that telling him was the right call and asks if this is okay. Elsewhere, Lurin and the innkeeper walk with Selly, who thinks to herself that it was hilarious to see Brother L's panicked face. Lurin asks how Selly even pulled that off, and the innkeeper tells her it means she's slow. Selly asks if she did well, and the innkeeper replies that of course she did. Not everyone could do that. Selly thinks this will make her popular. Selly thinks today is the happiest day ever. She thinks the pancakes are delicious. Selly also thinks Belinka was cute, but wonders what she should do. She skipped through the forest, the moonlight dappling through the trees as she thought about the next day's potential for even more fun. The next day, the trio walked together through the woods, the man in the blue robe singing a green leaf. The woman in the blue dress continued the song, her voice soft as she sang, fluttering down in spring. The man reached out his hand, and Selly leaned into his touch, smiling brightly. The woman encouraged the man to practice singing as well, suggesting they sing together. The man's face flushed red with embarrassment at the song. He stammered, tried to deflect the attention, saying it was nothing. The woman thought to herself that this felt like a family with parents and a child. The man, flustered, told the woman to cover his eyes. The woman conceded, acknowledging his point with a simple, fair point. Draped in shadow, Selly fell asleep as they walked. Elsewhere, under the watchful eye of the moon, a horse-drawn carriage rattled along the road, approaching a fortified building. The armored guard halts the approaching party, declaring that they are entering Greek city's territory. In response, one of the hooded figures presents a pass, stating their destination is Giltimon City. The guard questions their purpose. One of the hooded figures retorts, asking if it isn't obvious. The guard is told that they're transporting a criminal. Inside the cage, a man with a weary expression sits chained amongst other prisoners. The guard confirms that the pass is valid. The guard admits that normally they would be allowed to pass, but he has one last question. He asks if they know a child named Selly, explaining that they are searching for her parents. Inside the cage, the prisoners speculate about Selly, wondering if she is someone important, since the Lord ordered the guards to ask everyone passing by about her. A prisoner overhears the conversation. The hooded figures confirm that the prisoner heard them correctly. The news spreads quickly. Selly is alive. The silence hangs heavy after the pronouncement. Elsewhere, a figure sits alone in a grand hall, lost in thought. The figure, revealed to be Archmage Ellison, is startled by Rurin's presence. She asks why he isn't asleep, given the late hour. Rurin, concerned, asks where Selly is. Ellison explains that Selly went to bed earlier, though he isn't certain if she's asleep. Rurin wonders why Ellison is using soundproofing. Ellison's expression darkens, a hint of worry etched on his face. The Archmage and Rurin continue their conversation, unaware of the dire implications of their search. Inside the prison carriage, one of the hooded figures expresses his annoyance. He claims he's never heard such a name before, adding that this is the first time he's been inspected like this. Outside, a guard stands watch as the carriage is inspected. Inside the carriage, the hooded figure, bound by glowing red restraints, grits his teeth, acknowledging that he knows Sel. The guard outside the carriage states that they are soldiers. The hooded figure with the wand reminds the guard that their lord must be very leisurely to detain even those in haste despite having approved passage. He warns that Count Giltamund is not so merciful. The guard inside the carriage sighs, presenting them with a choice. Either delay their escort mission and escalate this into a major conflict with Giltamund City, or overlook the criminals' nonsense and let them pass as per the rules. He then calls out to someone named Appa. The guard states that the choice is theirs, presenting the 5 fourth-class proof, and then approves their passage. The gates open, allowing the carriage to pass through. The guard confirms that there are no issues. The discussion continued, the weight of Mr. Race's words and Lord Leiden's sentiments hanging heavy in the air. Lurin questioned how it was that not a single person had come forward. The man in the blue robe recalled that Selly was found on the outskirts of the village. He reminded Lurin that it was winter, a time when impoverished people with scarce food sometimes resorted to desperate measures. Lurin, her eyes narrowed, asked what he was implying, her voice laced with suspicion. Was he suggesting that Selly had been abandoned? The man in the blue robe explained that severe shock could cause memory loss related to such events, but he stressed it was just a hypothesis. He wanted to move on to the main point. If they still couldn't find Selly's parents, they needed to move forward. He declared that they must decide on her residence. The man in the blue robe stated that they must decide whether she stays there or is sent to an orphanage. Lurin, leaning against a wall, thought to herself that the place was a space only for Elle and her. She considered sharing it with Selly from now on. Lurin paused, considering the implications. The man in the blue robe, his voice rising in disbelief, questioned what nonsense this was. She emerges from what appears to be a hidden passage, her expression a mix of determination and mischief. Suddenly, Rurin pauses, noticing something in the distance. Down the hall, Selly and a man in a blue robe are walking. Realizing she's been spotted, the black-haired woman offers a sheepish smile. Oops, looks like I was caught. A close-up reveals the mess she's made while baking, batter splattered everywhere. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The man in the blue robe, overhearing, turns to Selly with a smile. Make some for you too, he offers. He realizes why Rurin was staring so intently. Rurin, ignoring the man, questions where the eggs came from, knowing full well the answer. A flashback reveals the source. Earlier, when she went to see the Palenku, she took the eggs from their nest. The consequences of her actions are now clear. A broken plate and spilled ingredients litter the floor, a testament to the Palenku's wrath. The black-haired woman, now aware of the situation, confronts Rurin. You dare do such a thing, she says, her voice laced with disapproval. Despite the reprimand, Rurin remains undeterred. Decision made, she declares, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The man in the blue robe, overhearing, is taken aback. He asks, as Rurin tells Selly to follow her. The hooded figure considers that the reaction is quite different from what he would have imagined. The hooded figure is struck, letting out a pained groan. A voice pleads for the attacker to stop. The hooded children, chained together, cower as the man with the club looms over them, swearing to never do it again. The man with the club grunts, clearly annoyed. The man with the club threatens to rip out the tongues of the hooded children if they run their mouths carelessly again. A woman in a long black robe tells the man with the club to tone it down as the hooded children kneel on the ground. The woman in the long black robe explains that they can't afford to kill these kids, even by accident. The hooded children, chained together, whimper in pain, finally understanding. The woman in the long black robe observes that the hooded children have gone numb from the beating, but that they'll get readjusted later anyway. The hooded children are covered in blood, dreaming of a softer, warmer, sunlit place. Under the moonlight, Rurin and Selly walk together. She walks alongside Selly through the dark forest, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the night. Selly's expression is filled with worry as she reflects on recent events. The girl reflects on causing trouble for her Yuni and Appa, realizing that no one who knows her has come forward to help. Selly's eyes widen as she remembers something about her parents not being within Greek City. Elsewhere, someone clenches their fists, muttering that no one is looking for them, just as they expected. A voice echoes, stating that starting tomorrow, Selly must come down to the first floor and learn how to serve food. The speaker wonders how Selly, a troublemaker who ruins cooking, could possibly mirror her own traits. The woman recalls being told not to come down to the first floor when there are guests. The woman reflects that this was before they knew if Selly would stay, and that she ended up understanding the heart with which Selly tried to cook. The woman states that from now on, Selly will live with them, so she should learn how the kitchen works. The woman embraces Selly, telling her that she can stay here forever and will never feel the loneliness of being unclaimed. Selly's eyes widen as she thinks of staying forever. Because of her, something has been found. Under the light of the moon, a figure walks down a path. The pair walk together, one of them expressing relief that their worries were unfounded. One of them hopes that Yuni will teach her how to cook later, and that tomorrow, she will be introduced to the ranch workers. The taller figure tells the other to learn that from Elle. Then, Selly is struck by a sudden realization, causing her to flinch. The path ahead is lined with stone and leads to a dark, imposing structure. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, their features obscured by the darkness. Selly's eyes widen in terror as the memory floods back. Rurin notices Selly's distress and asks what's wrong. Selly remembers walking this path before. The realization hits her. There's someone she desperately wants to meet. The girl with green hair remembers a promise, a place to meet, but she knows she shouldn't go down that path. Absolutely not, she thinks, steeling herself against the memory. Elsewhere, a man wonders if he's looking at Selly's memories as he examines a swirling vortex of images. The man turns to the black-haired woman, who notes that he came back fast. The scene shifts to Selly, who is resting on the second floor. Her memory suddenly came back, so she must be confused. The woman from before declares that she needs to revisit that path. The man acknowledges her statement, understanding her intentions. Selly, now awake, murmurs in realization. She remembers everything now. Someone wonders if Selly has someone precious. The woman in the blue shirt walks through a dark forest, calling out for someone to come out. The woman thinks to herself that Selly warned her not to take this path. Under the light of the full moon, the woman in the blue shirt continues down the forest path, unaware of the dangers ahead. Ahead, a horse-drawn carriage, filled with hooded figures, blocks the road. The woman in the blue shirt observes the carriage and its occupants, realizing that this is no ordinary prisoner transport. She senses that the occupants are not even human. She ducks behind a tree, attempting to conceal herself and cover the torch she carries. The horse is pulling the carriage whinny and rear up, sensing something amiss. Despite the driver's efforts, the carriage refuses to move forward. The wheels of the carriage are stuck fast, as if held in place by an unseen force. A voice from within the carriage commands them to halt. The woman in the blue shirt steps out from behind the trees, declaring that she has questions. Elsewhere, a girl named Melbai lies in bed, thinking of her parents and her sisters, whom she longs to meet. From the perspective of the hooded figures, the girl's sisters are mentioned. Two hooded figures, chained together, weep silently, their faces obscured by shadow. Her eyes wide with a dawning realization, the woman in the blue shirt recalls something about the two prisoners behind. The hooded figures sit chained in the back of the wagon, oblivious to the world around them. Rurin approaches the wagon, steeling herself for what she must do. She hardens her resolve, reminding herself that those who raised her were not her true parents. Her thoughts drift to her true family, the siblings she has longed to meet, Melbai and Melly. The two hooded figures remain silent and chained, their faces obscured by shadow. Rurin's eyes narrow, her gaze hardening as she thinks of the two criminals behind her. She grips her hands tightly, demanding to know where they heard the song. The hooded figures remain silent, prompting Rurin to demand an answer from them. An onlooker watches the scene unfold, questioning if he is truly seeing Rurin squaring up with her own hands. Rurin wonders if the situation is because of the two criminals behind her. She swears that no matter what answer they give, those two hooded figures won't lay a finger on anyone. She continues to press the hooded figures, demanding to know the song they know. The hooded figure remains silent, its face obscured by shadows and its mouth sealed shut. One of the hooded figures threatens the woman in blue, promising to slice her throat if she speaks again. Another figure observes the scene, remarking on the interesting things that occur even in this backwater area. The hooded figure, revealed to be the 4th class mage Melcharch, questions the woman in blue's identity. Melcharch demands to know whose carriage she has stopped. The woman in blue states that she has no intention of interfering with their business. Melcharch tells her that if she cannot speak, a nod will suffice. Melcharch asks if she knows Selly. The hooded figure's face is shown in detail, tears streaming down its face. The woman in blue asks if they are close. Melcharch declares that is enough. Melcharch orders someone to come out. The hooded children stand silently as the carriage comes to a halt. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the woman in black robe as she thinks of the children. From within the carriage, Nolan questions Melcharch's intentions, but the mage simply orders him to detach the carriage. Melcharch confirms Nolan's suspicions with a single word. The woman in black robe thinks that the children are all to be disposed of. The carriage is detached, leaving the hooded children vulnerable. Melcharch begins to cast a 4th class fire magic spell. The air crackles with energy as the mage prepares to unleash the spell. The woman in blue shirt and the hooded children brace themselves against the impending attack. The amber blast erupts, engulfing everything in a fiery explosion. Melcharch's thoughts are focused on eliminating the checkpoint. The checkpoint is consumed by flames, and an onlooker wonders who the woman in blue shirt is. The woman in blue shirt's eyes narrow as she declares that she clearly gave someone chance. With a wave of her hand, she tells her unseen opponent that she's been feeling merciful lately, so she won't kill them, but they should live more cautiously from now on. Meanwhile, Melcharch prepares a red orb of energy in his hand, his expression grim. The energy intensifies, and the mage's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his eyes burn with determination. Elsewhere, one of the hooded children clutches their hand, crying out in pain. A man with a club raises his weapon high above his head, preparing to strike the hooded child. The woman in blue shirt points at the hooded children and declares that they need treatment, wondering if Elena is awake right now. The children scream in pain. One of the hooded children, encased in ice, weakly asks who is there. The hooded child continues to ask who is there. The woman in blue shirt holds a blue orb of energy in her hand, preparing to heal the hooded children. She declares that she is Selly's older sister. Back at the restaurant, Rurin shouts that they have incoming patients and they need to hurry. A sudden ambush catches everyone off guard. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, Selly. Elsewhere, a man asks if someone came down from Rare, before noticing Rurin's presence. A young girl exclaims, sis, upon seeing someone. The man explains that he found her upstairs and brought her to Rare, before asking if she has calmed down now. A woman's voice says, ho ho, don't be shocked, I brought good news. The woman smiles slyly, anticipating a reaction to her announcement. A man believes he has found the children who know that song. He reveals that their names are Melbai and Melly. The woman in blue shirt stands confidently, a knowing look on her face. She asks Selly if she remembers something. The woman in the blue shirt holds Melbai close, relieved to have found her. She declares that the children are her siblings. The revelation that they are siblings brings a wave of relief. The archmage, Ellison, asks how Rurin and the woman in the blue shirt met. The woman in the blue shirt explains that Melbai and Melly were in a prisoner transport carriage. Melbai was injured, so she left her with Elena, but assures them that Melbai's life isn't in danger. Melbai smiles, relieved to be reunited with her sister. The woman in the blue shirt suggests they sleep and see Melly and Melbai tomorrow. A voice says, sis, you're the best, and reminds them to brush their teeth before bed. Later that night, Ellison, Rurin, and Melbai are seen sleeping soundly in a large bed. A feeling of gratitude and relief washes over them. Melly is alive. They're so grateful. The memory shifts to a different time, as the woman in blue shirt invites someone to follow her to a place with warm food. A second figure eagerly agrees to join her. The scene changes again, this time to an interior setting where the woman in blue shirt assures a younger Melbai that they will definitely find her again, because someone told her they'd find her eventually. The memory continues, now showing the group enjoying pancakes. The woman in blue shirt asks if Melbai loves pancakes that much, and she replies that they are second only to something else. The scene transitions to a memory of spending time with family, depicting a cloaked figure walking with a woman in blue shirt and Melbai through a snowy forest. The memories intensify, showing a close-up of a younger Melbai, crying tears of joy as she's embraced by the woman in blue shirt. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a town nestled against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains under a bright blue sky. Back in the present, Ellison lies in bed, muttering an exhausted ugh. The camera focuses on Ellison's chest as he lies in bed, his expression unseen. He sits up in bed, a confused expression on his face. Elsewhere, Lurin is being woken up, someone urgently telling her that Selly is back in his room. Ellison wonders where Selly went, noting that he didn't hear anything. He considers that she might be at Elena's clinic, visiting her siblings. The archmage realizes that Selly doesn't know the way to the clinic. Speaking of which, Ellison recalls hearing something odd yesterday. Lurin looks concerned. The scene shifts to a small, snow-covered building in the woods. Lurin and Ellison burst through the door, Lurin shouting, Selly, are you here? Inside, a blonde woman greets them, calling out, Lady Lurin, Mr. L. Another woman with red hair tells them to open the door gently. The blonde woman announces that the patient's treatment has just finished, adding that she needs rest due to the head trauma. Meanwhile, the hooded children look up in awe, calling the red-haired dragon Slayer their savior. The dragon Slayer seems confused by this. Back in the building, Rurin wonders what is happening. Ellison's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he senses something amiss. Selly expresses her gratitude, thanking someone profusely. It is revealed that the hooded children are Selly's siblings. Selly's siblings thank someone for saving them from the chaos of yesterday. The red-haired dragon Slayer is thanked profusely. Ellison asks if Selly is not with them. Ellison asks someone to watch the kids for a moment. The red-haired dragon Slayer tells one of Selly's siblings to stay put. Someone asks where they are going. Elsewhere, someone calls out for rain. The woman in the blue shirt asks if Selly has been there. Continuing the conversation, the blonde woman reveals that she has never met Selly in person. Melly, the green-haired girl, wonders if Selly is staying at the restaurant. The blonde woman thinks to herself that she has never met her, even though Selly asked them to meet a few days ago. The blonde woman is surprised by something. Melly is shocked to hear that only Lady Rurin and Ellison were there. Elsewhere, the red-haired dragon Slayer and the blonde woman are sitting at a table with others, as the blonde woman laughs, saying that Selly called them her siblings. Melly states that she is Selly's sister, but the man with her is not. The man with Melly thinks that even if they're the same age, it is still odd. Melly asks why they are asking, stating that she is turning 17 this year. It is revealed that their actual age is 13 to 14, and Selly even knew they were confused about their ages, leading someone to wonder what is going on. The statement hangs in the air, a declaration that this is no simple error. The weight of the revelation settles heavily on the two women. The blonde woman's expression is one of concern, while the red-haired woman appears troubled. The blonde woman's worry is evident as she asks what's wrong, remarking that the other looks as if she's seen a ghost. Elsewhere, Archmage Ellison sits in contemplation, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together as he mutters that Selly is. The truth dawns on him. There's a 5-year time discrepancy. The blonde woman admits she hasn't seen Selly either. The red-haired woman agrees, stating she hasn't until now. The blonde woman continues, saying that even then, no one else's voice was heard. The red-haired woman thought she was just angrily throwing a tantrum alone, like usual. The man realizes that even Rain hasn't spoken directly to Selly. He wonders how it is that, except for him and Rurin, no one else has met her. The monstrous white cat denies something, remembering when Selly first came. The man recalls that Rurin threatened Selly at the Lar, remembering that was when he met her. He wonders what kind of flower it is. A woman asks if the flower is pretty, identifying it as a hibern flower. The woman decides she'll grow it on the restaurant's second floor. The man is determined to check something. He activates a magical portal. The green-haired woman asks if they should follow, noting that only the witches there can see Regina. Someone declares they'll go. The hibern flower, a plant that seems to be connected to Selly, is shown. The Archmage, Ellison, surrounded by magical energy, muses that Selly must have come to Lar with them, but he's only sensed her presence after seeing the flower. Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Rurin stands near a bed, seemingly lost in thought. The hibern flower, now in a pot, emanates a strange energy. Rurin holds the potted flower, stating that she always. The Archmage recalls watering the flower properly, and then realizes that everything has reverted to its original state, including the plate Selly broke. Back in the bedroom, the focus shifts to the haphazardly mended pillow. Ellison realizes that everything, all of it, is being undone. He recalls seeing a group of people using teleportation magic. Rurin stares intently at the hibern flower, her expression troubled. The Archmage concludes that Selly was never here to begin with. The blonde woman, overhearing this, exclaims her surprise that it is Lady Rurin. Holding the hibern flower, the accompanying woman wonders if it is tied to Selly's disappearance. Meanwhile, the blonde woman reveals to the red-haired dragon slayer that the flower is incredibly rare and that it only blooms for the living. The dragon slayer learns that the hibern flower is also called Laplacia as the group stands before a portal. The flower, also known as the undying flower of the underworld, glows with an ethereal light. Legends say the flower is tied to soul ascensions, wishes, and reincarnation, but records also say it withers when it has delivered the voice of the deceased. The accompanying woman looks on with concern as the man in the suit examines the hibern flower. The man in the suit demands to know what the others are. The blonde woman reveals that no one has met Selly, or that she conveys the. Melby asks if something happened to Selly, her expression filled with worry. The accompanying woman asks where Selly is, as the man in the suit tells them that they are no ordinary prisoners. The man in the suit states that they need the group's help to find Selly, and demands to know how they were separated. The man in the suit's words hang heavy in the air as the others absorb the gravity of the situation. They are all slaves. In the darkness, a memory flickers. The day they met Selly in the sorting room, a place where fates were decided. The memory continues, showing the children singing a lullaby to each other. Their voice is a fragile shield against the harsh reality of their captivity. One of the children, the one with green hair, is praised for singing like a bard, though she doesn't understand the comparison. The green-haired girl, Melby, declares that when they escape, she will sing this song forever, and she asks her friend to play music beside her. The other children look at her, confused by the idea of dancing in their current situation. One of the boys wonders aloud if they can even escape without being sold off. Melby's face hardens with determination. She declares that they will escape like that, through music and dance. Another child points out that nobody would buy kids like them, since they won't be sold for years. Melby counters that they should train now, so they can tear the bars open when they're older. Her brother laughs, asking what she means, but she insists that she'll start training right now. Unbeknownst to the children, a sinister figure watches them, declaring that these kids are perfect. The sinister figure's words hang in the air as he declares his intention to take both siblings. Behind the bars, one of the girls expresses her willingness to back down if the man shows interest in the other, while another says she'll give up too. The girl with green hair and her brother are being sold, and she thinks that they are unlucky. The green-haired girl whimpers, fear gripping her as she realizes the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, the green-haired girl questioning the man's eyesight. The man in the hat, his face partially obscured by a mask, seems amused by the outburst, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The man in the hat, flanked by two masked figures, pauses, wondering who dared to speak out of turn. The green-haired girl can't believe she just spoke. The green-haired girl, named Selly, is asked by her brother what she is doing, and she asks what he thinks these brats will do if they are thirsty. The man in the hat laughs, finding her defiance endearing. He declares that he likes her even more now. The man in the hat orders the overseer to change the selection to the green-haired girl, and the overseer agrees. Selly's brother is shocked and says that they will go instead, and that they should take them instead, but Selly silences him. As the sinister figure leads her away, a guard reminds her that a sister protects her siblings. The guard continues, telling her to remember the song he taught her, and to listen and find him someday, as Selly cries out. Her brother, held back by guards, desperately shouts for her not to go. Selly is dragged away, her brother's cries echoing behind her. The sound of their footsteps fades as they walk down a stone path. That was 5 years ago. Now, Selly stands with her hands bound, a guard watching over her. Elsewhere, the black unknown holds a potted plant with a flower, as a man in a blue robe looks on. The black unknown realizes that the mana from the flower is faintly flowing in a certain direction. She remembers that she made a promise to Selly too. Elsewhere, a woman asks if someone will come too. A sudden realization dawns on the black unknown, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Determined, he follows the magical compass, declaring that it's leading them in the right direction. The archmage, Rurin, wonders where Selly went without saying a word. The compass glows, revealing that it delivers the voices of the dead. Rurin and the accompanying woman continue their search, determined to find Selly wherever she is. The archmage casts a teleportation spell, the air crackling with blue energy. Rurin vows to find Selly. The scene shifts to a single green leaf fluttering down in spring, a memory flashing of the black unknown with Selly. The archmage states that there's been too much teleporting and asks to take over, to which a voice responds with understanding. Elsewhere, a woman with green hair calls out for Selly. In a dark place, Selly, looking distraught, refuses to accept something, while another girl encourages her to eat the grass, saying it's tasty. Selly and another person are locked behind bars. The other person is impressed by something. Rurin and the accompanying woman spot a distant tower bathed in moonlight. The woman notes its presence. Mana begins to flow towards the tower, prompting Rurin to urge the woman to move faster. The two women continue their journey, a sense of urgency etched on their faces as they approach their destination. The tower looms closer, surrounded by swirling mana. Rurin reflects on a past debt, regretting that she never thanked Selly. Meanwhile, Selly is trapped inside a bubble, hearing someone call out her name. Rurin and the woman arrive at the tower, their expressions grim as they prepare to confront whatever awaits them inside. The woman recalls a memory of being in the warm sunlight. She remembers a time when things were once settled. The woman remembers leaning against a tree. Back in the present, Selly is chained and imprisoned. The woman, along with Rurin and another hooded figure, are seen in the distance. She recalls covering her eyes. They sprint through the dilapidated building, their faces etched with fear as they flee from an unseen threat. The woman recalls a memory, a song lyric floating in the air, lay under the shadow. The memory continues, the lyrics turning ominous, and fall asleep. Chains hang above a prone figure. The figures from panel 1 are revealed to be chained corpses. A sharp sound pierces the air, an exclamation of surprise or realization. Inside a room, a hooded figure asks if there are any bandages left. Another figure responds that emergency tools are inside. A man's face is shown, his expression one of shock and horror. Two figures stand in a dimly lit room, their eyes glowing ominously. The figures from panel 1 are shown kneeling before a robed figure. Panic etched on his face, the bald man barked orders. The slaves had fled, and the beacon needed lighting to alert the count. Meanwhile, Rurin and the accompanying woman observe the chained slaves, their escape already underway. Nearby, the hooded figure, their hands stained crimson, stood beside the bald man, a silent observer of the unfolding chaos. Elsewhere, two figures, cloaked and ragged, continued their escape, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. The hooded figure winced, seemingly injured. Back with Rurin and the accompanying woman, the hooded figure admitted a miscalculation. The hooded figure, now revealed to be the Red, offered a chance despite a prior attempt on his life. The Red's magic circle glowed ominously, a sign of the power he was about to unleash, pushing someone to the brink of death. The bald man and the Red stood over a figure, the Dragon Slayer's magic intensifying, branding the figure as a monster. The Red spell reached its apex, bathing the area in a crimson light as the bald man watched in terror. With a final surge of power, the Red completed the spell, the consequences yet to be seen. Now that they think about it, the figures surrounding the girl seem to be planning something. The figures unleash a torrent of blue energy. The energy converges on a single point. A voice echoes, speaking of a chance amidst the swirling energy. The energy coalesces around the girl, lifting her into the air. A voice declares that it disappeared 5 years ago. Elsewhere, a group stands over a chained skeleton, the teal-haired woman looking on with concern. The teal-haired woman, Melbai, thinks to herself that this isn't what she wanted. The skeleton speaks, addressing someone as sister. The woman in the blue shirt demands to know what they are doing just standing there. The chains binding the skeleton rattle as they are pulled taut. Elsewhere, the man in the blue cloak assures someone that they won't feel suffocated anymore, a glowing flower resting before him. The man in the blue cloak watches as the flower floats upwards, encased in a bubble of energy. The skeleton, now infused with the flower's energy, glows with a vibrant green light. The man in the blue cloak and the woman with long black hair look on in shock. He exclaims that he has finally found her. A voice stutters, trying to speak. Selly, now resurrected, smiles brightly, her green hair shining. The resurrected Selly and the man in the blue cloak gasp in horror. Selly, now towering over the man in the blue cloak, remarks on how strange it is that everyone is taller than her now. The man in the blue cloak, tears streaming down his face, whispers Selly's name. Selly apologizes, saying that it looks like she doesn't have much time left with the Hibberin flower's blessing. Selly smiles sadly, the green glow around her intensifying. More importantly, someone asks Melbai if she's been working out. Tears stream down the face of the person speaking to her, as he asks if she knows what he did to get to where he is now. He continues, explaining that he wanted to practice with her, his sister. He even found an instrument and memorized all the songs. He begs her not to go, pleading with her to stay. The scene shows Melbai, glowing, standing between two kneeling figures. Melbai says that she hasn't even thanked him properly for saving her, as she remembers something. The kneeling figure, a young man with a bandaged head, wonders what she said. He thinks to himself that a sister protects her siblings. The scene shifts to show Melbai standing before Ellison, who tells her not to go. Melbai smiles, saying that the time she spent there was the happiest time of her life, even if it wasn't that long. Remembering, she asks if they ever meet again, will he make pancakes for her? The man, presumably Ellison, cradles Melbai in his arms, asking if that was even a question. A flower, encased in a sphere of light, stands as a symbol of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Tears stream down Ellison's face as he embraces Melbai, her smile radiant despite the circumstances. The promise hangs in the air, a fragile vow against the inevitable. The group stands in a circle, their faces etched with grief as they look upon the fallen skeleton of a child, a grim reminder of their failure. The weight of what she gave up hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to her sacrifice. The memory of how deeply she wished to live together with them echoes in Selly's mind, a bittersweet reminder of what could have been. A hand reaches out, a final gesture of solace towards the skeletal remains of the child. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, a lone tower stands as a silent sentinel, bearing witness to the unfolding tragedy. The words hang in the air, a desperate plea to escape the nightmare. Let's go home now. The woman's words carry a chilling finality. They no longer need to search for Selly's parents, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The man behind the counter asks why the other man already found them. Downstairs, the man in the blue jacket acknowledges something, understanding the situation. The narrator reflects that there was a lot of trouble. The scene shifts to a house on a hill, bathed in sunlight. Someone is confused. The woman with green hair asks if the man is leaving. He confirms, thanking them for their hospitality. The man asks if the girl is ready to go. The man smiles, thinking about their dream. The woman with black hair suggests that the man could stay a bit longer. The woman with green hair is surprised. The man hands over a pouch full of coins, warning the recipient not to put too much in it, lest bandits come after them. He advises them to keep it deep inside their coat. The man with black hair refuses to accept the pouch. The speaker offers that if they are ever hungry, they can come back anytime. A tombstone stands in a field, the words, "We will always be here," seemingly etched upon it. The scene shifts to a blurry, indistinct landscape. Back in the restaurant, a man with reddish-brown hair beams as he holds a pouch of coins, while Selly smiles knowingly. And so, Selly and the man leave the restaurant, walking through the doorway and into the unknown. Time passes, and the story of parents searching for their lost child gradually fades from memory. That night, Selly had a strange dream. A voice calls out to Selly as she walks down a street, asking if she is alone. Selly thinks to herself, relieved that her siblings didn't come along. The man from the restaurant suggests it might be for the best, asking if she has eaten. Selly replies that she isn't really hungry, as they walk together. The man insists on making her a snack. A stack of pancakes sits on a plate, glistening with syrup and topped with a pat of butter. Selly exclaims in surprise at the sight of the pancakes. The man she is with offers them to her, curious if she has had them before and if they have food like this where she comes from. She responds enthusiastically, declaring that she likes them and that these will taste even better. Selly takes a bite, savoring the flavor and noting that no one can match this subtle dough mixture. She sits across from the man, remarking that they taste exactly the same as the one she had before, expressing her delight. Meanwhile, a woman with brown hair wonders if it could be. Selly is asked if she ate them at a restaurant run by a magician. She is surprised, asking how he knew, and mentioning a kind and strong sister and brother who worked there. The woman with brown hair leans forward, eager to hear more about it, and offers more pancakes. The man she is with sits in a grand room, overwhelmed, stating that he has lots of stories about that restaurant. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, his expression a mix of shock and realization. A flashback shows a woman standing in a kitchen, washing dishes. The man calls out to her, addressing her as Mom. The man's eyes widen in horror as he whispers, Selly, jolted awake, sits up in bed, a cold sweat clinging to her skin. The memory of the dream, or whatever it was, lingers. She recalls the man's words, spoken with such conviction, that she smelled like someone he knew. The scene replays in her mind. The man, the embrace, the unsettling declaration that Selly would never go hungry again. She shivers, realizing it was no mere dream. The next day, Selly and the man she met at the restaurant walk through a town square, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Meanwhile, a hooded beggar sits hunched before a doorway, pleading for spare change for passersby. The beggar's bowl sits nearly empty, containing only a few meager coins. Inside a nearby building, a cook recognizes the beggar from a previous encounter. He wonders if the beggar will resort to begging again. The cook, now outside, throws a blast of energy at the beggar, demanding he leave. The beggar cries out in pain. The beggar, clutching his meager leftovers, mutters that they weren't that great anyway. The cook, back inside, thinks about the rice bowls at Greek City's restaurant, longing for their taste.